SNESdrunk.
Well, here we go with EarthBound, the ultimate example of a game that you either absolutely love or you just don't get it. It's like The Big Lebowski. You ever run into someone that said they've never seen that movie? What's your first reaction? It's probably, oh my god, you have to see it, it's the best, and you get the idea. But if you want to try and be fair and unbiased, that movie's probably not really for everyone, because it's pretty dang weird, and EarthBound fits the same category. Now, I've played through EarthBound a bunch of times, and recently I tried to give it one more playthrough with more of a critical eye. But once again, I just got so sucked into the game's utterly bizarre atmosphere and the sweet, good-natured story that I completely forgot why I was doing another playthrough in the first place, which was to try and tell people why I think they should play this game. Let's do another analogy, but with music this time. EarthBound is like one of those bands without a genre that plays a kind of music that's really hard to describe. My comparison has always been Tom Waits. How on earth do you describe Tom Waits to someone? And even if you tried, it'd take you like 5 minutes and you'd be better off just listening to a song. EarthBound is very much like that. How the hell do you describe this game to someone that's never played it? You'd just be better off playing it yourself. But that wouldn't make for a very good video, so I'm gonna try my best here. I can start by saying EarthBound is first and foremost a story-driven game. Well, duh, it's a role-playing game, but this isn't your generic fantasy fare. It takes place in a more modern setting that's predicated on a specific brand of humor, and that can be kinda dangerous since humor is of course entirely subjective. But EarthBound, and the entire Mother series for that matter, has such a strangeness to it that you can't help but get into it just to find out what the hell is with this game. Because I mean, on the surface, EarthBound appears to be very, down to earth, no pun intended. You equip and use everyday items for the most part, like baseball bats, hamburgers, frying pans, and, calorie sticks. And you traverse seemingly well-to-do towns that consist of regular folk going about their everyday lives. That in and of itself is not what makes EarthBound unique. The thing is, despite its appearance on the surface, every single aspect of this game is totally unpredictable. Let me give you some examples, like this guy in Fourside. Last night there was a solitaire tournament. I lost my shirt. I'll invite you next time. I think I'll pass on your one-man shirtless tournament, dude. Or this one-off line in the Onett library. There's a monster guarding Giant Step, but I wonder if he's stronger than my wife. Okay, cool. There's no filler dialogue or boring exposition here. Everything is presented in at least a mildly amusing way, if it's not laugh-out-loud funny. A good example of the depth in the dialogue here is this guy in the Tucson Hotel, and he has about 20 different things he can say, and if you go through them all, he gives you 50 bucks. And yes, by the way, this is a game where you do have to talk to absolutely everyone because it may be necessary to trigger the next part of the story. But these people are so funny and so strange that I don't care. I'm having fun hanging out with these weirdos. Anyway, one criticism I hear about EarthBound and about the entire Mother series is the visual presentation, and that it's too bland, too basic, especially when you had stuff like Super Mario RPG and Chrono Trigger blowing the doors off the system. But to me, it was a brilliant idea to keep the visual presentation dialed back, because you can't help but expect something easy, basic, and relatively harmless, and then the game goes ahead and destroys your expectations. There's all sorts of weirdness everywhere, like when you visit Moonside, holy crap, or when you get caught in your own dream, and maybe the biggest surprise in the game is the final boss music. It starts out as your typical 8-bit fare, and then holy shit. The battles definitely have their share of weirdness too, like when you get hit with certain status ailments. Whoa, what the hell? And just the names of the enemies are funny, like unassuming local guy, annoying old party man, and especially new age retro hippie. He uses toothbrush and his teeth were white and breath was fresh. The brightness of new age retro hippie's teeth made the enemy scared. I especially like at the very beginning when Pokey is too scared to fight. That cracks me up every time. And this is just barely scratching the surface of what this game is all about. One criticism I have to point out though is that the combat is distant and detached, especially compared to games like Breath of Fire for instance. But it's almost like the developers didn't want the combat getting in the way of the game's overall theme and presentation, because you're allowed to use a handy auto battle button. But not only that, if your level is far and beyond a random enemy's level, you don't even get taken to a battle screen, you just win by default. That is brilliant, and it saves a ton of aggravation, not to mention a lot of time. Enemies and battles are avoidable, some easier than others, so it's not quite a random battle system here, but there are sections where you have to take out everything. I wouldn't say the battle system is bad, but it's definitely not the game's strength. Another interesting aspect of the battle system is this odometer-styled hit points counter. It counts down somewhat slowly as you take damage. If you take a mortal damage hit, you can still live if you finish the battle before the counter hits 0, and you'll have the exact number of hit points the odometer stops at when the battle ends. That's pretty innovative. But yeah, the typical RPG stuff is all here for the most part, with spells, character-specific items and armor, and all sorts of gear. One irritating aspect though is the limited item space you get, and this is especially annoying at the beginning of the game when there's only one one or two of you in your party, like at the Monkey Maze where it's just Ness or Jeff. I have no room to keep all this junk. Anyway, despite the game's overt humor and bizarre qualities, the lead storyline in EarthBound is pretty straightforward and actually pretty serious. A meteorite crashes in the small town of Onett, and our hero Ness, along with his scumbag friend Pokey, leave in the middle of the night to go investigate. It turns out a mysterious alien force named Gygus is consuming all that's good in the world and is turning everything from people, animals, and random objects into malevolent creatures. From this point on, Ness and Pokey split in opposite directions. Pokey runs off and shows up here and there for no other purpose than to be a dick, while a bee of all things shows up to tell Ness what he must do to save the world, which is collect a series of melodies that will string together to form one song that when played through a soundstone will make the world right again. Along the way you meet a psychic girl, Paula, an eccentric inventor, Jeff, and a ponytailed martial artist, Pooh. Yeah, I have no idea why everyone has normal names but Pooh is named Pooh. That's EarthBound for you. But yeah, going back to what I said earlier, the story here is pretty straightforward and uncommonly sweet. Despite how eccentric this game is, there's something really comforting about EarthBound. The story is certainly a reason, and I think the music is a big reason why as well. The EarthBound soundtrack creates an atmosphere you just want to hang out in, just like Super Metroid and Super Castlevania 4, but it has the complete opposite effect, if that makes any sense. It's closer to SimCity, which sounds weird for an RPG. The soundtrack has so much depth, there's seemingly an endless amount of music in this game. Every little segment has its own theme. There's even like 24 battle themes, and that really goes a long way in keeping the combat from getting old. And also the town themes that are just uncommonly comforting. I absolutely love the Foreside theme and could hang out here forever. Sometimes I get this music in my head when I visit a new town in real life. So yeah, does EarthBound live up to the hype? Is it as good as everyone says? I truly believe it is because it's an absolutely ideal balance of eccentric weirdness and a good-natured, warm-hearted story. EarthBound also has one of the best endings in any game I've ever played. It's also worth mentioning real quick that there is a sequel, Mother 3, that made its way to the Game Boy Advance in Japan in 2006 that has since received an English translation, so if you like EarthBound, you'll want to play that too. I do think when it comes to EarthBound that it helps to be familiar with other classic RPGs. A big part of the charm with this game is that it doesn't take itself very seriously, to the point that it makes fun of the RPG genre itself. And I will say this, if you want to get into EarthBound and you want a tactically sound, combat-heavy classic role-playing game cut from the cloth of Final Fantasy VI, you're in the wrong place. This is not a game like that. EarthBound is more about sitting back, having a beer, enjoying the music, and chilling out with your friends Ness, Paula, Jeff, and Pooh as you walk from town to town, trying to investigate what in the blue hell has happened to all these people. There's just nothing like EarthBound on any other system or in any other era of gaming. You could live to be 1,000 years old and never play another game like EarthBound.
SNESdrunk.
Brandish is one strange game. Sure, everything looks fine on the surface. Cool artwork, great looking graphics, there's a dragon, there's a sword. Must be some kind of adventure game. The music sounds cool, and then, what in the hell is going on? Am I somehow teleporting to 3 different rooms? Why can't I move around? Okay, I can move forward and back, I can jump, but what is going on when I press left or right? Well, what's actually happening is the room itself is rotating instead of your character. Well, it's supposed to quote-unquote rotate, but it just sort of instantly moves 90 degrees. Yeah, it took me like 15 minutes to figure that out. So in essence, Brandish is a first-person dungeon crawler, except with an overhead view. Why they decided to roll with this instead of just picking one perspective and sticking with it, I have no idea, but that's the biggest hurdle here. I should mention there is an option to switch from lateral to rotate, and that allows you to move sideways, but it barely makes any difference. You're still stuck with this awkward perspective. No, let's not stop there. Let's also have inconsistent scrolling and random stuff popping up out of nowhere, and if that's not enough, let's have the map on a separate screen so you constantly have to bring it up. It's like they deliberately set out to create the most disorienting game ever made. So if you can get past all that, then hey, Brandish is okay. Of course, that's like saying, hey, other than the Great Depression, the 1930s were a kick-ass time in the United States. It's obviously a hurdle the size of Mount Everest that you have to get over in order to get into a game like Brandish, but on the off chance you do, the rest of the game is not that bad. There's pretty traditional RPG stuff here with weapons, armor, items, magic, exploring dungeons, flipping switches to unlock distant doors, finding hidden areas, and of course fighting monsters. The combat here is odd because remember, this is essentially a first-person dungeon crawler, so while the fighting appears to be in real time, there's still kind of a turn-based element to it. You can't just spam attacks like mad like in top-down adventure games. There's still a my turn, your turn kind of a thing to it. Another big factor here is resource and item management. There's a limited amount of space to deal with, so use what you've got and use it often. The story is actually something a little different for once. In a time of peace and prosperity, this king apparently gets so bored that he decides to try and conquer the one place beyond his influence, which is this tower guarded by a dragon. So he sends his army after it, but instead of fighting back, the dragon destroys itself, putting a curse on the king, who then turns into this horrible beast. The tower and the entire kingdom sink into the ground, and everything is seemingly lost forever, until your character, Varric, kind of stumbles upon it and ends up getting lost inside. In the meantime, you're chased by Alexis, who's seeking revenge for killing her quote-unquote master. So the two of you blunder around until you find your way out. Bear in mind this is the English translation of the story. I understand the original Japanese version of the story is much different. The names are different, and Alexis's outfits leave a little less to the imagination. Despite a kind of unique story, I don't think Brandish is worth playing today because the fundamental basics of simply moving around is just too jarring to get over. However, this is a lot less of a problem in the PSP remake, where you actually rotate around, and you have a much better idea of where you are and what you're doing and where to go, so if the concept here seems interesting, then that's the game I'd recommend going with. There's also a sequel for Brandish for Super Famicom, Brandish 2, that's since received an English patch, but that game is an entirely different ball of wax and will probably get its own review someday. But yeah, oftentimes you'll hear the phrase ahead of its time used as a way to praise something, but in the case of Brandish, it's not a good thing. It may be ahead of its time, but yeah, there are a lot of ideas crammed in here, and I guess I can see from a developer standpoint what they were trying to accomplish, but it just does not work. If the very act of simply moving around is too disorienting, then the game fails, simple as that. What's the opposite of a pick up and play game? A sit down and wonder what the hell to do game? Because that's what this is. If you want to get into Brandish, start with the PSP remake.
SNESdrunk.
The death and return of Superman is one of the most interesting names for a game I've ever come across. So Superman dies in the game? That's different. On the surface, this looks like your everyday beat 'em up. Walk to the right, mash the Y button, throw stuff and people, throw guys into other guys, and occasionally use your special clear all attack to annihilate everyone. It's done well enough. I especially appreciate how smooth the controls are to flip from the left to the right without missing a beat, so enemies can't get any cheap shots in. But there's no multiplayer here though, just FYI. You start with 2 levels of this as Superman. Everything seems as it normally does in these kind of games. Although, since when is Superman hurt by Molotov cocktails and chainsaws? At the end of the 2nd level, you fight Doomsday, and you beat him. Well, that's weird. I thought Superman was supposed to... Hey, what the hell? What? He's dead? Just like that? But I've got like 3 guys left. What the hell is that? So yeah, there you go. Superman is dead, and from there the game becomes way more story-driven, as 4 new characters show up from out of nowhere. There's the Cyborg, who has Superman's DNA combined with something out of Terminator, the Eradicator, who regenerated in the Fortress of Solitude and can shoot plasma and stuff, Superboy, the teenage clone of Superman, and the most 90s thing to ever 90s, and eventually Steel, a former special weapons designer who wants to carry on Superman's legacy. You take turns playing as each of these 4 guys as the story of who's the real Superman unfolds. Now this is a really cool way to structure a beat-em-up game, because the gameplay itself here is nothing out of the ordinary. It's your usual punching, jumping, throwing guys around, it's what you'd expect. But the hook here is to see where the story goes, and since I was totally unfamiliar with the story as it happened in the comic at the time, I was really digging each twist and turn as I played along. I don't think there's any other story-driven beat-em-up in the 16-bit era quite like this. My only problem with this approach is that the game didn't go far enough with it. The pixel art here is nicely done, but they reuse the same stuff throughout the game. If they had taken an approach like with how Maximum Carnage was done, man, that would have been so much better, but whatever. Also, I feel like Superman's death should have been treated as kind of a bigger deal. It's just also abrupt. Like, wait, I just beat down Doomsday and 1 uppercut kills me? Then it's just the 1 screenshot and these 4 dudes showing up. I mean, this is Superman and he's dead, for God's sake. I wish they took the time to give that event some of
of the significance it deserves like in the comic, but that's just me nitpicking, I guess. Also, Superman's return, as stated in the title, is just as abrupt and confusing. It could have used a little more time and a little bit more emphasis added to make it a bigger deal. Death and Return of Superman is a long game for a beat-em-up too. It'll take you close to 2 hours to finish this game, and it gets pretty hard towards the end. But since it's a longer beat-em-up than usual, you'll definitely get your money's worth. Speaking of which, this game goes for about $30 on eBay nowadays, but I've seen it for sale elsewhere for much cheaper than that. Anyway, yeah, I'm impressed by the Death and Return of Superman. I was expecting the same old beat-em-up stuff, but the story here really took me by surprise. It's well done. I think it could have been done better, but the way it's done here is fine, and it's definitely something different for the genre. Even if you know the story, it's still a fun playthrough because you get to play as each of the different characters. So yeah, as far as beat-em-ups go, Death and Return of Superman certainly stands out, and it's worth picking up if you can find it.
SNESdrunk.
The Addams Family started out as a satirical comic strip way back in the 1930s before it became a hit TV series in 1964. It got the dreaded reboot in 1991 with a feature film. It turned out, though, that the movie was actually funny and still holds up well today. It spawned a sequel, Addams Family Values, and a Saturday morning animated series. Each of these projects produced a Super Nintendo game, each developed by Ocean Software. We start with the Addams Family, released in 1992, where the family's lawyer has taken control of the Addams household, and it's up to Gomez to run around each room of the mansion and free all the different family members. For the gameplay, yep, it's a platformer. It's the platformiest platformer ever to platform on a platform in platform land. You run around, jump on enemies to kill them, collect money, occasionally you get a projectile, eventually you get a sword, there's a fez you can wear that has you fly temporarily. It's honestly hard to come up with anything to say about the gameplay here because it's pretty bland. It's not bad at all, it's just that nothing really stands out as unique from other games. The hit detection is not forgiving either, so there's plenty of instances where you jump on an enemy and you end up taking damage instead. So this game is pretty hard. The enemy patterns here too can be maddening. I will give the Addams Family credit for having some hidden areas to explore and for providing an open-ended format for the player to approach the game in different ways. It's just the gameplay itself is so bland and the difficulty doesn't help either. So yeah, the first Addams Family game isn't bad, but it isn't worth going out of your way to play. If you want a basic platformer, there's always stuff like Plok or Ardy Lightfoot or, you know, Kirby or Mario or Donkey Kong Country or a million other platformers. Things get a little better with the Addams Family Pugsley's Scavenger Hunt. This game is based off the cartoon series, so the visual style reflects that, and it looks great. Again, this is a platformer like the first game, and it's structured in a similar way, where you start out in this room and you can pick whatever level you want to play. The big problem with Pugsley's Scavenger Hunt, as you'll find out right away, is that this game is ridiculously hard. I mean, like, borderline impossible. You know how in games like Sparkster or Twinbee Rainbow Bell Adventure or Skyblazer, you're overpowered to the gills with all sorts of methods to destroy enemies and avoid obstacles. This game is the opposite. Stuff is flying around everywhere and all of it can kill you, and you can only jump on enemies or use this pathetic kick that hardly works. Even in the stage select area, you've got these burlap sacks trying to kill you. Come on, man! Another annoying thing is this screeching sound that happens every time you change direction. That really gets old quick. Pugsley's Scavenger Hunt does have its strengths. The graphics and music stand out really well, and there's some clever puzzles here too. But this game is just way too hard to get into, especially with no way to save and no passwords. Screw that. Last, there's Addams Family Values, based of course on the Addams Family movie sequel. This time around, it's a top-down adventure-style game. You play as Uncle Fester, and yeah, I can probably guess that some of you have some repressed trauma from Fester's Quest on NES that's bubbling to the surface right now, but thankfully this game is much better than that. Fester has to find baby Pubert, who is kidnapped, and you get plenty of help from other family members who give you clues and items throughout the game. In addition to the usual adventure-style gameplay here, there's some RPG-ish elements as well, like being able to upgrade your attack and your equipment, and you level up, so to speak, by being able to take more damage as you progress through the game. The more damage you take, the weaker and shorter your lightning attack is, so you can't just hack and slash your way through the game. The problem with this game, again, is that there's no battery save, only passwords, and the only way to get a password is to find Cousin It, and you usually have to backtrack to a certain area to find him. It's pretty annoying. Overall, though, Addams Family Values is a pretty good game. The best of the three Addams Family games. It's not the most intuitive, as it can be tough to determine where you're supposed to go, or where you can go, or what you're supposed to do, but between the top-down action and the puzzle solving and the very good soundtrack, this game has quite a bit to offer. Alright, that's it for now. Thanks for watching, and have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
Usually when some guy on the internet starts out a video with a big, bold declarative statement like, there is no other game on the Super Nintendo or Super Famicom like Clock Tower, it's used to draw interest or get attention, because there can't really not be another game like it in a library of 1,000 games, right? In this case though, seriously, there really is no other game that comes close to Clock Tower on the Super Famicom. Yeah, Super Famicom, because it only came out in Japan, not in the US. It's a point-and-click survival horror adventure game. You direct the main character, Jennifer, around with a cursor controlled by your D-pad. And real quick, I have to mention that no, this game does not work with the SNES mouse. So yeah, you're looking for items, wandering around, and on the surface, this game looks really slow and boring, right? Like, what, that's all you do? How can gameplay this limited be fun? That's where the story comes in. 4 girls, including your character Jennifer, are adopted by a rich woman named Mary Barrows, whose wealth is quickly demonstrated by this ginormous mansion that you now live in, adorned by a huge clock tower. So you hang out a bit, Miss Barrows goes to fetch her husband, and after a while you go look for her, you hear a scream and come back and all your new siblings have mysteriously disappeared. So yeah, something is seriously wrong, you know, based on the music cues and stuff. After that, it's just you alone in the house wondering what the hell is going on, until... holy shit. Yeah, that's right. This dude carrying a giant pair of scissors just impaled this girl right through a stained glass window. Are you kidding me? In an SNES game? So yeah, here we have our villain, Scissor Man, who is quite literally a crazy kid wielding a giant pair of scissors, while Jennifer, meanwhile, wields nothing. You just run and hide and try and investigate on your own while occasionally solving puzzles and stumbling across items and clues. You don't really have the means to fight back here, you just do your best to hide, and when that's not enough, when your picture flashes, that enables a panic button to avoid danger, so you're not totally helpless. This kind of game is extremely tough to pull off on a limited interface, especially one as limited as the Super Famicom could offer at the time. But what makes Clock Tower work as well as it does is the incredible sound design, and more importantly, just the overall sound direction. It is seriously unnerving to hear no music, only your own footsteps, and you're just waiting for Scissor Man to appear again, and it could be from anywhere. Then you hear that creepy music cue, which is perfectly done by the way. You hear the snapping of the scissors, and you hope your hiding spot is good enough that he'll pass on by. So yeah, in other words, Clock Tower has next to nothing to do with gameplay, and everything to do with how you feel as you play it. It's all about the experience. There are not many 16-bit games you can say that about, and many of those games just aren't good. Clock Tower though is fantastic for what it is. There's a ton of replay value here too, because the story is so open-ended, you can gather anything in any order. Some friends will die, some will live, all depending on what you do when you do it. Scissor Man doesn't always appear in the same spots. Items won't always be in the same places. There's even multiple endings you can achieve. That's pretty damn impressive. Clock Tower does have its flaws though, just where its limitations get in the way, like these stairs here that take forever to go up and down. But yeah, the good far outweighs the bad. Not surprisingly, Clock Tower spawned a series of games that continued on PlayStation and PlayStation 2, and even a game on Steam that was released this past year to mixed reviews. I should mention that a port remake mishmash of Clock Tower was made for PS1 and PC a couple years after coming out on Super Famicom, but both are essentially the same game, just with better visuals. So yeah, Clock Tower is really something else. I know we all think of Resident Evil as the game that got the ball rolling for the survival horror genre, but don't overlook this game. It is remarkable how effective it is with such limited gameplay. That said, I'm not sure Clock Tower is for everyone. Some might be too impatient, or might not like how slowly the game moves along. Still, the only other game that even comes close to what Clock Tower represents on Super Nintendo is Shadowrun, and even that comparison is real flimsy. If you're looking for something from the 16-bit era that's completely different and unique, you gotta try Clock Tower. You won't regret it.
SNESdrunk.
I've been putting off doing a video on 7th Saga for a long time now. Let me show you why. Let's take a look at what it's like to play 7th Saga. You plug in the cartridge, turn on the Super Nintendo, and you get to pick between 7 characters to choose from to start your quest. Hey, that's pretty cool. I think I'll pick this dude. Turns out each of these characters are summoned and trained by a king to help him find 7 runes, which of course grant whoever possesses them all sorts of power. So let's small talk with some people for a bit, and we're off on our adventure. And I'm dead. And I'm dead again. And again. And again. Seriously? I can't even make it to the next area without getting immediately slaughtered? Yeah, that's what you're getting yourself into with the US release of 7th Saga. This game is ridiculously hard, the enemies are absurdly strong, and it takes forever to level up, so as a result, people just write off this game right from the get-go because, well, what the hell are you supposed to do here? I can't even beat the weakest enemies from outside the first town. Sure, the game lets you see every potential random battle courtesy of the map in the corner here. The game calls it a crystal ball, but they're still impossible to avoid completely. The thing is, to get this game, you have to go back a bit to the character select screen. There are 7 very different characters here. There's Camille, the typical balanced knight. There's Olvan, a dwarf with a ton of strength. There's Asuna, who's adept with magic. There's Wilme, who's built like a tank and can take a lot of damage. There's Lux the robot, who's a lot like Wilme but can use magic. Valsu is a priest or a healer. And there's the demon Legis, who's got tons of magic and the ability to use a lot of different weapons. You have to pick a strong character to start out with, or you're just wasting your time. If you start out with Asuna or Valsu the priest, just hit the reset button, you're done. For first-time players, it's probably best to go with Camille. Yeah, he's kinda generic, but he gets the job done, and as long as you fight intelligently, you won't die immediately. But yeah, this early misstep with the absurd difficulty imbalance of 7th Saga is obviously a major flaw, a game-breaking one for many people, and the game isn't just difficult at the start, this game can be work at times. It's crazy. For instance, after a certain point, it's almost impossible to kill Valsu since he can endlessly heal himself, and there's also some really cheap-ass debuffs some enemies can use that prevent you from using magic. Screw that. Yet, despite all that, 7th Saga developed a kind of cult fanbase that remains to this day. What's with that? Well, if you can get past the issues with difficulty, 7th Saga is a really interesting and ambitious game that offers an absolutely gigantic world, as well as a ton of replay value. What's really cool here is that the 6 other characters are all out looking for runes at the same time you are, since they each have their own motivations for doing so. Like for example, Lux the robot is actually one of the last of his race, and he wants the power of the runes to help him learn of the origin of his people and why he's a robot, like something out of Blade Runner. So yeah, any of the other characters you don't choose could show up at any time, anywhere, and hell, they might have even found a rune themselves. You can ask them to join your party, although there's a chance they could turn you down. If they already have a rune, be prepared to fight them for it. And these characters level faster than you do and will be much stronger than you, especially the demon, who even if you have him join your party, he could turn on you and challenge you to a fight after you find a rune. What a bastard. This aspect weighs even more importance on what character you choose, knowing that you could potentially fight the other characters. Again, if you're a first-time player, go with Camille, and when you find Valsu the priest, join up with him. Playing as a strong and balanced knight complemented with a healer makes 7th Saga a lot more palatable. If you want even more of a challenge, that's when you start playing through the game with some of the other characters. What makes this aspect even better is that if you find another character willing to join you, you can switch, although you're likely to lose the other character for good, since you'd have to track them down again if you wanted to switch again, and they'd have to be willing to join your party again, and that's pretty unlikely. As for the combat system itself, it's the usual turn-based stuff, nothing out of the ordinary. It's not technically random battles on the world map, since your crystal ball in the corner is supposed to help you avoid them if you want to, but most of the time there's just no avoiding a battle. The radar does also show you when cities and runes appear. Just as a quick tip, I would recommend against just spamming attacks in each random battle. You're going to want to defend every so often, since many times you're rewarded after a successful defense with a stronger attack. But yeah, the world here is huge, with tons of cities to visit, and the NPCs can give you clues about where the other characters in the game have been and where they're headed in the quest for the 7 runes. That's a really cool touch. Once you find a rune, it lends your character a new ability, like teleporting between cities, replenishing your magic, or strengthening your attacks, for example. So yeah, while this isn't exactly much of a story-driven RPG, at least the stuff you're obtaining to progress the story, however limited it may be, serves to be extremely useful. 7th Saga almost received a sequel in the US, but it stayed in Japan and is known as Mystic Arc. I covered it as part of the Super Famicom RPG video series. It shares very similar qualities to 7th Saga, including the radar, which works much better in avoiding random battles, but it's also not nearly as difficult, and conversely, it's a lot more generic and less interesting. So yeah, 7th Saga is many things. It's difficult, it's unique, it's frustrating, it's got some really cool ideas, it's got some quality music, and it's grind heavy. Oh dear god, is it grind heavy. But if you really wanted to, you could go to romhacking.net and patch this game with a fix that makes it much more balanced, so that's an option for you. I get both sides of the argument behind 7th Saga, I really do. I get why people think it's a waste of time because it's so difficult and grind heavy, but I also get why it's built up a cult audience over the years. I love the huge world, I love tracking down your rivals, and I love the legitimate legitimate tension this game has, whether it's the anxiousness of asking someone to join your party, or just the fear of death that lurks around every corner. I think I recommend 7th Saga, but just know what you're getting yourself into, and please know that there actually is a tiny bit of light at the end of the tunnel after you get yourself killed for the 7th time in 5 minutes. For all its flaws, 7th Saga has a surprising number of strengths that you have to work to uncover. Yeah, it's easily the most difficult RPG on the Super Nintendo, but it's still a fascinating game.
SNESdrunk.
Hi there, I thought it'd be fun to take a look at some quote-unquote forgotten sequels on the Super Nintendo, and by that I mean games that you might think are played and structured in the same way their predecessors were, but they're actually completely different games entirely. A good example of this right off the bat is Super Adventure Island 2. Now, if you've played the original Super Adventure Island, you might expect the second game to be more of the same. Run to the right, defeat enemies with a couple different weapons, ride the occasional skateboard, and beat the boss. However, Super Adventure Island 2 adheres to a more adventure-style structure complete with an overhead map that allows you to choose what area you want to play, upgradable armor and weapons, and yeah, of course, the 2D side-scrolling platforming stuff is a big part of the game, but the level design is a bit more opened up. The visual style and sprites are even tweaked a bit. So yeah, this is not just more Super Adventure Island, despite what someone might think going into it, and that's really the point of this whole video. Another similarly themed series that has a second game that might throw you for a loop is Joe and Mac. Again, the first game here is pretty straightforward platforming stuff, albeit a bit better than Super Adventure Island because it's 2-player co-op, but it's your traditional platforming structure here. It did get a sequel in Joe and Mac 2, where it improves upon the original game in just about every way while keeping everything good about the original game intact. There's power-ups like spitting fire, you can ride dinosaurs, and there's even an overworld map that eventually enables you to do all sorts of wacky stuff, like find a woman, buy her flowers, and get married. The point is, it's got some unexpected aspects here that you might not expect if you've only played the first game. Some people may not know that Draken received a sequel on the Super Nintendo. You may remember Draken as a very early release on the SNES, a very limited Western-style RPG predicated on exploration and real-time battles, and it really does not hold up well from any standpoint. It's not intuitive, you have no idea what to do at any given time other than wander around and hope you stumble into something, and the game is just goofy. However, the sequel titled Dragon View is a much better game that holds up just fine today, and it's nothing like Draken to the point that I have a hard time referring to it as a sequel. It does keep the 3D exploration aspect, but each area you enter segues into a 2D beat-em-up side-scrolling style game, complete with magic and multiple weapons. This is a solid game that might be unfairly maligned because it's Draken 2, but it's a much better game than its predecessor. Moving on, even in today's retro gaming landscape, it seems like not that many people talk about or even know about Super Turrican, a fantastic side-scrolling run-and-gun title that rivals the likes of Contra 3, so I'm inclined to believe that even fewer people may be aware that Super Turrican has a Super Nintendo sequel, which features some of the best visuals of any SNES game. In addition to all the typical power-ups you're used to from the first game, you also get a bionic commando-like grappling arm, and you can commandeer vehicles. And you get to do all this with a truly kick-ass soundtrack. It's an expensive title, but Super Turrican 2 is well worth playing any way you can. MechWarrior was an ambitious title, putting the player in a first-person perspective controlling a battle mech robot where the SNES's Mode 7 capabilities enable you to make stuff go boom. The sequel, however, MechWarrior 3050, takes a completely different approach, switching to an isometric viewpoint, which, while challenging, is pretty dang fun. It even takes a unique spin on 2-player co-op, with one player controlling the top half of the mech and the second player controlling the bottom. Both of these games have their strengths and weaknesses, but I just wanted to point them out for the purposes of this video because they're so different from each other. And hey, if you like mech robots and explosions, these games are probably right up your alley. Another interesting contrast between games of the same series is Jurassic Park and Jurassic Park 2, The Chaos Continues. Many of you likely remember the first game as a top-down adventure-style game where you try and navigate your way off the island, and you will also likely remember that this game had no map, no battery save, and no passwords. Screw that. Jurassic Park 2 took a different approach with a side-scrolling run-and-gun, shoot-everything-that-moves style game, which works that much better with a second player. The level structuring here is kind of annoying as it can be hard to find out where the hell to go, but still this is an unexpectedly fun co-op run-and-gun game. Another aspect to this forgotten sequels idea is that maybe the first game in the series just isn't very good, so you have no reason to even care about the sequel, even though it turns out to be a much better game. For example, there's Sonic Blast Man, a pretty standard beat-em-up that features some nifty moves you don't usually see in other 16-bit beat-em-ups, but it's really slow-paced and monotonous even for a beat-em-up, so this one ended up being pretty forgettable. The sequel, Sonic Blast Man 2, however, is 2-player, adds 2 extra playable characters that are much more fun to play as, the game is much faster, and there's even more crazy moves you can unleash. I don't blame you if you ignored Sonic Blast Man, but Sonic Blast Man 2 is a solid beat-em-up, along the lines of stuff like Captain Commando and the Pirates of Dark Water. Finally, there's King of the Monsters, which is a kind of fighting wrestling hybrid game made famous as an arcade game which later made its way to the Neo Geo console. The SNES and Genesis ports were limited to say the least. You only get 4 monsters to choose from. The gameplay here is just lackluster. It lacks the oomph of the original arcade, and the novelty of fighting as these monsters wears off after a few minutes. The sequel, however, King of the Monsters 2, received a much better SNES port this time around, making it less of a fighting game and more of a side-scrolling beat-em-up. The settings you can destroy are a little more interesting, and the special moves are also pretty cool. It's not exactly a classic. The point is that it's a little different than the first King of the Monsters game, and much more worth your time. Anyway, that's all for now. Thanks for watching, and have a good rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
Hey, thanks to Jason for requesting this video on my Patreon page. Today, let's take a look at the 2 Super Nintendo Sonic Blast Man games, not to be confused with Sonic Blast for Sega Game Gear, or the Sonic Blast Milkshake that's totally not a ripoff of the Dairy Queen Blizzard. No, these 2 games are traditional beat-em-ups. You go to the right, you kick and throw and punch everything that moves, all that good stuff. So what makes the Sonic Blast Man games stand out, and are they worth playing today? Well, in the case of the first game, the answer is not much. Sure, all the fundamental stuff is fine, the sprites are big and detailed, the hit detection is fine, the music is decent, and there's the usual special moves here like this spinning attack that renders Sonic Blast Man vulnerable for a second because he made himself too dizzy, and there's also dynamite punches. You activate them by pressing L, you press attack, and it functions as a clear-all attack. You can also cancel for whatever reason by pressing R. One thing I'll give this game credit for in terms of something different is the default punch sequence. You hit an enemy a few times, and then you automatically grab him, at which point you hit the attack button plus a direction on the D-pad to either do a huge uppercut, complete with a comic book style smash, a rapid fire punch, or even this hilarious looking one-armed throw, so that's pretty cool. But yeah, the basic beat 'em up stuff is all here and it's all good enough, but if I've learned anything over the years, what it is that people want from a beat 'em up, it's usually 2 things. It needs to be fast-paced, and it needs to be 2-player co-op. Sonic Blast Man is neither of these things. It's single-player only, and the 5 stages we play through drag on and on. The enemies here are as generic as it gets, and the bosses aren't all that interesting either. Worst of all though, this game is just slow. You walk slowly and enemies get up slowly. A run feature here would have gone a long way to make this game a little more palatable. Also, there's no battery save or even any passwords here. This is a game you gotta beat in one sitting. There is, however, a stage select code you can look up on GameFAQs, so at least there's that. One notable thing worth mentioning is that this is an arcade port, except the original arcade game is this first-person boxing kind of a thing where you fight enemies and destroy buildings. That stuff is also in the SNES version, but in the form of minigames between levels. Yeah, it's kinda limited, but it's still a nice break from the tedium of the beat-em-up stuff. So yeah, I can't say I'd recommend Sonic Blast Man. I like the change to the typical punch sequence, and I like the special moves, and I will say the game does get a little more interesting after you crawl through the first 2 levels, but it's single player only, and it's just too much of a slog to play through. You can find better elsewhere. And by elsewhere, I mean Sonic Blast Man 2, which came 2 years later. On the surface, you might think, well, what incentive do I have to play the sequel of a mediocre at best game, especially a beat-em-up? Surprise, surprise, Sonic Blast Man 2 is 100 times better than its predecessor. It plays much faster, and it has 2-player co-op featuring 3 playable characters, and...
I'm fighting for freedom!
What did he say? What the hell was that? Anyway, in addition to Sonic Blast Man, you can also play as Captain Choyear, whoever that is, and Sonya, who is one of my all-time favorite playable beat-em-up characters ever. She's so fast and makes this game so much fun. Seriously, compare the speed here and here. I know that's kind of an unfair comparison because it's 2 different characters, but I just wanted to show how much more fun it is to play as someone like Sonya. The controls are essentially the same, but feature two new additions: a rolling button that allows you to dodge enemy attacks, and that adds a tiny bit of nuance to the gameplay, which is always a good thing. The roll in particular makes boss fights much less of a war of attrition since it's easier to dodge. And there's also a dash feature when you press forward twice. That's a welcome addition to any beat 'em up. But yeah, the special attack button is back, and the special punch power-up is back as well. And there's two variants. One is just a stronger attack that can take out several enemies standing in a group. The other is a pretty cool looking screen clearing attack. The settings and bosses are a little more interesting too. Like here, you're fighting outside of an airplane until you make your way in and you fight this boss who looks like something out of a Mega Man X game. You're out on the docks with this dude who's evidently fishing for tires before you meet this crazy looking boss. Sonic Blast Man 2 is just more interesting in just about every facet. Even the enemy design has stepped it up a notch and gives off kind of a Captain Commando sort of a vibe. Like the first game, this is another one you have to beat in one sitting. No passwords or battery saves here, but there are some rather forgiving checkpoints if you do have to use a continue. One flaw is that this game is short. You and a friend would probably be able to finish this one in less than 40 minutes or so, but like I've said a couple times before, that's not a bad thing because the game moves by quickly and it's not like there's that many people out there clamoring to sink hours and hours into a beat 'em up. So yeah, are the Sonic Blast Man games worth playing today? The first one, I'd say no. Again, it's single player and it's just too slow. The second game, definitely. It takes many good qualities from the first game and adds a ton, making it a fast-paced multiplayer beat-em-up. I know the cartridge for Sonic Blast Man 2 is pretty pricey, but if you're looking for a good multiplayer game that holds up great today, that's the one to play, whichever way you can.
SNESdrunk.
When you hear of a company like LucasArts, of course you're first going to think of franchises like Star Wars and Indiana Jones, but they also had a hand in a few other oddball Super Nintendo games, stuff like Metal Warriors and Zombies Ate My Neighbors. Safe to say they got the shoot everything that moves category down pretty well, so they tried to go for something a little more ambitious with their next SNES title, Big Sky Trooper. It's got some of the same elements in games like Zombies Ate My Neighbors. In fact, it uses the same game engine, but there's a lot more going on in this game. Right off the bat, you start off with the LucasArts logo, and some eyeball alien thing shows up, and summons its supervisor, I guess, who then lets us know if there's anything I hate and will not tolerate, it's bones and advertising, and proceeds to destroy it, reminiscent of those Sega games whose characters interacted with the logo like in Eternal Champions. Needless to say, that little interaction there sets the tone for the rest of the game. Big Sky Trooper is an interesting and strange title. However, it's also one of those games where you start out and screw around for a while and eventually say out loud, okay, what the hell do I actually do? First you pick your character, male or female, the middle robot there is your game save, and you immediately get promoted to a 21-star general. Okay, off to a good start. It's up to you to lead the attack against the evil space slugs and the Sultan of Slime. They've taken over planets all across the galaxy, so it's up to you to get rid of them. But, how exactly do you do that? You're on your spaceship talking to this computer dog, and you're eventually brought to a map that has you navigate from planet to planet, where the game transitions into an asteroid-style minigame where you're blowing up slugs. Oh, come on, that can't be it, can it? Come on, dog, tell me what else I can do. It turns out you have to stand over the middle part of the ship here and press A. That'll equip your character with a mech suit and send you down to the planet's surface where you hunt down slugs. This is the main part of the game, and it's done pretty well, mostly because, like I said earlier, it uses the same engine as Zombies Ate My Neighbors. It has the exact same pace and the feel of the controls that game has, although the slugs are a bit quicker, so that takes a little getting used to. So yeah, it's just seek and destroy, and the number in the top right will tell you how many slugs are on each planet. Kill them all, then equip the uplink and go back up to your ship where you'll be given a new mission. And you'll be doing everything from rescuing other people, finding upgrades for both yourself and your ship, and just generally exploring planets. There's a lot to Big Sky Trooper, lots of maps, mazes, puzzles, enemies. It just takes a little while to really get into it and understand what to do and how to do it. To the game's credit, it really tries to have a user-friendly interface, but if anything, it's like they over-explain everything here and it causes more confusion, and in some cases they don't explain enough. Like for example, after you clear a planet, you have to put out a satellite relay into the planet's orbit, presumably to keep other slugs away. You just go to the viewport and press A. I'm not sure how you're supposed to know that, but oh well. The thing is, once you get into Big Sky Trooper and you get a better grasp of what to do and how to do it, it really is a lot of fun. It helps that the game is structured so well too. Once you get introduced to new items and upgrades, you can backtrack to previous areas and access hidden stuff. However, I have to admit some of the mazes are gigantic and you will get lost, like this underground factory on planet Tropicant where you transport from place to place. This is the kind of maze that'll have you drawing your own maps on napkins you have laying around. It's not game breaking or anything, but prepare to be frustrated. One other thing I should point out about this game is just the overall vibe. The art direction, the music, the story, the dialogue. Big Sky Trooper has the mood and atmosphere of a quintet game like Robotrek or an adventure game like Super Adventure Island 2. I'm not sure there's another game that's made up of the same stuff as Big Sky Trooper. The closest I can think of is Ganpuru Gunman's Proof, a Super Famicom adventure game that stayed in Japan, but even that isn't as weird as this game. So yeah, Big Sky Trooper is a surprise. It's hard to get into at first. It can be tricky to figure out what to do. Cue the guy in the comments who says he was 4 years old when he played this and figured it out just fine. Congratulations on being that guy. And some of the mazes here can go on forever and it can be easy to get lost, but this is another case where I'm not sure there's another game quite like this on the Super Nintendo or any 16-bit system for that matter. It's an adventure game featuring item management, an oddball story, and lots of exploration. It's a peculiar game with a unique vibe, and yeah, it's tough to get into at first, but it's a pretty fun game once you give it a real chance. Go check it out.
SNESdrunk.
Back in the late 90s, the first fan translation for a Super Famicom game I ever saw was for Final Fantasy V. That project helped inspire a slew of other translation projects as we moved into the 2000s for games like Bahamut Lagoon, Romancing Saga 3, and Seiken Densetsu 3. Notice how all of those are Squaresoft games, and that's no coincidence. Of the hundreds of Super Famicom games that were never translated to English, why not start with translating Squaresoft RPGs? I mean, the ones that did come over at the time were pretty frickin' great. Yet in that group of early translations, Alcahest got lumped in somehow. It was only published by Square, it was developed by HAL Laboratory. That's right, the same people who made the Kirby games. They made a top-down action RPG too, and it never came over from Japan, and it's a pretty dang good game too. I remember playing this one in high school on an early version of the Z SNES emulator. Alcahest comes across as an amalgamation of a bunch of action RPGs and top-down action games, among other things. I get a big Soul Blazer vibe from this one, but it's also got elements from games like Magic Sword, Illusion of Gaia, and Secret of Mana. I compare it to Soul Blazer in particular because of the enemy design and the wonky hit detection that works both with you and against you. I mean, okay, I wasn't exactly aiming for that enemy, but that works. The most obvious parallel with Soul Blazer, and Illusion of Gaia for that matter as well, is the way you unlock new areas the further you progress, hitting these blocks that send you zipping around to otherwise unreachable areas. The gameplay here is really satisfying because it's so simple. Press Y to attack, see enemy, kill enemy, enemy go boom. Hold Y for a charged attack, run in any direction by double tapping the D-pad, and hold still without pressing anything to use your shield. In addition to that, right away within the first section of the game, you get your first companion, a magician named Garstein, who complements your sword attacks with projectiles. Press the X button and he'll unleash a full screen attack. However, those can only be used when you have an appropriate number of SP, or special points. There are 5 allies you partner up with throughout the game, but unfortunately Alcahest is still single player only. Still, the companions here are handled kind of like in the game Magic Sword. They just stick closely to you and use their unique ability when called upon. To be honest, you're really only going to be using Princess Elixir to heal during boss battles, and it doesn't really matter who else you use the rest of the game, although once you befriend the dragon goddess Nevis, I mean, it's hard to turn down fighting alongside a dragon. That's pretty dang cool. Meanwhile, the story is exactly what you'd expect from a game like this. It starts 1,000 years ago with some swordsman hero guy sealing away a powerful demon named Alcahest with the help of Earth's 4 powerful guardians. Fast forward to present day and the seal is about to be broken, only this time there's a lackey involved named Babylon that you have to deal with. You play as Alan, the new swordsman hero guy, and you start the game getting your ass kicked before getting bailed out by one of the 4 guardians. It gives you a sword and a shield and tells you to meet it inside the cave, but that's not that easy because the air in there is unbreathable, so you gotta find the air mask. Once you get that, you need a torch to see, a hammer to smash boulders, and ice boots to walk over lava, and you proceed from there. Nothing too complicated, just find this item that unlocks this part of the game, and so on and so forth, throughout 8 stages and boss fights. Eventually you earn Guardian and abilities in tandem with your sword attack, and you can flip between them using the L and R buttons, but you can only use them if you have enough MP. Another thing that makes Alcahest a bit unusual is that the leveling system is tied to continues. That's right, the number in the top right that says next, that's not to level up, that's just to earn your next continue. There's even a password system here. So yeah, this game is structured just like an arcade dungeon crawler, but combined with adventure and action RPG elements, like earning better weapons and armor while managing your MP and SP. There's a lot going on here, but unfortunately that leads me to this game's biggest flaw. There may be a lot going on here, but Alcahest is over before you know it. You can beat this game in just a few hours. It's definitely not the easiest game. It can be challenging and pretty dang frustrating at times, but this game was just too short. A sequel at least would have been nice, but it's not out there. Otherwise, Alcahest gets all the other stuff down just fine. The visuals here look great, and the music fits the action perfectly. Each track has a sense of urgency behind it that I really like. So yeah, Alcahest is a big melting pot of a ton of different styles while still being a simple and accessible game that anyone can pick up and play, and that's a really tough trick to pull off. I would recommend this one to anyone that loves top-down action games like Soul Blazer, Secret of Mana, or even stuff like Smash TV. And I would also recommend it to people who are into arcade beat-em-ups who are looking for something with a little extra. One thing I should say is that the English patch for this game is very old, and the game needs to be patched twice, once with the original patch and once with a fix. Otherwise the password system will not work. But yeah, Alcahest is worth your time. It's a fantastic blend of a ton of different gameplay elements, yet it doesn't overcomplicate anything. It's still a simple pick-up-and-play action game.
SNESdrunk.
When I make videos about Super Famicom role-playing games that never left Japan, I try and highlight the weirder ones that the powers that be at the time may have thought were just too weird for Western audiences, stuff like Chaos Seed, Energy Breaker, and Dark Half, just to name a few. But in the case of something like Emerald Dragon, this is just a plain old good story, with good dialogue and some interesting and entertaining characters. I can only speculate why it was never officially translated, but thankfully we can enjoy the great work of Translation Corporation, who provided a fantastic translation here. You play as Atrushan, a young dragon who notices a shipwreck with one survivor, a little girl who can't remember her name or where she came from. She's given the name Tamrin, and she's treated like a younger sister to the dragons. Time passes, Tamrin grows older, and naturally she wants to find out about her past and return home. There's two problems with this. One is that there's a demon army running loose causing all sorts of chaos, and two is that Ishban, Tamrin's home, is cursed to dragons, so Atrushan and all other dragons for that matter can't exist there, or at least not without some help. After breaking off his horn to give to Tamrin so she can use it to call him whenever she's in trouble, Atrushan unveils a silver scale that enables him to change into human form to find her 3 years after she left to find her home. The story progresses from there, where Atrushan runs into all sorts of characters like princes, priestesses, drunkards, archers, sorcerers, and so on, and they're all represented brilliantly by some fantastic and expressive pixel art that comes with each dialogue box, and that little touch really goes a long way in giving this game a lot of personality. Anyway, from there, in order to defeat the leader of the demon army, you must locate what are called the Emerald Graces that will give you the power to summon the magic of the Emerald Dragon, and there's a couple other twists later on that you'll discover for yourself. The story in Emerald Dragon is well done because it feels like a lived-in world, and events unfold organically. Nothing feels too forced. It didn't feel like there were too many wasted moments, and one aspect that really helps is the chat function, similar to what you see in the Dragon Quest series. You can do this anytime you're stuck or you forget what you're supposed to do, and it brings up a dialogue sequence between your party. It's rarely just a dry statement like, oh, we should go here. There's always some life to the interaction. It's really well done. I guess that's the best way to describe the story, the flow, and the characters of the game. Everything's got some life to it. You're not just lifelessly grinding or shuffling from place to place. One thing that may turn people away from Emerald Dragon, however, is the combat system. Yeah, there's the usual world map with random battles, finding weapons and equipment in chests and buying it in shops and all that, but in combat, you only control Atrushan. Everyone else in your party is AI controlled, and that's kind of a bummer. The combat is kinda interesting though. It's a top-down view where you move around on a large grid. The more steps you take, the more your range shrinks, represented by the highlighted area here, and the more your range shrinks, the less powerful your attack, represented by the bar up top. You attack attack by simply running into enemies, just like in the old East games. So yeah, the battle graphics here aren't exactly Breath of Fire 2 or even Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. It's pretty lo-fi, but it is at least something a little different. Yeah, it's a big letdown here that every other character in your party is AI controlled, and in addition, the only characters that you can level up are Atrushan and Tamarin. But to the game's credit, the AI isn't that awful. The characters aren't as reckless and stupid as they are in a game like Dark Half. Plus, Atrushan can turn back into a dragon for some cool spells, and he learns a new one for each Emerald Grace you obtain. And another nice touch, each character does a different scream when they're attacked. That's an unexpected touch I don't think I've seen in any other SNES or Super Famicom game. It's nice that the AI isn't stupid, but they might be too good here. Sure, it seems frustrating that you don't get to choose when to use a healing spell, but they heal constantly, so that's not a problem, and that made the battles really easy. I was coasting through this game, and you only get a game over when Atrushan dies, so really all you have to do is make sure he doesn't get surrounded, and just move him out of harm's way, and you'll breeze right through this one. I should mention, of course, that Emerald Dragon was ported to the Super Famicom. The game originated on the PC 8801 and PC 9801, and also got versions made for the X68000, MSX2, and much later the PC Engine CD and Super Famicom. The PC Engine CD version is said to be the definitive version of the game since it comes with great-looking cutscenes and voice acting to complement the story, but there hasn't been an English translation made for that one yet. So, if you want to play Emerald Dragon, you're probably better served playing the English-translated Super Famicom edition. I enjoyed this one. There's some impressive pixel art, the music is very good and fits the game well. I liked the story, the world, the characters, and I like that there's little bonus side quests here and there, like the casino and the arenas you'll find in certain towns. What really stands out, though, is the sharp dialogue, thanks to the people at Translation Corporation. This is one of the rare games where most of the time, it actually feels like it's how real people talk, so kudos to them. Emerald Dragon isn't perfect, though. The battle system is something a little different, but the combat gets boring because through so much of it, you're just sitting there watching. I confess I used the fast forward button on the SNES 9X emulator a bit on this one. So yeah, I wouldn't think of Emerald Dragon as among the ranks of the best role-playing games the SNES has to offer, but it's certainly a worthwhile playthrough if you want to scratch that JRPG itch.
SNESdrunk.
Aero Fighters is one of those Super Nintendo games that's more well known for its price tag than the actual gameplay. The cartridge alone regularly sees prices of around $600 on eBay and Amazon, and don't even try and guess what it goes for complete in the box. It's one of those cases where it's almost impossible to know the real sales stats of this game, and therefore no real information on how rare this game really is. It's all, evidently, been lost to history due to Aero Fighters being published by its development team's US office, a company thrown together named Miko River, or Miko River. I'm not even sure the right way to pronounce that. But yeah, they were the US publishing arm of developer Video System. They had plans to publish 3 Super Famicom games in the US, but only 2 made it, Hyper V-Ball and Aero Fighters, also known in Japan as Sonic Wings. This is an arcade port that was originally made in 1992, and the only home console that got it was the Super Nintendo, released the next year. If Aero Fighters could be known for anything other than its current price tag, it would be that it's a fantastic 2-player co-op vertical shoot-'em-up, probably the best multiplayer shoot-'em-up on the system. You have 4 different fighters to choose from, and your starting point depends on who you pick. You travel all over the world fighting military in the US, Japan, Russia, the Middle East, the Mediterranean, Sweden, and you fight over settings like a city, a war zone, a desert, and eventually outer space, with the city being memorable because various buildings get smashed up as collateral damage. Whoops, sorry folks, go ahead and continue your workday filing papers or whatever, just ignore that wall doesn't exist anymore. Each plane has a different weapon and a different power-up structure, and each pilot gets a clear screen attack as well. So it's not unlike many other shoot-'em-ups in that regard. Aero Fighters has a lot going for it. This game looks great, the sound design is fantastic, the music is exhilarating, and of course the 2-player co-op option is awesome to have in a game like this. Each character has their own story here too, but they ultimately boil down to the princess is in another castle. The structure is also unique in that the order in which you play through the stages is going to be different for each fighter, but regardless of which stage comes later, that'll always be ramped up in difficulty, complete with cheap projectiles that come at you at the last possible second. Unfortunately, Aero Fighters is a classic example of a short game that's made artificially longer by being brutally difficult. The levels are very short, I mean you're at the boss fight in no time flat, but in the meantime the action here is intense as hell, and the boss fights are pure bullet hell. But if you get really good at this game, you can beat it in something like 20 minutes. No saves or passwords, however. Now, I played through this one with a Super Famicom cartridge titled Sonic Wings on my original Super Nintendo, and while that cartridge still goes for like 50 or 60 bucks, it's a better alternative to taking out a second and third mortgage to get Aero Fighters. A couple other things I should point out, like if you lose all your lives during a boss fight, you have to continue back from the beginning of the level. Also, several reviews of this game from back in the day complained of slowdown in certain parts, and I can't say I saw too much of that got in the way of gameplay. It did pop up here and there, but it was gone quickly, and it was nowhere near the levels of slowdown you saw in games like Gradius 3 and Super R-Type. Aero Fighters, or more accurately Sonic Wings, got a couple sequels on the Neo Geo, and all three games were combined into one package called Sonic Wings Special, released in Japan for Sega Saturn and PlayStation 2, and eventually being made available on the PlayStation Network in North America. Nowadays you can play this compilation on Android. So yeah, I do think Aero Fighters is worth playing today. It's a short but intense shoot-'em-up that you can play with a second player with minimal slowdown. I think it's easily one of the 6 or 7 best shoot-'em-ups on the Super Nintendo as well. But there's no chance in hell it's worth the price it's commanding, not unless you're a collector with a Scrooge McDuck money bin. The best way to play this one on Super Nintendo hardware is either with a flash cartridge or by getting Sonic Wings for Super Famicom.
SNESdrunk.
When thinking of the Super Nintendo mouse peripheral, many people's minds go straight to Mario Paint without realizing that the mouse is actually compatible with a lot more games. I covered one of them a couple months ago titled Shien's Revenge, a first-person gallery shooter game where you hurl stars at enemies while defending yourself with a dagger. Another decent playthrough featuring the Super Nintendo mouse is Tin Star, developed by Software Creations, the same people behind Equinox, Plok, and Ken Griffey Jr. Presents Major League Baseball. Man, it's been way too long since I mentioned that game. Tin Star is a Wild West themed game, similar to Wild Guns, only in this case, not only can you use the D-pad on a regular controller and the Super Nintendo mouse, but also the Super Scope, which is nice. You can adjust the sensitivity of the cursor for all three in the options menu. The game is structured in a way that you're following Tin Star, the name of the character you're playing as, in his first week as a new sheriff in town. Each day of the week or level has 4 different sections. You start every level with a training session, which is a nice touch. Gallery shooters aren't exactly the kind of games where you can just pick up and play and be skilled at right away, so I appreciate these sections being here. After that comes the real meat of the game, where you're defending stagecoaches and trains, shooting your way through jailbreaks and cattle stampedes, stopping bank robberies and barroom brawls. There's some inventive stuff here, and what makes it stand out even further is the art style. It's got a similar robotic Wild West motif as Wild Guns, only Tin Star has much more of a playful Saturday morning cartoon vibe, a comedic Earthworm Jim kind of a slant, and that's also represented in the story. What I really like is that so much of each stage is interactive. You can shoot just about anything on the screen and either destroy it or elicit some kind of reaction. It's really well done. The music here is also pitch perfect, recalling some old Ennio Morricone pieces. What makes this game much different from other gallery shooters like Wild Guns is that you don't control Tin Star. You're only tasked with protecting him while you clear the screen of enemies and projectiles around him. Once you get past these sections, you move on to one-on-one fights, and you're shifted to a first-person perspective. It's a showdown with just one character, but the game has you shoot the draw icon when it appears in a different spot each time before you can fire a shot at your opponent. In addition to all that, there's also protection missions as well, where, for example, you have to save regular bar patrons from the clutches of evildoers, and failure to do so results in a loss of health. I would not call this game all that difficult, but these sections here are by far the toughest part of the game and take quite a bit of practice to get any good at. And I should mention that this is a long playthrough spanning well over an hour. Some of you may get burnt out on this one before you finish it because the gameplay is so simple, and that's understandable. But there are incentives to play through this one. For instance, there's 3 different endings you can achieve based on how much money you're able to accumulate. Finish the game with less than $750,000 and you get the quote-unquote worst ending. Finish between $750,000 and $1 million, you get a better ending. And finish over $1 million and you get the best ending. There are plenty of opportunities to earn extra money throughout the game, with all kinds of bonus games thrown in at the end of certain stages. Money is also required to save your game, and that eats into your total, so keep that in mind as well. So yeah, Tin Star is worth playing today. The developers took a simple idea of a gallery shooter and injected it with tons of personality with the art direction and gave the game some unique structuring that keeps the shooting aspect from getting old. This is a pretty long playthrough too, so I really appreciated the variety in all of the different missions. Tin Star should be commended for taking a simple idea as far as it did, and in addition to that, this is only one of 4 North American Super Nintendo titles compatible with both the mouse and the Super Scope, the other 3 being T2 the arcade game, Lamborghini American Challenge, and Operation Thunderbolt. It's really nice to have that kind of flexibility, and if I had to recommend the best way to play this one, believe it or not, it's with the mouse, especially with the sensitivity turned all the way up. It worked really well for me. Tin Star is also a cheap cartridge at around $7, so I definitely recommend tracking this one down. And thanks for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
Development team Nintendo R&D 2 were responsible for some quality NES titles from way back when, stuff like Mach Rider, Ice Hockey, and NES Tournament Golf, before moving on to the Super Famicom, where they cranked out a couple of games that sadly never left Japan. One game is Sute Hakun. I covered this one a couple years back. It's a really tough puzzle platformer that gets very complicated very quickly. It's the kind of game where it's easy to see a lot of planning and forethought went into it. And the other game is Marvelous Mohitotsu no Takarajima, which translates to Marvelous Another Treasure Island. And this is another weird, ambitious game that's kinda hard to describe. To give you a hint, it's the first game directed by Eiji Aonuma, the guy who eventually went on to become the director and lead designer of the Legend of Zelda series, starting with Ocarina of Time. And right away, with Marvelous, you can see the Zelda influence here, namely from Link to the Past. As you can see, the game uses a similar pixel art style, some of the same sound design, and the same top-down viewing angle. The English translation even uses the Link to the Past font, but make no mistake, Marvelous is pretty different than Zelda. So you turn on the game and you're watching a bunch of monkeys. It's Winky's 16th birthday, and as a present, this old dude gives him 3 conspicuously colored keys that unlock the secret of the island. Winky is told he must find 3 humans who are worthy of the keys before they're suddenly under attack from a group of intruders. From there, we're whisked away to meet 3 boys at camp, named Dion, Max, and Jack, and we're introduced to the game's mechanics. You control all 3 characters and can switch between them using the R button. The character you've selected will be wearing a hat. You can also split the team up and bring them back together by blowing a whistle. The structure here is a bit like a Lost Vikings game, where each of the 3 characters has their own unique abilities and you use each of them to solve puzzles. You can also take a closer look at items all around you, and what's really interesting here is that on the examine screen, the game shifts to a higher resolution output. Normally games are 256 by 224, but when this screen gets pulled up, you switch over to a 512 by 448 output. I think you can nearly count on one hand of the number of games that have actually utilized this capability. For instance, Seiken Densetsu 3 uses it on the character select screen, Power Drive uses it on its menus, RPM Racing used it, but yeah, it's not common at all, so it's kinda cool to see it actually implemented into the gameplay here. Anyway, the emphasis is on puzzles, combining traditional Zelda stuff with point-and-click adventure mechanics and the aforementioned Lost Vikings party system. You pretty much just wander around and wait for the question mark to appear over your head, at which point you examine closer and piece together what you need to do to progress. You can also use items you find, or do some good old-fashioned teamwork like moving boulders or standing on top of each other to reach something. Here's a real simple example of a puzzle, since I don't want to give away too much. You've got this boulder blocking your path. Normally, what you can do is position all 3 kids to move the boulder out of the way, but you can't do that here since you need at least 1 kid on each side. So you have to find something that enables one of the kids to get to the other side. And sure enough, there's lots of items here that each kid can equip, like a fishing rod, jump shoes, and even the Pegasus boots. Okay, they're not called that in this game, but geez, does this look familiar to anyone? But yeah, it goes find item, unlock new area, explore, look around for clues, and so on. There are enemies here and there, and you do eventually get some weapons you can use, like a baseball and a glove for instance, but it's certainly not the emphasis of the game or anything. I should also point out that there's other minigame stuff here too, like fishing and soccer. But it's all about the puzzles here, and they're usually pretty simple. It's nothing that's gonna keep you up all night or anything, but there is enough going on here that will at least make you scratch your head once in a while. The time travel puzzles later on are pretty cool. This game is also pretty dang short, so there's not a lot of content here unfortunately, but what's here is pretty decent. What really shines in Marvelous Another Treasure Island is how the story is told. It's really cleverly structured into a Saturday morning cartoon series kind of a way, where the kids just kinda inadvertently bumble their way into trouble while also stumbling ever so close to the marvelous treasure. Also, the folks behind the Finnish English translation really did a great job here. You can tell a lot of work went into this project. If you really dig this game, there's two marvelous Satellaview ROMs out there that you can track down, titled Time Athletic and Camp Arnold, and they're treated kind of like side quests, nothing in depth, but some nice additions to the game if you're interested. It's also worth pointing out that this game got extensive coverage in Nintendo Power in North America in the February 1997 issue volume 93 with Mario Kart 64 on the cover, so at some point a localization was planned but eventually cancelled. To give you a hint as to why it was cancelled, all you gotta do is look at the rest of that Nintendo Power issue, which has previews of all kinds of N64 games, so it's pretty clear Nintendo simply just wanted to move on rather than localize this game. So yeah, if you're into simple puzzle solving, you gotta check out Marvelous Another Treasure Island. It's an easy recommendation if you like stuff like Link to the Past, Lufia 2, Lost Vikings, or even Goof Troop. Just bear in mind that it's single player only and that it's pretty light on combat by comparison. The focus here is definitely on the puzzle solving, and while the puzzles may seem too easy for some, it can definitely hit that sweet spot for others. So definitely try this one out any way you can. And I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
A few weeks ago, someone dug into the Nintendo Switch's NES app to find a group of file names, or more specifically, a group of Super Nintendo game titles that many are assuming will eventually be added to the Nintendo Switch's online service. There's a lot of obvious games there, like Super Mario Kart, Link to the Past, and Yoshi's Island, but there's some oddities in there too, like Poppin' Twinbee, Breath of Fire 2, and namely, Stunt Race FX. Now, I talked about this game a bit in a video from a couple years ago titled Which Games Featuring the Super FX Chip Are Worth Playing Today, but if this game is eventually going to be made widely available, then it's probably time to give it its own video. So right away you take one glance at Stunt Race FX and it's clear that this is unlike any other Super Nintendo game that's come before or since. What's especially interesting about this one from a technical standpoint is that unlike Star Fox, where just the ship's enemies and certain objects are rendered, here the entire track has to be rendered in addition to the vehicles and random other stuff. As impressive as that is, unfortunately it leads to two major drawbacks. One is the restricted viewing area, especially when you play this game against a second player. I mean, geez, do I need to attach an oversized Game Boy magnifier to my TV screen? The other drawback is the limited frame rate, so there's not much of a sense of speed here. But I don't think either of those flaws make this game a stay away, and I still think it has some redeeming qualities that hold up well today. Yes, it's true, if you're looking for a quote-unquote true racing game, you're better off with something like Top Gear or F-Zero. Stunt Race FX isn't going to compare to those two, but that's because it's kind of in a category all on its own. To start with, you have several game modes. There's Speed Tracks, which is a combat race where you deal damage across 12 different courses against a computer opponent. Free Tracks is the same 12 courses, just in a time trial mode. Stunt Tracks is 4 completely separate stunt courses, plus one bonus event where you're bouncing around collecting stars. And Battle Tracks is the 2-player mode, which can also be played single player against the computer if you'd rather use this tiny viewing area when you don't have to. Kinda weird. There's 3 different cars to start with. The big 4-wheel drive truck is slower and can take a lot of damage. The F-Type has the highest top speed but wrecks easily, and the Coupe is the more balanced of the 3. Once you successfully complete the Speed Tracks mode, you'll unlock a motorbike and eventually a big semi-truck. The controls are pretty straightforward. I mean, it is a racing game after all, but it should be pointed out that the select button can switch between 3 different perspectives, and that can really make a difference in your experience depending on which vehicle you choose. You can also hit the X button to extend your wheels skyward to avoid obstacles, and you hold the Y button down for a turbo boost, and you use the L and R buttons to help drift and manage corners, and that's important because one key to progressing through this game is managing the damage meter. You take damage in this game from slamming into the wall, slamming into other racers, or getting slammed into a wall by another racer. That is a killer, but it's also really satisfying to do to somebody else. The controls do take some getting used to, but they work just fine. I recommend starting with the Coupe, and remember to rely on the L and R buttons for sharp corners. Now, some people are gonna frown on how this game looks, and yeah, the frame rate is a major bummer, but like Star Fox, Stunt Race FX has a very distinct look and feel to it that's unlike any other game. The developers at Nintendo EAD and Argonaut Software really did a fine job packing this game with a ton of personality, to the point that each vehicle is outfitted with a pair of eyes, giving this almost like a Pee-wee's Playhouse kind of a vibe. Also, the tracks themselves are really cool. There's 12 racetracks total and 4 stunt courses, and each one has at least one moment where you stop and say, wow. Like when you go underwater in the Aqua Tunnel, or when you watch the sun burn off the fog in the King's Forest. The guys from Star Fox even stopped by to say hi. I should also mention that halfway through each circuit is a bonus mode where you drive the semi through gates, and to be honest, it's kinda lame. It just kinda gets in the way, but whatever. What steals the show here, though, is the stunt mode. You pretty much just have to complete the courses, collecting as many stars as you can as you drag your vehicle to the finish line, usually with barely enough left on your damage meter to survive. These are actually a lot of fun, especially the bonus course, which changes to a top-down perspective and has you destroy 3 other cars. The up and down course is also fun, especially when you're playing as the 4-wheel drive truck. You gotta love that sound design. Speaking of sound design, the music throughout the entire game is fantastic and goes a long way toward adding that extra bit of personality. It's one of those soundtracks that not only fits the game perfectly, but when you hear just 1 second of one song, you know immediately it's from this game. Oh, and just to point this out, I know some of these games can end up being misrepresented when footage is recorded from an emulator or from a flash cartridge or whatever, so just so you know, here's footage of the game from the original hardware, and here's footage of the game from SNES 9X. Of course, video compression from both my video editing software and from YouTube are going to compromise what you're actually seeing here, but still, I thought I'd at least call attention to that factor. So yeah, Stunt Race FX is one of those games you take one glance at and say, nah, this is super outdated. But I have to admit, I'm surprised to say, if that's your attitude, you are missing out. Sure, as a pure racing game, despite the obvious technical achievements present here, it's not very good because it doesn't have that same sense of speed that other racing games do. My response to that is, don't go into this one expecting a typical racing game, because that's not really what Stunt Race FX is. It's something else entirely. It's a weird, goofy, but enjoyable combat racer featuring vehicles with eyes, with each course almost being like a little world unto itself. If I had to put my finger on it, I think the big thing this game got right is the physics engine. There's something playful and toy-like about how the cars bounce around and slam into each other. It's really well done. So yeah, despite its obvious limitations, Stunt Race FX is still a fun time today. And I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
I've talked about this many times before, but when looking for a new game to play, and by new game I really mean an older game that you just hadn't heard of, it's just not realistic to expect to find something as good as Mega Man X or Earthworm Jim or whatever to just spring from nowhere. Usually you gotta make do with something that falls into the category of perfectly okay, even if it's flawed or not particularly challenging or whatever. That's how I would describe a game like Ardy Lightfoot. When I say this game is perfectly okay, I'm not calling it a quote-unquote hidden gem, and I'm definitely not saying it's as good as some of the more prominent Super Nintendo platformers, but it's still worth a look because to a lot of people it's unknown, maybe because it didn't sell a ton of copies or didn't get rented a lot, or in my particular case, I never even saw this one advertised very much because I didn't find out about this game until much later on. On the surface, Ardy Lightfoot looks paint by numbers, like one of the gazillion mascot platformers out there like Aero the Acrobat or Bubsy or Rocky Rodent, just to name a few, but I think this one's a little better than those games. You play as Ardy, who appears to be a cat of some kind, and you're accompanied by his best friend Peck, a bird that follows him around. You press the Y button to essentially throw Peck at your enemies, and he gobbles them up. The rest of the controls are about what you'd expect from a game like this, with two exceptions. You can hold the B button to bounce on your tail for a higher jump, and you can press and hold up to hide in the background from enemies. There's 17 levels here, you get 4 lives and unlimited continues with a password system. 1 hit from an enemy and you lose Peck, although the game gives you plenty of opportunities to find him again. Take another hit without Peck and you lose a life. And yeah, okay, I admit this is one of those cases where it's hard to pinpoint what exactly it is about this particular game that makes it better than other platformers. It's one of those things that boils down to feel, and that can be difficult to pin down. The main thing that stands out for me is the combination of the controls and the camera. Too many times now, when you play some of these platformers, either the controls are way too sensitive, like in Bubsy, or way too tight, like in Warlock, for example. Or the controls will be fine, but sometimes the camera will be all over the place, like how it is in Judge Dredd. But in Ardy Lightfoot, they get both just right. I guess the word I'm looking for is comfortable. This game is comfort food. When I use that analogy, I mean it in both a good way and kind of a bad way. Yeah, Ardy Lightfoot is comfortable to settle into, but that's kind of all it is. There are some interesting settings here, like when you get swallowed up by a monster and you have to traverse its insides to get out, but otherwise this game is just kind of bland. When I edit these videos, I like to string together as many different settings and environments as possible, but in this one, so many of these look the same. It looks like I'm showing off the same level over and over. There's so much brown and beige and tan and gray that it gets old after a while. The level design also isn't exactly inspired here either. You'd think with a cool little mechanic like having a bird helper friend at your side would allow you to do some neat things you can't do in other games, and yeah, sometimes the game takes advantage of Peck's presence, but overall the level design falls kind of flat. It's certainly not bad. The last level where you're upside down is kind of cool, and using Peck to dodge these spikes is a fun challenge, but it just seems like they could have done a lot more. If anything, there are certain areas that could have used more polish because there are some difficulty spikes that show up here and there that are really going to enrage some players. It's nothing too unusual, just stuff like annoying enemy placement and blind jumps, that sort of thing. One thing I really like about Ardy Lightfoot is the presentation. Yeah, I know I just ripped on the level design and the settings, but the sprite work here is well done, and I really like how the story is told, with the only dialogue being this blurb of text at the beginning of the game. The sacred rainbow has shattered into 7 pieces, and Ardy's gotta go find them all before the evil King Visconti gets to them. But more than that, how the story is told here is great. There are certain sequences throughout the game that seamlessly move from gameplay to a cutscene, like this early boss here where he chases you on a minecart into a cavern before you fight him. There's lots of stuff like that throughout this game, and I really like it. The music fits the game perfectly too, and I find myself getting a lot of the tunes stuck in my head. I especially love the overhead map music. However, I should point out, if you play the Japanese Super Famicom version of this one, you'll find a few differences both in the game and the manual. The Japanese manual here is courtesy of rvgfanatic.com and was translated by a gal by the name of Kate, and the artwork here is fantastic. There's a link in the description if you want to see more. The Japanese game also has a gruesome boss death where it melts in acid until it's reduced to a pile of bones, where in the North American version it just gets conked out. And there's other minor little touches here and there throughout the story that are a tad bit different. Anyway, yeah, I enjoy Ardy Lightfoot because it gets the basics right. The sprite work is good, the controls are just right, and the camera is at the right proportion, and it doesn't zip around too quickly. Yeah, it's not always the most interesting game, and there's some balance issues that I alluded to earlier, but it's still a solid playthrough. The more I think about it, the more this game really could have used a sequel to build onto what this game does well, as well as add a few more things. But as it is, Ardy Lightfoot is 16-bit comfort food. Don't go into it expecting too much, just a reasonably comfortable playthrough that I think most people will dig. And I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
From the makers of games like Equinox, Tinstar, and Ken Griffey Jr. Presents Major League Baseball comes a happy, bouncy, colorful little platformer in Plok. Many people take one look at this game and immediately ask, what the heck is this Plok thing supposed to be? Well, according to the manual, he is a bundle of pure energy. His hobbies include collecting flags and hating fleas. Okay, sure. One day someone steals Plok's favorite flag, presumably a flea, I guess, and Plok's gonna go find it. Hey, I've heard of worse stories for video games. Of course, all the usual platformer stuff is here. B jumps, Y is your attack, the A button is a super jump of sorts, and other features unveil themselves as you progress through the game. For instance, the X button activates these helper hornets you collect. You find them in nests here and there, and they just kind of hang out with you until you tell them to go sick some enemies. However, you don't find these until much later on. There's also a feature here the game refers to as the Lost Amulet. You see those shells I'm collecting? Of course, there's the time-honored tradition of collecting 100 for a free guy. That's a given. But the shells are also used to power Plok's amulet. Just tap the L and R buttons several times and Plok will go all Tasmanian devil until the shells run out. But again, that's not until much later on in the game. You get 4 lives to start with and 0 continues, but that's where the letter system comes in. For each level you complete, you earn a letter, as you can see in the upper right there. Spelling out Plok completely earns you a continue, so in other words, you get a continue for every 4 levels you finish. The areas where you earn those continues also act as checkpoints, so if you lose all your lives, you start over from where you last earned a continue. Another interesting feature of Plok is that he uses his limbs to attack. They just fly off of his body, which is a funny visual, especially since he can lose all 4 limbs at once, which leaves him to just hop around as a torso. There are puzzles you'll come across throughout the game that take advantage of this. For example, there's sections that have these targets here. Hit them with one of your limbs and it'll change the landscape around you, but the catch is your limb won't come right back to you. It'll be waiting for you on a hanger somewhere. Some targets require only feet, some require all 4 limbs, so you'll have to hop back on just your torso and retrieve your arms and legs. It's pretty cool. One other thing I should point out is that when you attack, the limbs that connect with an enemy will come back instantly, but if you miss, they kind of float their way back slowly, so you really have to be accurate. Thankfully, most enemies in the early going are hard to miss, but as the game goes on, you really pay for missing enemies. Unfortunately, for all the cool features I mentioned so far, it's hard to get a sense of any of that stuff in the early going. The first handful of levels really aren't going to sell anybody on this game. It's not until much later on that you get a better idea of both of the level design and of what Plok is capable of. That's the game's biggest flaw. I mean, it comes across as just kind of a boring, regular old 16-bit platformer that blends in with the rest of them at first, but as you keep playing, you'll find there's tons of fun stuff here. For instance, there's several different weapons Plok can equip for a brief period. Just look for these present boxes here, and Plok can equip boxing gloves, a flamethrower, a pistol, a spread gun, and a rocket launcher. There's also levels later on in the game that utilize vehicles like a truck, a jetpack, a unicycle that comes with a water cannon, a motorbike that comes with grenades, a helicopter that drops bombs, a UFO, a tank. There's also items that essentially turn you into Sonic for a bit. There's quite a bit here and it's pretty dang fun. The level design also has some interesting stuff going on. There's the targets I mentioned earlier, but there's also tons of hidden areas that unlock bonus sections where you get to use many of the aforementioned vehicles, so it pays to stop and look around a bit. The settings also get pretty weird as well, like this part here where the game goes into a dream sequence and Plok imagines himself as his grandfather, and the game goes black and white? Seriously, it stays that way for this entire world. That takes some balls to try and do. The presentation is also made out to be like an early 20s silent film. It's the kind of stuff you simply don't see in other games. There's a couple of other flaws I need to mention, however, one being the difficulty. This game is really tough, and in kind of an unfair way at times. Stuff just appears on screen way too quickly, like these falling logs here. You have to be absolutely pinpoint accurate not to take damage. Also, these fleas take about a gazillion hits to kill, which is annoying, and there's these platforms that zip around way too quickly, to the point that you practically have to jump before they even appear on screen to land on them. To Plok's credit, the controls here are great, and you're able to adjust your jump in mid-air Mario style. But still, there's a good amount of annoying stuff like that throughout the game. Also, I need to point out that this is a long playthrough, like maybe a couple of hours long, and there's no battery save or passwords here. That's a bummer. Back to the positives though, I absolutely have to talk about the music, composed by Jeff and Tim Follin. It's one of the very best soundtracks in the entire Super Nintendo library, containing a wide range of moods and styles. Some tracks sound like they belong in a Turrican game, some remind me of Yoshi's Island, while other tracks sound like this. It's crazy what they were able to pull off here, and the game sounds awesome from beginning to end. So yeah, Plok is a fun playthrough. I love all the different weapons and abilities, the music is freaking great, just don't let yourself be deterred by the slow start. Like I said earlier, the first few levels of this one make this game seem like any other platformer, but it's not. The real deal breaker with this one is the difficulty. Plok is freaking tough and sometimes blatantly unfair, and that's a bummer. But still, the good outweighs the bad here by a long shot, so I definitely recommend this one. And I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
I've made over 500 review videos for this channel so far, and I still keep finding Super Nintendo platformers I haven't covered yet, with titles like Harley's Humongous Adventure. So Harley makes me think of Harley-Davidson motorcycles, Humongous makes me think of Lord Humongous from Mad Max 2, and Adventure makes me think this might be an RPG. Hey, that sounds awesome! But nope, this is just another platformer, but thankfully it's not all that bad. It's not all that great, but it's not all that bad either. You play as Harley, your typical rad dude from the 90s who may or may not be related to the rad dude on the cover of Kid Chameleon, only this kid's a genius who somehow invents a shrink ray, but apparently he's not that smart because he accidentally shrinks himself and destroys the machine in the process. So you play through the game as Tiny Harley, going around your own house collecting parts for your machine so you can repair it and presumably reverse the shrinking process. You get 3 lives and 1 continue to use across 20 levels, no saves or passwords here, and it's the typical platforming stuff. B jumps, X is to use your jetpack, which is a nice bonus, A is a projectile attack, and the L and R buttons are used to flip through the different weapons you can pick up, which are household objects like nails, thumbtacks, rubber bands, and marbles, and they all do different things, and as you progress through the game you learn which weapon works best for each enemy type. For instance, the marble is going to work best here since you can drop it straight down. You also eventually find firecrackers too, so you can make stuff go boom. However, Harley's Humongous Adventure is one of those games where you take one glance at the screen and say, this is pretty lame, and I don't blame you, the visual style falls kind of flat, but it does need to be pointed out that the enemies and bosses you run into here look like something you'd see in a claymation game, like Claymates, and that's because the enemy models were made by that same dev team. The boss in particular is interesting because it's the same boss that keeps coming back, but he's replacing his own body parts with stuff, like a spring for legs or some sort of cannon thing that replaces his eyes. But yeah, other than the enemies, stuff like the settings, environments, and your own character sprite are all kind of blah. The controls are fine, they're about what you'd expect in a game like this, but with one glaring flaw. You have to come to a complete stop to turn around and fire your weapon in the other direction, and it's really annoying. You'll try and jump and use your attack when an enemy passes and comes after you, and you'll turn around to face them and you'll end up facing the wrong way more times than not. Ugh, so obnoxious. And what's with these flies trying to vomit on you? That's some bizarre enemy design. Other than that, the controls are okay, and that's mostly thanks to the wide open level design that allows you a ton of freedom to move around. Many of the levels are huge, and these machine parts could be absolutely anywhere, but there's no time limit, so you can take your time and collect all the different weapons, and these nuts that give you an extra life when you reach 100. You'll be using your jetpack a lot, and the controls can feel a little loose at times, but it's still pretty fun to use. Bear in mind you're only allotted a certain amount of fuel per level, and when you're out, you're more than likely out until the next level, so you could essentially soft lock yourself into a game over, because there are certain levels where you have to use the jetpack to get to the next spot. I didn't run into this myself. The fuel is pretty generous, but I could see this happening to someone, and they would end up writing the game off entirely as a result. Anyway, there's other levels here, like where you're riding a jumping tank, or flying around in the air ducts, or floating around in bubbles above a bathtub, or swimming underneath the kitchen sink. It does get pretty hard at times, but the most frustrating part for me, more often than not, is just finding the machine part so I could move on with the game, but that definitely wasn't a deal breaker for me or anything. There are plenty of checkpoints here and there in the form of these bells, so that's handy. So yeah, Harley's Humongous Adventure is extremely average. I don't think it's as good as other platformers like Claymates or Plok or Ardy Lightfoot, the latter two I looked at a few weeks ago, but it's definitely not as bad as stuff like Incantation or Bubsy. I'd put it in the same category as stuff like Dino City or Rocky Rodent, and I describe those games as good enough. Not worth going out of your way to play, but not awful, just good enough. And Harley's Humongous Adventure is good enough. And I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
There are a myriad of reasons why certain Super Famicom games never leave Japan. Some maybe simply couldn't find a publisher stateside or elsewhere, but in a lot of cases, the original source material the game was based on was never made available outside of Japan. For instance, Ghost Sweeper Mikami started as a manga and was eventually adapted as a 45-episode anime, and it was pretty rare for stuff like this to get any exposure in the US at the time, other than what you might see at a place like Suncoast Video. Ghost Sweeper Mikami later received 2 video games, GS Mikami for the PC Engine and Ghost Sweeper Mikami Joreishi wa Nice Body for the Super Famicom. Your mileage can vary when it comes to licensed games, but thankfully this one was made by Natsume, who also made great games like Wild Guns, Ninja Warriors, and Pocky and Rocky. And no, I admit Ghost Sweeper Mikami doesn't measure up to those titles, but it's still a perfectly good action platformer in its own right, and it brilliantly captures the source material really well. There's 7 total levels, each interspersed with a cutscene that tells the story of the title character, Reiko Mikami, who runs a poltergeist hunting agency. I should mention that no, you don't need to know Japanese to play through this one, and unfortunately there is no English patch available yet. There is, however, a text translation floating around out there. It's pretty easy to find if you just Google it. Anyway, one day a mysterious package shows up at Reiko's door, containing a statue with a note that says that there are hidden stones that you can find that, when attached to the statue, can unlock a treasure of some kind somewhere, I guess? As you can see, Reiko and her partner Yokoshima are pretty fired up about that, while Okinu, their ghost friend, isn't so thrilled. Unfortunately, these other 2 characters aren't playable, but they're key components to how the story is told here, as well as the general vibe of the show, so fans should enjoy that. They do show up in the game to help you out with all sorts of health replenishments. At first glance, this game calls to mind another anime-styled action platformer in Kendo Rage, but Ghost Sweeper Mikami has a lot more going for it. Yeah, it's pretty standard stuff at first, a single-player game with a health meter, 3 lives, and unlimited continues and a password system, but there's this odd little mechanic here where you can attach your wand or staff or whatever this is to the bottom of these platforms by doing a downward slash. Press the up button and you do a flip that doubles as an attack, and the game gets pretty creative with how these are utilized, like the last level here where you're actually creating your own platforms as you go, all while dealing with the changes of gravity the game throws at you. It's really well done, and it adds something slightly different to the genre. There's also 3 different power-ups for your staff, but they just really only add a projectile. They're useful for boss fights, but it's nothing special, and you lose them if you take just 1 hit. In addition to that, there's talisman you can pick up that serve as clear screen attacks, and during boss fights they will actually freeze bosses for a few seconds. And there's also a regular freeze talisman, I guess, which freezes the entire screen for a bit longer. Seems kind of redundant, but whatever. The level design overall is quality throughout the game. It keeps you on your toes not knowing what to expect next. One level you're riding on the back of a giant cat, the next you're zooming around on a broom, you're at an amusement park dealing with these weird slopes, and through it all there's this kind of unsettling horror vibe. For instance, right away you've got these zombies coming at you, and your initial attack only destroys their torso. Their legs keep coming toward you. There's also whatever these things are, whatever this is, or these disembodied hands, or these weirdos peeking out from behind doors. Yeah, kinda weird. Most of the boss fights also have kind of an unsettling vibe to them, like this ghost thing that comes out of the walls, or this giant possessed doll. Now that is creepy. One thing to keep in mind is to always, and I mean always, hold up when you attack, because it does kind of an upward slash, and not only does it have the most range of all of your attacks, it also deflects enemy projectiles back at them, so it's an extremely useful attack. And that brings me to this game's one big flaw, the difficulty. There kind of isn't any. And don't get me wrong, that's fine. Not every game has to be Super Ghouls and Ghosts, but this game is a breeze to play through, and it's a pretty short game, which is both a good thing and kind of a disappointment in my eyes. I really like a lot of what this game has to offer, and there's just not enough of it, or not much of a challenge either, but whatever, oh well. So yeah, Ghost Sweeper Mikami Joreishi wa Nice Body is well worth checking out. As you can see, a lot of effort went into making this game look like its source material, and it nails the vibe of the anime. The sprite work here is fantastic. I mean, that should be obvious to anyone watching. And the music is also well done. This one may not be all that well known, but it definitely has that polished feel to it you'd expect from a high quality developer like Natsume. So this is another one you're gonna want to play any way you can. Alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
As long as sports video games have been around, there's always been one lingering criticism. Why would you play a football or baseball or basketball or hockey or whatever game when you can actually go outside and play it yourself? Alright, allow me to explain. When you're a fan of professional sports like I am, the gaming world offers kind of an alternate universe where you are in control of what happens. For example, I'm a Minnesota sports fan, which has not been fun for the past 25 years because none of the teams I root for have even been to the finals of their respective league in that time, or have let alone won a championship
championship. So as a kid, being able to play a season of Madden as the Vikings or a season of Griffey Baseball as the Twins, that allowed me to change that. And not only that, in some instances, you can even make trades or create your own players, like you could in NBA Live or the NHL series. Now, having said all that, that puts games based on stuff like volleyball in a bit of a precarious position, because I mean, the professional volleyball circuit isn't exactly the most popular thing out there. So the same things that make the NFL, MLB, NBA, or NHL video games popular aren't going to apply to volleyball games. Thankfully, the people behind games like Hyper V-Ball understand that, and they know just a regular old volleyball game just isn't going to cut it. Yeah, there's 12 international men's teams and 8 international women's teams, but most importantly, there's 8 robot teams that play in a robot league where they can evidently play God with physics. I mean, come on, this isn't just volleyball, this is Hyper V-Ball. The action takes place strictly from a 2D perspective, and the format follows a traditional volleyball structure for the most part, where you serve, save, set, and spike. And the game provides 4 different types of set passes and spikes depending on which direction on the D-pad you're holding, and it actually works pretty well. You can also defend and block a spike as well, which is just as simple as timing your jump correctly. The only real issue with the gameplay is that it's pretty dang slow paced. On one hand, that works from a strategic standpoint since you can aim your spikes for a gap in the defense. On the other hand, your opponent tends to repeat the same patterns over and over and over again, so games can really drag at times. The controls are really simple. You press A to jump and then Y at the right time to serve or spike, but you really have to be spot on with your timing because it's easy to whiff. If you're playing in the Robot League, you can also press the Y button on spikes to put a little English on the ball, so to speak. In a funny touch, you can also press the L button during the game to get comments from your coach. Nothing he or she says is all that insightful, but it's still pretty funny to see. I've also read that the R button substitutes players, but I have to plead ignorance on that one because this game shares the same problem as, say, Bill Laimbeer's Combat Basketball. I can't tell one player apart from another. You can hit a ball so hard into another robot, however, that it has to be removed from the game. In fact, you eventually get to the point where you can take out so many players that the other team has to forfeit, so that spices things up a bit. My favorite bit, though, is probably the robot ref, who actually talks trash when you mess up. Hyper V-Ball was developed by Video System. Geez, you think your name is generic enough? And they also made the F1 Grand Prix series for the Super Nintendo, as well as Aero Fighters, and each of those games range from okay to pretty dang good, so they got a pretty good track record. Still, Hyper V-Ball is just okay at best. The Robot League stuff is cool, but they really could have done a lot more with it, and the pace of play is just way too slow. Plus, playing against the computer can get pretty boring because the patterns are so repetitive. It feels like you're just doing the exact same thing over and over. But still, I gotta say, if for whatever reason you're jonesing for a 16-bit volleyball game, then Hyper V-Ball, well, it's not great, but it's not terrible either, and it's decent enough with a second player, so there you go. Alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
Back in the 80s and early 90s, in certain parts of the world, it wasn't about Nintendo versus Sega or anything like that. It was all about the Amiga. Yes, that's right, some of you watching just got goosebumps from the mere mention of the word Amiga. And I don't mean a Spanish girlfriend, I mean the computer that still has a maniacal fan base to this day. In fact, I think if you say the word Amiga in the mirror 5 times, an actual Amiga computer materializes above you and crushes you like in a Monty Python sketch. So, what kind of games did the Amiga feature at the time? Stuff like Chuck Rock, which caught on so well that it became the mascot of developer Core Design, with the main character even appearing in comic books overseas. It was also released for the Atari ST, Commodore 64, and like a dozen other platforms. But my only exposure to Chuck Rock was the Super Nintendo port, which is not the greatest. It's choppy, sluggish, and just pretty forgettable as far as platformers go. Fast forward to today when I get a Patreon request from Anthony who says to play the Chuck Rock games on Sega Genesis, and sure enough, they're actually pretty good ports. That's one thing I miss about the old Nintendo versus Sega days, even though the games were pretty much the same, and yeah, Chuck Rock is basically the same on both Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis. One game just lends itself better to Sega than it does the SNES, and that seems to be the case with a lot of Amiga ports, mostly for technical reasons that I won't bore you with. But the point is, Chuck Rock is a better time on Genesis than Super Nintendo. You get 4 lives and 1 continue to get through 5 levels with a password system. You have a pretty substantial health bar, and your attacks include a jump kick and this belly bump. You can also throw all sorts of rocks at enemies. Get it? Chuck rocks? Nah. So, why is this game better on Genesis? Don't get me wrong, this isn't some incredible hidden gem or anything, but it's still a perfectly okay platformer as opposed to a totally mediocre one. But one reason the Sega version is preferable is because of the wider screen resolution. The levels here are pretty huge and enemies come from all over the place, so just being able to see more of what's trying to kill you makes this a more comfortable playthrough. Also, the game just plays smoother and comes across as more polished, and like I said earlier, the Super Nintendo version is choppy by comparison, as you can see. The level design does a decent enough job making this game stand out. The main mechanic at work here is the ability to use a rock as both a projectile and as a platform, but it does take quite a bit of practice to make sure you're not accidentally throwing them off of ledges. All the typical caveman stuff is here, you know, bones, dinosaurs, caves, jungles, although the last level has you traversing the inside of a dinosaur, so that's pretty cool, even though it does blatantly rip off Joe and Mac. Also, your character may look like he'd be the starting left guard for the Minnesota Vikings, but he controls surprisingly well. Like here, most underwater levels are such a pain because it's just the same old stuff in slow motion, but in this game it's handled pretty well. And I enjoy the cartoonish nature of the art design here, like this instance where you squash a slug and it straightens out and acts like a platform. I should mention there's quite a few flaws here. There is at least one instance where you can mistakenly throw one of these larger stones in the wrong spot, and the stones don't respawn, leaving you with nowhere to go, soft-locking the game and forcing you to kill yourself and start over. Again, I only ran into this problem once, but I wouldn't be surprised if it showed up at least a couple times. Also, the belly bump attack just sucks. Its range is way too short to be effective, and I'm reminded of the pathetic sword attack in Lagoon. Just stick with the jump kick and you're much better off. But getting back to this game's strengths, I have to mention the game's opening theme because it is great. Chuck Rock received a sequel a couple years later, Chuck Rock 2 Son of Chuck, where sure enough you play as the infant son of Chuck Rock, only this time you get to swing a bat around. Again, this game originated on the Amiga but got ported to all the major Sega platforms at the time, but unfortunately this game is a lot more bland compared to the original. Sure, there's some halfway interesting boss fights, but the swinging attack kinda sucks. And there's just not as much personality as the first game. It's the classic case of a game not being bad, just kinda boring. But going back to Chuck Rock, it is very much a product of its time in a lot of ways. It's a mascot platformer among dozens and dozens of them, and it's a caveman game, so it's easy for something like this to get lost in the shuffle, along with games like Joe and Mac, Congo's Caper, Prehistoric Man, or the Bonk series. The Super Nintendo edition of Chuck Rock definitely comes across as generic, but the Genesis version is halfway decent if you're into platformers. It definitely has its flaws, but at the very least, it's a subtle and interesting look at how two ports can be the same game, yet play quite differently. And I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
There's a staggering number of manga and anime-based games on Super Famicom that never made it out of Japan. Just a few weeks ago, I took a look at a game based on Ghost Sweeper Mikami. So let's keep heading down that path, this time with Cyborg 009, a game based on the manga of the same name that dates back to the early 60s. You may have heard of this one, since the 2001 anime TV series aired on Toonami, and many of the films also got released all around the world. The Super Famicom game, however, remains kind of a mystery. There isn't a lot of information on this one out there, and it's one of those in-between games where this game is perfectly playable even without knowing Japanese, but there's plenty of stuff here you gotta skip over if you go that route. There is an English patch available from the good folks at Aeon Genesis if you'd rather play it that way. Otherwise, this is just a 2D side-scrolling action platformer, but the structure here is interesting because for each level, you pick 3 out of a selection of 8 different characters, those being Cyborgs 002 through 009. What's cool is that each of those characters all have their own unique ability. 002 can fly for a brief period, 003 can see in the dark, 004 has a rocket launcher, 005 can break through walls, what is he, Chris Jericho? 006 can breathe fire, 007 is not James Bond, sadly, but he can take the form of certain enemies. 008 is the only character that can swim without dying, and 009 can run really fast and outrun certain obstacles.
Like I said, you pick 3 characters per level, and it's up to you to choose the right 3, which means, yeah, there's some trial and error here, but it also gives the game some replay value. For example, in the first level, you're automatically given 009 as your lead, but you're also going to want to pick 003 to see in the dark, and 005 to break through some walls so you can progress with the level. The game can be kinda rigid like that, but the later levels allow for a little more freedom with your picks. You can switch between your 3 characters at will using the L and R buttons, and it's B to jump, Y to fire your weapon, and X or A to use your special ability, which is tethered to an energy meter up top that automatically recharges. Unfortunately, the health meter is shared between all 3 of your party members, and you only get 3 lives and 3 continues to get through 4 missions with no password system or battery save. There's also a leveling system of sorts here. You pick up these EX icons laying around, and you can apply them to whichever character you want at the end of each level. Now, this game was developed by BEC, and the only Super Nintendo game they made that actually made it out of Japan was Ultraman, one of the most dreadful games on the system. But don't let that dissuade you, since they also made the Slayers RPG, as well as the SD Gundam X games, and all of those are perfectly decent games, and I guess that's how I describe this one. It's perfectly decent, but it's got some big-time flaws. Sure, the ideas here are strong. I mean, it's an action platformer with all sorts of different characters with different abilities. That sounds awesome. But, as I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of trial and error here with who to choose for which level, and in addition to that, these levels are huge, and they go on seemingly forever in all directions. Seriously, you can just wander around this game for hours if you'd like. It's crazy. I would guess the idea here is to find as much experience as you can so you can level up your party, and there's quite a bit to find, and some people will dig that, but it can be a bit frustrating without any sort of map to go by. Also, the controls here aren't for everyone either. The jump is just weird. You hang in the air for like a second before you're sucked back to the ground as if by a magnet, and every character is like that. Plus, you can't shoot up in this game, only left and right, just like in Turrican. This game is also on the difficult side, but only because health replenishments are so hard to come by. So yeah, Cyborg 009 for Super Famicom has a pick-up and play element to it, but action games that have a trial and error factor like this are always going to be hit or miss with people. Either this is your bag and you get used to the controls quickly, or it's just not your thing. This game is a bit like a cross between a Turrican game, Phantom 2040, and G.I. Joe for NES, but that's probably giving it too much credit, and it's definitely not as polished as any of those games. But if you're a fan of the Cyborg 009 franchise, you'd probably enjoy this one a lot more with an English patch. I have it linked in the description. Fans should also know that there is a Sega CD game that never left Japan as well, so you might want to check that one out. As for this one, it's certainly interesting, the structure is cool, but the level design and the strategy behind picking characters could have been a lot better. This is one I'd recommend just as a curiosity. Alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
Megami Tensei is a hugely popular series that continues today on 8th generation consoles, including all sorts of offshoots and sub-stories, but it got its start all the way back on the Famicom with Digital Devil Story before making its way to the Super Famicom in 1992 with Shin Megami Tensei, and continuing later with Shin Megami Tensei 2 and the spin-off Shin Megami Tensei If. And those are the 3 games I'll be looking at in this video, and all 3 have English translation patches that are available on romhacking.net. Bear in mind that all 3 games have since received ports or remakes on everything from the Game Boy Advance to PlayStation Network to the Wii U. Alright, let's just get right to it. These games have some very distinct strengths and weaknesses that are either going to make or break the experience for you folks watching. So let's just discuss those right now before we go any further. First, all 3 of these games are turn-based RPGs in the horror genre, and they are horror games through and through. There's some really strange, interesting, and unique imagery throughout, and the game does a great job conveying an unsettling vibe, especially with the music. In that way, I liken these games to something like Secret of Evermore, in that, yeah, that game has its share of flaws, but I've played a gazillion 16-bit games at this point, the good, the bad, and the ugly, and as a result, I firmly believe that there is no other 16-bit game like it. Nothing comes close to the atmosphere or the ambience of that one, and I think the same applies to all 3 Shin Megami Tensei Super Famicom games. They're strange and unusual in the best possible ways, so if you're a horror fan, that alone is going to be a selling point right there.
But unfortunately, these games all have one major flaw, and that's that they can be pretty dang frustrating for the wrong reasons, even for role-playing games. Part of that is because this game can be somewhat grind-heavy, random battles are a deal-breaker for some people, and another part is what the game refers to as the Demon Summoning Program, and I'll get into that later. But first, let's take a look how the first game starts out so you can decide for yourself if this is something you want to get into. You begin by wandering this strange hallway with suitably creepy music playing, and this face confronts you. Then you're prompted to give yourself some stats. All I can say for first-time players is put a good amount into speed so you can dodge attacks and run away from battles if you need to, and also put a good amount into intelligence since that'll come in handy later. And don't bother with magic or luck. Your character can't use magic, and luck is just random anyway. From there, you keep walking around, finding new people that are evidently new party members that you can name and distribute stats to, all while enjoying this incredibly bizarre imagery before, yep, you guessed it, it's all a dream. You wake up and get on your computer, man, it's like nothing's changed at all in the last 27 years, only to find a friend has messaged you a demon summoning program that enables you to talk to demons and maybe even recruit them to fight for you? What? No, this isn't a Nigerian prince scenario, it's legit. From there, you can leave the room, go outside, wander around, and talk to people and find out what's going on. It turns out a girl has been murdered and your neighborhood has been sectioned off by a police investigation. As you can see, this game is pretty open-ended for a 16-bit game, and you can explore stuff mostly at your own pace. You can go into this building here, where you end up in a confrontation with this guy with a knife before he gets his throat ripped out by a demon. Whoa. You go back home, you go back to sleep, and have another strange dream. You wake up, and before you know it, more and more of what you're seeing in your dreams starts to become reality. And now when you go outside, you begin to run into random battles, and yeah, for the most part, it's typical turn-based combat, only from a first-person dungeon crawler perspective, of course, with the twist here being that you can actually talk to and negotiate with some of these demons. But this is where the game really shows its age the worst, in my opinion, because the combat here really isn't all that interesting. All the typical items, armor, and weapons are here, and like I said, there's a lot of random battles. There is an auto battle button, but still, the combat here is just time consuming. And the negotiations here, so to speak, are pretty dang limited, at least at first. Your intelligence stat helps a lot in recruiting, so you're going to want to bump that up as much as you can. And demons cost money, so currency is really important here for more than just buying the typical items and gear. Demons also cost magnetite, which you collect and accumulate from winning battles. Later on, you can even fuse demons together to create stronger monsters that'll help you out, but early on you'll hit quite a few speed bumps getting there. Bear in mind there's hundreds of demons here, which is pretty dang cool, and there are eventually demons you can recruit that actually help you mitigate the number of battles you fight, but getting to that point may take a while. Also, there's a lot of management involved here since demons don't level up or anything, so you gotta be constantly adding new demons and removing older ones. That's where the fusion system really comes in handy. The major thing these games have going for them are the stories and the themes. The world here in the first game, and in all three games for that matter, is rooted in an ongoing conflict between order and chaos. There's people that want to summon the god of law to the earth because if everything's orderly, then everyone's happy. Then there's the opposing group who want to stop that from happening and summon the god of chaos, who will grant everyone free will. So yeah, two opposing sides convinced that their way, and only their way, is the true path to happiness. This conflict will not only bring destruction to the earth, but also a rebirth, both on an individual and societal level. I mentioned earlier how these games are all open-ended, and the structure isn't just open-ended for the sake of being open-ended. There are consequences for the decisions you make, and they lead you down one of those two paths. But what's a really nice touch is that in addition to that, you can also go a neutral path. Yeah, that's right, you can basically tell both sides to F off, although that's by far the toughest path to take. But each of the three paths will lead to different boss fights and eventually different endings. Playing the original Shin Megami Tensei reminds me a bit of playing a game like SimCity for Super Nintendo versus, say, Cities Skylines on modern systems, in that it can be tough to go backwards just because of all the functionality you're losing out on. In the case of SimCity, sure, Cities Skylines is obviously way more in-depth, but the SNES SimCity still has that relaxing, easygoing feel to it that still makes it approachable and playable today, regardless of how outdated the gameplay is. I feel similarly about Shin Megami Tensei. Yeah, the negotiation stuff is rough around the edges, and you may be used to much better in later games, but the rest of this game makes up for it in the visuals, the music, the weird story centered around law versus chaos, plus the fact that it's an open-ended, non-linear JRPG made in 1992, which is pretty uncommon. Also, this game does a great job combining the surreal by placing it in a modern-day setting, and you can't say that about too many other 16-bit JRPGs.
A couple other things I should mention is that there is an iOS version out there that's based on the Game Boy Advance remake, and it has an official English translation. Otherwise, if you're playing this on the Super Famicom, just use the translation on romhacking.net. I should also mention that there's one important quality of life improvement patch that makes this game easier to play. It's called the Map Button Hack, and it simply lets you access the world map by pressing L or R instead of going through all the cumbersome menus. So yeah, if you want to go back to the first Shin Megami Tensei, make sure to weigh the strengths versus the weaknesses here. The strengths are the art direction, the music, which is so good and does an awesome job dictating the atmosphere. It really doesn't sound like any other game. There's the open-ended structure, there's the story with the 3 different paths you can take depending on what decisions you make, and there's the themes here. Good versus evil isn't just surface level stuff in these games. If all that sounds like it's up your alley, and you don't mind tons of random battles, a steep learning curve, and a wonky demon summoning system, then you'll enjoy Shin Megami Tensei. The sequel, simply titled Shin Megami Tensei 2, came out a couple years later. In some ways this is a true sequel since it's got similar gameplay. It's still a dungeon crawler first and foremost, but it's much more polished. The stats are the same, the stat distribution is mostly the same, and the user interface in particular is a bit easier to use. You don't need a patch to route the map to the L and R buttons anymore. This game's already got it there, thankfully. The demon summoning system is a lot more flexible, but at the same time there's a lot more variables to account for. It's simply just a larger dialogue tree to work with. I would say the second game is a little more forgiving as well. There's a gauge that shows you how close a random battle is lurking, and overall the game is a little bit less grind heavy. The themes of law versus chaos are still here as well, allowing your choices to affect how the game's story progresses. So yeah, the same open-ended structure is here with a lot of exploration, but unfortunately with exploration comes tons of random battles and tons of backtracking. And again, that's going to be a deal breaker for some of you out there. So, from a gameplay standpoint, it's certainly an upgrade, but the story is totally different. You play in a post-apocalyptic world as Hawk, a gladiator who's lost his memory, and gladiators are seen as only that, just fighters, they aren't citizens. So you fight as Hawk to win the right to become a citizen. Once you get out of that sequence, the world really opens up and you start gaining more party members and finding out you're the quote-unquote chosen one and all that. And just like in the first game, there's heavy religious themes here. I'm talking straight up God versus Satan, law versus chaos, all that good stuff. I don't want to spoil anything. I'll just say that if you liked the first game, then you'll definitely dig the second game. I can say the same thing about Shin Megami Tensei If, which just got an English translation patch last year, and yeah, once again, it's just more dungeon crawling, more combat, more random battles, more demon management. All that stuff is a bit more polished than previous games, but again, the real difference here is the story, and while you don't necessarily have to play the first game to enjoy this one, it's considered a spin-off of that game, a what-if scenario where none of the events in the first game happened at all. The story features Hideo Hazama, a high school student who's fed up with being bullied, so he decides to perform an occult ceremony in the high school gym to get revenge on everyone. It kind of backfires, and the entire school is drawn into what's called the Expanse, or the Demon Realm, where Hideo declares himself king. Sure, okay. You play as a nameless kid who bands together with friends, with the difference here being that your path depends on who you pick as party members. If you pick Shinji, you'll just abandon everyone else and go home. If you pick Yumi, you go the route that saves the rest of the school. If you pick Reiko, it's similar to Yumi's route but with a few extra dungeons. And there's also Akira, who becomes available via New Game Plus, which again is more dungeons, but also with a cool twist that I won't spoil here. I'll just say it's the most interesting path of the 4. Fans of the series might be interested in knowing that this game's story is set in the same continuity as the Persona series. In fact, it's considered to be the precursor to Persona, so if you dig those games, you might be interested in checking this one out, just as a curiosity. So yeah, to sum up, the gameplay of all 3 is pretty much the same. They're all first-person dungeon crawlers with turn-based combat, and the demon summoning system is pretty rough in all 3 games, especially the first game, but it's a little more polished in the sequel and in If. The obvious differences in the games are in the stories. I personally liked the first one the best, but the stories in all 3 games are well told, and they're definitely something different for the time. In addition, I don't think you necessarily have to play these games in order. It's in the same boat as, say, the Breath of Fire or the Lufia games, where yeah, there's little things here and there you might miss out on, but ultimately playing them in order is not a requirement. So, if you can stomach all the random battles and the time-consuming backtracking, then you're gonna like all 3 Shin Megami Tensei Super Famicom games. Alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
With the arrival of stuff like the NES Classic, SNES Classic, and all the other new plug-and-play retro systems, lots of people are rediscovering older games they'd forgotten about, and as a result, many folks are now getting their kids into retro games as well. To try and help out, I made a video about the best kid-friendly games on the Super Nintendo about a year ago, but I have to admit there's one glaring one I forgot, and believe it or not, it's Super Widget. This one's actually a licensed game based on the cartoon Widget the World Watcher, which aired for 65 episodes between 1990 and 1992. You play as a 4-foot-tall purple alien who's named Widget, and he's hellbent on protecting the Earth from evildoers who pollute and exploit the Earth's environment and natural resources for profit. And before you say this is a ripoff of Captain Planet, this show arrived just about at the same time as that show did. Although in my opinion, Widget is slightly less overbearing and obnoxious, and the art style and design has more of a Hanna-Barbera feel to it. Widget first arrived on the NES as just your standard side-scrolling platformer before the sequel Super Widget arrived on the Super Nintendo a couple years later as a, you guessed it, a standard side-scrolling platformer. Both games were developed by Atlus, and when you think of Atlus, most people think of Shin Megami Tensei or the subsequent series Persona, so these games keep some very strange company. Now, when I first played this one, I was ready to dismiss it as a waste of time because after 30 minutes, I had steamrolled through the game without dying once. Not because I completed the game, I just got bored. There is next to zero difficulty here, but then I realized, oh yeah, duh, this game is based on a kid's cartoon, and the game is targeted to kids, not for 37-year-old doofuses like me. And that's one question I still get pretty often from dads out there that say, hey, I want my 4 or 5-year-old to get into retro gaming, but stuff like Super Mario World and the Mario All-Stars games are just too difficult for them. What do you recommend? So in addition to stuff like Kirby Superstar, Do-Re-Mi Fantasy, and Super Adventure Island, I'd have to put Super Widget up there too. No, this game definitely is not perfect. The controls are slow to respond, and Widget has a certain weight and momentum to him that's a little hard to get used to. But the level design is pretty straightforward, the enemy design is exceedingly simple, the boss fights are super easy, and the game is really colorful and playful looking, featuring all sorts of environments and settings. In addition to being easy, Super Widget is also really forgiving. You get 4 lives and 3 continues to get through over 30 stages in several different worlds, and there's tons of opportunities to get extra lives. There is a password system as well. Now, the key to this game being such a breeze is the transformation or shape-shifting power-ups that you find throughout the game. Widget can change into up to 12 different characters, everything from an ostrich, a wasp, an octopus, a dragon, or just kind of a superhero-looking guy, I guess. There's 2 tiers of power-ups. For example, when you're the lobster and you find another transformation power-up, you turn into an octopus. Hey man, I don't know how or why, that's just, you know, how the game is laid out, man. Take 1 hit as an octopus, and you revert back into a lobster. Take 1 hit as a lobster, and revert back into Widget. Take 1 hit as Widget, and you die. But bear in mind, there's plenty of other power-ups here as well, like force fields and the like. Super Widget may be kid-friendly, but it's definitely still a flawed game. There's some serious issues with hit detection and with the platforming. It's one of those games like Wizard of Oz where, for whatever reason, you just can't friggin' land on the platform you want to, so that can be frustrating. Also, when you're stuck as just Widget, his attack is a straightforward punch, and it's pretty lousy, especially when you're trying to hit flying enemies. So yeah, if you're someone around my age and you play Super Widget, you're likely to get bored and or frustrated within about 5 minutes, but that's because you're not the target audience for this one. This game is clearly made for kids of a certain age, and if you consider that, this game does a good enough job. The pixel art is well done, the art direction is good, the music is good, the game is super forgiving, and the gameplay features some cool power-ups that get more interesting the further you progress. So yeah, for kids of a certain age, Super Widget gets the job done. Just don't expect that age to be 37. Alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
A few years back, I took a look at StarTropics, a game that's still a bit underappreciated today. It's not just tropical Zelda, although I can see how people could get that impression, but it's a fun adventure title with some solid enemy and dungeon design, an interesting story, and a great soundtrack. No, it's not perfect. It's definitely dated in some ways, like how you have to talk to just the right person to progress the story, and with how brutally difficult it can be, but it's still a good playthrough. That game was made in 1990. It came and went before suddenly 4 years later, in 1994, we get a sequel on NES? Yep, that's right. It's StarTropics 2 Zoda's Revenge. Or is that Zoda's Revenge StarTropics 2? Well, whatever. Either way, it's pretty stunning to see a first-party title made exclusively for the NES as late as 94. It was the second to last Nintendo-developed offering for NES right before Wario's Woods, but even that game received ports on stuff like the Super Nintendo. But yeah, StarTropics 2 maintains that same vibe the first game had going. It's kind of like Dragon Quest meets Zelda, where you go around talking to people, gathering info and collecting items and such, but in a completely different setting, which creates a totally different vibe, while still maintaining a science fiction theme overall. Once again, you play as Mike Jones, and the game picks up right where the first game left off. He receives a telepathic message from Micah, the princess he rescued from the first game, and she asks him and Dr. J, no, not that Dr. J, to solve this weird code on the side of their spaceship, and in doing so, Mike somehow gets warped back in time, all the way back to the Stone Age. From there, you proceed through 8 different chapters, or time periods really, where you help each village or whatever solve the problem of the day, which will always result in Mike obtaining what's called a tetrad. Okay, it's a Tetris block, which will propel Mike further into the future and closer to home. But in the meantime, he's got to go through ancient Egypt, the Middle Ages, the Wild West, meeting everyone from Cleopatra, Merlin, Leonardo da Vinci. What is this, Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure? But yeah, the weird sense of humor from the first game is still well intact. Eventually, you reach a time period where you discover Zoda, the final boss from the first game, and he's also trying to recover all the Tetris blocks, so it's a race to see who can get them first. The structure here is well done, and I always dig time travel stuff like this in a video game setting because you never know what to expect next, and that was the main hook for me here as to why I kept playing through this one. Now, the big make or break factor for most people when it comes to the first game is the controls. Mike could only move one tile at a time in 4 directions, and it was extremely restrictive, and that went a long way into making the game so difficult. In StarTropics 2, there's a lot more freedom of movement. You can move in 8 directions now, and you can even change directions in mid-jump, so that's nice. Plus, there's a lot more weapons here, like an axe that you can upgrade into a dagger or a sword, and a magic projectile thing, which works similarly to the yo-yo in the first game, in that its power is tethered to your health meter. The weapon system here is well done, since enemies will react differently depending on what you use to attack them, so that's a nice touch. And also the boss fights here are really cool, since the game introduces a lot of mechanics and puts them to good use, like these conveyor belts that have you zipping around all over the place, and there's disappearing platforms. It's challenging without being, frickin' impossible, like the first game was. So the story structure here may be well done, and the combat is improved from the first game, but the dungeon structure here might put some people off. Just take a look at how the game starts right from the get-go. You slowly move through this overworld map before you fall into an invisible hole. And yep, you guessed it, you gotta defeat all the enemies in all the rooms to proceed back to the overworld map before you fall back into another hole. What is this, E.T. for Atari 2600? This really gets old, and it's a shame that the game starts out this way, but it does get a little easier to manage the further you progress. You still get 3 lives, and when you die, you start at the beginning of the dungeon just like the first game, and I will say the dungeon design overall is still pretty interesting, although it's not quite as puzzle heavy as the first game. But yeah, there's no getting around how annoying that overworld map can get. There's a few more flaws here that I have to point out, like for instance, yeah, it's great that your character isn't so restricted to moving around on a grid, but the thing is, the dungeons themselves are still designed on a grid, the same as the first game, and it creates some dissonance that makes certain jumps really awkward. Plus, there are some bad limitations you'll run into occasionally, like damage loops where you simply have no place to go other than sit there and just take a ton of damage, so that sucks. Oh, and good freaking luck with that brutal boss gauntlet at the end, too. So yeah, StarTropics 2 is a much more polished version of the first game with some changes here that may strike you as improvements, or maybe they strike you as diminishments. I think most people will like the controls a lot more here, plus having more weapons is great, and the story is a lot of fun, but some people are gonna get really annoyed by the overworld structure, and the mix of the character's movement and the dungeon design may throw some people off. I also liked the music a lot more in the first game, but that's just me. I will say, if you liked the first game, you'll love this one, even though it's got its flaws, and if you've never played a StarTropics game at all, I think this one is a better place to start than the original just because of the controls. Alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
The Super Nintendo features racing games with cool, futuristic cars driving hundreds of kilometers an hour like F-Zero and Top Gear 3000, and racing games with vehicles armed to the teeth with missiles and lasers like Biker Mice from Mars and Rock and Roll Racing. So, with all that territory staked out already, developer Very decided, hey, let's make a racing game where you race with K-cars? Yeah, that's right, nuts to all that cool futuristic stuff or any of that crazy combat racing. Hey, I had a K-car way back in the day, a 1985 Plymouth Reliant, and it only took a full 30 seconds to go from 0 to 60, which usually meant I was only going about 35 miles an hour by the time I merged onto a highway. I mean, come on, who doesn't love the thrill that comes with the throaty roar of a K-car? In case you're not familiar, a K-car pretty much refers to a car that's specifically made for efficiency over performance. In other words, a grocery getter. And yeah, sure enough, Cat's Run Zen-Nippon K-Car Senshuken features 10 different racers and 10 different cars, and each car is taken from a real-life example, like the Honda Today, the AutoZam AZ1, and the Suzuki Jimny, and they all, you know, look like this. Each car is rated in 5 categories. Top speed, acceleration, and handling are all self-explanatory, body dictates how it handles when bumping into other cars, and dirt is how the car performs off-road. What's interesting is that instead of racing in a circuit or a series of races, all the tracks, settings, and environments are all linked together as one long race, kind of like Outrun. The end of an area is triggered when you come across a red ball, at which point the screen goes black and the track reappears with a brand new setting with new obstacles and hazards. This transition here works in different ways depending on which game mode you choose. If you pick Street Path, that links all 10 tracks together as one long race, so you just move from one area to the other. But if you pick the Split Path mode, then there's only 5 tracks linked together with the leader of the race being able to choose which path to take, either left or right, keeping things slightly more unpredictable. Cat's Run plays like a cross between a kart racer and an arcade racer. The steering will feel very familiar to anyone that's played a ton of Super Mario Kart, and the drifting is similar too, but the structure is closer to an arcade racer. There's also items you can pick up, mostly weapons like a bag of spikes, a teddy bear, an oil drum, and a shoe. They mostly work like the green shell in Mario Kart in that they only go in a straight line directly in front of you, so yeah, it can be hard to hit other cars. The only other item you can pick up that's not a weapon is a nitro boost, and those are hugely important here as you might expect. Just wait for a brief straightaway and let her rip. That brings me to what's maybe the game's biggest flaw. This game is kinda easy, and as a result, it's kinda boring. At least with a caveat I'll get to in a little bit. Sure, this game has charm in spades. You gotta love the expressive character portrait for each character right there in the bottom of the screen. I admit sometimes I get stuck watching their reactions instead of watching the road. But once you get into first place, it seems like nobody ever overtakes you, and it's really easy to just coast to the finish. There are different difficulty levels you can change in the options menu, but they don't make much of a difference. Also, the game's marathon structure means there's no on-screen map, and I know that can be a bummer for some people as well. So, if you win the race, then you have a one-on-one race versus the final boss, and she is frickin' impossible to beat. She's like 1,000 times faster, takes on turns much quicker than you, and yeah, no chance in hell. The thing is, once you get your face beaten in on this race, you gotta start over all the way back at the beginning. That's not that big of a deal, since even the street race takes something like 15 minutes to complete, but it's just a bummer that you don't get another crack at the boss right then and there. If you do manage to beat the boss, you unlock her as a playable character, as well as a policewoman, and more notably, her police car, which is fast as hell. I should mention real quick that in street mode, if you lag behind at all, a police car can chase you down, and if she catches you, it's game over right then and there. The only other mode this game has is a 2-player split screen mode that gives you 4 tracks to choose from that are 4 laps each. But yeah, other than that, there's really not much going on in this game. I guess it is a racing game, so you really can't expect that much, but still, it would have been nice to have just a little more. I will say the music does its part here. It's a fantastic soundtrack, and to me, that's always been really important in a racing game since it adds so much to the experience. So yeah, Cat's Run is a decent racing game, and what I find interesting is that this game got pretty bad reviews in Japan when it was first released in 1995. That's pretty late in the Super Nintendo lifespan, so I'm sure this game was completely glossed over while stuff like Chrono Trigger and Lufia 2 was blowing the doors off the system. The thing is though, this is a perfectly decent racing game and it's a fun time with a second player if you're into games like this. I do like the marathon structure here because I dig the music so much. It's just that this game is so short. There's really not much else here. At the very least, you can try this game out using the SNES HD Mode 7 emulator like I am here to make the game look really cool. I just love how this looks. Yeah, it's not perfect, but it's still really friggin' nice to be able to see everything like this without it being stretched out. But yeah, if you're into racing games like this, or if you're just a major K-car enthusiast, then Cat's Run is a good playthrough. Alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
One of my favorite things about going through these older games is finding something made from a dev team that wasn't happy with playing it safe, especially with a licensed title. You see both ends of the spectrum with this on Super Nintendo, where you've got titles like True Lies, which is a really fun game featuring a surprising amount of blood, well, at least on SNES. But of course, you also have mailed-in crap that makes you question the meaning of life, like Wizard of Oz. Keeping that in mind, I really admire the hell out of games like Lawnmower Man. Is it good? Not really. It has its strong points, but is it interesting to the point that it's actually kind of surprising? Oh yeah, definitely. It does help to have super low expectations going into games like this, but man, Lawnmower Man has no business being this weird and this goofy. I guess maybe it shouldn't be too surprising since this game was developed by Sales Curve Interactive, and while that's an incredibly goofy name, they did also make the very good top-down shooter Firepower 2000. So the story here is that this crazy scientist is trying to do experiments on virtual reality with the hopes of somehow turning it into a weapon for the military or something? Because virtual reality allows you to invade brains somehow? I don't know. So they find this learning disabled guy named Job, things go wrong, and it's up to Angelo and Carla to warp into his virtual domain and defeat him somehow, because otherwise he could be released into the global network, whatever that is. I honestly have no idea how any of this makes any sense, but hey, it sounds cool. And really, the game is the same way. Describing all the different gameplay elements here makes this game sound pretty cool, because you switch between run and gun, shoot 'em up, and Superman-style flying stages? So weird. The game starts out with you choosing between either Angelo or Carla, with the goal being to find your way around each level, eventually earning the ability to decode the security system in order to unlock the last level, where you gotta hunt down the Lawnmower Man himself. The game starts out as your typical side-scrolling run-and-gun turrican-style game, locked into just shooting left or right with the ability to charge your weapon and collect and use bombs, only, you'll notice right away the controls here are not the best. They're trying to go for the whole momentum thing, where the longer you hold down a direction on the D-pad, the faster you go, but it does not work in a game like this where enemies come at you from all directions, and their projectiles blend into the background. I mean, seriously, what the hell just killed me? I mean, imagine playing Contra 3 with Mario-style momentum-based controls, only you can't see what's coming at you. I don't care what other bells and whistles you throw at me, the game's just not gonna work. Getting past that initial section is really just a matter of inching across the screen little by little and just crouching the entire time. Come on, is this a run and gun or a crawl and cower? And sometimes even if you do duck, they still manage to hit you. It's cheap as hell. Anyway, you need to collect data to grant access to the endpoint, and in this first section it's just right over here, so that's no problem. And after that you get to these incredibly goofy first-person flying sections where you gotta dodge what's coming at you by tapping left and right with the D-pad. I admit, this is pretty damn cool for an SNES and definitely ahead of its time, but the gray makes it feel like I'm flying through Patty and Selma's house on The Simpsons. After that, it's more run and gun stuff, find the data, unlock the exit, and dodge an insane amount of stuff coming at you, and you go back and forth between those two modes for a bit, occasionally stumbling upon a terminal where you have to enter in a code to blow it up. It's just a simple matching game. Eventually, the flying stages are more than just dodging stuff, you get to make stuff go boom, and again, this is pretty cool. Eventually, the flying sections switch to a third-person perspective for more of a traditional rail shooter approach. And all in all, you've got 3 lives and 3 continues to get through 30-something short levels, although when you continue, you do so from the same spot, so really you get 9 lives to get through the whole game, which is not nearly enough because this game gets ridiculously hard at times. One major selling point this game has going for it is that it's 2-player co-op, or at least the run and gun sections are. The flying levels make you take turns, and okay, this just looks funny. I mean, it looks like you're fighting some face-painted drunk guy that'd be in the front row of an Auburn Tigers football game. Lawnmower Man's biggest selling point, in my opinion, is the soundtrack. seriously, this sounds like something from Clan of Zymox. It's just missing the vocals. The music here is really impressive. It reminds me of Metal Morph in that sense, another mediocre science fiction game I looked at a while back, only I think I like this soundtrack even more than that one. So yeah, Lawnmower Man has some cool ideas, and they're actually executed reasonably well for the time, and it would be a recommendation if the gameplay weren't so clunky and so cheap. It's classic one-hit death stuff here, and if you think that's bad, wait till you play the Sega Genesis version. It's pretty much the same thing, only faster, because, you know, blast processing and all that. So you have even less of a chance of putting up a fight against stuff you can barely even see. Lawnmower Man is just one of those weird oddball curiosities. I'd only recommend it if you're sick to death of everything else. I certainly don't think it's bad, just that you're way better off playing other stuff first, even when it comes to licensed games like Alien 3 or Judge Dredd. I'd put this one alongside other interesting but flawed games like Demolition Man. Lawnmower Man is definitely an interesting playthrough, but it's one of those games where you gotta put in the work to get to it, and your mileage is gonna vary on that big time. Alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
One thing I'd like to get a little more into is franchises that were featured on the Super Nintendo but continued onto other platforms. I've already looked into this a little bit with certain RPGs like the Breath of Fire series, which of course continued on to PlayStation with Breath of Fire 3 and onward. I've looked at Mario Kart's continuation on Game Boy Advance with Mario Kart Super Circuit, and I've looked at stuff that continued in arcades like the Battletoads arcade game. Of course, tons of Nintendo franchises continued from the Super Nintendo onto the Nintendo 64, so let's take a look at one of them in F-Zero X. You probably already know that the original F-Zero was a launch title that was released the same time the SNES came out in North America, and it wasn't just any launch title, it remains one of the very best launch titles ever made. It did an incredible job showing off what the Super Nintendo was capable of, where you could race at exhilarating speeds in a futuristic environment with 4 different cars to choose from, each with their own strengths and weaknesses. Add on to all that a killer soundtrack and some surprisingly nuanced track design and difficulty balancing, and you have one of the very best Super Nintendo games ever made. Fast forward to 1998, and we get F-Zero X on the N64, and impressively, the game does a nice job maintaining the same vibe the first game had. Of course, the controls, layout, and structure aren't the exact same, but they definitely feel familiar. The way the races are set up have you race against 29 other cars at once, with you starting in 30th place and working your way toward the front, kind of like Top Gear. But in that game, you've only got 4 cars to choose from. In F-Zero X, you've got a whopping 30 choices, which is pretty dang cool, and gives this game a ton of replay value. There's also 5 different gameplay modes here. The traditional Grand Prix race, where you have 4 different circuits to choose from, a versus battle, a time trial mode, a practice mode, and Death Race, where you don't just beat the 29 other racers, you have to put them out of commission any way you can, and that's pretty dang cool. Now, I know what some of you may be thinking, why should I bother with F-Zero X when the series continued on to bigger and better things on the GameCube with F-Zero GX? Well, because F-Zero X has 2 major things going for it. Number 1 is that this is the only N64 game to run at 60 frames per second. Not only does that make this one of the very best looking N64 games, not that that means a whole lot, but it really adds to the sense of speed here. Even more impressively is that the omnipresent gray fog that's seemingly in every N64 game is at a minimum here. This game is really well made. The other major thing F-Zero X has going for it occurs when you complete the first 3 Grand Prix circuits. The game unlocks what's called the X Cup, and it randomly generates a brand new track every time you race. Man, how cool is that? So yeah, not only do you have 30 different cars you can experiment with, you have a track randomizer as well. So even if you put a gazillion hours into this game and memorize every twist and turn of every track, you've still got a track randomizer to keep you on your toes. It's like F-Zero meets Excitebike. It's really freaking cool. It needs to be pointed out here as well that the music is fantastic, a blend of revamped and remade songs from the original F-Zero with some new music thrown in as well.
So yeah, when it comes to games like F-Zero X for N64, it's always easy to just skip over the middle children of a series, so to speak, because it wasn't first and it's not the most recent. And besides, not all series continuations lead to good things. I mean, just look at Breath of Fire 5 or Mega Man X7. F-Zero X just has so much going for it though, with the best thing being the track randomizer. Yeah, you gotta put in some work to unlock it, but once you do, it is awesome. It's the perfect way to keep games like this from getting boring. What really impresses me though is that the game keeps the look, sound, and feel of the original F-Zero consistent. It really does feel like a natural evolution of the series. So, to answer the question, does F-Zero GX on GameCube render this game obsolete? I certainly don't think so. F-Zero X doesn't render the original F-Zero obsolete either. Each game is comfortably its own thing, and they're all well worth checking out. Alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
I know Capcom and Konami get a lot of love for cranking out tons of great arcade games back in the 80s and 90s, but man, I love me some Data East. They created some crazy games like the Cliffhanger Edward Randy, Boogie Wings, Nitro Ball, just completely off-the-wall ideas for games. But if they wanted to keep it simple, they could do that too with games like Wizard Fire, also known as Dark Seal 2, which was its original Japanese title. So yeah, this game is a sequel to another game called Gates of Doom, which will have to get its own video sometime. Right off the bat, we're met with some superb voice acting.
This town was beautiful.
Not anymore, crush his dark soul!
You see, it's the year 355 in the Empire of Gaul, but we've got bad guys that want to do away with those good-for-nothing tricksters, those presumably being the 5 playable characters, and these anonymous evildoers' plan is to kill exactly 101 innocent lives, which will somehow unlock the Dragon Shrine and raise an undead army. There's a surprising amount of text here for an arcade game, and sure enough, they phrase things using words like saith and thou and all kinds of other fake-sounding ye old English, but it's all in good fun. As you can see, Wizard Fire is kind of a shoot-'em-up run-and-gun hybrid with an isometric perspective, but the big thing here is that there's no platforming. Hooray! There's not even a jump button, thank God, so there's none of that goofy pseudo 3D platforming that certain games tried and most failed at back in the early 90s. You can move in 8 directions, you've got an attack button and a magic spell button, and that's it. Hey, that's all you need. There's 5 characters to choose from, each with their own weapons, magic spells, and immunities to certain things. What's a little odd about Wizard Fire is that not only are you bombarded with enemies and projectiles and giant bosses and all that, but this game also has a ton of status ailments you have to deal with, and when it comes to picking what character to play as, it's quite literally pick your poison. For instance, the knight is immune to disease, the bard is resistant to poison, the dwarf resistant to the confusion spell, or you can just dodge as much as you can with the elf since she's faster than the other characters, or you can just nuke the hell out of everything every chance you get with the wizard since she has the most powerful magic.
We must stop him! Let's continue! We will make him pay!
I freaking love this voice acting, and hey, that's some pretty damn sharp pixel art too. Anyway, the differences between the 5 characters don't end at just immunities or things like speed. For example, both the dwarf and the knight are capable of stronger attacks if you wait a couple seconds before attacking, which you would think is a clever way of keeping the player from just spamming the attack button. But conversely, if you mash the hell out of the attack button with the bard or the elf, that unleashes an attack stronger from them. Also, the more enemies you destroy, the faster the magic meter at the bottom fills up, and it will fill up at different rates depending on who you choose. Like, obviously the wizard's meter will fill up just a bit faster than the other characters. What's interesting about the magic system is that it's somewhat randomized, as represented by the pages of the book there that flip on their own. You have to hit the spell at the right time to get the spell you want. Again, that's a nice way of preventing mindless button mashing. And there are some oddball spells here to say the least. Like this knight that turns into a mimic and spits out treasure everywhere? Sure, okay.
Cursed poisoned water! I'll crush it to bits!
What, you're gonna smash the river to bits? How does that work, you genius? 1 token gives you a health bar to get through 6 levels, and the game is really generous, providing all sorts of upgrades to your speed, to your strength, to your weapon, to your magic, all represented by the icons up top. I do have to mention a few flaws though, like how you definitely want to play this one with a second player. And not just because, you know, most games like this are always more fun with a second player, but geez Louise, the boss fights in this game take forever. You seriously have to hit these guys somewhere between 100 and 200 times for them them to go down, and if you go at this game alone, you'll just get downright bored with some of these absurd boss fights. This game also has some damned annoying enemy design. There are flying enemies that are a pain in the ass, and also the sound design gets irritating after a while too, even for an arcade game. I get why games have to be this loud and distinct so they can stand out, but I wanted to mute this one after a while. Otherwise, yeah, Wizard Fire is a good time, a perfectly good multiplayer hack-and-slash game that gives you lots of options not only between characters, but between magic spells and methods of attacking. There's also upgrades you can find everywhere, the game certainly looks awesome, and while I wouldn't rate it ahead of the two Dungeons & Dragons arcade games from Capcom, Wizard Fire still has a similar vibe that I can appreciate. Even better is that this game is available on the Nintendo Switch's eShop, so go check it out that way if you can, it's worth a playthrough. Alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
Ghoul Patrol is a tricky game to review. I've talked about this one a little bit in the past, going all the way back to the video about Zombies Ate My Neighbors from October of 2014, and I guess that's where I have to start. Many people think that this is a sequel to that game, and why wouldn't they? It's a top-down shooter, it's got similar gameplay, it's got the same vibe, the same structure, where you have to explore a bit and rescue people before finding the exit, but according to a 2008 Sega 16 interview with technical director Toshiyasu Morita, the game engine for Zombies Ate My Neighbors was licensed out to a third party, that being a developer based out of Malaysia named Motion Pixel. It was not originally intended to have anything to do with Zombies Ate My Neighbors or use the same characters or have any sort of horror theme at all. One of the developers of the game engine, Mike Ebert, said in an interview with Hardcore Gaming 101 that when he first saw Ghoul Patrol, it was its own thing. No ghouls, no horror stuff. Then one day out of nowhere, the characters from Zombies Ate My Neighbors were in it. So yeah, while it's a very similar game, it's technically not a sequel. And if you sit down to play this one, you'll be able to tell pretty quickly because the game kind of feels like a cheap knockoff, especially with the controls and the feel of how your character moves. One fundamental facet that's required for any top-down shooter to be any good is the immediacy of the controls. I'm talking start, stop, no drifty momentum, just very crisp, clean movement. Not only do you see this in games like Zombies Ate My Neighbors, you see it in Smash TV, Pocky and Rocky, True Lies, even going all the way back to Robotron 2084. Unfortunately, that's the #1 thing Ghoul Patrol gets wrong. The dev team simply got way too cute with this one, with your characters having momentum-based movement, and as a result, it makes this one a bit of a pain to play through. Your character doesn't move immediately when you hold a direction on the D-pad. They start up slowly like Mario, and slow down the same way. And in a game like this, it turns an already difficult game into something that's frustrating for all the wrong reasons. I will say though, despite the problems with the controls, Ghoul Patrol does still have quite a bit going for it. You can see the visuals here, the game looks freaking great, and some of the bosses look fantastic, to the point that I was happy to keep playing through this one to see what the next crazy looking boss would be. You got this huge skeleton samurai dude, this giant pirate guy, even the regular enemies and themes here are great looking. You get 3 lives and 0 continues to get through 17 levels, and there is a password system here. And like I said, the structure of each level is the same as Zombies Ate My Neighbors. You have to rescue 10 people to generate an exit. One key difference here though is that the exit doesn't appear right next to you. You have to wander around and find it. And that can get kind of annoying because that usually involves backtracking and killing all the same enemies again. Another key difference is that instead of a radar, you get text popping up coming from the direction where you're supposed to go to rescue someone. I actually really like this, and it's implemented very well. Another thing I love is all the power-ups and weapons. There's a crossbow, a homing laser, a machine gun, and best of all, your special ability is changing into the Grim Reaper. Now that is cool. Unfortunately though, the mazes in which you use all this cool stuff aren't very interesting or player-friendly. Like I said, there is a lot of backtracking and a lot of long corridors with enemies spawning all over the place. Again, with something like this, it's frustrating for the wrong reasons, and there's just not enough space to work with here, so instead of making monsters go boom, you end up just sliding out of the way so you can get the heck out of there. Also, I should mention that you can jump in Ghoul Patrol. Why? I don't really know. It's not a particularly useful skill in this game, and I often forgot that I even had that ability. I guess you can jump onto furniture, so that's, something, I guess. There's also a story here. Zeke and Julie are at a library where they find an old treasure chest which contains an old haunted book. You open it up and it unleashes hell, with some of the ghouls escaping the book and possessing other books in the library, hence all the different historical settings you see throughout your playthrough. It's a neat bit of context that adds a little more to the visual presentation, so that's cool. But yeah, overall, Ghoul Patrol is a tough one to recommend. It's definitely not a bad game. It's pretty decent on its own, but Zombies Ate My Neighbors is not only extremely similar, it's a much better game. And it's all because of how your character controls. Zombies Ate My Neighbors is more immediate, Ghoul Patrol is more deliberate and showy. It's one of those games that went overboard trying to show off sprite animations. Yeah, your characters look great, but it comes at the cost of a better gameplay experience. Ghoul Patrol is good enough on its own, but it tends to be really aggravating to play, with the maze design not doing the game any favors either. However, I will say, if you feel like you can get used to the controls and you like top-down shooters like this, then hey, you'll like this game. I had a hard time getting into it myself, especially since I knew the whole time I was playing that there is a way better version of this game elsewhere, but I do think Ghoul Patrol is still worth a shot just to see if the controls agree with you. Alright, that's all for now, and I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk?
Hi folks, it's time once again to indulge in the internet's favorite pastime, arguing with one another about which retro games are and are not difficult. In past videos, I've made lists for the hardest boss fights on the Super Nintendo and the hardest Super Nintendo games period. And this time around, I'm concentrating on the hardest levels, and just like in those two videos, broken and just plain bad games don't count. The level actually has to be competently made and reasonably intuitive for any player to complete. So yes, while garbage like The Rocketeer has some stages that seem impossible, it's not going to count because that game is riddled with bad design and you shouldn't play it for any reason. The game actually has to be worth playing today if it's going to make this list. Before I get any further though, I need to make sure I shout out at least a few games that didn't quite make the cut, so an honorable mention to games like Battletoads and Battlemaniacs, R-Type 3, Spider-Man and X-Men and Arcade's Revenge, Super Earth's Defense Force, Iron Commando, and a few more, and those all deserved recognition for having certain sections that are a giant pain in the neck to complete. But instead, let's start with 13. Super Star Wars Inside the Sandcrawler. You knew this game would be on here one way or another. This level, more than anything else, is just very, very annoying. You got Jawas coming from every direction. You have all sorts of awkward jumps that make it seem like they already had the level layout designed before they ever considered how Luke jumps and controls. And eventually you'll get Jawas dropping bombs on you while fire comes out the walls. Then you'll reach this goofy section here where you have to destroy these guns and make a very precise jump to avoid the spikes. And next you have to deal with these floor-to-ceiling lasers that pop on and off, and you still have Jawas tossing bombs at you from off-screen, and the level just drags on and on. It's just plain grueling, and it sums up the entire game.
12.
Out of This World, the last level. This one is a bit weird to categorize. I always referred to games like this as cinematic platformers or a cinematic run and gun. Blackthorn and Flashback and Prince of Persia are all in the same category. Out of This World, however, is much tougher than those games because it's one of those classic pick-up-and-die playthroughs. You progress a little bit, you die, and you hope you learn from your mistake and repeat about 1,000 times until you finish the game. There's this section here where there are rocks falling on top of you, you've got guards shooting at you the split second you show up on the next screen, but this final section where you have to escape the planet with your friend is pure chaos. There's guards everywhere running in every direction, there's dudes shooting at you from the foreground, and you eventually get to your ship, and everything is so disorienting, I have no idea what the heck is even happening. The final part of this game is such a massive adrenaline rush, but damn, it is really, really hard to get through.
11.
Donkey Kong Country Snow Barrel Blast. Yeah, I know there's a shortcut that skips most of this level, but we all remember playing this one for the first time, which puts this one in kind of a different category than anything else on this list. I think most folks watching this have played through this game and this level in particular so many times that maybe some of you don't see this as that difficult anymore. But playing this for the first or second time, or even the 20th time, it sucked. What I like about it is that it's completely fair difficulty. It's just a matter of timing, but when you screw up, you can't help but feel like a complete idiot. I remember playing this as a kid and practically getting into arguments with the barrels, shouting stuff like, "Ah, come on, that was totally pointed the right way, come on." And those dang wasps will forever be the bane of my existence. Ugh.
10.
Super Ghouls and Ghosts, Level 1, Stage 1. Yes, that's right, Super Ghouls and Ghosts wastes 0 time getting straight to the difficulty. Zombies are coming out of the ground, coyotes are jumping around, flaming skulls shoot fireballs at you, and you're just trying to get your bearings so you can deal with whatever weapon you just picked up, as well as this weird stilted jump you gotta deal with. You also have a heapin' helpin' of slowdown here, and some people will insist that the slowdown actually helps, but I say no, it does not. It can't. Because you never know when the slowdown is going to happen, or when it starts, and when it stops. What good is slowdown going to do when you can't change direction in mid-jump anyway? I mean, unless you're into watching yourself die in slow motion. I love this game, it's an all-time favorite of mine, but even I have to admit, it gets off to a really rough start.
9.
Super Mario World Tubular. I think we all know this one. It's the infamous balloon power-up level, where you grab this P balloon and you have exactly 10 seconds to find the next one, all while dodging fire flowers and charging chucks that are tossing baseballs and kicking footballs at you. Even once you know all the locations of the balloons, this one's still really hard because of how Mario controls when you're in this state. Everything has kind of a delay to it, you move very slowly from left to right, and you have to anticipate projectiles extremely well because they come from everywhere, and you have to start moving well before they get near you because otherwise you're dead. Of all the levels on this list, I think I've died on this one the most, and the thing is, it's not even that long of a level. It only takes like 2.5 minutes to complete once you do it right, but getting it right takes a lot of practice.
8.
Pilot Wings, the last helicopter level. We go from skydiving and steering biplanes all the way to gunning down enemy turrets on a helicopter. Sure, this looks fun, and it is, but holy crap, it is stressful. You have to destroy every single one of these turrets firing at you, which seems pretty easy at first, but the further you go, it's just one group after another, and some are even hidden by the forest below. And guess what? One hit brings you down. You're getting blasted at from all angles trying to steer this stupid helicopter which controls like you're trying to ride an elephant, and all it takes is one hit, and that could potentially come from off screen, and then it's game over. It's not just that though, after you destroy all your targets, then you have to land the chopper without blowing it up. I remember this one being pretty fun when I was a kid, but playing it now, I just can't get past how friggin' brutal it is.
7.
Super Mario Kart Donut Plains 3. If I had to pick the hardest and most frustrating Mario Kart track, it would be this one. There's 2 reasons why this one is so hard, beyond just the original Mario Kart at 150cc being really freaking hard in general. One reason is the narrow sections of the 2 bridges that you have to deal with, and when you've got big fat characters like Donkey Kong or Bowser in the way, they can effortlessly bump you off into the water and you're screwed. I mean, it's hard enough to make these turns as it is. Remember, the original Mario Kart has 5 laps per race, so you have to get through these obstacles a total of 10 times without getting bumped. Seriously, one slip up and you're done. Good luck catching up. The second reason this track is tough is because of Monty Mole. There are 19 different moles scattered around the course that can pop up and make your life suck for the next 8 seconds. Throw in the fact that this is a Special Cup race, so there's plenty of crazy hairpin turns, and the AI-controlled racers are ruthless and comically fast and don't appear to be affected by the same obstacles that you have to face. I don't think I've ever finished better than 4th on this track. To me, it's by far the hardest in any Mario Kart game.
6.
The Lion King, be prepared. If you've gotten this far in the game, you've already survived swinging on rhino tails that are about 1 pixel wide. You've gotten through the elephant graveyard. You've made it past that annoying puzzle where the monkeys throw you around. So far, you've weathered what's been a surprisingly difficult game. Who would have thought Lion King, of all things, would be so brutal? And then there's Be Prepared, the 8th level. At this point, Simba has grown up, and you've got a melee attack you can use now, but it doesn't matter. You've got leopards, you've got hyenas, and they take several well-timed hits to take out, all while bats come from nowhere to do damage and lava drips from the ceiling. You've also got to deal with these little mini volcanoes before you get to a dead end. Here, you're supposed to slash at this rock up here without otherwise touching it. One wrong jump and it's instant death. Then comes the absolute worst part. You have to stand on this tiny log, slash at these bats that you can barely see coming, then fight some more lepers while the log keeps going underneath you, and then hope that you still have a prayer of making it back onto the log with a leap of faith. Hey, look, we made it! Oh, whoops, gotta watch out for that boulder coming from nowhere. Jeez, this is the most comically difficult level in a comically difficult game.
5.
Gradius 3, level 7. Sometimes when I revisit an old game I've beaten years ago, I seriously sit and wonder, did I really beat this game? How? Gradius 3 is one of those games for me. I did beat it once upon a time and I still have no idea how, mostly because of levels like this. Here you have a series of corridors that you have to navigate, and the level auto-scrolls so you have to react to twists and turns on the fly. This is already hard enough when you're fully powered with adequate speed, but if you make one tiny slip-up, you're dead. And when you start with nothing, you have to grab some power-ups and put them into your speed immediately, otherwise you're basically stuck in a loop behind this door. Ugh. 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 Then, if you're able to get past this, you still have to deal with this last plunge, complete with annoying turns and gun turrets firing at you. This entire game is really hard. I could have picked at least a couple other levels for this one, but I just hate this particular level the most.
4.
Super Ghouls and Ghosts, the last level. This one is such a bastard. So in order to beat this game, you have to obtain a certain weapon, the Princess Bracelet, and in order to get it, if you're starting with just your regular armor, you have to climb up all this way with these annoying little demons popping up. You have to beat a red devil, then you have to beat these two things, then you get to a room full of ghosts and mimics that are freaking swarming everywhere. If you manage to get through that whole sequence without getting hit, then you can trigger this chest here and get the Princess Bracelet. The problem is, this weapon sucks. Its range is way too short, and if you die at any point after getting the Princess Bracelet, then you're just stuck with this crappy weapon, and it takes forever to get rid of these birds blocking the ladders here. I mean, it's to the point where you have to start worrying about the time limit once you get to the boss. It's ridiculous. This level is hard enough, as you can see, but the fact that you have to use the Princess Bracelet because you need it for the final boss, that just puts this level over the top for me.
3.
Hagane, level 5. Hagane is a really tough game all around. In fact, it's my pick as the hardest Super Nintendo game out there. But the cool thing about it is that your character is capable of a ton of different attacks and abilities. Plus, there's tons of different weapons and sub-weapons to pick up. And then you get to the final level of the game, which starts with random enemies dropping from the sky, then 3 tough mini-bosses in a row. After that, the game really starts to escalate, with random enemies coming out of random doors, spikes shooting out from everywhere, enemies that can shoot projectiles through walls, fire coming from wherever, buzzsaws grinding up from the ground, and then worst of all, a platforming section where you race spikes coming up from the ground, followed by a spiked wall chasing you at alarming speed while you try and avoid the spikes beneath you. Whew. You better have perfected your character's mid-air somersault jump by now, because if not, you are done. This section will make sure of it. Hagane is a great playthrough that has some really well-balanced difficulty for the most part, but man oh man, this game makes you earn it.
2.
Donkey Kong Country 2 Animal Antics. Well, just because Hagane is the hardest game on the Super Nintendo doesn't necessarily mean it has the hardest level. Anyone that's suffered through Animal Antics remembers the pain that this level brings. It's a good idea for a level. It brings together every animal that's helped you throughout the game, giving them each one segment. You start out with the rhino as a house of fire destroying everything, then it's the swordfish, and yeah, it's a bit taxing to get through here. The spider is pretty forgiving since you can create your own platforms, but then you get to the parrot, and dear God, just dear God. The way Squawk the Parrot controls here is completely different than any other character, and it's like you're playing a completely different game at this point. And you have to deal with the wind blowing 100 miles an hour back and forth, so the controls are super wonky. It is so freaking tough to get used to. In my first playthrough of this, I swear I died like 20 or 30 times. It is insanely frustrating, but man, it feels good to finally do it. I think Donkey Kong Country 2 is easily a top 10 Super Nintendo game, but to be blunt, Animal Antics friggin' sucks to play through.
1.
Super Star Wars Return of the Jedi, the final Death Star run. Oh god, this frickin' game. It's hard enough to get to this part. I mean, every Super Star Wars game is stupidly difficult. The thing is, though, these games are still worth playing today, especially Return of the Jedi, which is my pick for the best of the three. You can play as Leia, Chewie, Wicket, and all the different settings from the movie show up. It's a great time. Until you have to fly the Millennium Falcon into the Death Star. You fly through this corridor with enemy ships chasing you down, getting in front of you, turning around and shooting you in the face, all while your ship goes faster and faster and the corridor gets more and more narrow. One tiny bump can send your ship careening out of control and you'll be bouncing from wall to wall, completely disoriented before you can finally regain control, only to have the exact same thing happen again 10 seconds later. Oh, and also, this part of the game is ridiculously long. You think you're doing well at the start, but then it just keeps going. You blow up the main reactor, and now you've got to race this huge explosion on your way out through those same corridors. This entire sequence lasts something like 9 or 10 minutes, but it feels like an eternity. You have to white-knuckle it the entire time, and if you manage to pull it off, you will feel like you just ran a marathon, and that's why it's the hardest level in any Super Nintendo game. Alright, that's all for now, and I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
You would think that video games starring corporate mascots would be universally terrible, and you would be pleasantly surprised. There's no incentive for stuff like Cool Spot or McKids to be any good, but they are both pretty decent games that have held up well over time. So, naively, I held out some hope that this game, Izzy's Quest for the Olympic Rings, might actually be decent, but unfortunately I was dead wrong. Izzy, no, not that Izzy, is a slight spin on the corporate mascot, with this guy representing the 1996 Atlanta Summer Olympics. He's just kind of a blue blob, almost like a cross between the blob from Clay Fighter and one of the California Raisins. For a very short time, this thing was everywhere. There were video games on Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis, there was one planned for the 32X, which was eventually cancelled. There was even a cartoon and a big commercial campaign, and of course, there was an actual person in a mascot costume that looked like this. Friggin' yikes, man. Izzy's Quest for the Olympic Rings was made in November of 1995 by a dev team called Alexandria, who also had a hand in the game adaptation of Demolition Man, which is admittedly an okay game. Izzy's Quest, however, this one is bad, but on the bright side, it's at least bad in kind of a new way. Like, for one, I don't think very many people remember this silly mascot, so there's some novelty there, I guess. And plus, the way this game plays is just so oddly broken. It's something I rarely see in a Super Nintendo game. I'll get to that in a bit. First, let's get the basics out of the way. You get a health meter and 3 lives with 0 continues to get through 9 levels with no saves or passwords, with the idea being to get back the 5 different Olympic rings that make up the logo, which have been stolen by, evil anti-Olympic creatures, I guess. I don't know. The gameplay is almost exactly what you'd expect from a game like this. You wander around in huge worlds, one of those collectathons where you're constantly finding coins and medallions and racking up points while you're bouncing on top of enemies. To this game's credit, there's one fun mechanic here. When you find these stars, you morph into a different form, like a rocket, a hang glider, a hammer, a baseball player, and of course a totally radical 90s skateboarder dude. Unfortunately, these power-ups are not randomly placed. They're predetermined, and they're used to get you past specific sections, kind of like the way it's used in Yoshi's Island. Still, this function makes this game seem like it might be pretty fun, right? Let me answer that for you. No, they do not. Izzy's Quest has some of the weirdest slowdown performance issues I think I've seen in any game, and it doesn't help that the controls have that weird, awkward delay to them that makes the entire game seem like it takes place underwater. Now, sometimes with a game like this, you have to be a little patient and let the controls sink in a bit and play the game by its rules, so to speak, but with Izzy's Quest, it's not just the bad controls, the performance is bad. Slowdown comes and goes, the game speeds up out of nowhere, even on sections like this where Izzy is riding his gnarly tubular skateboard. Everything just looks jittery, like the game had too much coffee or something. It is a constant, never-ending issue to the point that I find myself getting a headache playing this one. I've never seen a Super Nintendo game with performance issues this bad. It's to the point where I think there's something wrong with my flash cartridge or my Super Nintendo or something. Doubling down on the weirdness is that the same issues happen with the Sega Genesis version. It performs better overall, but the gameplay is still inexplicably choppy and slow, and that slowness comes and goes without any rhyme or reason. Another annoying thing is the button layout. There are two jump buttons. The Y button uses the spin jump, which you use to jump on top of enemies, and the A button uses the hurdle jump, which is a longer jump to help you reach platforms further away. Okay, two jump buttons, whatever, but why are they assigned to Y and A? That is stupidly unintuitive. Thankfully, in the options menu, you can switch the spin jump to the B button, and the hurdle jump to whatever. My preference would have been the R button. That's what I always do with Mega Man X's dash, but this game restricts you to only using B, A, Y, and X. And yes, two of those buttons aren't even used most of the time. One can be used as an attack when you've morphed into another form, but that's it. But yeah, that's basically the entire game. It uses two jump buttons, one button you use as an attack once in a while, all while dealing with bizarre slowdown issues that pop up out of nowhere, off and on throughout the entire game. That's the most frustrating part for me personally, because I mean, take a look at this part where you're flying as a rocket. Hey, that's pretty cool, no slowdown here. This looks like it could be fun. But way more often than not, you're left wondering if someone accidentally poured some Crystal Pepsi on your Super Nintendo console because this game struggles to run even the most basic gameplay sequences. Maybe if those issues were resolved, Izzy's quest for the Olympic rings might be decent. I mean, the morph mechanic is kind of fun, but otherwise, you should stay away from this one. Alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
Believe it or not, there are two Casper games on the Super Nintendo. They're both based on the 1995 movie starring Christina Ricci and Bill Pullman, but the US and PAL regions got one game while Japan got a completely different game. They're both adventure titles, but they each take a totally different approach. I'll start with the game released in the US. It was made by Absolute Entertainment in December of 1996, and that is a big red flag because the other notable games they made for the Super Nintendo range from Space Ace to Home Improvement Power Tool Pursuit. Well, that's not good. Thankfully, this game is not nearly as bad as those two. In fact, it's surprisingly pretty decent for what it is. You play as Casper the Friendly Ghost, and the name of the game here is protecting Cat Harvey and helping her get out of this giant haunted manor. And you do that by collecting items and taking their form to fend off random stuff that might be floating around. You start out with a butterfly net, which you use to knock down flying books and dinner plates. Eventually, you get a fly swatter to get rid of flying fruit. You get a toilet plunger to, plunge the faces of these mini-boss ghosts. I don't know if that's something from the movie, I've never seen it, but that's a pretty weird way to attack a ghost. But yeah, you enter a room, Cat ducks down in the corner, and you as Casper have to get rid of all the obstacles so Cat can proceed. You can also just leave Cat there and pass through walls, floors, and ceilings, but if you drift too far from her, she'll get abducted by another ghost and you'll have to start over. You also collect items that help Cat get from room to room, like this rope that helps Cat walk across holes in the floor. You get a pillow that helps her jump down from one floor to another. You get a balloon to move up a floor. It's pretty simple stuff. If this reminds you of A Boy and His Blob for NES, you'd be exactly right to think that, since this was made by the same dev team and essentially uses an updated version of that same game engine. All told, there are 14 different things you can morph into. You use the L and R buttons to scroll through them, press B to attack, and press Y to change forms. And you can also press the A button to turn yourself invisible so other ghosts can't see you. The X button has you warp to another room in the house when you see one of these mirrors. And navigating this huge house can be a little tricky at first, but you can always press the select button to bring up the map. Casper's ability to change forms is tethered to a magic meter in the form of the Casper logo in the bottom middle of the screen. After you defeat an enemy, you collect ectoplasm, and you'll notice Casper's head will rise a little bit. You'll know you're maxed out if you can see his eyes, but if his head disappears, then you start losing life. That's really not that big of a deal though, because this game is really easy. I mean, of course it is. It's based off a kid's movie, so it's not like this is some hugely ambitious game meant to rock people's worlds.
As far as licensed games go, Casper is decently well made, and it takes about 45 minutes to an hour to complete. It's a really easy game that's extremely repetitive, but it's not bad at all. Japan got a completely different game based on the Casper movie, with this one coming out a bit later in March 1997, and it's made by Natsume, a name you'll recognize from games like Wild Guns, Pocky and Rocky, and Ninja Warriors. This is one of those weird Super Famicom games where half the text is in Japanese and half of it is in English. Yeah, I don't know either, but this game is still playable as it is. In this one, you play as Cat protecting Casper, and she's the one going around collecting items and, throwing baseballs at stuff. This game is much less of an escort mission type of a thing and closer to a traditional adventure game where you check every nook and cranny to find hidden stuff like this door here, as well as finding keys, and it's up to you to explore and find which key goes to which door. Like the US game, this playthrough is really simple and straightforward, but there's a lot more substance in the Japanese game. There's not a whole lot of combat, but there are a lot more mazes, traps to avoid, levers that activate something else in the house and you gotta go find what it did, that sort of thing. It's pretty good, and it's a pretty long playthrough too. It'll take you at least a few hours to get through this one, but there is a battery save. I admit there's not much else I can say about this game because there's not a whole lot of information out there, and there's no English patch that I can find either, but as far as I can tell from playing and finishing it, it's a solid playthrough. Anyway, yeah, it's pretty unusual in the 16-bit era to get two completely different games based on a semi-popular kids movie, and they're both decent games, with the Japanese edition being a much more substantial game that's held up well over time. Some of you might be thinking, well, why didn't the rest of the world get the Japanese version? I can only speculate, but I would guess it's because the movie came out in May 1995 and the Natsume-made game was released in March 1997. So not only is it nearly 2 years after the movie, but it was released at the end of the Super Nintendo lifespan, so it's understandable why a publisher never bothered to localize that one. But yeah, the American version is inoffensive, kinda boring, but not bad. But if you like adventure games, then I'd recommend checking out the Japanese version of Casper any way you can. Alright, that's all for now, and I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
All the way back in my first English-friendly Super Famicom video, I mentioned a game called Hyper Iria, and while the game is certainly playable without knowing Japanese, I lamented that Western audiences are missing out on a large portion of what is no doubt a quality game. Well, finally, thanks to the kind folks at Dynamic Designs and Matt's Messy Room, there now exists an English patch, so we English-speaking folk can experience this game in its full glory. Hyper Iria is a story-driven action platformer based on a mid-1990s OVA anime series called Iria, Zerum the Animation, which in turn was based on a live-action film from the 80s simply called Zerum. You play as Iria, a bounty hunter who, paired up with her robot compadre named Bob, is chasing Zerum, a hideous, remorseless monster who can't be reasoned with and must be stopped at all costs. Where Hyper Iria really gets interesting is how it's structured. You start at a menu screen where you can pick between 4 missions, complete all 4, and a final mission is unlocked. Then you move to kind of a transition screen where you discuss the mission with Bob, your robot friend, and occasionally you'll get ambushed and the level will switch to a shoot 'em up kind of thing. That's really a nice touch. Survive that and move on to the mission, which is 2D side-scrolling action platforming done in large maze-like stages. Your standard attacks against the enemies you encounter are just punches and kicks, but you can earn money by completing missions, so you can buy weapons and ammo, so that at least lends the game some replay value so you can go back and play the game and try some different weapons. Or hell, try and speedrun through the game without any weapons. I'd rather just make stuff go boom in as many ways as possible. There's limited ammo here though, so pick your spots wisely. This all sounds cool though, right? And for the most part it is. The problem though is the level design. It's pretty bland. These levels are huge and repetitive, so most of the action gets old quickly. Some missions at least do vary somewhat. I mean, there's some goals rather than just blowing up everything like defusing a bomb or rescuing someone. But yeah, I can see how someone might think this game is kind of mediocre on the gameplay side of things. The game is pretty forgiving though, because if you die, you respawn somewhat close by, and all the stuff you previously killed stays dead. What sets Hyper Iria apart though is its visual style. The pixel art that looks like it could have been ripped straight from the anime, the sprite work, the colors, the little dialogue boxes in the corner, the enemy and boss design, everything just looks so freaking cool here. Yeah, there are a lot of anime-based Super Famicom games like Slayers, Tenchi Muyo, and Dragon Ball Z, or even just games with anime-styled artwork and cutscenes like Breath of Fire or Ys 3, but all of those games pale in comparison to Hyper Iria. This is one of the best looking games on the system. So yeah, Hyper Iria is a pretty interesting game. I really dig the unique structure, the monetary system for buying weapons, and of course the overall visual presentation of this game. Like I said though, the level design is pretty dull, and the game gets repetitive. If you're looking for exploration-based gameplay like this, I'd recommend Phantom 2040, and of course Super Metroid over this, again just based on gameplay. But hey, if you want more of the Iria universe, there's Zerum Zone for PS1, a one-on-one fighting game released in Japan for PlayStation. It's also worth mentioning that Hyper Iria is a really expensive Super Famicom cart, and it has been for a long time. So play this game and the brand new English patch any way you're able to. It's a bit flawed, but it's certainly worth playing at least once to see if it's up your alley.
SNESdrunk.
It's time we finally got Beyond Oasis with Beyond Oasis, also known as The Story of Thor on Mega Drive. You play as a treasure hunter named Prince Ali. The game, however, does not let you in on if he is fabulous or Ali Ababa, or however the song from Aladdin goes. He discovers a berry gold armlet that can summon all sorts of cool elemental magic stuff, but by finding this armlet, another silver armlet is now destined to be found by someone else. So while the gold armlet does cool magical elemental stuff, the silver armlet is nothing but evil and chaos and destruction and all that stuff. So you have to hunt down whoever has the silver armlet. As you can see, this is a rare top-down adventure game that the Genesis didn't really have very many of, and that's too bad because the developer Agent knocked it out of the frickin' park on this one. This is a fantastic game. I know the easy comparison here is Link to the Past, but the action here is closer to a top-down beat-em-up style game, closer to Secret of Mana, just without much of a leveling system. There is kind of one here for your magic that you eventually learn, but it's pretty dialed back, so don't expect much role-playing game stuff here. This is straight adventure-style gameplay with puzzles, different weapons, and unlike most Zelda games of the time, you can actually jump and duck and dash, double tap the D-pad and you'll run, hit the attack button and you'll unleash a stronger attack. Man, I love that. Forward, back, forward, and attacking is another special move. Really, there's all sorts of attacks here too that make this game stand out compared to the typical adventure genre fare and make it play more like a beat 'em up. The elemental magic stuff here also makes this game unique. You pick up these spirits as you progress through the game for water, fire, darkness, and earth or life or plants or whatever. The catch is that, for example, you can only summon the water spirit if you're near water or the fire spirit if you're around even a campfire. To control them is a bit odd. You press the A button once for a certain spell, you can double tap A quickly for another spell, and you can press all three A, B, and C buttons to make the spirit go away entirely. Or you can just wait until the magic meter over there on the left is empty. The elemental magic is key in solving puzzles and unlocking new parts of the map, like the obvious example here of your fire dude melting this ice block here to access a new area. There's more complex stuff than that, but I wouldn't say that aspect is the game's strength. The combat system in Beyond Oasis with its special moves and fighting game styled commands are really fun and break up the monotony, and the magic system is interesting too. Of course, I also have to mention how great this game looks. I mean, you can see the video here, so I shouldn't have to expound too much on the excellent pixel art and sprite work. One flaw of Beyond Oasis is that this game is pretty dang short, but it at least makes up for it by providing some secret challenge areas, like a dungeon 100 floors deep. It can be challenging, but you're rewarded with the game's most powerful weapon. There's also kind of a platforming challenge that rewards you with infinite bombs, so thankfully there's a little bit here beyond the main narrative. Beyond Oasis got a sequel, or more accurately a prequel, on the Sega Saturn called Legend of Oasis, and all I can say is that if you like Beyond Oasis, you'll love Legend of Oasis too. It's the same kind of action with a lot of new stuff added. So yeah, if you grew up with a Super Nintendo and you love stuff like Link to the Past or Illusion of Gaia or Soul Blazer or Secret of Mana or any of those top-down action-style games, and you missed out on Beyond Oasis, you missed out big time. And I strongly recommend rectifying that as soon as you can. Beyond Oasis is available on the original Wii Virtual Console, as well as Sonic's Ultimate Genesis Collection available for PS3 and 360, and it's made its way to Steam as well. So yeah, Beyond Oasis isn't just Sega's attempt at a Zelda-style game, it's something that holds up completely on its own, and it's well worth playing today.
SNESdrunk.
If you're at all familiar with this channel, you'll know that I've blathered on about Seiken Densetsu 3 for a few years now. It's one of the best games to never leave Japan, and it's the sequel to the very popular Secret of Mana. Thanks to fan translations and emulations, Seiken Densetsu 3 is now able to be played today. So what's the deal with this game? How is it different from Secret of Mana, or from any other RPG for that matter? Right away, before you get started, there's 6 characters to choose from. You pick your main character first, that's whose story you'll follow throughout. Then you pick 2 complementary characters. That sounds kinda intimidating at first. I mean, who do you pick and why? So, I'm just gonna dive right in and talk about the characters and their strengths and weaknesses and their stories first and foremost here in a very generalized manner. Believe me, there's so much going on here that this video could be like 30 minutes long, so I'll keep it short. Each character has their own story background, class, and style of combat, but despite there being 6 characters, there's only 3 main story paths you can follow, so there are 3 pairs of characters that each belong to the same story arc, so to speak, all taking place within the same locations within the same time frame. Duran and Angela share a path, Kevin and Carly share one, and Hawk and Lise share a path as well. Now, it does matter who you pick as your main character, because that changes a lot of things, most notably who your villains are. Before I continue here though, there's some mild spoilers coming ahead, but each of these story events take place within the first 20 minutes of each character's introduction, so spoiler alert, but not really, I guess? Anyway, Duran is a fighter class whose strength is melee combat. His story is that he's an orphaned mercenary swordsman, and one night there's an attack on his home at Valsina Castle, where he's left for dead. He recovers and vows to become the best swordsman in the world and find his revenge. Kevin is a grappler class, another melee fighter really, but he's born of a human mother with his dad being the Beast King of Ferolia, so he's half beast. One night he ends up transforming into a full beast against his will, and he kills his pet wolf. He finds out his dad kinda instigated the whole thing and ends up renouncing his allegiance to the Beast Kingdom, and going off on his own in a quest to hopefully revive his lost pet. Hawk is a thief and can end up as the most well-rounded fighter in the game. He can eventually level up to a ninja, which is pretty damned awesome. Hawk is part of a thieves guild whose leader ends up under an evil spell. Hawk's best friend is killed, Hawk is framed for it and thrown in jail, and he escapes, but he's gotta clear his name and reveal the truth about what's really going on. Angela is a mage and has the best attack magic in the game. She's also the princess of the kingdom of Altina, which is built on a frozen tundra, but the weather is kept in a perpetual spring thanks to the magic of her mother queen, Valda. The magic is beginning to fade for some reason, so she decides to recruit an evil mage and invade other countries to obtain more powerful magic, and eventually plans on sacrificing her own daughter for even more magic, I guess? Angela thinks this is bullcrap, so she gets the hell out of Dodge. Lise is an Amazon who functions as a really good teammate because she provides a ton of buff and debuff spells that are very useful throughout the game. She's the princess of the Wind Kingdom of Relente, which is attacked by a rival nation. Her father is killed, and her brother who she helped raise is kidnapped, so she's gotta track him down. And then finally there's Carly, who has the worst physical attack strength but is the game's best healer. She's a cleric whose best friend Heath gets abducted, so she sets out to find him. Carly's kind of the comic relief character, a bit like the Sprite from Secret of Mana. So, yeah, obviously there's a lot going on here. Some storylines are pretty ordinary, like Duran's, but some are pretty interesting, like Hawk's. The big overlying theme tying everything together is this fairy that shows up all the way from the Holy Land to tell the specific chosen one, that's whoever you choose as your main character, that the Mana Tree is dying. How do you get back to the Mana Tree? Well, you gotta find the 8 Spirit Stones to open up a gate. But yeah, the sheer scope of what this game pulls off is pretty damn amazing. And it's not just a lot of stuff for the sake of cramming a lot of stuff into one game. Everything feels organic, and the game's universe as a whole feels lived in and fully realized. Everything fits together really well. In fact, you do sometimes run into other playable characters here and there, and that's a nice bonus. And you know, you don't even need to play Secret of Mana or its predecessor, Final Fantasy Adventure, in order to get into this game's story. Seiken Densetsu 3 can stand completely on its own. Enough about the story. Another big reason Seiken Densetsu 3 stands out among so many role-playing games is the combat, and this is a better, faster, more polished combat system than Secret of Mana. Gone is the percentage bar that you had to wait to charge. Instead, you simply have to watch your character get back into attack position, which occurs much faster. So yeah, the combat here is fast and chaotic. A couple characters can even do 2 hits in one attack. The charged attacks are still here too. They're tied to consecutive successful hits, and that's its own separate power bar at the bottom here. So yeah, you hack and slash, but there's a bit more to it than that. Sure, you can just grind and level up like any other RPG, but Seiken Densetsu 3 puts more of an emphasis on how you develop your party and what weapons and spells you choose and how your party works together. In other words, the party you choose at the beginning of the game goes a long way toward how you enjoy Seiken Densetsu 3. My advice would be to form your party based on building toward one strength rather than balance. I know it might be tempting to have a little bit of everything, but for example, I think you're better off if you wanted an attack magic party, you'd probably want Angela as your main character and then Lise as your secondary character, since she has all the buffs that can enhance Angela's spells, and your third party member would probably be somebody like Harley or Hawk. If you want a strength or melee combat party, go with Duran and Kevin and just brawl your way through the game. And that brings me to the leveling system. Each level you reach, you're allowed to choose which skill you want to level up, but only to a certain extent. The game limits you from dumping all your stats into one skill. You can add to strength, for example, a couple times in a row, but the next time you gotta pick something else. That's probably a good thing, since otherwise you'd be able to just bulldoze your way through the game pretty easily. In addition to that, there's also a class system that's tied to the leveling. You can do your first class change once you reach a minimum of level 18, and your second class change at a minimum of level 38. Each character has a branching path that provides 6 possible classes, and of course each class has different spells and even different special physical attacks. And it all happens by a matter of combining light and dark elements. For example, Hawk starts out as a thief, but if you select the dark class, he evolves into a ninja, changes up his look entirely, and learns all new spells. Select the dark class again when you hit level 38 and he evolves into Nightblade, a total badass. You also have the choice to select the light class, which would make him a ranger and eventually a wanderer, or you can combine the light and dark to make him a rogue or a ninja master. So yeah, not only does the story provide a crazy amount of replay value, but the class structure does as well. If for whatever reason you're still not sold on Seiken Densetsu 3 even after all that, have I mentioned that this game is co-op multiplayer? That's right, once you get that second party member, you can have a friend play along. That's pretty damn cool. There also exists a patch that enables a third player to control the third party member, but of course you'd need an SNES multi-tap device to get that to work. I'd be remiss if I didn't talk a bit about the graphics and the music of this game. Arguably the biggest strength of Secret of Mana was its visual design and overall presentation. It's just such a great looking game with a bright color palette and distinct style that's unlike any other Super Nintendo game. Seiken Densetsu 3 takes all the strengths its predecessor had in that regard and enhances them tenfold with smooth sprite animations for every spell and special attack, distinct looking towns, absorbing environments, and huge bosses. I also love the callbacks to Secret of Mana characters that get visual upgrades like Watts and Nico. And of course the soundtrack here is freaking incredible. Again, that's a huge strength of the previous game, and subjectively I like the Secret of Mana soundtrack a bit better, but the music here is stunning, especially the segment where your character intro finishes up and it segues into the opening credits. Man, that gives me goosebumps every time. There's a lot of little moments like that that really add up, that make this game memorable. Anyway, yeah, this has gone on long enough. I just wanted to tell you a bit about this game and why it's so freaking good and so highly thought of. A sequel to such a beloved game like Secret of Mana is a tall order, and Seiken Densetsu 3 absolutely surpasses it in just about every way. Most importantly though, it really feels like a real sequel. There's lots of callbacks to old characters, there's familiar music, enemies, and towns that will have you nodding your head and saying, hey, I remember this. But in addition, it's just bigger, faster, more colorful, there's more to do, and there's so much replay value here that it's almost overwhelming. There's a lot here I didn't even cover that I just want you to discover for yourself, like the day-night cycle that's similar to Breath of Fire 2, or the weekly system that makes certain spells more powerful on certain days of the week, for God's sake. But yeah, Seiken Densetsu 3 seems overwhelming at first glance, but once you dive in, it's gonna be hard to pull yourself away. This is one of the best video games that's never left Japan, period. And if you have an opportunity to play it, especially with a friend, you gotta try it out. It's fantastic.
SNESdrunk.
Thanks to Peter for this request. The Magical Quest starring Mickey Mouse, or Mickey's Magical Quest, which is what I always called it since, you know, it's less syllables, but people still know what you'd be talking about. This was the first Capcom-developed Disney game for Super Nintendo, released in December of 1992, predating later Disney Capcom titles like Aladdin and Goof Troop. This even got a ginormous pull-out Nintendo Power cover signaling that, yeah, this game was going to be a big deal. So how does it hold up today? Mickey's Magical Quest is pretty good, definitely an above-average platformer, but it is a little rough around around the edges, starting first and foremost with the Mickey sprite. There's just something kind of off about the way Mickey looks, especially odd since the Goofy and Pluto sprites look just about dead on. Otherwise, the game looks great. There's 6 long levels that all have very diverse settings, but nothing out of the ordinary. There's your usual ice level, forest level, and cave levels here. The music also fits the game just fine. It's nothing that's going to stand out on its own as anything spectacular, but it works for the game. The story is pretty straightforward too. Mickey, Goofy, Donald, and Pluto are all playing catch at the park when Goofy airmails a throw so badly that they all end up in some weird magical land. Jeez, nice going, Goofy. What, is he moonlighting as the Jacksonville Jaguars quarterback under the moniker Blake Bortles? Anyway, in this universe, Mickey's rival Pete is this huge, powerful king, and he's taken Pluto captive just to be a dick, I guess. And it's up to Mickey to find and rescue him. Alright, so how does Mickey's Magical Quest stand out from other platformers besides the novelty of all the Disney stuff? As you start the game, you might think the answer is nothing, because while the first level looks nice, the Jack and the Beanstalk setting is inspired, it's pretty dull to play through. Mickey's only attack is to jump on enemies to stun them, and then spin them into oblivion. It's kinda cool how you can wipe out lots of other enemies doing this, and you can also spin these tomato things, hold onto them, and fly around. It's not until you get to level 2 when things really get interesting though, because now Mickey can change clothes. Okay, that's kind of a weird sentence, but that's how it works. This wizard guy grants you this magical outfit, I guess, so Mickey can throw a chargeable projectile. In level 3, you unlock a firefighter outfit with a fire hose you can blast enemies with, and in level 4, you get a mountain climbing getup with a grappling hook. What's really nice is that you can flip through these costumes at will with the L and R buttons, and the level design is arranged so that certain costumes can get you by certain areas, like how the fire hose can move certain blocks away. There's also hidden item shops that allow you to upgrade your costumes by using these coins you can collect throughout each level. So yeah, Mickey's Magical Quest starts out slow, but it gets better and better the deeper you dive into it. Unfortunately, this game isn't that particularly deep, so there's not that much to dive into. Mickey's Magical Quest doesn't provide much of a challenge, which is fine. Sometimes it's fun just to be able to beat a game in one sitting, but even if you've never played this one before, you can pick up a controller cold turkey and get pretty far here, and after you've beaten it once, there's not a lot of replay value. No passwords or battery saves here, by the way, and yeah, this game is technically 2-player, but it's alternating turns, no co-op. I have to mention that this game received a remake on the Game Boy Advance that was also developed by Capcom, with Minnie Mouse available as a playable character. Capcom also made a sequel for the SNES titled The Great Circus Mystery starring Mickey and Minnie that'll have to get its own video someday. And there's a third game in the series, Mickey to Donald Magical Adventure 3, that plays very similarly and introduces Donald Duck into the mix as a playable character. Anyway, I do think Mickey's Magical Quest, or The Magical Quest starring Mickey Mouse for all you pedantic folks out there, I do think it's worth playing today. Sure, it's not a huge game with a lot of nuance, and yeah, the Mickey sprite looks a little weird, but this game is up there with stuff like Twinbee Rainbow Bell Adventure and Aladdin as just a simple, fun pick-up-and-play platformer that you can complete in an hour. If you somehow missed this one, it's worth checking out, and if you haven't played it in a while, try it out again. It's a quick, fun playthrough.
SNESdrunk.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Bad Titles for Video Games. In the past I've gone over stuff like B.O.B. and Operation Logic Bomb, and this time around we've got Kendo Rage, a request from Owen on my Patreon page. I'd never heard of this game and did not know what kind of game it was, but based on the title I was convinced it had to be a one-on-one fighting game or maybe even a beat-em-up. I guess that might have been just me confusing it with something like Primal Rage or Laser Kendo for Commodore 64. Instead, Kendo Rage is an action platformer with an anime art style that looks, plays, and sounds like something out of the Valis series, or more specifically Super Valis 4 for Super Nintendo. That's the big appeal of this one. The visual presentation and the art style here is well crafted. The pixel art between levels is cool looking, and as you can probably tell, the story here has a bit of a comedic slant to it. I mean, just look at how your character gets hit here. There's not too many other SNES games that have this kind of humor, and I guess that's what makes Kendo Rage stand out. It's one of the only games to have this kind of visual style and humor that was actually localized in North America. Usually when a game is brought over, they make wholesale changes left and right, like when Ranma 1/2 fighting game was turned into the painfully generic Street Combat. One thing they did change in the Kendo Rage localization though is the story. The Super Famicom version features a Kendo student named Mai, who's approached by a spirit detective to recruit her help to hunt down some monsters. In the North American version, Mai is named Jo. She's attending summer school to hone her Kendo skills, and the spirit detective is instead this great Kendo master named Bob, who wants to train Mai to rid the world of rotten evildoers. And you you do that throughout 7 different levels, of course using a kendo stick attack, which is correlated with an energy meter. Sure, you can just turbo hack and slash your way through enemies, but if you go a few seconds between attacks and let the psi meter down below fill up, your attack turns into a projectile. You can upgrade this particular attack by collecting a colored ball that will occasionally fly across the screen. Each color represents a different type of attack, as well as a shield to help your character absorb a bit more damage. You also have a special dash attack when you press the A button, but that drains the hell out of your life, so it's kind of pointless to use. If you die, you come right back at the same spot, no time wasted, so that's kinda nice. There are a limited number of continues though, and there's no battery save or passwords here, so you gotta beat the game in one go-round. If I had to nitpick anything about Kendo Rage, it's that the level design isn't all that great. It's not that it's bad, it's just kind of annoying. The game is laid out in kind of a where the hell do I go manner, where you have to carve your way through the snow, or wandering around in slow motion underwater. It just gets old sometimes, especially the underwater stuff. Each level has a time limit as well, since the point of each level is for Joe to get to school on time, but that wasn't really that big of a factor for me. Kendo Rage did get a sequel that stayed in Japan on Super Famicom titled Makeruna Makendo 2 Kimeru Yokai Sori, and this one is a one-on-one fighting game, so if you're into that, that's there too, and it's reasonably English friendly as well. So yeah, Kendo Rage is an okay-ish game. It's not bad, but it's not great either. It's along the same lines as something like Super Valis 4 or Xardian, games I've done videos on in the past. They're each kind of mediocre, but in the case of Kendo Rage, it is pretty interesting to see a game like this get localized and stay true to what it originally was in Japan, for the most part anyway. If you really like games of this style, however, I'd recommend Ghost Sweeper Mikami, Joreishi wa Nice Body. That one has the same anime-style presentation, but better level design and platforming elements. As far as Kendo Rage goes, it's fine. Its visual presentation is impressive, but don't go into it expecting too much.
SNESdrunk.
Thanks to John for the request via Patreon. The SNES had all kinds of gigantic, clunky, and unwieldy PC ports, many of them courtesy of developer Koei, who specialized in simulation and turn-based strategy games, everything from Aerobiz to Romance of the Three Kingdoms to Nobunaga's Ambition to Gemfire to Liberty or Death. Many of these games just aren't that fun to play nowadays because they're just too ambitious for the Super Nintendo hardware. The user interface usually has way too much going on, everything is super confusing and unintuitive, and the games are just too huge for their own good. Many of them just should have stayed on PC. Koei did provide some exceptions to that. I did a video on Inindo Way of the Ninja a few months ago. That's a strategy game that has some typical RPG elements and also has some interesting ideas. It's very slowly paced and doesn't look like much, but the game's not a total loss. It's still halfway decent. The same could be said for the Uncharted Waters SNES ports, especially the second game, New Horizons. Starting with the first game simply titled Uncharted Waters, this game was on MSX and the NES before making its way to Sega Genesis and Super Nintendo in 1992. And yeah, as you might expect from an early Koei game, the graphics here at first glance do not look like much, and I guess that's the first hurdle you gotta get over if you want to get into this one. This looks like an NES game in many ways, especially the overworld map, but thankfully there's quite a bit of substance here to dive into that tries to make up for it. Uncharted Waters is part adventure game, part strategy, and part role-playing game. It's an adventure game in that it's non-linear and you can do pretty much whatever you want, whenever you want. It's a strategy game because the goal of the game is to outmaneuver your opponents, and it's an RPG because it's a character-driven adventure where you play as Leon Franco, a 16-year-old boy who's out to restore his family name, and he sets out to do this by recruiting a crew for his ship and travel the world trading goods, making investments, fighting pirates and ships of rival nations, searching for treasure, and of course rescuing a princess. Or you can say screw all that and just be a total a-hole and be a pirate yourself if you want. That all sounds cool, right? Of course, Koei games always sounded cool, but once you got down to playing the game, there's a bit of a steep learning curve and it's like, what in the hell do I do? In this case, you start up Uncharted Waters and you're met with a set of skills and scores. You press left or right on the D-pad to scroll through different sets of scores, although I'm not sure it makes that much of a difference because you can apply the bonus points at the bottom to whatever you want anyway and make every score 70-something, so what difference does it make? So yeah, this game is predicated on open world exploration. Every town you settle in looks the same though. There's a marketplace where you buy and sell stuff and even invest in the port to raise a little support for your home country of Portugal. But if you do that, it'll piss off other countries like Spain and Turkey and you'll have a tougher time making other allies. You can see some of this info in the guild building where you pay to see who supports or opposes who at any given time. There's also an inn where you recruit your crew and gather info. There's the lodge where you rest up for the night, a shipyard where you buy, sell, fix, or remodel ships, and there's a palace, which is where the game's main narrative takes place. You eventually work up enough favor to meet the king or sultan or whoever, and they send you on missions, finally resulting in a mission where you rescue a princess. Or again, you don't have to bother with any missions, and you can just screw around and do whatever you want, and that's kinda cool. The only problem is how incredibly dry this game is. The story is fine for what it is, and all the open world politicking, negotiating, and maneuvering is cool and reasonably well balanced, but there's just not enough style here to complement all the substance. The game is fine on paper, but the graphics are lousy, the music is decent but a little bland, and there's just not enough personality here to keep you entertained. But that brings me to the sequel. Uncharted Waters New Horizons was also developed by Koei and made available for the PC 98, Sega Genesis PC, and the SNES, this time in 1994, so the game's overall presentation has made a quantum leap over the previous game, and that goes a long way toward making this a much more fun and engaging experience. This time around, you have 6 different character arcs you can play through. There's Joao Franco, the son of Leon Franco from the previous game. He's searching for the lost land of Atlantis. Catalina is a pirate from Spain who's out to avenge the deaths of her fiancé and her brother. Otto is on a secret mission by order of King Henry VIII to defeat the Spanish Navy. Ernst is a Dutch cartographer who wants to map the entire world. Pietro is an Italian treasure hunter who must repay the debt his deadbeat father left him. And Ali is a Turkish merchant who grew up in poverty but stumbled into owning a ship somehow, so he's out to make his fortune. So yeah, the sheer number of characters here gives this game a huge amount of depth and subsequently a ton of replay value, and the storytelling and character development here are a massive improvement over the first game. Each character has kind of their own category though. Joao, Ernst, and Pietro are adventurers, Catalina and Otto are pirates, and Ali is a merchant. Adventurers definitely want to level up, so to speak, before setting out to sea, so get lots of gold and durable ships and a reliable crew, or you won't last long. Merchants should go for volume when it comes to ships so they can haul more goods, and pirates, well, just go out there guns blazing and take over any merchant ships you can find. As for the gameplay, again, the best way to classify this is a sailing sim with adventure, role-playing game, and strategy elements scattered throughout. Like the first game, you play at your own pace, and you only get a game over when either your flagship sinks, you run out of provisions and your crew drops dead, you lose in a battle, or you fail to complete your character's storyline by January 1554. So yes, like in an Endo Way of the Ninja, there is a time limit here, but it doesn't really come into play. The trading system here is much more complex because there are a lot more moving parts at play. Each port has different prices depending on where you are, so the game encourages you to explore to find the best prices for certain goods so you can pull a profit, and there's 120 different ports you can visit, which is kinda crazy. You can also do quick fetch quests and run errands to help build your reputation as a decent fellow, earn enough of that, and you'll eventually attract the attention of more powerful folks that'll have you running missions that involve political maneuvering, negotiating, or straight up battles. And the battle system here is a massive upgrade over the first game. You give orders to other fleets you control, like for example, you sail in close enough to the enemy, and that opens up 2 new options, a crew battle or a duel. And duels, for example, are between enemy commodores, and they're based on whatever weapons and armor they have equipped, as well as their stats at the time. There's also weather you have to contend with while you're out at sea, battle strategies you can arrange to sink the enemy's flagship. There's just so much stuff here. But at times, that kind of backfires. There's almost too much stuff, and it can definitely feel overwhelming. There's some stuff I don't even understand yet, like the ration meter for your crew doesn't seem to matter, for instance, or what the round Earth society is supposed to do. Some stuff is just trial and error to figure out the best way to do things, but a lot of it is pretty straightforward. You traverse ports and sail the sea going from town to town, visit the cafe to gain info, do favors for people. You can gamble, win powerful people's influences, recruit tons of other sailors for your crew, and just get your name out there. There's so much flexibility here in how you want to approach things, and again, there's 6 character story arcs you can play through. It's really impressive, especially for a 16-bit game made in 1994. So yeah, New Horizons might be a bit intimidating, but it's at least a lot of fun to get to know this game. Sure, there's some stuff that's kinda useless, and it feels like it's there for no reason than for the sake of being there, but New Horizons is still fantastic. The different characters are great, the music is a big step forward, and the freedom to figure things out at your own pace makes this one fun. I would pass on the first Uncharted Waters, but Uncharted Waters New Horizons is definitely one I would check out. If you've ever wanted to look at any one of those old Koei strategy games, make sure it's this one.
SNESdrunk?
Hello and welcome again to this week's edition of What the Hell Do I Actually Do in This Game? This week it's Metal Marines. Take a look at this cover for starters. Who is that, Malcolm McDowell? What's with all the hands? You start up the game and you can either jump right in or get some advice, which tells you to shoot lots of missiles and deploy lots of mechs called Metal Marines. Hey, that sounds good to me. From there we go to something that looks like SimCity 2000 with an isometric viewpoint, landscapes, a menu on the left-hand side, and a cursor to move around. But no, unfortunately this game is not compatible with the SNES mouse. The game prompts you to place 3 bases. Later on you'll find out you'll keep the game going so long as you have at least one of those at the end of the forthcoming battle. So you're screwing around trying to figure out what to do before you get a message. Some jerk is firing missiles at you from another island. Thankfully at this point your anti-aircraft missile launchers, which have already been placed, will take care of these, although occasionally one might slip through just to give you an idea of the kind of firepower you're dealing with. Okay, so I want to fire back at this jerk. How do I do that? Press the B button to move over to the menu on the left and press right on the D-pad to access another set of commands. The one with the 2 swords is the attack prompt, as you might guess, and that brings up a different map. You can select missiles or metal marines to send over there. Once you make your picks, it'll flip you over to a different map with nothing on it. The game kind of plays like Battleship in this sense. When your missiles or marines land, that sends data back to you, so you can find out how the AI opponent is set up, so you can plan out your subsequent attacks a little better. At first you'll be attacking mostly with missiles. They deal damage in a 3x3 grid area. You can shoot up to 4 each turn, but they can be shot down by enemy anti-aircraft missiles. And you also have your own anti-aircraft missiles, which you saw earlier. Ideally you'd want those near your bases or anything else you want to protect, and you can enhance their range and intelligence with radar units you can place next to them. You also have stuff like gun pods to protect stuff on the ground, and then there's the Metal Marines themselves. These are mechs that function as ground units and are very strong. One extra wrinkle the game has is that you can eventually switch out the Metal Marines weapons, which you'll need to do based on where they'll be deployed. For example, if you land in a pit of gun pods, equip the bazooka from the default weapon and watch stuff go boom. The catch with the Metal Marines is that they're very expensive. Yep, the SimCity vibe continues beyond the visuals here because you're also tied to certain resources like money and energy. To generate money, you build and maintain a supply headquarters, and to generate energy, you build and maintain an energy plant, and by maintain, I mean make sure it doesn't go boom. You use your money and energy to build more stuff and launch more attacks until you finally make your enemies submit. There's 20 total missions here, and you can upgrade your missiles and metal marines as you progress through each of them. And you'll also need to make use of some of the other buildings as well, like the decoy units and bases, a factory which allows you to build stuff even faster, and some crazy overpowered thing called an ICBM. I've never been able to actually get one of those myself, however. There's a password system here as well, which helps, especially since this game can get pretty ruthless. As you can see, the action takes place in kind of a pseudo real-time environment. I say pseudo because there are plenty of pauses here and there, but still, there isn't another game quite like this on the Super Nintendo or any other 16-bit console for that matter. The battles are really fun and get more and more nuanced and complex the further you progress. The enemy AI here should be commended because it's surprisingly well done without being cheap. There's plenty of different ways you can build your army. You can go heavy on defenses before attacking, you can be aggressive as hell, it's up to you. And again, that's to the game's credit for being open-ended enough to allow the player that kind of freedom. I should mention this game is one player only, so your only opponent is the computer, but that's okay, because like I said, it's about as well designed as you could expect for the time. I should also mention the story of Metal Marines. It'd be nice to be able to explain who you're fighting and why, right? A breakthrough in antimatter technology led to antimatter weapons being created. One country in particular got an itchy trigger finger and set one off as an act of war, which of course cascaded into all sorts of chaos. In this case, it's pretty crazy because you can see parts of countries outright disappearing because, you know, they're antimatter weapons. They're erasing everything and completely screwing up the planet. Meanwhile, some alien guy shows up and declares himself the Emperor of Earth. Well, I mean, if you ask me, I'd say sure, go ahead and take it. It's completely destroyed anyway. But the story still has us defending Earth for whatever reason. It's pretty standard stuff. If there's any flaws in Metal Marines, it's what I kind of touched on at the beginning of this video. There's no indication as to what to do or how to do it, or even what's going on at all. Now, I know that wasn't a problem back then, because if you bought Metal Marines, it came with the instruction book. There were even some rental places back in the day that gave you a Xerox copy of the manual with the game. But if you're gonna play this game on its own today, there's not really any way to find out what you're supposed to be doing just from the game itself, so that kinda sucks. And there's not much information on the internet either, other than dryly written walkthroughs on GameFAQs. And if you want to buy the manual with the cartridge, it'll cost you. The average price for the combination of the two is usually around $80 to $100. The best way to play this game today, believe it or not, is through the Wii U Virtual Console. That's right, Metal Marines of all games is available there for $8. If you give Metal Marines a chance though, through some good old-fashioned trial and error, this game is a lot of fun and is surprisingly well made. It was developed by Namco of all places. Yeah, that's right, the Pac-Man guys. There was also a PC port of this game as well. There's some minor differences between the two here and there, but it's generally the same game overall. Either way, Metal Marines is a great combination of tactical planning and battle strategy, and it's really satisfying to just utterly obliterate your enemy. It's got some limitations. Don't expect this one to be as huge as even something like an Age of Empires game or something, but for a 16-bit strategy title, Metal Marines is fantastic and well worth playing today.
SNESdrunk.
Time to dive back into the time-consuming and complicated world of Koei strategy games. Here we have Gemfire for Super Nintendo, which was also released for the NES, Genesis, MSX, DOS, and later Windows. Yes, this is the same menu-heavy turn-based strategy style everyone's come to expect from Koei, where you pick your faction and conquer territory and manage up to 30 different provinces. But the main thing that makes Gemfire stand out is that it's not a historically based sim game. This is a fantasy game, an original story featuring 4 different campaigns that can support up to 2 players. So, long ago, 6 wizards protected the land of Ishmeria. One day they're attacked by a dragon, the wizards seal it into a ruby, and then turn themselves into gemstones to complete a crown called Gemfire. Fast forward to today, and the current king of Ishmeria is letting the crown get to his head, so to speak. Am I right? And he's such a lousy ruler that his daughter steals the crown and pries the 6 wizard gemstones loose, and they scatter themselves across the land. The king's daughter is imprisoned for her betrayal, and the king keeps the dragon to defend himself, while the wizards each support whatever lord they've become friendly with. There's 4 campaigns you can play out within this story, each featuring 4 characters you can play as, giving you a total of 16 different experiences available here. At first, you're probably going to want to take control of Prince Aaron of Blanche or Prince Ander of Lisle, since they're the strongest and most well-rounded characters, but you do have other characters you can select if you really get into this game. Gems are distributed differently in each scenario. Some lords start with a few gemstones, already making things a bit easier for you, and some characters don't have any, which would represent the most difficult path. The ownership of each province shifts around each scenario as well. The game also has you select an advisor, but I found that ultimately this choice doesn't really matter. The structure in Gemfire follows a calendar year. For example, your total food amount is based on how well your land is cultivated, and that's calculated every September. Taxes are calculated every January based on how happy your population is. That's what the red flag rating is there. You get 1 action per month, and there are 4 options: military, domestic, diplomacy, and view. With the military option, you can straight out attack, or recruit more soldiers, or hire a monster. I like how that's phrased there. With domestic, that's where you trade and cultivate your land. Diplomacy is where you can partner up with other provinces or attempt to sabotage them. And then last, view is just rearranging your hierarchy of soldiers, like entrusting certain provinces to other characters beneath you so you wouldn't have to bother managing them anymore. But that can be risky because they might do something stupid. It's a game of management and delegation. You have to prioritize properly, and the first thing you gotta do is take care of your own people. Sure, it's fun to go all Rambo, guns blazing, and attack everything right away, but if you do that, you're not gonna like this game, because you'll get beat down immediately. You gotta build up to your attacks, and to do that, you have to spend your first several turns providing as much food as you can, and, making sure nobody feels the urge to attack you. To prevent this, it really helps to give your excess food to the surrounding provinces if you can. Sure, you could make friends with everyone and negotiate your way to victory, but let's face it, it's more fun to impose your will through combat. Once you've taken care of your own people and are ready to attack, you gotta treat the map like you're putting together a puzzle. You don't want to start in the middle because, you're surrounded by factions that can retaliate immediately. Start on the edges if you can, simply because there's fewer people to deal with. The main problem here, as is the case with most Koei games, is that everything is paced very slowly, and the battles here are very limited. The only real strategy that works is making sure you attack from a different angle rather than head-on. Everything else appears to be just window dressing, like it's there for the sake of being there, like the fence building mechanic. You've got a few different types of soldiers, which is nice, and the goal is to either take out your enemies entirely or capture their flag. You can just wait them out and hope they run out of food, which is interesting, but it almost never works. Another major factor holding this game back is that it's got the same old Koei graphics that are practically interchangeable with every other SNES Koei game, or in some cases with every other NES Koei game. Everything here is extremely lo-fi, with the exception of some of the cutscenes. The music is fine, but not all that noticeable, certainly nothing to hook you into playing the game or anything like that.
So yeah, I just wanted to give the general gist of Gemfire, nothing too in-depth because, well, that would defeat the point of this channel. I just want to sum up complicated games like this to give the viewers a taste of what to expect, with the hopes that it could be useful to retro gamers out there, because while I don't think this game is for everyone, I do think it could be for the right person, if that makes sense, and that's evidenced by the fact that people have made Gemfire ROM hacks introducing new scenarios, which is kinda cool. But as it is for someone like me, Gemfire is okay. I would say if you're looking for a more accessible game like this, I'd start with something like Uncharted Waters New Horizons. Gemfire is, like I said, very slow-paced, the strategic elements are pretty limited, and the presentation is bare bones. But if you're patient and you dig turn-based strategy games like Risk, then yeah, you'd enjoy Gemfire.
SNESdrunk.
Developer Visual Concepts sure had a strange run on the Super Nintendo. They had a hand in everything from licensed stuff like Tasmania to EA-published sports titles like Bill Walsh College Football to terrible crap like Lester the Unlikely. However, they're probably best known for Clay Fighter, the comedic alternative to stuff like Street Fighter II and Mortal Kombat. A year after Clay Fighter hit the Super Nintendo came Claymates, a 2D side-scrolling action platformer that supposedly takes place in the same universe as Clay Fighter, although it doesn't appear any of the Clay Fighter characters are even referenced here. In Claymates, you play as Clayton, the son of Professor Putty, who's just made a huge scientific breakthrough. He's created a serum that turns living creatures into clay. Apparently, there's only one other person in this universe who can do that, the evil witch doctor Jobo. He gets word of this and somehow teleports to Professor Putty's house, kidnaps him, and steals the new serum. Clayton tries to stop him, but Jobo turns him into clay, and so begins your quest to traverse all the way through the Pacific, Japan, Africa, outer space, and even Clayton's own backyard to rescue his dad. Unfortunately, Clayton is just a blue ball of clay, but thankfully you can find different balls of clay to take the form of different animals, everything from a mouse to a squirrel to a bird to a fish. When you find another clay ball when you've already inhabited a form, you get an additional projectile attack, which is useful. When you take damage from an enemy, you revert back to your original form as a clay ball, and in that form you can only muster a fist as an attack. You're probably better off just avoiding enemies here, which is a challenge in and of itself. If you take damage as a blue ball, you're dead. Any action platformer where you morph into different forms is always going to draw comparisons to games like Kirby, especially since the early Kirby games and Kirby Superstar practically perfected this style of game. And while Claymates isn't in the same ballpark as Kirby, it's still pretty good. The controls are simple pick-up and play style and easy to figure out. They're a little loopy and take some getting used to, but the game still has the same feel no matter which animal form you have. If anything, this game kind of reminds me of Little Nemo for NES, where each form you take has special abilities inherent to that animal, like the cat who can climb trees or the squirrel who can burrow into the ground. What helps make Claymates stand out a bit are the little bits of personality the game shows, everything from the sprite work to things like the mouse having a roar for an attack. That's pretty funny. There's also the bird who can only fly for a short time before he runs out of breath. Stuff like this really goes a long way toward having the game separate itself from the pack. Even the box has some personality as it touts this game's quote-unquote blaze processing. Another thing that helps Claymates stand out is the overworld map. It's not just there for looks or to shuffle you from level to level. You have to figure out a way across to the next level, or this sand whirlpool looking thing here. Each level you complete, you're granted 2 robots. Why? I have no idea, but you have to direct them in the right place to clear a path for you to get to the next level. It's not exactly an in-depth feature of the game, but it is a nice touch. If there's any flaws in this one, it goes back to what I mentioned earlier about the controls. They're a little imprecise and take some getting used to, but it's not that big of a deal. I will say I think it was a mistake starting the game out with the mouse because he's too fast and too quick. You run into enemies the split second they leap onto the screen. Also, there's no battery save or passwords here, unfortunately. This isn't a long game, but a save feature of some sort would have helped. So yeah, Claymates isn't perfect, it's certainly no Mario or Kirby, but it is at the very least an above-average action platformer. Sure, all the generic platformer stuff is here in spades, like collecting crystals to unlock bonus stages, to get extra lives, that kind of stuff. But Claymates stands out by allowing you to play as different characters, which each show off some fantastic sprite work, and the world map gimmick is a little different too. This one is well worth checking out.
SNESdrunk.
The early 90s were a fascinating time for comics. Marvel and DC were ginormous and only getting bigger and better. Marvel in particular was everywhere. For instance, the X-Men got so huge that they split them into the Gold Team and the Blue Team, with the Blue Team kicking off a new series with multiple covers that sold millions of copies. I was obsessed with this stuff as a kid. I had all 5 covers of that first issue. Behind the scenes, however, there were problems brewing, in particular with Marvel, where artists weren't getting their fair share from stuff like merchandise, since Marvel could claim that anything the artists created was Marvel's intellectual property. So, a number of popular artists like Todd McFarlane, Jim Lee, and Mark Silvestri all left to form Image Comics, which was immediately successful thanks to characters like Spawn and Witchblade. Another early Image franchise was Wildcats, or Wild Covert Action Teams, fronted by popular Marvel artist Jim Lee. It's pretty standard stuff as far as 90s comics go. There's a war between alien races that goes back hundreds of years, which spills over to Earth. It received a short-lived animated series in 1994 spanning just 13 episodes. So all this preamble leads me to the Super Nintendo game, its full title being Jim Lee's Wildcats Covert Action Teams, and I have to point out that this game is based on the animated series and not the comic, so if you're a fan of the comic, I should let you know that there's some changes here and there, like Lord Emp being a human, for instance. As for the game itself, it's pretty much exactly what you'd expect. It's a comic book beat-em-up, and its closest contemporary is probably something like Pirates of Dark Water, another game based on a short-lived animated TV series, but it also has some structure elements borrowed from games like X-Men Mutant Apocalypse. Spartan, Warblade, and Maul are the only playable characters. Spartan is a cyborg with a rechargeable laser attack, Maul is a Hulk-like monster that can suplex bad guys, and Warblade produces a biomolecular metal that allows him to cling to walls and double jump somehow. Y attacks, B jumps, A picks up enemies, X is each character's special attack, and select is your clear all attack. It's pretty simple stuff. The combat is decent as well. As far as beat-em-ups go, Wildcats doesn't have the movesets that games like Streets of Rage might have, but it does force you to take note of timing and certain patterns, since the enemy AI here is pretty aggressive and quick to defend as well. It's not on the level of something like Super Double Dragon, but the enemy AI is absolutely a factor here. Enemies block often, so you have to be smart about attacking and picking your spots. Unfortunately, the pacing of Wildcats really suffers because these levels can really drag, especially the first 2 levels, which just go on and on. Sure, you've got your special moves and all that, but at times the game prevents you from doing a whole lot, like these barrel sections where you're just sitting here waiting for enemies to come to you. The levels here are long. This is something like a 90-minute playthrough, which is an eternity for a beat-em-up. They even included a password system, which I appreciate, but that's a telling sign that this game can be a slog. After you get past the first section, the game finally allows you to fight as the other characters, but the structure gets a little wonky. If you choose to fight as Maul, you can only proceed so far before the game tells you that the reactor in another level needs to be shut off first. If you choose to fight as Warblade, it's the same kind of thing. The game just kind of kicks you back to the character select screen before you can proceed any further. The game continues in a rigid way like that, and it's all for the sake of storytelling, which is fine, and while the dialogue may be goofy, I appreciate the attempt at a different approach. Although, let's face it, it's frustrating to have your progress halted like that after given the illusion of choice. Normally, I'd say you're better off just continuing to play as Spartan and completing his section and then going back to the other 2 characters afterward. But again, his stage is just incredibly dull. You wander around aimlessly looking for these 5 computers to destroy, zipping around these elevators, and thankfully the enemies stay dead after you defeat them, but there's no run function here, so you just wander and wander and wander. It gets old. I will say though, the game does pick up a bit once you're finally able to utilize the other 2 characters. As you can see, the game certainly looks good. It manages to look unique despite the overabundance of comic book games at the time. It doesn't look as good as, say, Capcom's War of the Gems or X-Men Mutant Apocalypse, but it's still nice looking throughout, and the comics universe is represented well. What's surprising here is the soundtrack, which is actually really good. Anyway, Jim Lee's Wildcats Covert Action Teams is okay at best, and dull as dishwater at worst. I certainly wouldn't put it in the top 10 or 12 beat-em-ups on the Super Nintendo, and it doesn't come close to stuff like Batman Returns, but I wouldn't call it a bad game. Fundamentally, it's fine in terms of hit detection and controls and graphics and all that. It's just very long for a beat-em-up. Like I said earlier, it's in the same boat as Pirates of Dark Water, although I like that game better because it cuts a much quicker pace, and it's 2-player co-op. I would only recommend Wildcats if you dig Image Comics or if you really dig 16-bit beat-em-ups.
SNESdrunk.
When it comes to 16-bit games that never left Japan, you won't find much better than Magical Poppin' on any platform. It's an action platformer that calls to mind everything from Super Metroid to Rocket Knight Adventures to even Willow the arcade game. The developer is a company named Polestar. It's hard to find any info on them, and it's the only game they developed for the Super Famicom. But Magical Poppin' has the same high-quality feel to it that you might get from a Konami or Capcom game, just, from the 90s. And when I say high quality, I mean every aspect, from the pixel art and the soundtrack to the level design and the feel of the controls. You play as the Princess of Toal, out to recover the Mystic Legend, not to be confused with Mystic Quest Legend, which was stolen by the evil mage Zayasu. So yeah, the story isn't all that important here, but there is a translation patch available. You travel back and forth through 6 long stages, unlocking new magic abilities which enable you to backtrack and unlock new portions of each level, recalling games like Demon's Crest and the aforementioned Super Metroid, but more the latter since this game cuts a much quicker pace and doesn't require that much backtracking. It's also very easy to flip between all your abilities, which helps. Just use the L and R buttons, no menu screen or anything, which I really appreciate. There's 6 spells you can obtain, and they're all unique and all serve a purpose. Nothing's there just for the sake of being there. There's your default attack, plus a handy grappling hook, a fire attack, an ice attack, a spinning attack, and some good old-fashioned bombs. Your magic meter is represented in stars, which you can find pretty much anywhere. I rarely came close to running out as I played this one. Even better, each spell has a bigger, more powerful secondary attack that costs 10 stars. The number of stars each normal spell costs is represented beneath the spell icon up top. You can also increase your health capacity by finding extra hearts and chests, usually in hidden areas. The princess's standard attacks are nothing to slouch at either, since she can slide and do a downward and upward thrust. So as you can see, Magical Poppin' is one of those action platformers that's like setting you loose in a room full of toys. There's so much stuff you can do and different ways you can do it, but a game like this is only going to be as good as the level design and structure it places you into, because after all, what good are all these fun and exciting abilities if there's not an appropriate place to use them? And that's where Magical Poppin' stands out. The game structure and level design is perfectly balanced here, not just in terms of difficulty, but in giving you tons of stuff to do. There's branching paths here, which enable you to approach this game in multiple ways. Do you want to sprint through it as fast as you can, or do you want to unlock everything and experience the entire game? Magical Poppin' lets you do it either way. I also appreciate how well the difficulty is balanced here. Sometimes when you're overpowered to the gills like this, the game can either feel too easy, or it'll resort to cheap tactics like one-hit deaths when you do so much as touch the side of a spike. I wouldn't call Magical Poppin' difficult, but it's not easy either, especially the last level. But like I said, if you want it to be more difficult, you can control that by choosing if whether or not you want to upgrade your health and by what paths you want to take. The visuals and music have to be commended. I know the stage settings are the usual stuff you'd expect, like a forest, a fire stage, an ice stage, but everything here looks great and unlike any other game on the system. The princess sprite in particular is vibrant and full of life. The music fits the game nicely, and I gotta point out that this has some of the best boss music ever. There are voice samples here, voiced by the late Ai Ijima, for any time the princess takes damage or casts a spell. And that may annoy some people since this game usually takes a while to complete, but it didn't bother me too much. I do have to point out a couple flaws in this one, first and foremost being that there's no map in this game, which can be kind of frustrating for a game predicated on exploration. For me personally, this really only became an issue once I got to the last stage, but hey, if I can manage, so can you. There's also no saves or passwords here, and this game usually takes a few hours to complete, so when you sit down to play this one, be prepared to play it for a while. There are at least unlimited continues. One other surprising thing I have to point out is that there is some big time slowdown that shows up in the final level, so that's disappointing. When I last mentioned Magical Poppin' on this channel, it was part of my 13 best games to never leave Japan video from a couple years ago, and since then, I've only gotten to enjoy this game more. I love wide open games like this that not only give you a ton of options and different paths, but everything has a purpose, and everything is accessible and easy to use. Magical Poppin' is just really well made from start to finish. Highest recommendation for this one.
SNESdrunk.
Development team Joruden took some big swings and misses early on in the Super Nintendo lifespan. They made the role-playing game GD Lean, which was fairly impressive for the time for its scope and its story, but it's absurdly grind-heavy and a chore to play. They made the action platformer Zardian, which has the feature of switching between 3 transforming mechs throughout each level, but the game plays slowly and the user interface often gets in the way. Then they made Alien vs. Predator, the Super Nintendo version, not the arcade game, and yeah, that was a slight disappointment. So keep those games in mind when you think of Musya, the classic Japanese tale of horror. And by that I mean it has a few things going for it, but it's ultimately disappointing. And that's not unexpected since this game was released in April of 1992. That was a time when just about every third-party Super Nintendo game not made by Capcom and Konami looked and played rough around the edges. The first thing Musya has going for it is its title. The classic Japanese tale of horror? Sign me up for some of that. And yeah, to the game's credit, the settings and enemy design do look pretty cool. Musya deserves credit for paving a way for later games that had horror settings, like Maju Uo, like the second level with these alien egg things everywhere. But that's all the horror is here, just a theme and a story. Granted, it is a pretty cool story of a beaten down soldier named Imoto, who must descend into the abyss to rescue Shizuka, a maiden who holds the talisman that seals off the abyss from the rest of the world. But the horror theme doesn't play into the gameplay or anything. This is just a regular old action platformer. You get 3 lives to traverse 8 levels, there's 16 bars of health per life, and no continues, so that kinda sucks. But there is a password system. You attack with your trusty pike, and there's power-ups here and there that can upgrade it, like adding a projectile. The A button does a spin attack, the catch being that you have to stand still to use it. B jumps, hold up and jump, and you'll do a floaty super jump. The X button does a clear screen attack, and interestingly, the L and R buttons allow you to kinda carefully back away. I never really used this, but it's nice that it's there. Also, you earn a new spell after defeating each boss, and it's typical stuff like fireballs and the like. As you can see, this game plays slowly. I get the feeling that they were going for a Castlevania vibe with the gameplay, but the control is just too stiff and your character moves too slowly, while the enemies around you are much quicker. In other words, this is one of those games where you're gonna take a lot of damage. If you want to progress with this one, you gotta take your lumps and just learn to avoid taking more damage than you have to. Yeah, it's pretty lousy, but I wouldn't call this game broken in that regard, it's just annoying. I will say the enemy design here is pretty well done and fits the horror motif. Like these heads that crawl across the ground, is that Heath Ledger's Joker? There's all sorts of Lovecraftian monsters and aliens you gotta contend with, and that goes a long way in keeping this game interesting. The problem is that after level 4, the settings repeat, so there's really only 4 worlds you travel through. That's a disappointment, but what is here is really cool looking. Unfortunately, the music and sound design don't really match the game's visuals. The soundtrack is okay, some tracks are great, but other tracks blast like a foghorn with that painfully early Super Nintendo sound font. When you take damage, you make this goofy, muffled grunting sound. Plus, when you pick up an upgrade, you're treated to a Seinfeld bass slap. Ah yes, you know it's an early Super Nintendo game when you hear that sound. If I could only use one word to describe Musya, it would be rushed. That was my main impression playing through this one. It's like the dev team was under a ton of pressure to get this one finished. So many aspects of this game are good ideas in theory, but they aren't executed very well. I do like how this game looks, I like the enemy design, both in terms of visuals and patterns, but the gameplay is so stiff, the boss battles are a slog, the sound design is terrible, and the music is just annoying. I really can't recommend this one, but I will say if you're looking for a horror-themed 16-bit game, then you should at least try out Musya to see for yourself if the good can outweigh the bad.
SNESdrunk.
The NES gets a lot of flack for having so many bad movie and TV licensed games, and sure, there are some bad ones on the Super Nintendo too, but there's a surprising number of good games. There's True Lies, Batman Returns, Goof Troop, Looney Tunes B-Ball, all sorts of stuff, including the Jetsons' Invasion of the Planet Pirates. Yeah, this is actually a pretty good game, and it was good enough to even get a reskin over in Japan, where they removed all the Jetson stuff and replaced it with characters from the manga Yokai Buster Ruka, and released the game as Yokai Buster Ruka no Daiboken. So yeah, a game based on a TV show that was actually repurposed to be used again for a different license? How often did that happen back then? It's also interesting to note that this one was developed by Sting Entertainment, who were all over the map when it came to the Super Nintendo and Super Famicom, creating a solid shoot-'em-up and flying hero, Buguro no Daiboken, to an RPG that was published by Squaresoft, Treasure Hunter G. The Jetsons, however, is a straight-ahead action platformer, and admittedly, it doesn't have a ton to do with the show. This is one of those games that's kind of on its own island, so to speak. For instance, Captain Zoom is normally a fictional character in the Jetsons universe, but in this game, he's real, and he's apparently fighting space pirates led by the evil Zora. No, not that Zora. Captain Zoom is apparently too tired or hungover or something to keep up the fight, so he tasks George Jetson with protecting the planet from the plundering pirates. So how does Captain Zoom prepare George to defend the entire planet? Does he give him guns, knives, bombs? How about a vacuum cleaner? Well, the game calls it a pneumo-osmotic precipitator, but it's pretty much a sucking device that allows you to climb walls, travel through smaller passages, and use whatever objects are around you as projectiles, even other enemies. You can even use it as a scuba device in a pinch, and it can be upgraded to be made more powerful so you can reach blocks and enemies that are further away. It's a fun and inventive mechanic that you don't see in too many other games, and the level design complements it well. It might seem at first that the vacuum mechanic might be a bit overpowered since you can just make your way across the ceiling and avoid everything, but most levels are structured so you can't really do that. Granted, sometimes it seems like they get a bit too carried away with the level design since occasionally it can be hard to simply find the exit, but I think overall it's done pretty well, like the third level here where you have to rotate the entire area by hitting switches, kind of like in Legend of the Mystical Ninja, and then again in level 5 where it's the enemies rotating the room and you have to try and survive, or this underwater level here where you have to balance out having enough suction to defeat enemies and enough air to breathe. But yeah, other than the vacuum mechanic, this is a pretty standard action platformer with the same old stuff you'd expect, like food for health and stars for extra points, which earn you extra lives. There's 8 levels here, but no battery save or password system, and that leads me to a big flaw I gotta point out. The last level of this game is really hard. Trying to deal with these flying dishes is really frustrating. It's hard not to take a ton of damage and lose a lot of lives, and that sucks because after all that, it's one big boss gauntlet. Yup, you gotta fight every boss again, all in a row, and it's really tough. On the bright side, they did do a great job representing the Jetsons universe here. The story may not be a perfect fit, but the color palette and the George sprite are all spot on. It definitely looks like a Jetsons game. While you do hear the main cartoon theme at the title screen, the music isn't particularly Jetsons-y, whatever that might mean, but that's okay. The soundtrack here is perfectly fine. And hey, even if you don't particularly care for the Jetsons and want something completely different, there's the Japanese version I mentioned earlier, Yokai Buster. Instead of George Jetson, you play as Ruka, a 1,000-year-old demon girl who wants to get rid of the other demons and have all the demon glory on Earth to herself, I guess. And instead of a vacuum thing, you carry around a little alien thing that, does all the sucking. It's all new music, and all the graphics and enemies are changed up too. They polished up the level design a bit by adding arrows so you know where the exit is, and there's also an entirely new final boss. Unfortunately, Yokai Buster is one of those Super Famicom cartridges like Hyper Iria and Psycho Dream, and it goes for close to $200. Heck, even the Jetsons game goes for something like $75. But yeah, Jetsons' Invasion of the Planet Pirates is a worthwhile playthrough with some surprisingly original mechanics for the time. I enjoyed this one, the boss fights are well done, and the game is definitely challenging. It may not always be the most balanced game, that last level is brutal, but that's alright. Besides, people's expectations for games like this are usually pretty low, so the fact that this is even a decent playthrough is a pleasant surprise. I'd recommend this one, and if you really dig this game, check out Yokai Buster as well.
SNESdrunk.
There aren't many roguelike games in the 16-bit era. Most of the ones that were made usually stayed in Japan, but this particular game, Mystery Dungeon Shiren the Wanderer for Super Famicom, has received an English patch, so it's playable for us English speakers today. I should also mention quickly, just in case you don't know what I mean by roguelike, it means a dungeon crawler where each dungeon is randomly generated for each playthrough. And yes, this is a Mystery Dungeon game, the second game in that series which is still going today, and has since spanned out into the Pokemon universe. The first game was actually Torneko's Great Adventure, Torneko being a merchant from Dragon Quest IV, but you don't need to play that one to get into Shiren the Wanderer. In the case of this game, it's a top-down action RPG complete with upgradable weapons, armor, items with towns and shops you can visit, and NPCs you can talk to gather information and find even more items. But the best way to describe this one is probably as a survival adventure game. You begin at level 1 with no equipment, no weapons, nothing. You just have to go exploring, collecting whatever you can, and survive as long as possible. And whenever you die, and you will die, you come back to the village you started at in the same predicament, and you have to start all over and go through a new set of randomized dungeons. There's 30 levels with a town every 6 levels or so, with your goal being to get to the top of Table Mountain to investigate the legend of the Golden Condor, and you have to get through forests, caves, streams, all the normal settings you usually see in action RPGs. You can move and attack in 8 directions, and your health automatically regenerates as long as you're moving around. And like I said earlier, everything is randomly generated. The maps, the enemies, the stuff enemies drop when you defeat them, which items the shops are selling, you get the idea. The closest comparison to this one on Super Nintendo is probably the Ancient Cave in Lufia 2, so if you enjoyed that, then you'll love this. There's little things here and there that I should mention that help this game stand out a bit more. For instance, certain villages have storage houses where you can store a finite number of items, and they can be picked up for later playthroughs even after you die, so that's handy. There's plenty of shops where you can buy items like meat, which turns you into a monster, and scrolls that can increase a particular stat. The trouble is, a lot of these items are way too expensive, so sometimes you have to resort to stealing them if you're confident you can get past the guards. I found myself stealing a lot in this game. I don't know what that says about me, but it does work pretty well. One trick I learned worked almost every time. Use the large room scroll, which causes the entire area to be one big room, and then after the shopkeeper blocks the door, use the place exchange staff to switch places with them. Of course, it's obviously no guarantee you'll get those 2 items on any given playthrough. In another example of how random this game is, I got those 2 items 2 playthroughs in a row, and then I never saw them again the rest of my time playing the game, so I couldn't even get footage of me doing the trick. But still, it's a great way to land yourself a katana or a heavy shield. The thing is, if you get caught, a horde of guards come chasing after you, and they will be right on your ass until you either find the exit or until you're dead. There's just too many to fight at once. There's also random characters that join you occasionally for side quests, which is really cool. You already have Kappa, the talking weasel, that's that white animal thing walking beside you, but there's also Naoki the chef, for example, or the wandering chef. You can work at his restaurant for money, but we need to slay some monsters with him first to clear the areas. There's also a little girl you stumble upon so she can go home to her parents. There's this mysterious woman who blinds you. There's all sorts of chaos that can happen at any given moment. And that brings me to the difficulty of this game. Shiren the Wanderer is definitely not for everyone. This game can be brutally unfair and frustrating for all the wrong reasons. Well, depending on how you look at it. You can cruise through the first 10 levels, finding all sorts of cool stuff, then suddenly you hit the 11th floor and you're surrounded by monsters with like 80 hit points each, and before you know it, you're dead. Some people hate that, but I mean, hey, it's a roguelike. That's kind of what you sign up for when you play this one. Every single playthrough is a roll of the dice. Some people love that and really enjoy the challenge, and I have to admit, this game presents a challenge unlike any other Super Nintendo or Super Famicom game I've ever played. There's a certain kind of intensity and urgency to the gameplay that I like, and like I said, the name of the game is simply to survive. Mystery Dungeon Shiren the Wanderer received a remake in 2006 for the DS, and as you might expect, that version has a lot more stuff, like rescue quests, where you can save other players who died, and you can help them to continue where they left off. It's a good game and a faithful remake, but again, it's brutally unforgiving and hard as hell. So yeah, for what it is, Shiren the Wanderer does the roguelike thing surprisingly well, and there's tons upon tons of items and weapons you can find, buy, or steal, and the game enables lots of inventive ways for you to get by. There's even more stuff here that I haven't even mentioned, like traps you can set, hunger that you have to manage, buffs and debuffs that strengthen or debilitate your character, and an additional 100 floor dungeon that you can unlock that's even more difficult. I could spend forever going into all the minute details of all the different scenarios you could potentially come across, but that would be pointless because the odds of you coming across the same scenario with the same items aren't that great. Besides, it's more fun to just experience that for yourself. Like I said, not everyone's gonna dig this one. Many people understandably aren't gonna like the unforgiving nature of roguelikes. But for the people that do dig this genre, Shiren the Wanderer is well worth checking out.
SNESdrunk.
Let's go back in time to when young SNESdrunk was in junior high in the mid-90s. Now, back then, there were, of course, rental stores, and when you rented a game, certain places gave you a black and white Xeroxed copy of the manual. I remember Mr. Movies and Video Update doing this, but other stores like Blockbuster and Hollywood Video would actually take the time to type out the primary controls of the game right there on the insert that went in the store-branded game case. This was always a nice bonus because certain games like, say, ActRaiser or King Arthur's World weren't always all that intuitive, so I appreciated the extra help. That brings me to the time I rented Weapon Lord. The world was still enveloped in a one-on-one fighting game craze, spearheaded by games like Street Fighter II, Mortal Kombat, and Killer Instinct, so I had to try this latest game since it was featured on the cover of Nintendo Power. That is high praise. So my mom drove me to Hollywood Video and I picked out the game, but it wasn't until I got home that I realized that the case was blank and that there was no instruction book. Oh well, it's a fighting game, how complicated could it be? And that's where I was dead wrong. It turns out Weapon Lord is pretty different from most other fighting games of the time, for better and for worse. The thing is, yes, there's typical Street Fighter style special moves here, but they're implemented in a weird way. Instead of doing something with the D-pad then pressing an attack button, you first press and hold an attack button and then do the D-pad input. It is surprisingly goofy to try and get used to this method, and I wouldn't say it offers any particular advantage over the traditional method, but hey, it may agree with your sensibilities, so it's worth trying out. Personally, I can't help but feel like the developers are trying something different for the sake of trying something different. But what really makes Weapon Lord shine, however, is all the different ways you can block, parry, and create opportunities for combinations. As you can see, this is a weapon-based fighter, but you can actually damage your opponent's weapon in battle if your timing is right. You just have to hold down both weak attack buttons and then hit a direction on the D-pad, like up if it's a high attack, down if low, forward if mid-range, and back if it's a special move. There's similar combinations like that allow you to overpower your opponent's attack, cancel out their block, or even stagger your opponent for a second. It is really advanced stuff, especially for the time. It just takes a lot of practice to get used to. While there may only be 7 characters to choose from, each has between 10 or 12 special moves, and there's finishers here as well. But again, those are handled differently, just like everything else in the game. If you really want to play this one, you have to pull up a move list from GameFAQs and read up first, because otherwise you're essentially just going to end up mashing buttons cluelessly. Now, one thing I have to mention is the speed of the game. It plays slowly compared to its contemporaries, but there is a reason for that. The development of Weapon Lord was led by 2 folks, Dave Winstead and James Goddard, who previously worked for Capcom with the Street Fighter II series. They had ambitious plans for a new fighting game series, so they left Capcom for Namco to join up with a fellow named Ken Lobb, who helped work on Killer Instinct. And believe it or not, one of their main goals with Weapon Lord was to create a one-on-one fighting game optimized for a home console online multiplayer service called X-Band. So the reason the sprite animation appears so wonky and why the game plays so slowly is on the count of properly timing parry animations and character turnaround time to accommodate for any lag. And yeah, I guess it did work, but I mean, I don't remember the X-Band exactly becoming a huge success, so I can't really speak personally to how this game performed online at the time. But still, that just goes to show the kind of scope they were reaching for with this game. Let's take a second to point out a couple of Weapon Lord's obvious strengths. The art direction here is pretty dang cool and definitely something different for both the genre and for the time. Like I said, there's 7 different playable characters which were hand-drawn, and they're huge and impressively detailed. However, yeah, the sprite animation is not the greatest. The backgrounds here were actually painted by a freelance artist and scanned, and combine that with the hand-drawn sprites, and the result here is a game that is visually unlike any other 16-bit game. The music also stands out as something unique, with each character having a theme that sounds like something from the Conan the Barbarian soundtrack. There's 3 game modes here, Arcade, Versus, and Story, where a child is born during the eclipse which signals the return of a warrior that will defeat the evil overlord. Hey, wait a minute, did they steal this from Romancing Saga 3, or is it the other way around? Anyway, there is a password system here for the story mode to help you out, and I should mention that this game is ridiculously, laughably, brutally difficult. You need to have your timing down perfectly if you want to progress through this one, because otherwise you have no chance, even in the first couple fights. I should also mention that there is a Sega Genesis version of this game as well, but the differences are about what you would expect. The SNES version looks and sounds better, while the Genesis version plays a bit faster and smoother. Anyway, yeah, Weapon Lord is the opposite of a pick up and play game. It's a pick up, be confused, die a whole bunch of times, and then go to GameFAQs and look up the move list kind of a game, so it's definitely not for everyone. I'll give this game all the credit for doing something different with the genre though. The special moves are kind of a pain, and it just seems kind of like a silly gimmick, but the blocking and parrying here that sets up those special moves is seriously really cool and implemented very well. So, if you're a fighting game aficionado, I'd recommend checking this one out, but if you're just passing by and you want to try this one as a curiosity, get ready for a lot of frustration. And I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
On the surface, Super Mario Kart sure looks like a blatant cash-in. Like some Nintendo executive somewhere was like, "Damn it, we need more Mario games. We're in a war against Sega here. I don't care what you have to do. Just make a Mode 7 game with Mario characters and be done with it." And really, they could have stopped there, but thankfully they didn't. And the resulting game was the birth of a terrific series that's still going strong today, with the release of Mario Kart 8 coming on Friday the 30th here in North America. But is the series' original incarnation worth playing today? I know that sounds like a silly question, but think about how far the Mario Kart series has gone. The sheer amount of tracks, items, and gimmicks, it's always a little tough to leave behind all the enhancements you've grown used to as you travel back to the past. But the original Mario Kart doesn't need all that stuff. It has a certain simplicity to it that's almost beautiful in a way. It reminds me of Mike Tyson's Punch-Out for the NES. Just such a deceptively simple game that's overflowing with charisma and charm, and the game's core mechanics make the game just effortless to play. That literally anybody could play this game and have a good time. My freaking mom could play this game, hi mom, and have a blast doing it. And of course, when I talk about playing this game, I'm not just referring to the racing. There's the infamous battle mode, which has turned many, many friends into bitter enemies over the years. I remember my elementary school friend's little brother used to hate me for beating him every time we played, to the point that he accused me of cheating. Whatever, kid. But again, the key here is how simple it is to pick up and play. Hold B to accelerate, drive over a question mark to get an item, and A fires the item. Just cross your fingers and hope that whoever you hit doesn't promptly throw the controller at the TV. Now, if you've been spoiled by modern games, then the usual pitfalls of playing a classic game are going to come into play. Like the graphics and the artwork, for instance, they are very, very much early 90s and outdated looking, but they don't get in the way of the gameplay and they don't hinder anything. In fact, I really like how jarring it is to get hit with an item. The whole screen seems to shake as you spin around uncontrollably. A substantial difference, though, with this game is how you obtain items. In the later games, starting with the N64 version, you run into those question cubes, but in Super Mario Kart, there's a series of question boxes that you can drive over. It makes it way easier to get items this way, which I really appreciate. It always drives me crazy in Mario Kart 7 when somebody cuts me off and steals my item, or when the boxes don't regenerate fast enough. But in Super Mario Kart, you're almost guaranteed an item every lap since they're so easy to get, and that in turn makes the races that much more fun. Also, it's worth noting that the tracks are much shorter. There are a couple exceptions, but for the most part, every course is pretty dang short, much shorter than you'd expect from the modern games in the series. And as a result, the races are 5 laps instead of 3, and there are 5 races to a circuit instead of 4. There, of course, is the Special Cup that you eventually unlock after winning all the other circuits. Good lord, Rainbow Road still gives me nightmares. I hate Rainbow Road. But yeah, you don't need me to keep prattling along to tell you why Super Mario Kart is still a classic. It has a timeless simplicity with an innate quality that allows absolutely anyone of all ages to just pick up and play and have fun. Some of the modern Mario games can be a bit complicated, what with the drifting and the crazy tracks where you're constantly falling off, so that in turn makes the direct and modest Super Mario Kart that much more appealing today.
SNESdrunk.
The original Breath of Fire for Super Nintendo is the epitome of a classic early 90s Super Nintendo RPG. But if you want to play it today, there's some glaring flaws that make the game totally outdated that you should know about, so let's get those out of the way right away so you can decide for yourself whether or not you want to play this game. First, the encounter rate is insane. If you've played Lufia and the Fortress of Doom, it's about on that level, and that's not a good thing. But the silver lining is that the developers kindly included an auto battle button, so you can simply switch over to that anytime you want, and the B button cancels at any time. It's like the developers knew the encounter rate was ridiculous and prepared for that in advance. Second, you move painfully slow anywhere you go. There's no dash button. This makes the high encounter rate that much more frustrating, especially when you have to backtrack out of dungeons. Third, the item menu is a complete mess. Sea Stone? What the hell is that? You can use it during battle. Gee, thanks. That really narrows it down. So yeah, those are your hurdles if you want to get into Breath of Fire, but thankfully, even if those things are a big hang-up for you, you can always play the Game Boy Advance version, which lowers the encounter rate, adds a dash button, and cleans up the menu significantly. Anyway, other than those 3 aspects, Breath of Fire holds up just fine. The story isn't anything revolutionary. It's an evil dragon clan set against a good dragon clan. The main character, Ryu, can turn into a dragon. That's pretty awesome. What I really like about the story is how it's told, with its no-nonsense approach. I mean, you start the game being woken up as your house is being burned down. Yikes. The game wastes no time letting you know what's going on and what's at stake. I will say, though, that the translation leaves the story a little flat. The game is perfectly playable, obviously, but it feels like there's something missing since there's such a limited translation. The battles are turn-based, pretty standard stuff. This might seem minor, but visually I think the Breath of Fire series has the best battle screen of any RPG on the Super Nintendo. The 3D perspective is great looking, and the enemy artwork is inspired. And I really appreciate seeing the headshot of each character. That adds some personality to the game. So yeah, for the most part, the gameplay is what you'd expect from an early 90s RPG. There are some wrinkles here and there, like the sheer amount of playable characters is very cool, and there's also a day and night mechanic on the world map, which comes into play right away. That's kinda neat. And there's all sorts of different stuff you can do on the world map depending on who's leading your party. Bo can hunt animals, Mogu can dig into underground dungeons, Ox can find hidden items in trees, and eventually Nina can turn into a bird and fly around. Very cool. The soundtrack is very good, but what I really like about it is that it's so different from any other RPG of the era. Capcom used a unique sound palette that really stands out among other games in the genre, like Lufia or the Final Fantasy games. You hear just a couple seconds of music from this game and you immediately know you're playing Breath of Fire. One thing though that kinda bugs me about this game is how much empty space there is. So many of the houses in the towns are empty, and a lot of the people say the exact same thing. If you've been conditioned to check absolutely everything and talk to every single villager like I do, then that's kind of a pain in the ass. But here's the thing, you still have to talk to everyone because there are story triggers here and there. Like this lady upstairs, if you don't talk to her, you are stuck. That's a problem. But still, Breath of Fire is a very good RPG that holds up fine. It compares favorably to games like Lufia and the Fortress of Doom. I don't think the story or dialogue in Breath of Fire is as good as that game, but I'd put the battle system, the soundtrack, and the artwork ahead of it for sure. Another great thing about Breath of Fire is that it's relatively cheap. It usually goes for less than $30 on eBay, so yeah, go check it out.
SNESdrunk.
It can be tough to stand out as a beat-em-up in the 16-bit era. So many are the same repetitive button-mashing attacks, the same goons over and over, you know the drill. These are just staples of the genre though, that's just how it is with beat-em-ups, and people either love them or find them mind-numbingly boring. Ninja Warrior stands out among its peers because it executes the fundamental beat-em-up stuff really well, and because it's got a few extra things like humor, whether it be intentional or unintentional. Ninja Warriors does a nice job of providing a little bit of variety as well, as you've got 3 characters to choose from: the huge brutish guy, the agile Kunoichi, and the robot, android, whatever. I'll just call him the well-dressed robot since he has the decency to wear pants. Strange that Dockers sprung for product placement in a Super Nintendo game, but hey, good for them. In fact, he kinda looks like Jeff from Craig Ferguson's Late Night Show. Anyway, I usually love being the big strong guy in these games because I don't want to worry about defense or taking damage in games like this. I just like to bulldoze my way through stuff. But in this game, I was a bit disappointed with the big dude. He doesn't jump, and he's painfully slow compared to how fast the enemies are. The Kunoichi and the well-dressed robot are much more fun to use. There's plenty of background objects you can interact with, although there's not as much interesting stuff going on within the levels themselves as there is with a game like, say, Turtles in Time. It should be noted that there's no up or down here like in most beat-em-ups. The action is strictly left to right like a fighting game. There is a nice variety of enemies here. There's dudes with assault rifles, these midgets with Wolverine claws that bounce around, fire-breathing dudes that look like Super Saiyan Goku, there's guys in suits, there's big dudes you gotta attack at the knees, and conversely, there's other guys who attack your knees. If there's a flaw in the action in this game, it's that it uses those guys and that attack in particular way too often. But still, you gotta love how freaking dumb these guys are. Just obliviously walking into gigantic propellers. Dun, 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 dun. Ah! There's 9 levels, which is plenty long for a beat-em-up, and it's pretty tough too, but if for whatever reason you don't think it's tough enough, there's a hard mode to pick from as well, where the goons are even more knee-slashingly quick. The only real negative about this game I can come up with is that there's no multiplayer at all. Oh well. Also want to mention real quick that this is not a port of the original Ninja Warriors arcade game from the 80s, this is a complete remake. In fact, in Japan, it's known as Ninja Warriors Again. Aw, Ninja Warriors Again. Anyway, if you're jonesing for a single-player beat-em-up and somehow missed Ninja Warriors, you're gonna want to check it out. It's a little bit of a change of pace from the classics.
SNESdrunk.
Yeah, I know I said more than once I wouldn't ever do a link to the past review, because what else is there to say about this game? It's friggin' Zelda, it's one of the greatest blah blahs of blah blah blah. But after thinking about it, I wanted to make sure I eventually have a video for every pertinent Super Nintendo game. It's just one of those completist things, I guess. Besides, I always see it as kind of a challenge to give an honest critique to a game like this. Now, I know I'm walking a tightrope by offering criticism to Link to the Past. If you dare say you don't like a certain aspect of the game, many people just dismiss anything you say offhand and happily shove their fingers into their ears while shouting, "I can't hear you, la 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 la." So let's get all the mushy stuff out of the way right now. All the stuff that just goes without saying, but I'll say it anyway. I'll start by saying that this is objectively a top 5 game on the Super Nintendo. It's up there with Chrono Trigger, Super Mario World, Super Metroid, and Mega Man X2 for me personally. All the fundamentals are perfect, and because of this, the game has aged remarkably well. The hit detection is dead on, the controls are tight, the art style still looks fantastic, everything looks really sharp. Really, the game looks, plays, and sounds like it could have come out yesterday. Overall, it's like the first Legend of Zelda, but more, bigger, and faster. Bigger map, bigger dungeons, more items, you get the idea. The music, especially the awesome Dark World theme, goes a long way to creating a world that you just want to hang out in, a precursor to games like Super Metroid. The only thing that hasn't really aged well is the story, because I have to read like 3 flowcharts, consult a Ouija board, and call the president of Nintendo to find out where the hell this game places on the overall Zelda timeline these days. And even then, the story on its own is just save the princess. There's one big twist, obviously, that everyone knows about already, but not much else happens, and no characters change or learn anything, but that's okay. The story in most Zelda games is secondary for a reason. Going back to the control real quick, one thing I really like about it in particular is that it feels complete. B attacks, A dashes or picks up stuff, Y uses an item, X brings up the map, Start is your item menu, and Select allows you to save or quit. I know that sounds stupidly basic, but it seems like a bunch of games back then really tried to be unique by reinventing the wheel and overcomplicating things, like hold up and press Y to jump or whatever. So I really appreciate how simple and straightforward everything is here. It's just really nice to have everything right there at your fingertips. I will say switching items can be a little bit annoying at times, and that would have been a nice use of the L and R buttons, but the way it's done is fine. Now, my minor criticism of the game boils down to how the game handles its open world aspect. This is where I think the game is a little trapped in its time. I think the developers are eager to demonstrate open world exploring on the next level. Like, if you thought wandering around on the original Zelda was fun, then check out this huge map that's like 5 times its size. In retrospect, it was fun, but nowadays it feels like kind of a bait and switch. Like, oh, you can go exploring, and yeah, you'll find heart pieces and random stuff once in a while, but to advance the story, it's still point A to point B. And the game tells you exactly where to go, as opposed to the first game where you really did have to stumble around until you found the next dungeon. And all that open world stuff is just out the window. It feels like it's just there for the sake of being there. As opposed to a game like Link's Awakening, that's a game that embraced its limitations and kept the game almost entirely linear. And I know linear is a bad word to some people, but Link's Awakening was structured in such a clever way and did a remarkable job keeping things interesting. With item combinations like the running jump and bomb arrows, a weird story that eventually takes a dark turn, and all sorts of fun stuff. Again, I want to stress the open world criticism for Link to the Past is very minor. The game makes up for it because, well, it's just so much fun to kill enemies with all sorts of different weapons. Link to the Past is almost like a beat 'em up in that way, and it's so much fun. But honestly, it makes the game a little too easy at times. Don't get me wrong, it's super satisfying to just zoom right through this game. It's fun to get the 3 pendants in no time flat. But the game is very much on the easy side, and that includes the puzzles. In a way, it seems like a reaction to the first Zelda, which could be pretty damn brutal at times. But like I said, that's no big deal at all. For instance, what should I use to kill these guys? How about this? And yeah, as much as I appreciate the variety of items, I do have to say some of the items are pretty lame, and the game requires them to be used only a couple times. Like the cane that creates blocks? Okay, sure. I know I'm gonna get shit for saying that weapon is lame, but seriously, I hardly ever used it. Compare this to Link's Awakening, where you earn only about 10 items, but you use several of them in each dungeon, many times in combinations. Have I made it obvious enough that I like Link's Awakening better? Kinda weird too, since Link to the Past was what I played in my childhood, and I didn't even play Link's Awakening until my late 20s, go figure. So here's where I finally ask, does Link to the Past live up to the hype? As if you need me to tell you. Of course it does. In a very small way, it does seem trapped in its time, and personally, I like the first Zelda and Link's Awakening a bit more, but whatever, it's still immensely satisfying to run around and kill stuff, get the pendants, get the crystals, and save the princess.
SNESdrunk.
There are over 80 beat-em-up games between the Super Nintendo and Super Famicom. 80 games where all you do is punch stuff, kick stuff, move on to the next area, where you punch more stuff and kick more stuff, with a special move thrown in here and there. So what is it that makes people go bananas about this particular punch-kick fest, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 4, Turtles in Time? What is it that separates this beat-em-up from over 80 other ones? First of all, Turtles in Time was released in the arcades in 1991. The big appeal of the game then was the 4-player co-op, and the complete chaos that brought about. You just couldn't get that on a home console, until they brought it to the Super Nintendo. It's multiplayer, but only up to 2 players. Sadly, it doesn't work with the 4-player multi-tap, but otherwise, Turtles in Time for Super Nintendo is a near-perfect arcade port. Okay, that's all well and good, but what is it about this game that makes it the best beat-em-up of its era, and maybe ever? A big part of it is how cleverly this game is structured. I remember it being a huge thrill when you got to the Technodrome at only level 3, and holy crap, I'm already facing Shredder! Until he sends you back in time, where you have to fight your way back to the present, and that's where the game outshines its peers. The structure here is perfect for a game like this because everything is so unpredictable. You have no idea what time period you'll be in, or what you'll see, or who you'll run into. Whether it be dodging cannonballs on a pirate ship, foot soldiers on horses or dinosaurs, rock soldiers with bazookas, a prehistoric cave turtle boss, a crocodile wearing clothes. So to me, why play through such a simple button-mashing beat-em-up? Because you have no idea what the hell is coming next. Of course, it's important to also have the fundamentals in place, like hit detection, tight and accurate controls, tons of different moves like whipping a guy around like a rag doll, looks like something out of a Looney Tunes cartoon, and throwing a foot soldier into the camera. How do you not love that? They even incorporated that mechanic into the first Shredder boss fight. It's so cool. Plus, having 4 characters to choose from does give the gameplay a bit of variety. Plus, there's a one-on-one fighting mode and time trial stages, so it's nice to have a couple other game modes as kind of a bonus. One part of this game that I think gets overlooked sometimes is that the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles universe, so to speak, is just a fun time. I mean, there's a reason this was a popular Saturday morning cartoon back then, because everything here is just so delightfully silly, and the Turtles' world here is perfectly represented. Everyone is here. Krang and his body, Baxter, the Rat King, and not only do you fight Bebop and Rocksteady, but they're dressed as pirates. Gotta love that. I also have to praise the music, which just knocks it out of the park. This is one of those video game soundtracks that I listen to all the time, just on its own, just for fun. It's so upbeat and energetic, and it always puts me in a good mood. I do want to mention the Turtles in Time remake, Reshelled. That's available on Xbox Live and the PlayStation Network. That's actually a remake of the original arcade game, but its biggest flaw is that the players can't join in your game as it's going in real time, like you can in the original arcade game. Overall, Reshelled is pretty mediocre, and I'd much rather play the Super Nintendo port any day. So yeah, does Turtles in Time live up to the hype? If anything, it may surpass it. This game is just so much freaking fun. It gets everything right. The variety of moves, the music, the unpredictability, the settings, the boss fights, the Ninja Turtles universe itself. Turtles in Time is objectively a top 10 Super Nintendo game and the best beat-em-up of the 16-bit era.
SNESdrunk.
Do you like Demon's Crest? Want to play an even better game of the same vein? It's the original of the series, Gargoyle's Quest, easily one of the 5 best original Game Boy games ever. It's up there with Link's Awakening, Super Mario Land 2, you name it, and it's only a few bucks on the 3DS Virtual Console. There might not be a better value out of any game listed there. What Demon's Crest gets wrong, this game gets right, and that starts with the gameplay and the level design. There's a limit meter at the bottom of the screen that indicates how long you can stay in the air. You can also upgrade this throughout the game, which is a really nice touch. The level design here is a much better fit for Firebrand's abilities, forcing the player to be much more precise with clinging to the walls, floating in place, and accuracy with attacks. Really, it's hard to believe an original Game Boy game plays this well. Everything feels really flawless, and you always feel in complete control. Gargoyle's Quest is much more clear about where to go and what to do, thanks to the more RPG-like aspects of the game. You have straight-ahead levels, of course, but you also go from town to town and gather information, and while exploring the world map, you also come across random battles that work in a way similar to Zelda 2 for NES. I know, random battles are annoying, but I honestly don't mind in this game because the core gameplay is so good. While you can't necessarily change forms in Gargoyle's Quest, like you can in Demon's Crest, there are a lot of upgrades available for your ability to stay in the air, for your primary attack, and of course to increase hit points. You can switch between weapons from the select menu. One projectile upgrade allows you to use it to reach hidden areas, kind of like Rush in the Mega Man series.
Of course, I have to mention the NES sequel, Gargoyle's Quest II, which came out very late in the NES's lifespan in 1992. This game is in fact very much a true sequel, and is much closer to the original Gargoyle's Quest than it is Demon's Crest. Again, it's highly recommended, and it might even be a top 20 NES game. That game is available for cheap on the Wii U Virtual Console. Anyway, both Gargoyle's Quest 1 and 2 remind me of hybrid games I've reviewed in the past, like ActRaiser and Vice Project Doom. These games just get it right the same way those games did. I think the platforming, action, and RPG elements work well together, but the real strength of these games is the platforming. It's classic Capcom at its best, and it's only a few bucks on the 3DS Virtual Console. Go check it out.
SNESdrunk.
One of my favorite NES games ever is Mike Tyson's Punch-Out! It perfectly follows the old-school Nintendo formula of super basic, easy-to-learn gameplay and jazzing it up with a ton of charm, wacky characters, and great music. Of course, many NES classics were made that much better on the Super Nintendo, so how does Super Punch-Out! Measure up? First of all, Super Punch-Out! Is much closer to its original arcade incarnation than it is to Mike Tyson's Punch-Out! On NES, so it really doesn't look or sound much like a sequel at all. There's only one round instead of 3, and the clock runs in real time. No timeouts or pauses at all, so that robs the opportunity for funny dialogue from Doc, who doesn't appear in the game at all. Bummer. There's no decisions either, you have to score a knockout. I think that's an improvement. It makes the results more cut and dried, instead of the computer screwing you out of a victory by decision after you knocked down your opponent 3 times and you were only knocked down once. Man, I freaking hated that about Punch-Out! Anyway, this game has a couple extra features, like for example the momentum meter, which fluctuates as you land punches and as you get hit. When it fills up, you can launch haymakers and uppercuts that do serious damage. There's 6 returning characters, 3 from the original game, Bald Bull, Mr. Sandman, and the champion, Super Macho Man. And there's 3 coming back from the Super Punch-Out! Arcade game, Bear Hugger, Piston Hurricane, and Dragon Chan. That's in addition to 10 new characters, in which there's a wide spectrum of personalities. Bob Charlie, is this the inspiration for Kofi Kingston? Anyway, there's lots of recycling of patterns, and quite a bit of palette swaps too, which is disappointing. The last 2 fighters are the exact same guy, come on! Super Punch-Out! Is much harder than the original, but that shouldn't be surprising. The game is predicated on pattern recognition, and of course there's an inherent limit on patterns you can have on an NES game. The fighting styles and patterns on Super Punch-Out! Are much more complex, so if you want to get good at this game, you gotta put in the time. If you do, you're rewarded with unlocking the special circuit, so that's pretty cool. I have to mention the graphics here are freaking great. This is some top-notch pixel art. The game is memorable looking, the kind where you take 1/2 second glance at the screen and you immediately know the game is Super Punch-Out! The special effects are well done too, like the blindness effect versus mass muscle. Although I have to mention, your character looks like an anime Jim McMahon. What's with that? Anyway, I think Super Punch-Out! Is a very good game, easily the best boxing game on the Super Nintendo, but the characters just aren't as memorable this time around. The oversized personalities are what really make a game like this fun, in my opinion. As it is, Super Punch-Out! Is still technically solid, and objectively it's gotta be a top 40 or maybe even a top 30 Super Nintendo game, but it lacks the personality that made its predecessor so much fun.
SNESdrunk.
There are certain Super Nintendo games that are best described as hit and miss. They have a lot of positive aspects, but are met with an equal number of negatives. Lufia and the Fortress of Doom is like that, Breath of Fire 2 is like that, and Gradius 3 is definitely like that. Positive number 1, this is a great looking game in every respect, with really cool enemies and bosses, and the backgrounds lend themselves to some really cool stage structuring. The corresponding negative is that this game has major problems with slowdown. The Bubbles level here is probably the worst. It just gets cripplingly slow, to the point that the screen looks like it's going to start glitching out. That's just not the sort of thing that ages particularly well. Positive number 2, the power-up structure is a lot of fun. You can pick and choose from a list of how you want to set it up before you start the game. Then, as you collect those red power pods, as they're called in the manual, you can apply them accordingly however you'd like. You can play with how you like your ship's speed, and whether or not you'd save your tokens for bigger stuff that protects your ship, or upgrade your weapon right away. The corresponding negative is that it's really easy to pick up 2 power pods right next to each other and completely miss your chance to activate that power up. So then you gotta cycle all the way back around. That is really annoying. It can even happen when you're just caught up in the game and you don't have a chance to glance down and see where you're at. Positive number 3, once you do collect every power-up, it's fun as hell to just annihilate everything in your path with this ridiculous setup of lasers, rotating fireballs, shields, and missiles. It is awesomely overpowered, and just mowing through the early levels like a hot knife through butter is the greatest. The negative about this is, again, the slowdown. Look at this, when I fire, the game slows way down. When I let go, the game goes back to normal. That's, kind of a problem. Another positive is that Gradius 3 is a good game for newcomers to the shoot-'em-up genre. It's a good, cheap, straightforward game to use for practice, but just please make sure to put that shit on easy first. This game is hard as hell on normal, and I don't even want to consider playing this game on hard. No freaking thanks. But on easy, it's manageable and a lot of fun. You just get jacked up with all your power-ups and annihilate anything in your path. The inherent problem here, though, is that if you die, you start with nothing. Nothing! So you could be right at a boss fight, die, and then start in the same spot with nothing but a pathetic pea shooter. That is a problem. Seriously, if you die any place else but at the beginning of a level, you might as well just start the whole game over because you have no chance. One other thing I gotta mention is the Konami code. If you try it during the game, you die. Oh, okay. Actually, what you gotta do is replace the left and right on the D-pad with L and R. That will fill you up with all your power-ups immediately, but you can only do it once. So yeah, as you can see, Gradius 3 is a game of major strengths and major weaknesses. If you're a seasoned shoot-'em-up veteran, you know you can find much better than this game to test your skill. Yeah, it's got its positives, but other games have similar strengths, without the debilitating negatives. If you're a newcomer or you just suck at shoot-'em-ups, I recommend trying this game on easy, stacking your power-ups, and just practice for a bit, see how far you can get, and if you end up liking Gradius 3 even a little bit, you gotta check out some of the better shoot-'em-ups like UN Squadron, Axelate, and of course Space Megaforce.
SNESdrunk.
Tetris Attack is kind of a misleading title. The familiar Tetris shapes are completely done away with because the blocks rise up from the bottom instead of fall from the top. So instead of the usual Tetris fare, you arrange blocks by swapping them horizontally 2 at a time. 3 blocks in a row of the same color and shape will clear them from the screen, and anything on top of them will fall into place, which can create combos, as you might expect. The more blocks you do away with, the faster they rise, and the game is over when the blocks fill the entire playing field. But what I really like about the core gameplay is that you can still move pieces around even as you get 3 blocks in a row, so if you think quickly enough, you can arrange combos just as pieces are falling and disappearing. So yeah, there's really not much attacking going on here, and not a whole lot to do with Tetris either. But as it is, it's the best puzzle game on the Super Nintendo, and I say that not only because the gameplay is so addicting, but because this game really knows how to screw with your emotions. When you play this game in single-player mode, everything starts out very slow, you know, to make sure you understand what you're doing. In fact, it's worth mentioning real quick that there's a big-ass tutorial on the main menu that's full of all sorts of helpful stuff in case you're having trouble getting the hang of it. Anyway, you cruise through the first world, coast through the second world, and you're lulled into this false sense of security thanks to the easy, relaxing, calming music that says, hey, everything's alright, okay? But eventually you hit a point where the blocks rise just a little too far, and the music goes into panic mode, and god damn it, my heart jumps every frickin' time that happens. Just cruising along here. Shit. I'm kidding around, but I really like how this game does this. There isn't another puzzle game I've found that pulls this effect off as well as this one does. A good puzzle game knows how to effectively manipulate the player's emotions like that, so as relaxing as Tetris Attack is, it can be every bit as stressful. I don't know of any other Super Nintendo puzzle game that gives me that feeling. I mean, there are a bunch of good SNES puzzle games, but they don't give me the same range of experience that Tetris Attack does. For example, I've always loved Bust a Move, but it gets a little dull after 15 minutes or so. Pieces is a fun puzzle game, but it's 1,000 times better with a second player. The same could be said for Wario's Woods. And even then, the most fun had is just screwing with your opponent. Tetris Battle Gaiden comes close, I suppose, but it's just not as intense, or conversely, not as relaxing. Tetris Attack gives you more bang for your buck just based on the basic gameplay alone. Anyway, this is the odd puzzle game that has a story mode where you go head-to-head with computer-controlled opponents, and not only that, there are 6 different endings to see depending on the difficulty setting. For other game modes, there's the Endless feature, which is as you'd expect. There's a 2-minute time limit mode. There's a puzzle mode where you have a set number of moves to use in order to clear out all the blocks, and of course there's 2-player head-to-head mode. So yeah, I just wanted to do a video on Tetris Attack because it's one of those versatile games that offers a lot of different ways you can approach it. You can zone out and endlessly Timeless Mode, which is like the video game equivalent of Xanax. You can take on an opponent, either a friend or the computer. There's the Story Mode if you're a big Yoshi fanboy. There's Puzzle Mode, which is a little like Mode B in the original Tetris. And there's Hardcore Stress Test Mode that will make you sweat from your tongue. There's not many other puzzle games out there that make that kind of range, so go check out Tetris Attack. It's the best puzzle game on the Super Nintendo.
SNESdrunk.
A few days ago, I looked at Kirby's Dream Land 3, and while it was a good game, I wasn't all that impressed. I was expecting more. Kirby Superstar, on the other hand, is the go-to Kirby game on the Super Nintendo, and one of the best games on the system. It essentially consists of 7 different games and a ton of sub-games, if that makes sense. It's certainly a unique approach. It's pretty refreshing, actually, compared to just a straight-ahead sequel like Kirby's Dream Land 3 was. The first game is Spring Breeze, a streamlined remake of Kirby's Dream Land for Game Boy. The second game is Dynablade, featuring 4 standard platforming levels leading up to a one-on-one boss fight against this big bird thing that looks like something out of the Mega Man X series. Game number 3 is Gourmet Race, where you race against King Dedede while collecting as much food as possible. The fourth game is the Great Cave Offensive. This has Kirby exploring caves for 60 hidden treasures with all sorts of goofy references thrown in. There's Revenge of the Meta Knight, which features a set of story-driven levels that need to be completed within a time limit. There's the Arena, a 19-round boss run where you try to complete on 1 life. And finally, there's Milky Way Wishes, the largest game here and probably the most difficult. Again, this is mostly straightforward platforming here, with the twist being that instead of absorbing an enemy's power, Kirby can now permanently obtain it and switch from several of them, so that's pretty cool. It should be noted also that throughout pretty much any game, Kirby can exchange his absorbed power for a helper guy that can be controlled by a second player if you want. Now that is awesome. But as you can see, the core gameplay here is pretty much the same throughout most of these games. It's just that the objectives are different, and yeah, it comes across as kind of a cop-out at first, like, what's the big deal if the basic gameplay is going to be pretty much the same anyway? But I see it the same way I look at Super Mario World or Super Metroid, for instance. Those games offer multiple ways to approach them just within the basic confines of regular gameplay. You can speedrun, you can go for 100% completion, beat the game without special items, or whatever. Kirby Superstar is the same way, it just has its own built-in structure. If you're more of a speedrun guy, there's Gourmet Race and Revenge of Meta Knight. If you're a completist, there's stuff like the Great Cave Offensive. And if you just like the typical Kirby platforming action, there's plenty of that here too. Of course, it also helps that the platforming here is fantastic, an ideal progression from the Game Boy and NES games. It's on par with Super Mario World and Yoshi's Island, very polished and reliably consistent. The enemy design and level layouts ensure that everything is always fast-paced and pleasantly chaotic, not slow and dull like Kirby's Dream Land 3. One minor thing I really admire about this game is that it has a built-in learning curve, so to speak. The first 2 games, Spring Breeze and Dynablade, are pretty dang easy, so it allows you to get comfortable with the gameplay. The difficulty slowly ramps up after that, peaking with the last game, Milky Way Wishes. Not that this game is really that hard, but still, I thought that was kinda clever. In fact, if you have a young child that you want to get into Super Nintendo, Kirby Superstar would be my go-to choice for that. And that's not to say this game is just for kids. Kirby Superstar is immensely entertaining, offering many different ways to approach the usual Kirby game mechanics, from speedruns to boss fights to exploring. Not only are there the games I listed, but there's tons of other mini-games buried in here too, like Samurai Kirby and Megaton Punch. Kirby Superstar is available on the Wii and Wii U Virtual Console, and if you haven't played it yet, you're missing out on one of the most entertaining bang-for-your-buck games ever made.
SNESdrunk.
Super Nintendo has Battletoads. 2 of them, in fact. Battletoads and Battlemaniacs and Battletoads and Double Dragon, both released in 1993. We'll start with Battlemaniacs, which came out first. This game looks, sounds, and feels like a proper Super Nintendo upgrade of the original NES Battletoads game. In fact, it looks like a remake when you just look at each level at a glance. The first level looks pretty similar, just with darker colors, although the boss is totally different. I actually like the first boss in the NES game a lot more. The second level, you again traverse downward, but this time on a floating saucer thing. Next is, I guess, the Battletoads equivalent of sewer surfing from Turtles in Time, where you knock down pins, but don't hit the death pins? Okay. After that, once again, it's the Turbo Tunnel, and it's every bit as hard. This is one of my least favorite levels in any game ever. It's just ridiculous. Anyway, all the levels are pretty similar like that, with some differences here and there. The obvious difference is that the sprites are huge, and the sound is reinforced, so it sounds cool as hell when you boot the bejesus out of an enemy or ram him off the screen. Yeah, that's pretty much the hook in a Battletoads game, the satisfaction you get from booting, hammering, or ramming an enemy. It really looks awesome, and surprisingly, it doesn't really get old. What does get old is that just like its NES predecessor, this game is hard as balls. 2 continues, no passwords, and that's it. Jeez, at least Super Ghouls and Ghosts had unlimited continues. And I don't have a problem with the levels like Turbo Tunnel on principle, just don't have it the 3rd level of the game. It takes forever to memorize the patterns here, and after a while you begin to question whether or not it's worth it. I will say the visuals and sound does make Battlemaniacs at least somewhat worth it. The graphics here are tremendous, and the soundtrack was composed by none other than David Wise, who you might know from the Donkey Kong Country series. Anyway, it's a tough call to know to recommend Battlemaniacs or not. I really think I'd like it more if it were more of a beat-em-up, but there's a lot more to this game than just beating up bad guys, as you can see. The beat-em-up levels are fine, but the platforming stuff is frustrating for the wrong reasons, because mostly you don't get enough chances at it for how difficult it is. Battletoads and Double Dragon, the Ultimate Team, came out later in the year. It's a port of the NES title, and it also came out on Genesis and Game Boy. This is a little more like it. There's a bit more beat-em-up action here, but what I really like about Battletoads and Double Dragon is that it really does a nice job alternating level themes, so to speak. You'll start with a Battletoads-styled level, followed by a 2D side-scrolling Double Dragon level. It keeps the game from getting dull and repetitive. The graphics and sound are nice, not quite in the same ballpark as Battlemaniacs, but they do get the job done just fine. Anyway, I wish more franchises were able to combine like this, particularly beat-em-ups, because it works well in this genre. We kind of saw it with Alien vs. Predator, that was pretty cool. But what about maybe a Final Fight game with playable characters from Street Fighter, or maybe Knights of the Round meets King of Dragons, or a Last Action Hero and Cliffhanger mashup? Okay, maybe not that last one. Anyway, there's 5 total characters to choose from, Billy and Sid, as well as, for the first time, all 3 Battletoads. One really strange thing I should point out about both of these games is that they each offer a Player 2 A and B mode, A where you can hit each other and B where you can't. Who in the hell would willingly choose mode A? Wasn't that the biggest flaw in the original Battletoads, where if you played multiplayer you just kept hitting each other? Why would they deliberately bring it back as an option you can choose? It's so weird. So yeah, if you play either of these games with a second player, choose mode B. One other odd thing about both of these games is that they stubbornly stuck with the original NES control scheme, with B as attack and A as jump. I understand going with the classic feel they're going for here, but sticking with just the B and A buttons works 100 times better on the original NES controller. On the Super Nintendo controller, you gotta go Y for attack and B for jump. It's just so much easier and more comfortable and more natural feeling. So anyway, are either Super Nintendo Battletoads games worth playing today? Yeah, they are. In fact, I like Battletoads and Double Dragon a bit more because it's not as absurdly difficult. It has more of a beat-em-up feel to it, and because I like the alternating blend of Battletoads and Double Dragon level design. Battlemaniacs is a kinda sorta remake of the NES Battletoads for better and for worse. So if you like the original, you'll like that game better. But either way, both are well made and worth checking out.
SNESdrunk.
If you're looking for the most surprising game on the Super Nintendo, you've found it with Cool Spot, a game featuring the mid-90s mascot of soda brand 7-Up. No, seriously, a corporate branded video game is actually pretty good. Once upon a time, 7-Up had a charming cartoon spokesperson that was made up of the red dot in the logo, some arms, some legs, and sunglasses. Somehow it worked. He, well, I presume it's a he, starred in a multi-platform video game on Genesis, Game Gear, Amiga, Game Boy, and Super Nintendo. The gameplay here isn't anything new. It's a standard platformer where you make your way across levels to unlock your, spot twins, I guess, with your attack being that you can launch soda bubbles at enemies, which is just as well because anytime I drank 7-Up, I remember the carbonated bubbles feeling like they were gonna melt my teeth. I don't drink soda, but I don't think I drank 7-Up at all as a kid for that reason. But hey, they sure kept trying desperately to make me drink their swill, because believe it or not, there are at least 4 7-Up games out there. At least 4 that I know of. There's Cool Spot, Spot the video game for NES, Spot the Cool Adventure for Game Boy, and Spot Goes to Hollywood for Genesis, Sega Saturn, and PlayStation. I don't know about you, but that blows my mind. And this game being pretty good also blows my mind. I'm not calling it revolutionary or even one of the best 60 Super Nintendo games or anything
like that. But this game is fine, it's a good waste of time, and since it's a soulless, corporate-branded game designed to sell soda, then naturally the player's expectations, no matter who is playing, are going to be absolute rock bottom. So that goes a long way toward explaining why this game is pretty decent. But make no mistake, Cool Spot is pretty flawed. There's no save feature and no passwords, jumping is kind of wonky and takes quite a bit to get used to. The sound effects also get kind of annoying after a while. However, the music is great. Again, that's an unexpected surprise. The level design is adequate. The most fun I had playing this game really was with the bonus levels where you bounce up and down inside a 7-Up bottle. And yeah, if you haven't noticed, you gather these red spots too. Collect enough and you'll get access to these bonus levels where you can grab some extra continues. I will say one minor touch I really like is how your health is monitored by the Spot character's face in the upper left. If you get hit, he starts to deflate a little bit. So yeah, Cool Spot is fine. It's easy to dismiss this game based on what it is at its core, and I can't say I'd blame you for that, but it's a perfectly okay game. And you know what? I'd say the Genesis version is even better, and I think a big reason for that is because the view screen is slightly zoomed out a bit, so you can see more of the level, and that helps make up for the wonky jumping mechanics quite a bit, and you're able to anticipate enemies and attacks much quicker. I also think this is an instance where the faster processor on the Genesis lends itself to this game's benefit, because this version of Cool Spot is just a teensy bit faster, and I ended up liking this game a bit more because of that. The sound effects are much more tolerable, and also the music here, wow, it might be some of the best on the Genesis, seriously. That's weird to say, but it is a great soundtrack. Anyway, Cool Spot is certainly worth playing today, but it's not worth going out of your way to track down or anything like that. And if you're hankering to play this game, I'd say play it on the Genesis. It just plays better and the music is really well done.
SNESdrunk.
At first glance, Soul Blazer looks primitive and limited and not nearly as appealing as the quote-unquote sequels it spawned, Illusion of Gaia and Terranigma, but even though it may look dated, Soul Blazer is still a high-quality title. Yeah, the graphics look a little bleary compared to its peers, the music is a bit odd, and it has just kind of a dated early Super Nintendo vibe to it. But this game doesn't fight its limitations by being too ambitious for its time. Soul Blazer has a clever hook to it, very similar to a game like Link's Awakening for Game Boy. The story takes you from town to town, where you clear each area of monsters and their lairs. Each destroyed lair unlocks a soul that was being held captive, and with it, a part of the town that you're trying to revive and return to normal. Thematically, it's a little bit similar to another early Quintet title, ActRaiser, but when I talk about freeing souls, I mean the souls of people, goats, dogs, squirrels, flowers, sure, okay. But yeah, as you can see, this is a typical top-down four-directional adventure-style game, the same as the two sequels I mentioned, but the way the game is structured here is great. It's an excellent way to weave together the story and the gameplay. I found myself having a hard time putting the controller down because I just wanted to unlock the next area, and then the next, and the next. Even if you don't succumb to this game's addictive nature like I did, Soul Blazer has a save function that can save your progress after each monster lair you destroy. And let me tell you, that's helped this game age so well. Hell, you can play this game on your lunch break, take out a few monster lairs, double back to the save location, turn it off, and come back to it later, or whenever you can. And most of the major stuff you took care of will still be gone. It's a great feature. Anyway, like I said, the combat here is what you'd expect. It's a significant step ahead of something like Lagoon, but in my opinion, it's still a bit short of Illusion of Gaia. The hit detection isn't as polished, and you can take advantage of some diagonal angles with certain enemies. There's a lot of shortcuts you can exploit. Soul Blazer can certainly up the difficulty at certain points, however. There's a good variety of enemies with all sorts of different patterns, and some boss fights are pretty challenging. You do get a couple different forms of magic in addition to your sword, but it's a bit tricky to get used to. For example, the first kind of magic you get only shoots in the direction you're facing. The temptation is to use the directional pad and aim that way, but you have to hold the L or R button to maintain your direction so you can fire away while moving around. The story is pretty simple. The ruler of the Friel Empire, King Magritte, wants to get rich. No, I mean really, really Scrooge McDuck somehow swimming through coins kind of rich. So he gets this genius inventor guy named Dr. Leo to build a device that will summon the Dark Lord of Money, I guess? Conspicuously named the King of Evil? Death Toll? He shows up and his proposal is 1 living being for 1 gold piece. Man, the currency exchange rate in hell is lousy. Anyway, King Magritte agrees, and that explains why these towns have been swallowed up. The master, or god I guess, sends you, our hero, down to free all these trapped souls, unlocking a total of 6 villages, and that allows you to head to the world of evil itself for a final boss fight. You eventually meet Dr. Leo's daughter, Lisa, you fall in love, and it goes from there.
One thing that really stands out here is how dark the story is. The people and animals you interact with don't hold a lot back. These guys are depressed. And I guess, why wouldn't they be? It's just kind of jarring to see this level of gloom in an early Super Nintendo game. One thing I really like about Soul Blazer, though, is this effect you get walking into somebody's house. It's kind of a minor thing, but I just love this. It's an ingenious effect that should have been utilized in other games. I also gotta mention the music because it's just different. It's not bad by any means, but I definitely didn't expect to hear some upbeat slap bass when playing an adventure game with such gloomy themes. I do like it quite a bit. It's very different for the genre, that's for sure. So it's a nice departure from the lushly arranged stuff you'd hear from someone like Umatsu or Mitsuda. Anyway, yeah, Soul Blazer is absolutely worth playing today, just don't expect something in the same vein as Illusion of Gaia or Terranigma. Yeah, the game kinda sorta has some similarities to those two, but since it was made years before, it's a bit more limited. Thankfully, when I say limited, that's not a bad thing here, because the game's developers came up with a clever and addicting structure that lends itself really well to the basic gameplay here. Throw in some unique music, and Soul Blazer most certainly holds up perfectly well.
SNESdrunk.
Finally, it's time to look at the Donkey Kong Country series, a video that will no doubt piss off at least 80% of the viewing audience, and why is that? Because I didn't play these games as a kid, so many will feel that I don't love these games enough. There's zero nostalgia here, the goal is to be objective as possible, so try and keep that in mind as you're clicking the dislike button out of rage. Donkey Kong Country was a massive deal when it came out, just in time for Christmas in 1994. We'd only known Donkey Kong for the most part as a two-dimensional chest-pounding adversary to Mario in the original Donkey Kong arcade games. Donkey Kong Country sees him reinvented as a three-dimensional protagonist in a side-scrolling platformer, and the game opens up an entire Donkey Kong universe of characters from sidekick Diddy Kong to the hilarious Cranky Kong to the final boss, the evil King K. Rool. This is a fully realized world from start to finish. It has an artistic style unlike any other game you'd see anywhere, and not just from how the characters are rendered, but the backgrounds, the distinct color palette, and especially the music and sound design. The music from David Wise throughout the entire series is what makes this series as good as it is. I can't imagine playing these games without it. So yeah, the visual and audio presentation are more than okay throughout the series. The gameplay control and level layout are where things start to get murky. Let's start with the first game in the series, and man, some of you guys are gonna hate me. So I have to set this up by saying Donkey Kong Country, the first game, is a perfectly good game, but I do not think it's aged that well, especially with the improvements made in the later games. Here you play as Donkey Kong, who's big and lumbering, and the quicker, sprightly Diddy Kong. I should mention real quick that you can play all three of these games with a second player, but if I'm playing Donkey Kong Country, I'm fighting tooth and nail to play as Diddy Kong. Donkey Kong just feels like his sprite is a tad too big, and as a result, his hitbox can be a bit wonky. And when you have a bigger, slower character in a platformer like this, there needs to be some momentum when stopping and starting. Hitting normal speed and stopping so quickly like that just doesn't feel natural in the slightest, and I think it's a problem. I feel like this is less of an issue with Diddy and later Dixie Kong, because they're smaller and quicker and there's a little more margin for error. Jumping and landing feels a lot more natural, especially with Dixie, but let me just say, it's no coincidence that Donkey Kong was left out of the two sequels. Another issue I found with the first Donkey Kong Country is the small amount of screen real estate on certain levels. Sometimes it feels like you can outrun the camera. I mean, it doesn't scroll vertically at the same rate of speed it does horizontally, which causes a lot of unexpected issues. It's not that big of a deal in most of the game, but in Ice Age Alley, wow. It's hard enough to have everything absurdly slippery, but the camera can't even follow where I'm going or allow me to see where I'm supposed to go. That is frustrating for the wrong reasons. I have to mention the boss fights in this game as well. You fight a big mole thing, a big vulture head thing, a wasp, an oil drum, a second big mole thing, and a second big vulture head thing before you get to the final boss. It's just kind of uninspired. The battle themselves are also very easy, which is a disappointment. Yeah, I know I'm being a bit hard on Donkey Kong Country. Please believe me when I say I don't think it's a bad game, but it's considered a classic and it sold 9 million copies. It should be held to the highest possible standard. It is a perfectly good platformer on its own. There's some clever level design, especially with the shooting barrels. As hard
as that stage is, I enjoy the timing-based gameplay here, and there's a certain rhythm to this game that once you adapt to it, it can be kind of addicting. I love all the companions you come across, like the rhino and the swordfish, and spoiler alert, I love the fake-out ending in the final boss fight. That was great. And of course, you can't say enough about the soundtrack. It is fantastic. It's also fun not only to just mow through the game conventionally from start to finish, but to get the highest percentage possible by collecting as many items and by uncovering as many secrets as you can. The problem with this is that more often than not, the game just isn't intuitive on where some secrets are located. Like, I'm supposed to just jump down here? Why? How? Why can't I jump over here? Oh, there's nothing over here. How the hell am I supposed to know that? It is absurdly difficult to try and get 100% in this game. Ask anyone. You end up just falling down random pits hoping to get lucky and find something. So yeah, Donkey Kong Country is fine, but I do not think it's as good as it's been hyped up to be over the years. And if you get the impression that I'm being too hard on it, it's because the second game, Diddy's Kong Quest, improves on it in every single way. Now this is a game that's aged fantastically because not only are the visual and audio presentation just as good, if not better, but the feel of the gameplay and the level design is much, much improved. They ditched Donkey Kong altogether for Dixie Kong, who can spin her ponytail in the air for a floating effect, not unlike how Mario can float with the cape in Super Mario World. So with both Diddy and Dixie as her playable characters, the focus of the level design is shifted to fit their capabilities, and it's a perfect match. They really nailed it here, making many of the levels here run vertically for a change.
And that really helps de-emphasize what I talked about earlier with the lack of momentum when you start and stop moving, because most of the time here you're jumping.
Not only that, more importantly, the developers of Diddy's Kong Quest made the numerous secret areas and secret items a lot more intuitive to find while still being a challenge to locate. It is a lot of fun, instead of being frustrating and seemingly random in the previous game. You know how some writers will start with an ending to a story and then work backwards? The hidden items and areas in this game kind of remind me of that. It's like they thought of ideas where to hide things and designed the levels around them. Another change in Diddy's Kong Quest is that the items you obtain aren't just to run up your completion percentage. You need certain items to save your progress, unlock other areas on the world map, or just help make your journey a tad easier. Because, this game is pretty dang tough. Just look at Bramble Scramble, wow. Or Clobber Carnage, ugh. And there's also levels like Web Woods, where you morph into your sneaker-wearing spider companion and slowly make your way across a dangerous area, creating your own unstable platforms as you go. And I'd be remiss if I didn't bring up Animal Antics, good lord. Here you morph into each of your 5 companions, and the parrot section might be the hardest in the entire series. It is brutal. Anyway, other aspects of the gameplay and level design are tweaked as well. Like, for example, you have a bit more control of the barrels in sections like this. The boss battles are also a huge improvement from the first game. They're a tad more creative and a little challenging while still being fun. So yeah, the best Donkey Kong Country game on the Super Nintendo is Diddy's Kong Quest without a shadow of a doubt. It's a top 10 and maybe even a top 5 game on the system. So how do you top that? Well, Donkey Kong Country 3, Dixie Kong's Double Trouble certainly gave it a try. This is a very, very ambitious game. Some of it works and some of it doesn't. To put it one way, this game feels like a band that gets sick of playing conventional rock music, so they want to quote-unquote experiment, and man, they really go far here. There's tons of ideas thrown out there, and while I appreciate the gameplay variety, it's not all that cohesive, and some levels are just downright ridiculous, like Rocket Rush. I mean, what is this? You're awkwardly floating around in this barrel rocket thing, the controls are weird, and it just feels completely out of place. Then there's levels like Poisonous Pipeline, where the poison gas reverses your controls to where pressing up goes down and pressing left goes right, and why? Why? Just for the sake of doing it, I guess. It's not even that it's difficult, it's just annoying, and again, out of place. There are a few other bizarre levels like that in this game, and it's a shame too because so many of the other levels in this game are fantastic. I like Riverside Race, where you speed run across land and sea to avoid getting chased down by a group of angry bees, and I thought Logi Labyrinth was pretty cool too, which as you'd expect, has you floating around in low gravity. The secret areas and hidden items are fun too, a lot better than the first game, but not quite as fun as the second game. And I think that's because Dixie Kong's Double Trouble is really hard, the toughest of the 3 in my opinion. It takes a long time to get good at this game, so if you want to get 100%, buckle up. I'll admit, it might feel more rewarding to get that 100% in Donkey Kong Country 3, but you'll have a more fun time getting there in the second game. I also really like the open world aspect of the world map. It makes the game feel like Donkey Kong Country the RPG. It's really well done. There's all new bonus areas and characters for you to visit and stuff for you to unlock. The visuals in this game are spectacular, the best in the series. Like, just look at the forest background here, for example. Wow. Of course, David Wise's soundtrack is up to par, and the level design, like I said earlier, is usually up to the task, but there are some levels in this game that just make you shake your head. I get that they're going for gameplay variety, but it's just too ambitious for its own good. And speaking of head scratchers, one odd decision was ditching Diddy Kong for Cousin Kiddy Kong. Again, why? Just for the sake of having another new character? So yeah, if you're still with me, let me sum up. Donkey Kong Country is a fine game. Repeat, a fine game. I don't hate it, and I certainly don't hate it for the sake of hating it to be different, but it just hasn't aged very well because of the stiff platforming physics behind the Donkey Kong sprite, the lack of intuition to finding hidden areas, and the boring boss fights. Diddy's Kong Quest is by far the best of the three games because the level design not only matches Diddy and Dixie's capabilities perfectly, but because the secrets and hidden items are so much better designed and player-friendly, and that gives the game more of an addicting quality. Dixie Kong's Double Trouble is very good. It's better than the first game, but you get the feeling the game bit off more than it could chew. There's some really strange levels here, and it's also brutally difficult. Just look at Lightning Lookout. Yikes. Anyway, obviously my pick for the best in the series is Diddy's Kong Quest. I think it's the most fun of the three by far. The team of Diddy and Dixie is just perfect. And like I said, it's an easy contender for a top 10 and maybe a top 5 Super Nintendo game.
SNESdrunk.
Earth Defense Force was an arcade game ported to the Super Nintendo back in the early days of the system when they simply added Super to every single title. Despite the generic-sounding name, Super Earth Defense Force is pretty good. It's easily one of the hardest shoot-'em-ups on the Super Nintendo that's still playable, unlike, say, Super R-Type. That game is ridiculously tough, but the crippling slowdown makes it practically unplayable. Super Earth Defense Force, though, is a worthwhile title, and in some ways, on the opposite end of the spectrum from a game I looked at a few weeks ago, Phalanx. That was a game that was forgiving to newcomers of the shoot-'em-up genre, so it could serve as kind of a gateway to other shoot-'em-ups. Super Earth Defense Force is not forgiving, and the only gateway it opens up to is to pain. This game is really fast-paced, the enemies don't waste any time, and the background just zooms by at 1,000,000 miles an hour. This is much different, especially to games like Axelay and Gradius 3, where enemies come in increments and the scrolling is reasonably paced. In fact, Axelay especially has kind of a leisurely pace to it, and that allows you to really get into a zone as you play it and build some momentum. Super Earth Defense Force does not. You need to be on your game from the get-go, so if you've cranked through Axelay and Phalanx and stuff like that, and you'd like more of a challenge, here you go, good luck. And by the way, you're totally on your own here, no multiplayer, single player only. What makes this game especially hard is the lack of checkpoints. Die and start all the way back at the beginning of the level. Brutal. You do get 3 hits, so at least there's no one-hit death nonsense, but you only get 3 continues. So yeah, this game will still give you a chance, but it's not a great one. I sure as hell will never beat this game. Anyway, to start with, you get 8 weapons to choose from at the beginning of each level. Sounds like a lot, but you learn pretty quickly that some weapons just aren't useful at all, and are evidently just there for the sake of saying there's 8 weapons to choose from. You're likely better off sticking with the classic weapons like homing or laser. Now, what sets the gameplay apart and bumps it up past typical or generic are the 2 turrets that surround your ship. You can control them in a variety of ways. You can set them to stick to your ship, spin around you, or after you level up, you can have them set to chase enemies around. That's pretty cool. And yeah, there is a leveling system here, so you're actually rewarded for the stuff you blow up, instead of just being content to dodge everything and get the hell out of the way, just so you can move on. Hey, I wouldn't blame you if you tried that, but I'd rather level up and get more powerful stuff. So yeah, Super Earth Defense Force is a solid title, and it might just be the best Super Nintendo shoot-'em-up for shoot-'em-up veterans along with R-Type 3 in terms of challenge. People by and large know what to expect with R-Type 3, so I wanted to do a video on this game because it's got kind of a generic title and a stereotypical appearance, but this game is better than it seems. It's very, very challenging, but still fair. And it's a great looking game, especially for an early Super Nintendo release. Better looking than Phalanx, for sure. Super Earth Defense Force is also still a reasonably priced cartridge, going for an average of $10 on eBay. So if you're looking for that next shoot-'em-up challenge, and you want something a little more affordable than R-Type 3, Super Earth Defense Force is what you're looking for.
SNESdrunk.
If you crossed Legend of the Mystical Ninja with Smash TV and a dash of Parodius, you'd get the two Pocky and Rocky games developed by Natsume, and if that sounds like a bizarre combination, that's because it is. The Japanese title of this game is probably more telling since it translates to Mysterious Ghost World, the Riddle of the Black Mantle. Nowadays that sounds like a title of an indie game somebody slapped together in 6 weeks, but back then, I mean, nothing had a title like that. This series started as a Japanese arcade game back in the late 80s, eventually getting ports on several home computer systems and the PC Engine. There is a standalone Famicom game as well, the title of which translates to The Story of the Angry Waves. I don't know about you, but I love these titles. And on from there into the Super Nintendo titles, and later a Game Boy Advance release, as well as games much later on the Wii and PS2. Anyway, one day a young shrine maiden named Pocky is just hanging out when a raccoon, or a tanuki really, named Rocky shows up to tell her that his tribe of people, the Nopino Goblins, have all gone out of their minds or are under a spell or something. Point is, everything is all batshit crazy and it's up to Pocky or Rocky to fix it. So yeah, you can play as either character or as both with the second player. Take one glance at Pocky and Rocky and you get the gist of the gameplay right away. It's a classic top-down run-and-gun game where you shoot in 8 directions, slide to avoid enemy fire, collect power-ups and clear all bombs, get rid of all sorts of bizarre-looking enemies like jack-o'-lanterns, zombies, flying things, all sorts of stuff from Japanese mythology, and you make your way across the level until you meet a boss, whether that be a genie, a knight, a pirate, a cyclops, or a bamboo shoot. Pretty simple, right? Yeah, also pretty dang weird. With the power-up system, you can either choose to upgrade to a stronger fireball or spread out your attack with the weaker, cards that you throw. Look, there's a lot of Japanese mythological stuff that's going way over my head with this game, and the North American port did us no favors. The quote-unquote cards are actually ofuda or talisman. Rocky is actually a tanuki instead of a raccoon. The ahem magic stick is actually a harai, which is used in a purification ceremony. Yeah, there's tons of stuff they just flat out ignored and didn't bother to explain, so whatever. Back to the gameplay, this game is hard, as you might expect. Most games of this nature are, but there's unlimited continues here, so no excuses. There's 6 levels total, with a cutscene at the end of each defeated boss, although I've learned that these were cut out of the PAL region cartridges. Sorry guys. The level design is as you'd expect. It's pretty plain, and you get less and less space to work with as the game goes on, restricting your range of motion and making the game much tougher. What curbs the difficulty and makes this game even more fun is, as you might expect, a second player. Pocky and Rocky, and its sequel for that matter, are 2 of the best multiplayer games you can find on the Super Nintendo. What I love especially is that you can slide into your partner and make them bounce around, destroying everything in sight. Yeah, they take damage, but whatever, that's their problem. Now, what's unexpected and kind of interesting are the minor differences between Pocky and Rocky. For instance, Pocky's slide attack is quicker, while Rocky's travels farther. Rocky's clear-all bomb is a bit more powerful. Rocky can use his tail, and I could be wrong, but it sure seems like Pocky is just faster in general than Rocky. Another nice feature is that if one player dies, you can borrow lives from the other to join in again. So yeah, Pocky and Rocky is a good time, and if you're bummed out that there's only 6 levels, there's a sequel, Pocky and Rocky 2. The Japanese title is simply The Rescue here. Aw man. So earlier I compared Pocky and Rocky to a combination of The Legend of the Mystical Ninja, Smash TV, and Parodius. The sequel sees the balance sway much more toward a game like Legend of the Mystical Ninja, because here there's kind of an open-world RPG-ish feel to things, as you can talk to people in the middle of stages to find out where to go, and stop in stores to buy items to help you out along the way. Pocky and Rocky 2 has 9 levels this time around, and while the game mostly looks and sounds the same, there's a lot more elements to the gameplay, like how you have a partner, even in single-player mode. You can pick up icons to switch from one to the other if you'd like. There's Rocky, Bomber Bob, and Little Ninja, or at least those are their English names, and there's at least 3 or 4 more helpers you'll run into as you progress. The clear-all bombs and slides from the first game are gone. The emphasis is mostly on what you can do with your partner, like Bomber Bob can clear pathways, Rocky can search for hidden treasure, and so on. You can only do these things when you quote-unquote combine with your partner, and you have a limited amount of time to do it because you only have so much magic to use. If you go over your magic limit, you take damage, and when all else fails, just throw your partner at things. That's always fun. So yeah, don't be fooled, Pocky and Rocky 2 looks like more of the same, but the gameplay is actually quite a bit different, and there's a lot more replay value here too, because of the helper dudes that you work with. In principle, I don't like when people try and fix something that's not broken, and the first Pocky and Rocky game is not broken at all, but they still took the risk of removing key features and adding new dynamics to the sequel, and everything clicks just as well, so Natsume should be commended for that. Anyway, yeah, both Pocky and Rocky and Pocky and Rocky 2 are worth playing today, and oddly enough, for different reasons. The first game is more of a straight-ahead run-and-gun game like Smash TV, while the second stresses teamwork, even if you're playing by yourself. Whatever sounds more appealing of the two is for you to decide.
SNESdrunk.
Ever see the Arnold movie Running Man from the mid-80s? The arcade game Smash TV set out to make a video game aped off of the theme from the movie, which is to pit one or two players in an arena and send waves and waves of enemies at them as part of some kind of twisted game show, complete with a host, an audience, and everything. Clear the room, move on to the next, and collect all sorts of power-ups and money along the way. They even included a sleazy Richard Dawson-like host. You gotta love this guy. Smash TV was a huge hit in the arcades for its unique gameplay using two joysticks, one dedicated to moving and one dedicated to the direction of fire, shooting in 8 directions from a top-down viewpoint. It's a continuation of the designer Eugene Jarvis's earlier work from the game Robotron 2084. The Super Nintendo port, Super Smash TV, arrived pretty early in the Super Nintendo lifespan. That's usually bad news for an arcade port, but this game is very good and does a nice job capturing the spirit of the original arcade game both in theme and gameplay. They did an admirable job keeping the twin-stick shooter controls in place. They used the D-pad to move, and you essentially use the 4 right-hand buttons as a makeshift D-pad to fire. That's pretty clever, and it works well. Anyway, if anything describes Super Smash TV, it's that it's enjoyable chaos at its best. There's just a ridiculous amount of stuff going on at all times. The amount of enemies on screen at once is just crazy. In fact, I'm reminded of games like Lemmings when I see stuff like this. But you can't just mindlessly shoot at everything. You gotta keep one eye out for power-ups and money, which you'll need for extra points to get extra lives and continues. And you will need every single one of those because, as you might expect, this game is just a tad on the difficult side. But just like Pocky and Rocky, which I talked about earlier this month, the difficulty is curbed a bit with a second player. However, there are no cool two-player combos or maneuvers in these games, sadly. Anyway, Smash TV also received ports on the Genesis, Game Gear, and Sega Master System, but what's strange is that those games are also titled Super Smash TV. I thought the Super in the title was a Super Nintendo thing. I don't get it. This game also landed on the NES, as well as a bunch of home computer systems, but the consensus is that the Super Nintendo port is the best of the bunch because the SNES controller lends itself so well to the core gameplay. So yeah, Super Smash TV is as advertised, exactly what you'd expect. No surprises, just pure chaos and adrenaline. It's almost like, did you think Pocky and Rocky was a little too cutesy for your taste? Well, this is just about as far from that universe as you could get with the same kind of gameplay, so here you go. If you can't get enough Smash TV, there's Total Carnage, and for all intents and purposes, it is a Smash TV sequel, but instead of going from room to room as part of the game show, it's a military motif where you're dropped off in the Middle East, off to rescue hostages. The gameplay is almost exactly the same though. Really the only thing I noticed that was different was the ability to lay mines with the shoulder buttons. The weapons are a bit better and show a lot more range, but they kind of have to because there's a lot more real estate to work with in this game. There's also a lot of cheap deaths in this game. Like right here, what the hell just killed me? In addition, Total Carnage was dialed way back from the original arcade version. The blood is green for some reason, and maybe it's my imagination, but you just don't move as quickly as you do in Smash TV. Maybe it's the slow scrolling that's playing tricks on me, but it sure seems like you don't move around as fast. I'm nitpicking though. Total Carnage is good for what it is, and its controls, range of weapons, and overall carnage are just as fun as Super Smash TV. But for my money, Super Smash TV takes the cake. I love the game show theme and the obnoxious game show host, and it just seems faster and more intense. I think keeping the action within closed quarters makes a difference, and it makes it harder to dodge and really amps up the intensity. So yeah, Super Smash TV, Total Carnage, can't go wrong with either, but I'd rather go with Super Smash TV. I'll buy that for $1.
SNESdrunk.
It doesn't get much more 90s than a title like Excalibur 2097, and the cover doesn't lend any insight at all as to what this game is. It could be a shoot 'em up, the sword suggests maybe a fighting game, the city suggests a Final Fight style beat 'em up, or maybe a Shadowrun type game, or maybe this is some kind of futuristic sports game, I don't know.
Turns out it's a story-driven action platformer, a little bit in the same vein as something like Phantom 2040, with lots of cutscenes interspersed throughout the game. The Japanese title for this game is Sword Maniac, which is a way better title, and a much better cover, too. I'll talk about the story first because I'm guessing the developers were counting on it to make an otherwise average and generic-looking game stand out a little bit. But the story here is the same old post-apocalyptic stuff that's been done to death. Governments have collapsed, money is worthless, organized crime has risen to seize power, your character named Slash? Yeah, right, I wish. That'd be freaking great. Anyway, Slash wields a powerful sword called the Excalibur that all the evil mob guys want because it can rip through steel like rancid butter. Ah, yes, I can smell it now. Thanks for the lurid visual, game. The evil mob that runs the city is run by Raptor, who is evidently 300 feet tall, and he's made a deal with these mutant monster things to help him run the city. It's worth mentioning that the Japanese version of the story is completely different, where the Slash character is in prison for murder and hired by the government on a mission to take out the mob, not unlike the movie Escape from New York. There's 6 stages total for all this to play out in, and there's a little cutscene before and after each boss fight. Everything certainly looks good, and I commend this game for having a distinct visual style to it, but the dialogue here is all just 80s action movie one-liners. There's nothing of real substance here. As for the gameplay itself, there's your typical action platforming that's done well enough, but it's nothing worth writing home about. It's all very linear, with lots of button mashing and dodging, but to the game's credit, it at least gives you a variety of buttons to mash, with a few different sword attacks to choose from, and a block button that comes in handy, especially in this annoying part with the motorcycles. What stands out here are the boss fights. When you reach the end of a level, the game shifts to a one-on-one fighting mode, just you versus a powerful enemy, and you can also bring in a second player and fight them one-on-one as well, in a separate game mode. This is fine, but it would work a lot better if the controls changed to fit this mode. Instead, it's the same hack and slash button mashing where you just spam your attack, take some damage, block when you can, and hope you have more life than he does by the end of the fight. Now, I hear people have some trouble with the first boss in the game. Game grumps. But, I'm honestly not sure why. You just spam the boss with your strongest attack over and over, and he keels over in no time. Excalibur 2097 does come across as kind of generic, but I don't want to be too hard on it. It does have some little things going for it, like the design of the Slash character gives off kind of a Highlander vibe. Maybe it's the rolled up coat sleeves. Also, the effect of effortlessly slicing something in half is pretty cool. I mean, you certainly get the impression they put a lot of effort into the visuals of this game, and like I said, the cutscenes are all well done, and the sound design isn't too shabby either. But yeah, the gameplay is just too ordinary to get anything more than a tepid recommendation for Excalibur 2097. If you're looking for a cheap under-the-radar platformer, then you're better off going for something like Plok or Phantom 2040. Excalibur 2097 gets past its generic title and generic cover by looking real nice, but the gameplay and blah story put it right back into the mediocre category. It's not a bad game at all, but there's better out there, and it's not worth going way out of your way to play.
Steam Drunk.
Last month, I found a random Super Famicom exclusive game on Steam, Umahara Kawase, and somehow I continue to find the most random Super Nintendo games that are listed on Steam for some bizarre reason. This time it's Legend, a very simple, straightforward beat-em-up that's really not all that noteworthy or memorable. I guess Umahara Kawase kind of makes sense because it was part of a series, and they at least ported it and made some minor changes instead of just sticking the ROM up for sale. That appears to be what's happened with Legend. Your guess is as good as mine as to why this, of all games, is listed for $5 on Steam. The game at least looks and sounds as good as you could hope for from an older game. I will say the integer scaling and windowed mode looks really nice, but for some reason things get wonky when you play in full screen mode. It just doesn't want to work. The big appeal with a game like Legend is the local co-op 2-player mode. No online multiplayer, sorry, but the game is pretty fun for a while with the second player. And by the way, the footage you're seeing here is in real time. That's not the game lagging. That's really how slowly you move. It's very, very deliberate and plodding. Seriously, this game feels like you're moving underwater, but oh no, if that's not enough, the second level has you moving through a swamp. Oh, come on. Now the game is just taunting me. The beat-em-up mechanics here are decent enough. It is a bit similar to better games of the time like King of Dragons, because there is a block button. You'll be using that a lot, but don't use it too much because you'll quickly be surrounded and then you're screwed.
While your weapon range is disappointingly short, your jump range is substantial, so you do have the ability to escape trouble occasionally. In fact, you could just jump kick your way through the entire game if you want. But this game is a war of attrition. You slog through, take damage, weigh the risks and rewards of taking more damage to pick up some items left behind, but by the time you decide what to do, they disappear anyway. Ugh. One key thing about beat-em-ups that they need to get right in order to be good, in my opinion, is the ability to switch sides quickly, or at least the ability to smoothly move enemies all to one side of the screen. Final Fight does this well. Streets of Rage, Turtles in Time, King of Dragons, all the really good beat-em-ups do this. It just makes it easier to progress further into the game and makes it less of a slog. Legend just does not do this. You hack and slash as enemies creep up, you try and block, but before you know it, you're surrounded and constantly taking damage. This is a major problem with the gameplay. There's lots of other annoying stuff too, like things in the foreground constantly in the way. Why do they do that? Also, there's one more powerful attack you can do, but it uses up a lot of life, so what's the point? In case Legend isn't hard enough for you, there's a difficulty setting, but I'm pretty sure all that does is just change how much life the bosses have. Speaking of, the bosses are probably the highlight of this game. They're huge sprites and pretty creatively done, and it's a nice break to have a sort of one-on-one fight instead of constantly being surrounded while your slow as molasses ass gets beat. Try saying that 10 times fast. Anyway, I haven't the slightest idea what a game like Legend is doing on Steam because it's not all that great, and not even in the top 8 or even top 10 beat-em-ups on the Super Nintendo. If they sped the game up a bit, it'd be a lot better, but it's just too slow. I guess if you really need a throwback, local multiplayer beat-em-up, and you've got $5 burning a hole in your pocket, then go ahead and check out Legend.
SNESdrunk.
Alright, try and stay with me on this one. The MechWarrior video game series spans across all sorts of platforms. It takes place in the universe of BattleTech, which is a pen and paper role-playing game, developed back in the mid-80s. The first MechWarrior game came in 1989 for PC. The first of 2 Super Nintendo MechWarrior games came 4 years later, and while it's not a port, it is somewhat based on the first PC game. So, in short, MechWarrior for Super Nintendo is based on a PC game which is based on a board game. You got all that? Now, MechWarrior is kind of unusual looking at first glance. It's definitely one of those what the hell do I do kind of games that takes a long time to figure out. Thankfully, the game provides a practice mode where you dick around and try and get the gist of the basic gameplay. You get dropped down, you hang out for a bit, and then you're suddenly under attack. So you flail around until you get killed. You essentially have to do this over and over again until you get at least somewhat comfortable if you want to get into MechWarrior, and if you don't feel like doing that, I don't blame you. Intuition is not MechWarrior's strength. Plus, the first-person shooter stuff on the Super Nintendo just doesn't work well. Don't get me wrong, this is a valiant attempt, and it's a very clever use of the Mode 7 capability, but movement sucks here, and I'll talk more about that in a moment. But you can't strafe, the frame rate is lousy, and the SNES controller just doesn't lend itself well to games like this. So yeah, MechWarrior is a game that you have to learn to play on its terms, and yeah, it's doable after some practice. And again, I don't blame you if you don't want to put the time in, but bear in mind MechWarrior does have its strengths. A huge component of the story mode part of the game is setting up your mech robot and customizing it for each battle based on what kind of job you take and what you learn about the battles beforehand. Yeah, that's what this menu screen is here. You're a mercenary for hire hanging out at this club talking to people, and there's a big time Shadowrun vibe that I like, with talking to shady looking people, and you have a menu of jobs you can flip through. It's like something out of Cowboy Bebop. The missions vary from typical make robots go boom type stuff to defending a base, and in a nice feature, you can actually negotiate your fee, so that's pretty cool. Don't go too far with it though, because you can piss some people off. The best part of MechWarrior is the strategic slant it offers with how you manage your money after you win your first job. You have to decide if you want to upgrade weaponry, your defenses, or your engine strength. And you have to hit a decent balance with all three, because if you overload your mech with too many weapons and armor, for example, you won't be able to move at all. That's a problem. I mean, it's hard enough to move in battle anyway, so I just highly recommend going with homing missiles. Lots and lots of homing missiles. There is a story here I should mention, explaining how and why your character became a mercenary. His name is Harris, and his family was killed by a group of military rogues called the Darkwing Lance. So a lot of intel you get throughout the game is in an effort to track down the leader of that group. It's pretty cool. So yeah, MechWarrior for SNES has a lot of good things going for it, but the basic gameplay just hasn't aged very well. Back in 1993 when this came out, I would have considered this passable, but now it's hard to have the patience for it. Back then it was easy to be apologetic for gameplay like this because it's like, well, that's the best they can do for the time, but nowadays it's like, well, just move on to something else. Although I want to stress the strategy side of the game that I talked about earlier is pretty fun, so if you can get used to the gameplay as limited as it is, then MechWarrior is definitely worth playing. But otherwise, I think it's just too dated, and besides, if you want a similar game that offers even more strategy and detail with much more functioning gameplay, then you gotta check out Front Mission for the Super Famicom. That has the same kind of theme but with an isometric viewpoint instead of first person, so it's aged much better. And actually, wait a minute here, MechWarrior got an SNES sequel titled MechWarrior 3050, and it does exactly that. How about that? And yeah, this game is just pure straight-ahead, ass-kicking carnage. You're using combinations of a ton of weapons to blow up buildings, bad guys, and, people who explode when you step on them. Not much in the way of strategy and nuance here, although I will say this game is hard as hell. There's only 5 levels here, but you'll sure as hell take your share of damage. That's because it's really hard to get the hang of moving around and aiming at everything. But one weird feature of MechWarrior 3050 is that this game is co-op, but not in the way you'd think. One player controls the legs and the other aims your weapons, kind of like driving a tank with 2 people. I guess that's pretty cool, but that can lead to some arguments that may or may not lead to controllers being spiked atop people's heads. If this game looks appealing to you, then I have to recommend the Genesis game instead. It's called BattleTech, the title being gleaned off of the board game the MechWarrior is based off of, and that game just plays better. It's easier to aim, everything is faster, and it's not nearly as difficult. It's just simpler and more player-friendly, which makes it a lot more fun. So yeah, the MechWarrior games for SNES are hit and miss. The first game has its good points, but the combat is totally outdated. The second game, MechWarrior 3050, is an improvement, but it's brutally difficult. Really, if you're interested in giant mech robots making stuff go boom, then check out Cybernator or Metal Warriors or Front Mission Gun Hazard. And like I said, the Genesis game BattleTech is a much better player-friendly version of MechWarrior 3050. And hey, if you want to try out all 3 16-bit MechWarrior games on cartridge, they're each around $6 or $7 on eBay. Not a bad deal, but your mileage may vary on the Super Nintendo titles.
SNESdrunk.
Remember the game Milon's Secret Castle for the NES? It was cryptic as hell, hard as balls, and just not very good. So it wasn't like a whole lot of people were clamoring for a sequel. However, nearly 10 years later after its release, it did in fact get a sequel, Do-Re-Mi Fantasy Milon no Doki Doki Daiboken. This time the game stayed in Japan, and that's a shame because this is a surprisingly very good piece of work. In Milon's Secret Castle, you quite literally were just playing as Milon and finding secrets in a castle. But in Do-Re-Mi Fantasy, you play as Milon in a straight-ahead 2D side-scrolling platformer, and man, between being a sequel to a bad game and not being released outside of Japan, this game is easily one of the most surprisingly great games I've ever played. It is seriously good, and I couldn't be happier to have found it. Yeah, on the surface it looks like the same old side-scrolling platformer stuff that you've seen in a million other games, but it always has something extra to put it over the top. Whether it be the items that can help you, the weird level design, the aesthetics and art design, the odd soundtrack, the gameplay variety, or the boss battles, this game just has so much to offer. Alright, on the surface it looks timid at best. Your attack is that you blow bubbles, just like the game's predecessor. You trap enemies and send them away. You can also jump on enemies to stun them for a bit. Your life bar functions as the color of your clothes, green being maximum health, but if you take a hit while you're wearing red, you're dead. There's all sorts of items to pick up as well, like the winged shoes that allow you to float in the air, the bubblegum that serves as a get out of jail free card if you fall down a pit, bubble upgrades that enhance your attack, and lots more. There's 7 worlds here that include 7 or 8 shorter levels, all organized on this world map here. After the first world is completed, you have to find 5 musical stars that are marked on the map as such, and you have to find them to move on with the game, otherwise it'll send you back, even if you complete the level. The stars form instruments that give your character special abilities, and that's cool because thanks to the world map, you can go back to levels you already completed way back when and find all sorts of other stuff. It's pretty addicting. As you can see from the gameplay here, this is pretty standard platforming stuff. The enemies don't pose much of a threat, other than bosses of course, but jumping is the name of the game in Do-Re-Mi Fantasy. Thankfully this is what the game excels in, and the level design here is great. There's lots of wide open areas, multiple paths, hidden areas, and weird locales. Yeah, there's the usual ice level and fire level, but you also have a world inside a cake, and another world encased in Legos, or are those Duplo? But yeah, the jumping here is very easy to master. That's a credit to the game's design. And yeah, I'll say it, Do-Re-Mi Fantasy is really easy. You could complete this game without dying once without a problem, but that's kind of besides the point in my opinion. Do-Re-Mi Fantasy earns major points from me just for being so accessible. This is one of those games that anyone can pick up and play and have a good time. And not only that, the way the game plays and how it's structured lends itself very well to be approached in lots of different ways. For example, this is a great speedrun game. Or you can go for 100% and try and collect everything you can, or you can get through the game without killing any enemies. The nuts and bolts of Doremi Fantasy make it flexible to play it however you want to approach the game, and that gives it a ton of replay value. I have to mention the graphics and art style here. There's no way around how to describe this game. Only one word comes to mind: cute. This game is very cute. And hey, if you have little kids like ages 4 or 5 that you want to get into old Super Nintendo stuff, this is a good game to start with. Also, I have to talk about the music. This is one of the most unusual soundtracks to any game I've played, and yet it really fits the game well. Nothing sounds at all like you'd expect here, and it makes for an alluring contrast with the art style. The music almost has like a 1940s Disney feature film quality to it, if that makes sense. It can be upbeat, odd, creepy, energetic, or just plain strange, but it always hits just the right note. Anyway, yeah, Doremi Fantasy is surprising, unexpected, and really good. Yeah, it's a very easy game, but in this particular case, I don't see that as a negative, because what makes Doremi Fantasy so good is its immediate accessibility and how flexible the gameplay is for speedruns, 100% runs, maybe a boss run after you completed the game, whatever you want to do. I believe this game is available on the original Wii Virtual Console, but they never bothered to translate it, which is odd. Still, that's really not necessary. This is a great game that I give a major recommendation. Track it down if you can.
SNESdrunk.
The Mario Kart series is one of those franchises that's predicated on people wanting more, bigger, and faster with each new edition, so because of that, earlier games in the series tend to get left behind to collect dust. Mario Kart Super Circuit came out after Mario Kart 64 and before Mario Kart Double Dash, but despite the series moving ahead to bigger and better things, Super Circuit is still a fantastic title that serves as a natural sequel to the original Super Mario Kart for SNES. The feel of driving here is very similar to the original Mario Kart, and it's got the same aesthetic vibe to it as well, just obviously with a huge leap in graphics, but it does feel like a natural evolution overall. For game modes, there's Mario GP, where you race against the computer in a series of 4 tracks that are 3 laps each. There's Time Trial, which records a ghost image of your best time so you can race against yourself. There's Quick Run, which is just a one-time race on any track you've unlocked, also known as the mode you pick when you're just sitting down to take a shit. And of course, there's the Versus and Battle modes, and that leads me to the multiplayer capabilities here. Mario GP allows a maximum of 2 players to race against the computer, but Versus mode and Battle mode allow up to 4 players using the Game Boy Advance Game Link, so that's pretty cool. However, I'm not sure if the 4-player capability would work with something like the Retron 5, sorry. Still, it's nice to know that that option is out there, and you only need 1 cartridge to make the Versus mode work. Battle mode, each player needs a cartridge. Anyway, there's a total of 40 courses in Super Circuit. You start with 20 and can unlock the 20 courses from the original Super Mario Kart. That's definitely what makes this game hold up so well. The sheer variety of courses is fantastic. All the traditional stuff like Bowser's Castle and the Ghost House is here, but there's also Luigi's Circuit, which has the track really slippery from rain, Ribbon Road, which has a series of speed boosts, Sunset Wilds, where you get attacked by Shy Guys, Sky Garden, Broken Pier, Lakeside Park. There's a ton of diversity in the tracks. It's fantastic. Super Circuit shares another similarity with the original Mario Kart, and that the coins you pick up are very important. The more you collect, the more you increase your top speed, and if you collect over 100 on a Mario GP run, you unlock new tracks. In addition, you lose coins if you take hits or fall off the track, and if you don't have any coins, every shot you take from another cart sends you spinning out. In other words, it's like Sonic. You gotta make sure you gotta have at least 1 ring. Same kind of deal. The 8 characters here are all familiar, nobody additional to unlock or anything, and all the typical items are here, along with Lightning Bolt, Boo, and the dreaded blue shell. Thankfully though, that makes an appearance very, very rarely. So yeah, Mario Kart Super Circuit may not have all the whiz-bang bells and whistles of Mario Kart 7 or 8, but it functions as a sequel, more or less, to the original Super Mario Kart. What's really nice is this is one of those first-party Nintendo titles from that era that doesn't go for an arm and a leg. It's usually around $10 on eBay, so if you missed out on this one, you can find it for somewhat cheap. And yeah, this is definitely one you want to go check out.
SNESdrunk.
Twin B was the star of a vertically scrolling shoot-'em-up series popular in Japan. For example, on the Super Famicom, there was Poppin' Twin B, a reasonably decent shooter. Then from out of nowhere, the developer Konami decides, hey, what the hell, let's take these Twin B characters and make a platformer. This was kind of unprecedented. I mean, why go in such a drastically different direction? Well, that's actually an easy answer, because this game is really good. Twin B Rainbow Bell Adventure, or Poppin' Twin B Rainbow Bell Adventures, as its PAL release was titled, is one of those hugely spacious, wide-open platformers platformers that gives the player a gazillion different weapons, attacks, and abilities and provides vast open space to play around with them. And this game isn't just a gimmick or a pie-in-the-sky idea, it really kinda does play like if a shoot-'em-up or a platformer. You have 3 characters to choose from, Twinbee, Winbee, and Gwynbee. All the standard platforming stuff is here, run to the right, jump on enemies, and collect 100 little bells to get an extra guy, but man alive, there's an endless list of other things you can do, and they come in the form of these colored bells, just like in the shoot-'em-up games. You can punch, and you can charge your punch and use it to break through barriers. You can charge your jump and fly around bouncing off everything just like in Rocket Knight Adventures. You can collect a ton of weapons and carry 2 at a time, 1 for short range and 1 for long range. There's those tag-along option things, just like in a shoot-'em-up. There's shields, there's homing missiles, there's invincibility. You can throw a baseball around? Sure, okay. What are you, Ken Griffey Jr.? Twinbee Rainbow Bell Adventure is almost like a sandbox type of game where you can just mess around with the crazy amount of weapons and abilities available to you. That's the main thing I want to get across here, the freedom to just do anything and go anywhere. There's differences between the 3 playable characters as well. Gwynbee is the strong, slow type, Winbee is the quicker, faster character, and Twinbee is the more balanced between the 2. Multiple characters, of course, means this game is multiplayer, both co-op and versus. Co-op is a little weird. Usually in games like this, you have a limited range of motion and the screen just kinda locks, so you both stay in the same general spot. Here, the camera follows whoever's ahead, and the one behind can just go wherever. There's an arrow on the side of the screen that indicates where they are, and that player can either press select to get the camera on them, or press Y to warp to where the other player is. It works pretty well, all considered. There's also a one-on-one battle mode that's kinda reminiscent of the same sort of thing in Sonic 2. If I had to pick out any flaws in Twinbee Rainbow Bell Adventure, the boss fights are kind of blah. The aesthetics between levels aren't distinct enough, so the game kind of runs together as one massive level after a while. And the PAL cartridge doesn't have a battery save, just a password system.
Also, for all the freedom this game offers, sometimes you're prone to flail out of control, especially with the jump boost. You careen into an enemy or obstacle more often than not, but
the strengths far outweigh the weaknesses though. Like I said, this is as close to a sandbox platformer as you can get on the SNES or the Super Famicom, and as close as you can get to a shoot-'em-up platformer too, if that makes any sense. So yeah, Twinbee Rainbow Bell Adventure is right up there with Do-Re-Mi Fantasy as one of the best 16-bit games never to be released in North America, and it's still not over here either. It's only on the Wii U Virtual Console in Europe. Still, this is a great English-friendly Super Famicom cartridge if you can find it.
SNESdrunk.
For whatever reason, there were a lot of 16-bit cavemen platformers. I'm not sure what inherent qualities cavemen possess that makes them ripe for game fodder, but let's take a look and see if any of these games are any good. I just have to mention first that this isn't to be confused with the game Caveman Games. That game didn't have an SNES port. This is just 16-bit caveman platformers in general. Starting with the 3 Joe and Mac games. The first Joe and Mac was one of the first games I ever remember renting after we got our Super Nintendo. I was blown away by the pixel art here, and to this day it's still impressive. I love this giant sleeping dinosaur that later becomes the first level boss. But yeah, as you can see, Joe and Mac is exactly what you'd expect just based on its cover. You're 2 cavemen fighting dinosaurs, mutant plants, and other cavemen. You fight with clubs, bones, and fireballs that travel on a trajectory, traversing through the jungle, a volcano, a waterfall, and of course the token ice world. It's worth mentioning that this is technically an arcade port, but all the levels are redesigned, and like I said, the graphics and pixel art here are surprisingly very good and compare very well to the original. However, the SNES version is missing a lot of the power-ups that the arcade version had. Joe and Mac may look like your standard platformer, and in a lot of ways it definitely is, but there's a couple things worth pointing out. Most obvious is that it's 2-player co-op. That's really what makes this game worth playing today. Another is that this game is extremely boss fight heavy. The levels are usually pretty short, so there's a lot of one-on-one fighting with monster after monster after monster. Also, you have the ability to roll, which is pretty fun, and when you die you can float around and pick out your respawn point. That's a nice touch. Joe and Mac also got ports on Genesis, NES, Game Boy, and Amiga. The Genesis version is a little bit more like the original arcade game, but I like the SNES version more. Joe and Mac 2 is a standard sequel. It's just more Joe and Mac with a few new abilities. You can now upgrade your clubs with spikes, you spit bones after using a health replenishment, which is a nice touch. You can ride dinosaurs, spit fire after eating a pepper, and after you finish the first level, you get access to an overworld where you can wander around and visit a village and buy flowers and pick out a wife and start a family. This is all really funny and gives the game some personality that helps it stand out a bit. Joe and Mac 2 is easily the best game on this list because it's a good co-op platformer that has a few extra features that add a bit to the game without getting in the way. Now, technically, Joe and Mac 2 is the third game in the series and is advertised as such in the PAL region. The second game is actually Tarake Genshijin 2, which got changed to Congo's Caper in North America. This plays a lot less like a Joe and Mac game, though, and it's more of a pure platformer with the emphasis placed on jumping and hitting your targets, although the control does have some similarities since you can double jump the same way, and you still, of course, use a club to hit enemies. Congo's Caper is a little looser and a little more open-ended with larger levels, but I gotta say, I prefer the two Joe and Mac games, especially since those are two-player co-op and Congo's Caper is not. Let's move on to the two Bonk games. First is Super Bonk, and this is a game original to the SNES. It's not a port from anywhere because, yeah, as you may or may not know, Bonk was more or less the mascot of the TurboGrafx 16 system, but that system was pretty much finished by the mid-90s, so Hudson Soft brought him over to the SNES in what I would consider a hit-and-miss game. Of course, as Bonk, you use your oversized head to attack stuff, and as a result, Bonk is kind of peculiar to control. It's hard to describe, but this definitely isn't a pick-up-and-play kind of a game. It takes a bit to get used to his movement. Super Bonk is the kind of game that provides your character with a ton of power-ups and abilities, like either growing up to be oversized or shrinking way down. That's fun. The problem, though, is that these power-ups are just kind of haphazardly thrown around, while the level design often offers nothing that allows you to actually do anything with that. Super Bonk is a fine game, and a very long one too, but you can find better, like Super Genjin 2, or Super Bonk 2, which was only released in Japan for Super Famicom. The level design feels like it better matches what Bonk is capable of, and also the game overall just looks more interesting. The first game just kind of looks basic. I know in my English-friendly Super Famicom series I mentioned that I liked the first game better, but I've since changed my mind after playing these back-to-back. Also, yeah, I have to admit these games don't really come close to the fun of the original Bonk games on TurboGrafx 16, just FYI. Super Bonk 1 and 2 are fine, the latter I'd even call pretty good, but not classics like the TG16 games. Now we get into some murkier territory, starting with Chuck Rock, a game that was originally made for the Amiga and Atari ST computers and ported to the SNES and about 24 other platforms. Seriously, this game was everywhere back then. Chuck Rock is predicated on slapstick humor, because your main attack here is slapping enemies with your gut. What do you call that? Oh, gut butt? Anyway, yeah, you can pick up and throw rocks at enemies, and while some of the enemy design here is interesting, overall Chuck Rock is mediocre at best. Next is Prehistoric Man, which is the sequel to Prehistoric 2 for PC. This is a little better, as it's a great-looking game, with some fine animation. This also isn't a typical side-scrolling platformer, since the game has you collecting food for the rest of your village, and other stuff like using this paper airplane thing to fly around, collecting gemstones to unlock new areas, and other things. It's pretty good. The actual platforming, though, is iffy. Starting and stopping is very slippery, and falling off ledges gets old very quickly. Also, I found the camera viewpoint to be noticeably shifty. It just feels like it doesn't know how it should follow you sometimes. So while Prehistoric Man is a bit above generic, the platforming mechanics here just aren't good enough to warrant a recommendation. Last, we have two Flintstones games. First is based off the ill-advised live-action Flintstones movie starring John Goodman, and this is one of the strangest looking games I've ever seen. They've literally stuck John Goodman's head onto a cartoony Fred Flintstone body. I don't know who thought this would work, but it is funny as hell. And yeah, as you might guess, this game is not good. It's got some decent ideas here and there, but again, the actual platforming and hit detection for grabbing onto ledges and landing on areas is really spotty. Avoid this game. Mercifully, we do have a game based on the original Flintstones cartoon, The Flintstones, The Treasure of Sierra Madrock. The great poobah of the Water Buffaloes is retiring, and whoever finds the treasure will be his replacement. So the game is presented like a race, or more accurately, like a board game. Not even Wilma or Betty can get in the way here, and if you run into them at any point, they'll drag you off to a random location. The world map here is like a board game. You roll the dice, move to a location, and clear the area, with each area being a platforming level or some kind of mini-game thing. I don't think this is worth going out of your way to play or anything, but it's a faithful representation of the Flintstones universe, and it's a fun two-player game.
Alright, so there you go. If I had to pick one game to play out of this list, it'd have to be Joe and Mac 2 with Super Bonk 2 on the Super Famicom as the runner-up. However, I have to mention, of course, that Joe and Mac 2 goes for like $60 on eBay. And hell, even the Flintstones Treasure of the Sierra Madrock goes for something like $35. Super Bonk 2 can usually be found for less than 20 bucks though, so that's probably the best deal out there. Anyway, that's all for now. Thanks for watching, and have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
When you take a look at the side-scrolling run-and-gun games on the Super Nintendo, you have to admit it's a bit lacking. Sure, you've got great ones like Contra 3, Sunset Riders, and the Super Turrican games, but after that, there's really not that much there. Compare that to the Genesis, which had stuff like Gunstar Heroes and Alien Soldier, two of the best ever, not to mention their own Contra game, which was pretty good, and they arguably had the better editions of the Earthworm Jim games, in my opinion anyway. This is a big reason why it's such a bummer that Rendering Ranger R2 never came out in the North American or PAL regions at the time of its release, because it fits right there alongside with all the great 16-bit crazy-ass action platformers like the stuff I just mentioned. You, in fact, play as a Rendering Ranger, named as such due to the game's pre-rendered graphics, and yeah, therein lies the game's biggest strength. It looks freaking incredible, and no slowdown here at all. Everything is very smooth. It's also worth mentioning real quick that the developer behind Rendering Ranger R2 is Manfred Trenz, also known as the guy behind the Turrican series. And yeah, this game definitely has a Turrican kind of feel to it, but just on a bigger scale, if that makes sense. The Turrican games for SNES have kind of a cartoony vibe to them, whereas Rendering Ranger R2 is much darker and more chaotic. This is the closest any SNES game comes to replicating either of the Treasure-developed games on Sega Genesis. And obviously you can see that from the footage. You don't need me to explain the gameplay here, it's just as you'd imagine based on the footage. That's what's fun about run-and-gun games. It's simple and there's no bullshit. You just blow stuff up, and in this game you get to do it both in a side-scrolling run-and-gun format and in a shoot-'em-up format. So it's a little bit like Cybernator in that sense, but causing 1,000 times more carnage. And you do it with a total of 4 weapons: the spread gun, the laser, which might as well have been directly yanked from a Turrican game, the yellow pulse weapon, and the weapon I like to refer to as the Gemini Man weapon, like from Mega Man 3. You can upgrade these weapons, but if you die, you only lose the upgrades from the weapon you had equipped. The other 3 remain at the same level, so that's nice. You also get bombs as well that regenerate over time, as you can see on the bottom of the screen here, so you don't have to worry about wasting them at inopportune times. What takes Rendering Ranger R2 up a notch, though, is the unexpected variety. There's branching paths in some levels, for instance, so not everything is quite so linear. And of course, there's the variety in the gameplay between the side-scrolling platforming and the shoot-'em-up levels like I mentioned earlier. In addition, though, the game does put a little bit of emphasis on using the right weapon for the right part of the game. So yeah, while the game invites you to cause as much mindless carnage as possible, it does help to put at least a tiny shred of thought into what you're doing. So this all sounds well and good, right? So what's the catch? The catch is that this is one of the hardest games you'll ever play, to the point that I feel like an idiot putting Donkey Kong Country 3 over this game on my hardest SNES games video. As fun as this game is, it's comically tough, to the point that it kind of holds the game back a bit. The difference between this and the Treasure-developed games on Genesis is that those games are a bit more accessible to the average Joe. You don't have to be a gaming ninja to play them for a while, but Rendering Ranger R2, right from the first level, good god man. And the levels are long and relentless. The boss fights are seemingly just as long as the levels and intense as hell. So yeah, Rendering Ranger R2 is great fun, but it comes at a price. A couple smashed controllers you spiked into the ground in frustration. But even so, this game is a technical marvel. You'll never find a game that looks and sounds like this on the SNES. The problem is, this has long been one of the most expensive import games because it's actually legitimately rare. They only made a few thousand copies according to Wikipedia, so yeah, flashcards and emulation to the rescue. Despite the difficulty, Rendering Ranger R2 is a game that knows exactly how to maximize carnage with a variety of weapons, unlimited bombs, crazy enemy and boss design, and some of the best graphics and sound on any SNES game ever. Go find a way to play it any way you can.
SNESdrunk.
If you're jonesing for a good two-player co-op beat-em-up, Captain Commando is here. So what makes this beat-em-up stand out from the pack? The sheer amount of variety in the settings and enemy design for one. This game is just all over the place. It's like Final Fight on LSD or crack or mushrooms, whatever your preference. You're on the streets of a city, you're in a busted-up bank, you're in a natural history museum, you're in a circus, an aquarium, a spaceship. I mean, geez, you name it, it's here. And you're fighting everything from ninjas to cavemen to, what is that, Danny DeVito? These aren't just cannon fodder enemies either. You can and will get electrocuted, shot at, and sliced up. But hey, the game allows you to return the favor with comically sized mallet hammers, ray guns, grenade launchers, and assault rifles. You also get to choose from 4 characters: Captain Commando, who's your standard size speed and strength; Ninja Commando, who has a sword and ninja stars; Mummy Commando, who attacks with knives; and Baby Commando, who is a baby that controls a powerful jet-powered robot. What? Hey, it works for me. As for the gameplay, Captain Commando plays almost exactly like Final Fight, which makes sense, it's Capcom. Hey, wait a minute, Captain Commando? But yeah, it's almost like the developer said, let's take the basics of Final Fight, but to prevent it from becoming another generic beat-em-up, let's throw in the weirdest shit we can think of, like this 3-eyed mutated Incredible Hulk-looking boss here, or this other crazy-looking boss that looks like it ended up inspiring Immortan Joe from Mad Max Fury Road. It's legitimately tough to keep up with the amount of insane stuff here, and that's a good thing. And yeah, all the basic stuff I talk about in every beat-em-up review I do is all present. There's good sound design, so it feels satisfying to kick the crap out of these weirdos. The hit detection is spot on, and it's easy to grab onto enemies and flip them from one side of the screen to the other, and that's key to progressing through games like this. Another thing that makes Captain Commando stand out is the pacing. The levels aren't overly long, the boss fights aren't too much of a slog, and the weapons are placed at just the right intervals to keep the game interesting. The soundtrack here also helps to add to the action and push the pace. The faster pace and shorter levels mean the game isn't all that long, but I don't think many people are clamoring for a beat-em-up to take hours and hours to finish, so 30 to 40 minutes is just about right. And as I mentioned at the top of the video, this game is two-player co-op, and that's the primary thing that makes this game worth playing today. One problem though is that if you both choose the same character, they look identical, so it's easy to get confused as to who's who, especially after you've had a few drinks. I should also mention that Captain Commando is an arcade port, and a pretty decent one. The only real mechanic that's missing is the ability to ride mechs. Oh well. There's also a lot of blood and gore that got cut out, but I don't think that's a big deal. So yeah, Captain Commando is a fun time, especially with the second player. If you think this is just another generic beat-em-up, well, I guess in some ways it is, but the pacing, the music, and the sheer amount of weirdness make this game stand out. I mean, you can beat up ninjas and Danny DeVito's as an infant baby controlling a mech robot. What else could you possibly want? The Captain Commando cartridge is of course wildly overpriced, but check it out with a friend in whichever way you can. It's good, campy fun.
SNESdrunk.
Normally, in the 16-bit era, when a licensed property gets a video game, it's usually a completely generic side-scrolling platformer or beat-em-up. We saw this all the time with movie games like Last Action Hero, Cliffhanger, the Terminator games, or even Three Ninjas Kick Back, and with some TV shows like Home Improvement and The Adventures of Rocky and Bullwinkle. Thankfully, Scooby-Doo managed to do something a little different with Scooby-Doo Mystery, developed by Argonaut Software in 1995, and right away you can see this game correctly gets down the most important thing about a licensed game, and that's the graphics. Fred, Daphne, Velma, Shaggy, and Scooby all look just like they should. And not only does the art style match the show, but the structure of the game does as well, for better or for worse. The game is laid out in 4 different mysteries you have to solve, where you play as Shaggy and Scooby looking for clues, all while avoiding enemies to keep your scare meter down. Yep, that's right, the meter up top isn't your health, in fact, it's reverse health. Each time you encounter an enemy, the scare meter goes up, and when it fills up completely, you lose a life. But not to fear, you can always go visit Daphne and she'll calm you down by giving you a Scooby snack. Huh, that implies that Shag and Scoop are more into an indica strain? Maybe they stick to indica when solving mysteries, then mix in some sativa when it's time to lay back and listen to some legendary pink dots? It's B to jump, A to throw an object, and you hold Y to run, and hold down X to have Scooby search for clues, some of which are really easy to find, but some not so much. You can also press the L button to bring up a map, and press R to talk to Fred, Velma, or Daphne. The 4 areas you explore are a haunted ship, a haunted fair, a haunted house, and a Bed Bath & Beyond. No, I'm just kidding, it's a haunted swamp, but hey, close enough. So like I said, you explore each area finding clues, then take what you find to Velma. When you've found all the clues, she can solve the mystery. Then you go find Fred, and he'll come up with some ridiculous trap, like wrapping the villain in a rug or something. I mean, what'd you expect? Him to go all MacGyver and build a friggin' bomb? Can you imagine Fred as a playable character in GoldenEye? Instead of placing proximity mines, he'll be dropping buckets on people's heads when they open doors or whatever. Anyway, you gotta find all the stuff to set up Fred's ingenious trap. Then you find the boss of the area, so to speak, and lure them into the trap by getting them to chase you. Occasionally, if you take too long, some members of the gang will get taken away themselves, so you gotta go find them so they can resume their duties of, standing in one place the entire time. It's pretty clear that this game was intended for kids, and hey, why not? It's Scooby-Doo after all, but man, oh man, this game can get boring. All 4 mysteries are pretty much the same, and what you actually do in the game isn't all that interesting. There is some platforming here, but it's mediocre at best. Just your typical stuff with a slightly awkward jump that you have to get used to. And I mean, I'll give the game credit. It's a good representation of the show, both in structure and in the art style, but there's one glaring omission. Where the heck is the Scooby-Doo theme song? Well, I'll tell you where it is. It's in the Sega Genesis version of the game, which was developed by Illusions. This game is kinda sorta slightly better than the Super Nintendo version, if only because it's more of a true point-and-click adventure game. Yeah, it's not very intuitive because you have no way of knowing which item combination does what, but it's still a more interesting and engaging playthrough than the Super Nintendo game. There's also only 2 mysteries here, which kinda sucks, but hey, it's got the theme song. So yeah, Scooby-Doo Mystery for Super Nintendo is a pretty simple, straightforward game, but it's probably too simple, all told. It's got its strengths. For instance, I like that each character actually has a purpose instead of just being there as window dressing or fan service. And I will say, if you have kids of a certain age that love Scooby, they may appreciate this one. It's pretty easy to get into, you might just have to explain the controls a bit, but kids will definitely like how this one is pretty much an interactive version of the show, albeit a very simple and limited version. I do have to point out though, if you dig Scooby and you want a slightly better and more involved 16-bit game, you're better off with the Sega Genesis game. Otherwise, the Super Nintendo edition is just okay at best, and just plain dull at worst. Alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
When I first played Super Mario 64, I remember the first thing that struck me was, wait, I don't have to do anything if I don't want to? I can just hang out here and run around and climb trees and triple jump into the waterfall? I loved having the freedom to just hang out. I have a feeling Nintendo kinda knew this would affect a lot of people this way, because the other launch title for the N64, Pilotwings 64, takes full advantage of that same thing. This is a game where you just hang out on this big island, taking it easy. Now, when I looked at F-Zero X for N64 last week, I thought it stayed reasonably faithful to the first game, providing a familiar vibe, making it seem like a natural follow-up. But Pilotwings 64 dials it back considerably compared to the first Pilotwings game. Yeah, it still has the same point structure, where you need to complete challenges, controlling various vehicles and all that, but there's way more freedom here. In the first game, you had to complete at least 2 or 3 challenges in 2 or 3 completely different ways, whether it was piloting a biplane, or a jetpack, a hang glider, or skydiving. And if you're not proficient in every area, you're not going to progress with the game. What's cool about Pilotwings 64 is that it lays out everything in front of the player right from the get-go, and everything is separated by vehicle. This time around, there's a hang glider, rocket pack, and helicopter, and you can pick and choose what challenges you want to complete for which vehicle at whichever difficulty you'd like, with unlimited attempts. The challenges can range from destroying a runaway robot to just simply taking pictures. And yeah, if you've played a Pilotwings game, you know the drill here. Each of the 3 vehicles have their own feel, with the hang glider being very slow, with a bit more of a margin for error. The rocket pack has the most flexibility, where you can move in all directions pretty easily, and the helicopter is the toughest to control with very little margin for error, as you can see here. The major difference this game presents from a control standpoint is that there's 6 different playable characters here, and they represent 3 different classes: light, medium, and heavy, with each class providing its own unique feel to each vehicle.
So, what's your incentive to complete all these challenges? You know, other than for the sake of completing them. It's to unlock new game modes that let you play around within this game's world. For instance, you can unlock Birdman, where you fly around as Coco Beware. Fly around as Chris Anderson. Well, you can see what I mean here. You get wings and you fly around till you crash. There's also a mode that shoots your character out of a cannon into a target, one where you're jumping around on springs, and a skydiving mode as well. Alright, I know I'm not exactly breaking new ground with this video. Just search Pilotwings 64 on YouTube and you'll find like 10 reviews for it. So why pick this game to do a video? Well, I think it's incredibly unique in that it's 3 completely different things at the same time. And by that I mean, number 1, it was ahead of its time. Number 2, it's still outdated as hell, since the mechanics and challenges are represented much better in Pilotwings Resort for 3DS. And number 3, it's still somehow worth playing today. And I say that because just look at the popularity of games like Animal Crossing or Stardew Valley. Calming, chill-out playthroughs like Pilotwings 64 have become almost overwhelmingly in demand today, and this game is definitely a really chill playthrough. It's not even that this game aged well, necessarily, it's what it represents that's grown into practically its own genre, so to speak. It's pretty clear at this point that Nintendo saw Pilotwings more as a hardware showcase than a bankable game franchise on its own, so it's fascinating to me that this game still holds up as well as it does today, almost in spite of itself. Well, as long as you're able to mitigate the difficulty of some of the tougher challenges. It's a Pilotwings game, so you're still gonna have a hell of a time controlling stuff like that dang helicopter, or reaching some of the tucked away rings with the rocket pack. I personally have always totally sucked at Pilotwings games, but really that never stopped me from enjoying them, especially this game, because man oh man, the hang glider stages where you're just slowly drifting along, set to this great music composed by Dan Hess, it's really nice. Hell, even the results music is a total jam. So yeah, Pilotwings 64's playability today depends on what you're looking for. If you want a precision-based game with much better graphics, then you're obviously way better off with the 3DS Pilotwings game. But if you're just looking to take it easy, take your time, have unlimited attempts, and enjoy some really good tunes, then yeah, Pilotwings 64 is exactly what you're looking for. Alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
Aerosmith was one of my first favorite bands growing up. I had Permanent Vacation, Pump, and Get a Grip all on cassette, or at least dubbed on cassette, either from my brother or from the radio. They were super popular to the point that they got their own arcade game in 1994 called Revolution X, made by arcade titans Midway, who you obviously know from stuff like Mortal Kombat and NBA Jam. Revolution X, however, was a gallery shooter, complete with a jacked up machine gun you could use, and some cabinets could even support up to 3 players. This game is fine for what it is. There's a lot of tongue-in-cheek humor here, and the appearances from the band members is pretty funny, and as you can see, it's a really simple game. Just fire at anything that moves. So naturally, like most other Midway arcade games, Revolution X got a bunch of home console ports on PlayStation, Saturn, DOS, Sega Genesis, and Super Nintendo. And I know it goes without saying that most arcade games aren't going to be good on home console, but man, Revolution X is one of the worst I've seen. And that goes for both the Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis editions. Software Creations and Rage Software were the folks that carried this game over. And hey, Software Creations has made some good stuff in the past, like Plok, Equinox, and Ken Griffey Jr. Presents Major League Baseball, but with Revolution X they could not have gotten it more wrong. First of all, this is a gallery shooter game where your only option is to use the D-pad on the controller. This game is not compatible with the Super Scope or even the Super Nintendo mouse. And furthermore, the Genesis version isn't compatible with any Sega light guns either. And that's a problem, considering that that's really the only thing you do in this game is just shoot at stuff. The crosshair with the D-pad is so frustratingly inaccurate, it feels really strange because it's almost like its movement has momentum, like you're controlling Mario. When you let go of a direction, the crosshair will keep drifting past your target. Whose idea was this? This is just god-awful execution. Oh, and let's check out that sweet sprite animation. I can't even tell what these things are. It looks like some kind of Lego chainsaw sculpture. You get 25 lives to finish this game, and if you die, you continue right where you left off, making this game insanely forgiving despite the terrible aiming. There's 5 levels here, and a member of Aerosmith is hidden in each one. Find them all and you get the best ending. If you don't manage to find them all, you just finish the game anyway, I guess. Your machine gun never runs out of ammo, and your secondary attack is slightly more powerful since it shoots CDs? Oh, is this what happened to all those AOL free 60-minute things that came in the mail every other day? You can also upgrade the CDs to laser discs, and man, I would not want to get hit with one of those big-ass things. So how much Aerosmith is actually in this game? Well, it's got 5-second samples of 5 different songs. There's Ragdoll, Fever, Eat the Rich, and Dude Looks Like a Lady, as well as an elevator version of Love in an Elevator when you're in an elevator. I will say, at least the story here provides some humor. This gal named Helga leads something called the New Order Nation and kidnaps Aerosmith because they can, I guess. Hey man, when I try and take over the world, watch out Electric Light Orchestra and watch your back, Fog Hat. There's plenty of goofy videos and voice samples throughout, and I mean, it's a game where you shoot everything and everything takes damage, so I guess that's pretty cool. The problem with that though is that it causes a ton of slowdown. That is pretty dang frustrating. If you think the Genesis port would make a good alternative, it really doesn't. I mean, it's pretty much the same game, but with worse music and worse sound. I do appreciate you can hold an extra button to change the speed of the crosshair, but this still doesn't come close to the original arcade, and it's still not that great on its own. This is a classic case of something that would have done the job just fine for the time, but playing it now, there's not much point. I will say though, I was kind of surprised playing the original Revolution X arcade game. I was expecting it to be awful, but it's a big bag of cheese. You got Aerosmith, you got these Power Ranger dudes throwing stars at you, you're in the desert, you're in the jungle, why? And who are these guys? What is this, Serious Sam? So yeah, I think the original arcade is a good time for, I don't know, 10 minutes or so until you get bored with it. The Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis home console ports, they were merely adequate at best at the time, which means they're completely outdated now. Stick with the arcade. Alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
I really enjoy the heck out of Demolition Man. It's one of the most underappreciated action movies of the 90s. Sure, everyone digs Terminator 2, True Lies, Eraser, Total Recall. Oh wait, those are all Arnold movies. What happened to 80s action icon Sly Stallone? Well, he kind of tapered off a bit with stuff like Stop or My Mom Will Shoot, Oscar, and the abysmal Rocky V that everyone collectively wants to erase from history. Out of this stretch of crappy movies, though, came Demolition Man, and it still holds up today as a completely silly, yet fun and well-made action movie featuring a great villain with Wesley Snipes as Simon Phoenix. And I mean, come on, the movie relied on Rob Schneider for comic relief, and somehow it's still a good movie. I'm not sure whether that's more impressive than Arnie carrying Tom Arnold of all people in True Lies, but it's still a Herculean effort. Of course, since it's a Stallone flick, it came paired with several video games on a bunch of platforms. We got Demolition Man on Sega CD, Panasonic 3DO, Sega Genesis, and Super Nintendo, which is what you're seeing here, and yeah, this game is yet another solid but unspectacular licensed game in a long line of them. It's not quite as good as stuff like True Lies, Alien 3, or Judge Dredd, but it's definitely better than stuff like Terminator, Terminator 2, and Last Action Hero. Take that, Arnold. The main thing Demolition Man has going for it is that it's a run-and-gun title that gives your character quite a bit of flexibility. Sure, there's your typical running and jumping and shooting everything that moves, but you can also ride a zipline while firing at everything, which seriously seems like it came right out of a Contra game. So cool. There's also some platforming here, and the jump isn't the greatest, but you can roll and even bungee jump, and you also do a fair share of scaling walls and ceilings too. And most importantly, there's 2 top-down shooter stages, which are pretty dang fun, especially
especially when you upgrade your weapon to something stronger. You get 3 lives and 3 continues to get through 10 total levels with no saves or passwords. The controls are reasonably intuitive. B jumps, Y shoots, A throws a grenade, and the X button actually allows you to stand still and shoot while using the D-pad to aim instead of move, which a lot of games of this nature at the time lacked. The way this game starts is just awesome. I mean, you're jumping out of a helicopter firing at bad guys. How can you top that? Oh, you top it by doing a Kareem Abdul-Jabbar skyhook with a grenade into an enemy's face? Oh, that's how. The side-scrolling levels consist of your typical stuff, like maintaining a health bar and upgrading your weapon, with the level culminating in a boss fight. But the top-down levels have you recovering hostages, which unlocks doors somehow. Unfortunately, Demolition Man has some big-time flaws you gotta deal with to enjoy this one. I mentioned how wonky the jump is already, and yeah, it makes the game feel extremely rigid at times, but worst of all is that jumping and landing from too high of a spot deals damage. Ugh, I hate crap like that. If Mario can land just fine from 80 feet in the air, then what's Sylvester Stallone's problem? Also, I'm sure you've noticed this by now, but enemy projectiles here are extremely tiny. I'm talking like 1 pixel wide. It's freaking ridiculous. I feel like I need to strap onto my TV an oversized version of one of those old Game Boy magnifier adapter things with the light on it that never worked, just to see anything coming at me. There's also good old-fashioned Ninja Gaiden style enemy respawning here as well. Combine that with a good amount of slowdown and no way to save your game, and you're in for one long playthrough. The Sega Genesis edition of Demolition Man is nearly identical, but it offers much better performance. Yeah, the jump still sucks, but everything is faster and more intense. Also, the soundtrack just feels like it belongs on Genesis. The SNES music by comparison sounds like it was merely ported from the Genesis edition because it really sounds muffled. I don't know if that's actually the case, but I do know that Tommy Tallarico of Video Games Live had a hand of creating the music on Genesis, so that's probably why it sounds a lot better. I should mention that the Panasonic 3DO version actually has scenes that were shot exclusively for the game too, which is kinda interesting. So yeah, Demolition Man on Super Nintendo is fine, I guess. I'm running out of ways to call something a good game despite it not being that good. Demolition Man is an okay-ish, average-ish, decent-ish game-ish. It definitely has its problems, but I still had fun playing it. There, does that work? The controls feel stiff when you first play, but at least they're consistent, and hey, every level has plenty of stuff laying around that's primed to explode when you shoot at it, so how can you go wrong with making all this stuff go boom? Or should I say making everything a murder death kill? I do think the Sega Genesis game is a bit better, and if you dig that and you want even more Demolition Man content, then you'll want to check out the Sega CD version as well, since that edition is pretty much identical but with a CD quality soundtrack and tons of scenes lifted straight from the movie. Regardless, if you're sticking with the Super Nintendo, which, you know, I tend to do for some reason, then that version of Demolition Man is perfectly fine too. I mean, hey, it beats trying to figure out how to use the 3 seashells. Alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
Earlier this week, I took a look at the Demolition Man games for Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis, and they're serviceable, regular old run-and-gun games that are perfectly decent playthroughs, albeit with a fair share of flaws, with the added bonus that it manages to represent the source material nicely as well. Unfortunately, a few comments asked, what about Cliffhanger? Well, in my opinion, Cliffhanger is one of those movies that goes back and forth between being a pretty good thriller, as the opening scene indicates, and being one of the best comedies of the 90s, albeit unintentionally. Let's see, we've got Sly doing Sly things, which is good, but then you've got Michael Rooker screaming his face off in every scene he's in. You've got John Lithgow chewing the hell out of the scenery since she's such a clever bastard. You've got the character Travers incapable of saying one sentence without cursing, which seriously cracks me up. And of course, you've got your typical action movie ridiculousness, like Sly Stallone being able to survive overnight at 8,000 feet wearing only his trusty sweater.
Once again, since it's Stallone, we get a boatload of video games on everything from Amiga, NES, Game Boy, Game Gear, Sega CD, Sega Genesis, and Super Nintendo. You may get your hopes up when playing the Super Nintendo edition since you see the Sony ImageSoft logo right away, and they've made some pretty good games in the past, but they're merely the publisher. This game was made by Malibu Interactive, who also claim Wings 2, Aces High, and 3 Ninjas Kick Back to their resume, 2 strongly, aggressively mediocre games. Sadly, Cliffhanger for Super Nintendo is much worse than mediocre. It's a beat-em-up that kinda sorta follows the story of the movie. You start out with Stallone running around in a t-shirt in the snow and the mountains. Who does he think he is, Bud Grant? Within about 4 seconds, you get the gist of what this game is about. You get 2 enemies on screen at once, they slowly leer at you as you hope to somehow make contact with them before they make contact with you, rinse and repeat. But oh look, you get to jump over something here, how about that? Ooh, now you've got a dude in the red jacket instead of green. Just a multitude of enemy variety engulfs your senses. Oh man, now we gotta jump over another pit? And then we got a guy in a red shirt. But then the game really gets clever by making you jump over 2 pits. See, the level design is brilliant here, since it builds up your confidence by jumping over just 1 pit to start, but then they up the ante. It really helps you get comfortable with jumping. Yeah, no, this game is dreadfully boring, and I'm just trying my best to make it at least seem kinda sorta interesting, which it isn't. Cliffhanger does at least have you replenish your health by sitting at a campfire, then it throws you a major curveball by having you climb stuff. And it's somehow even more dull and lifeless than what you'd been doing before. You just hold the up button, absorb damage, it doesn't matter since there's another campfire up there anyway. You get to the top, and then you're outrunning an avalanche and jumping over stuff. So yeah, there's your game. Boring beat-em-up stuff, boring climbing stuff, and boring running stuff. Man, what is with Stallone's running animation? He almost runs like Tina Belcher. I will say for what it's worth, the Sega CD version of Cliffhanger has an over-the-shoulder snowboarding mode in place of this part, and it looks, not terrible. There's 6 total levels to slog through here, and you get 3 lives and 5 continues with no saves or passwords, not that you'd want any. The controls are what you'd expect in a game like this, albeit with A as jump, and it does let you double tap left or right twice, so you can speed up this misery. You have a whopping 2 weapons to help you, a gun and a knife. Come on, I want to chuck some fire at a dude from the campfire, or stop an avalanche by telling it that I am the law. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong movie. You use the L or R buttons to use a special sweep kick move, but it uses up part of your health, and that's a problem because the hit detection in this game sucks out loud, so you're gonna get cheap-shotted left and right as you progress. So yeah, that's all I got with this one. I mean, I guess you do get to fight a helicopter at the end of the game, which is pretty hilarious, but then you'd have to suffer through 6 levels of tedious, boring, and slow gameplay. It can't be overstated how freaking slow and tepid the gameplay is here. Reviews at the time of this game's release called this one a poor Double Dragon clone, but that's being way too kind. At least Double Dragon clones try to make the combat interesting, and sometimes they try to implement some kind of block or parrying system, unlike this game, but at least Electronic Gaming Monthly was kind enough to warn people back in the day by naming Cliffhanger the worst movie game of 1994, calling it, quote, a truly disgusting piece of software. But hey, that didn't stop programmer Chris Shrigley, who worked on the Sega Genesis version of this game, which by the way is pretty much the same as the Super Nintendo edition, from making the source code of the Genesis game public. It's as if to say, don't do what I did, kids. Stay in school, don't make a game like Cliffhanger, and do not ever play a game like Cliffhanger. Avoid this game. Alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
Hey, check it out, it's yet another good video game adaptation of a movie, or in this case 3 movies, with Indiana Jones' Greatest Adventures. This one's immediately going to draw comparisons to the Super Star Wars games, especially since they share the same publisher in JVC, and yeah, LucasArts did have a hand in the direction, design, artwork, and sprite animation in Indiana Jones, but they also had help from the team of folks from Factor 5, you know, the team behind the Turrican games, and they had a significant part in the programming and developing the music and sound design. This game's structure is pretty interesting. It's a blend of all 3 Indiana Jones movies, well, the 3 that were around at the time. Don't get me started on the god-awful 4th movie. You follow each movie as you play, starting with Raiders of the Lost Ark, moving on to Temple of Doom, and then finishing with Last Crusade.
Each movie, so to speak, is split up into 4 or 5 levels, which are in turn split up into 2 stages each, with one stage usually being your typical action platforming fare, and the other having Indiana either chasing something or being chased by something, and that can range between all sorts of stuff. There's some sections where you're sledding down a mountain, one where you're riding in a minecart, heck, there's even a stage where you're flying a biplane shooting at stuff. It's pretty dang impressive. Unfortunately, the layout here always makes you start with Raiders of the Lost Ark. It would have been nice to have a menu where you could play the movies in any order, but there is at least a password system that lets you skip to whatever section you want, and even better is that it's only 4 characters long. You also get 3 lives and 3 continues to get through all 3 movies. Raiders of the Lost Ark helps get your feet wet with just a regular action platforming stage. So far so good. Then you're chased by a giant boulder just like in the movie, and this stage sucks. This is what I refer to as a pick up and die stage, where you can only progress by dying a whole bunch. That way you're able to see what obstacles pop up and when, and you memorize the sequence and hopefully you eventually get it right. Seriously though, this stage is freaking ridiculous. You've got stuff popping out of the ground, rocks falling from the ceiling, all with a giant boulder rolling after you, and it just goes on and on and on. It's a matter of memorization, and normally I'm actually okay with this kind of thing, especially since the checkpoints here are usually pretty reasonable, but geez Louise, do not make it the second level of the game. Thankfully, from there, you go to the mountains of Nepal where you whip animals until they burst into flames? Sure, okay. You reach a cabin that's on fire where you have to race the flames up to the roof, all while enemies attack you and the floor collapses beneath you. Jeez, this game is just relentless. But you know, that's kind of what I like about this game. There's almost always a sense of urgency here, and it definitely helps that the controls here are pretty dang good. It's the usual B to jump, Y to attack, and you can use X to throw a grenade. Everything else is pretty intuitive, like using select to choose between the gun and the whip, or holding down the Y button if you want to use the whip to swing from something. Unfortunately, enemy respawning is an issue with this game. Like, for example, hey, check it out, it's that famous scene with the dude with the sword. Oh, there he is again. And there he is again. Screw this, I'm just gonna keep going. You've probably noticed by now from the footage here that the gun in this game is really friggin' weak. I mean, come on, I gotta shoot this guy 8 times before he goes down? What, is he wearing Kevlar? Then later on, you fight this dude in a runaway cart, only you've got no whip. You just sit here and punch his balls for like 30 seconds. Why does Indy hate this guy's groin so much? Overall, this game is reasonably polished and fun to play. The controls are immediate and easy to get the hang of. The graphics and sound are fantastic and really do a great job representing the source material. And I really dig how the game slowly introduces other game modes, like the airplane stage toward the end of Last Crusade. I was not expecting that, so that was a nice surprise. The one big flaw in Indiana Jones Adventures has got to be the difficulty. Not so much that it's a difficult game overall, it's just that there are these seemingly random difficulty spikes. I already talked about one already with the boulder, but there's a few other spots in this game that are really tough to manage, and you survive that, and then the game just kind of goes back to how it was. It's kind of off-putting, but I wouldn't call it game-breaking or anything. So yeah, let's put this talking point to bed when it comes to games based off of movies. There's plenty of good ones out there, especially on the Super Nintendo. There's the Super Star Wars games, there's stuff like True Lies, even stuff like Alien 3, Stargate, and Judge Dredd is pretty good. And Indiana Jones' Greatest Adventures is definitely right there with all those games, if not a step above. The controls have a certain polish and immediacy to them, the structure works well, and the graphics and music all make it very clear within a quick glance at the screen that yes, this is an Indiana Jones game. Definitely check this game out any way you can. And alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
A while back, I took a look at a Nintendo 64 game called Forsaken 64. Now, just from the name, maybe only a few of you remember that game, but this cover? I got tons of comments saying that, yep, I remember that, I always wondered what that game actually was. There's lots of other similar examples out there. One in particular is for the game Brutal Paws of Fury. This game was released for Sega CD, Amiga, Sega Genesis, and Super Nintendo. Looking at the game footage here, you may be thinking, this doesn't look very familiar. Well, does this magazine ad look familiar? I'm willing to bet it does, because publisher GameTech absolutely blitzed gaming magazines and comic books with this ad for months and months.
And hey, to the ad's credit, it makes the game look like it'd be pretty cool. But as you can see going back to the footage here, there is a slight disconnect between the artwork on the ad and the box art, and the game itself. It kind of reminds me of when Atari 2600 game cartridges needed all this lush artwork to help fill in the blanks of your imagination, because when you played the game itself, it usually didn't match up, to say the least. Alright, so it's clear that the graphics and art style of the game itself don't quite match up to how cool the ad looked. So how does it play? Not well. In fact, it's pretty remarkable how a simple one-on-one fighting game can get this screwed up. We'll start with the characters and the art style, and yeah, I know I'm harping on this a little too much, but I mean, come on, who is this? Chester Cheetah? Okay, well, his name is Thai Cheetah, so you gotta give points for the terrible dad pun there. We also have a Thai boxing rat, a coyote that knows Taekwondo, a buffed out bear, a clearance bin version of Bugs Bunny, and of course the token female character, and of course it's a fox. Maybe it's just me, but something about these characters and just the overall look of the game really just seems off. Now, this game was developed by Eurocom, a British developer, so the usual Japanese art style isn't here, but I mean, Eurocom had a hand in developing some great looking games on Super Nintendo like Maui Mallard and Cold Shadow, but the colors here just seem so basic, like it's a Westwood console game like Young Merlin or something. I mean, compared to other fighting games at the time, you had such interesting character artwork with great settings and backgrounds, everything from the usual stuff like Street Fighter II and Mortal Kombat, but also games like Primal Rage, Power Rangers Fighting Edition, and Ninja Turtles Tournament Fighters. The characters and settings in Brutal Paws of Fury, by comparison, are just plain and kinda generic. There really isn't anything here visually that draws me in. Then you get to the fighting, and this is where the game is completely backwards. Whoever you pick, your character does not start with any special moves. You have to earn them by beating opponents. Okay, that's kinda neat, but the problem with this is that every opponent you face has all of their special moves. I mean, think of playing Street Fighter II with just punches and kicks, trying to beat M. Bison. That's how hard the first fight is in Brutal Paws of Fury. And while you're getting the crap kicked out of you, you'll also notice how bad the hit detection is. Sometimes I'll somehow hit my opponent from half the screen away, then I'll somehow miss even when I'm standing right next to him or her. There are many, many moments during fights that just do not make sense, and it's ridiculously frustrating. Even worse is that once you do learn a special move, it is not easy to pull off. It's one of those things where you're not just fighting your opponent, you're fighting the game and your controller to try and pull this crap off. Granted, some of the special moves are awesome once you see them, like the lion's guitar attack, but I sure as heck can't pull it off myself, at least not consistently. I should mention that this game does have a password system that allows you to play this game with a character's special moves already unlocked, but unfortunately the passwords look like this. Ugh. I wish I had better things to say about this game. It seems like a good idea on paper, and hey, there's some good stuff here and there, like being able to watch a replay after each fight, and I love the detailed stats after each fight. That's always a nice touch, but unfortunately, Brutal Paws of Fury is just boring, no matter how you slice it. If you go it alone against the computer in story mode, the difficulty is just so absurd that you're likely to just say screw this and play a better fighting game. If you play against a second player, you'll likely find the special moves so absurdly convoluted and difficult to pull off that you're left with just punches and kicks, which gets boring real quick. So again, it's like, screw that, let's play Killer Instinct or Turtles Tournament Fighters, or hell, even Clay Fighter games are more fun than this. Brutal Paws of Fury is brutal, alright, brutally boring and brutally difficult. Avoid this game. Alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
A long while back, I took a look at a game called Psycho Dream. From a gameplay standpoint, it's a pretty standard action platformer, but from a visual and sound standpoint, it was anything but standard. The same developer, Riot, put their name to one other Super Nintendo game, or in this case, another Super Famicom game that never left Japan, Edo no Kiba. This one's not quite as crazy as Psycho Dream, but it's still worth checking out. It's a solid run-and-gun title with a lot of running, as you can see. In this first level here, your character runs by default, while you press B to jump and Y
to use a lightsaber attack. You can also hold down the Y button to create a makeshift shield, and if you hold forward when letting go of Y, you'll throw your lightsaber as a boomerang, easily the best attack in the game. You get 9 lives and 9 continues to get through only 5 levels, so this game is pretty forgiving. I mean, if you die, you respawn on the left side of the screen in the same place every time. But make no mistake, these levels are long, and this playthrough still takes something like 40 or 45 minutes. You'll also notice your health in the upper left is represented by a number instead of a meter, but that's mostly just a cosmetic thing since everything seems to take 10 or 12 health from you. Edo no Kiba does a nice job mixing things up with some variety here and there. The first level has you sprinting down a road 99 miles an hour like you're Usain Bolt, taking out other mechs riding motorcycles until you fight, who is this, Guile, if he were a cyborg? Of all the attacks he could do, he settles on a Jimmy Superfly Snuka style splash for some reason, and after you take him out, you fight a garbage truck? Only it's more of a garbage clown car since there's an infinite number of cyborg android things that jump out to attack you. When you get to level 2, apparently your character needs to catch its breath or something because now you're merely walking before you get to this huge ass boss with a flamethrower. Hell yeah! Level 3 has you flying around Silver Surfer style as you get attacked by missiles by the dozen. Unfortunately, this game runs into quite a bit of slowdown here before you fight this giant face, and oh dear god, this thing's hair makes it look like a photo negative of the Denorex guy. Level 4 has you walking again before you're underwater fighting what looks like that robotic dragon serpent thing from Mega Man X. And from there, you're flying on the nose of a rocket like something out of Run Saber before getting to this goofy final boss fight. What I like here is that the bosses here actually have health meters. I always appreciate being able to, you know, actually see if you're making progress or just spitting into the wind. This game is a pretty fun playthrough, but there's still plenty of flaws here, the most glaring one being the hit detection. It's really tough to actually hit enemies without taking damage yourself. I guess that's just one of the hazards that comes with having a melee attack in a run-and-gun game, kind of like Shatterhand for NES, but it still gets really frustrating. I mean, right at the beginning of the game, you're likely to lose a couple of lives just trying to get used to hitting moving targets while moving yourself, while trying to avoid bumping into things. I think there's more good than bad here though. Yeah, this is a pretty simple game all told, but the boss fights are fun. Like here, you're fighting a boss that looks like something you might see at your grandma's garage sale, but it does do a cool pixelated effect when it takes damage. Plus, it's always fun to try and piece together the story, even when you have no idea what the heck is supposed to be happening. Alright, it's a foggy day in 2050. In fact, it's so foggy, this guy crashes his car and it bursts into flames. I don't know, there's not much to work with here. Although, look at the background of this first level. What the hell kind of city is this? Is someone playing Light Bright with the buildings or something? But yeah, Edo no Kiba is real simple. If you want to play as a badass mech that makes other mechs go boom with the lightsaber, you'll have fun with this one. Yeah, it's a bit frustrating because it's so easy to take damage, but geez Louise, this game couldn't be more forgiving if it tried. I know on the surface this one looks a little bit like it would be something like Cybernator or Metal Warriors, but really it plays more to me like Run Saber, another solid run and gun title, and it's more along those lines in terms of quality. So it's not a must-play by any stretch, but it's still worth checking out any way you can. Alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
You think North America got a fair share of 16-bit licensed titles? Well, so it went for the Super Famicom as well. In this video, we've got Ushio Totora, based on the shonen manga that lasted from 1990 to 1996, and it eventually spawned a few different anime adaptations as well. What's kind of weird here is that this game for Super Famicom was released in January of 1993, but the Famicom got a completely different game 6 months later, with Ushio Totora Shinen no Daio arriving on the 8-bit system in July of 93, and they're two completely different games. The Famicom title is a first-person dungeon crawler with turn-based battles, where the Super Famicom title is the side-scrolling beat-em-up that you see here.
You get 3 lives and unlimited continues to get through 10 levels, an introduction plus 9 chapters, and there's no saves or passwords here, which is no problem since this is a pretty short game. There is a problem, however, with how this game plays, and that it's not just a short playthrough, but it's a pretty dang limited one too. Sure, you get 2 different characters to play as. You get Usio, who has a spear, and Tora, who attacks with its claws, and the 2 might as well be makeshift difficulty settings. Tora the monster can jump higher, and its attack is a bit stronger, where Usio is a bit quicker, but takes forever to defeat a lot of these bosses. Usio gets some cool attacks like an upward and downward thrust with the spear, but still these monsters do not let up and do a bit more damage to Usio than they do to Tora. And that's kinda what this entire game is. It's just one big boss gauntlet. After defeating all of the ghouls early on in the game, then it's just one monster after another. You get this dragon thing, then you get this night guy that took the souls of these kids, then you got these worms that appear out of the roof of this house, then you get this orange thing, you get floating vampire heads until you face the ultimate vampire head with white hair, then it's just a regular ninja dude in a suit. You don't get to anything that resembles a level until maybe 30 minutes into the game, where you have to fend off these arms coming through the windows of a train. Then you have to fight the thing outside. So goes Usio to Tora. I get the feeling that they were trying to replicate the monster of the week formula that the manga presumably had, but there's not really any way for me to tell since there's no English patch for this game. Rest assured though, this game is easily playable without it. You just miss out on a lot of cutscenes and dialogue. I will say this game is pretty dang forgiving. When you lose a life, you keep going right then and there where you died. And if you have to continue, you just start at the beginning of that same chapter. There's also power-ups that increase your strength and decrease the length of your health meter, but they're both lost if you have to use a continue. Now, I can't speak to how well this game represents the manga, but the game does look pretty good. The monsters especially look awesome, especially the green monster here, although he makes some pretty weird sounds. It's like they needed a sound effect, so they just went to Gary over in accounts receivable and said, "Hey Gary, make a weird noise." And he just went, "Nah," and they said, "Alright, that's cool." The music and sound design otherwise is pretty good, as long as you don't mind hearing the boss themes over and over. And that's kind of the game's weakness. Sure, this game is still a pretty good playthrough, but that's really all it is. One monster after another. There's essentially no platforming here, making this one closer to a game like Ninja Warriors, which is fine, but some more special moves or something else would be appreciated. Or maybe just a bit more variety. Still, what's here is fine, it just kinda gets stale after a while. This may look like an action platformer just based off the movement of the characters you control, but it's a lot closer to just a regular old beat-em-up, albeit with weapons. So yeah, this is one of those Super Famicom games where I'm sure fans of the source material will really dig it, but if you've never even heard of Usio to Tora, then this one is just a curiosity at best. It could really use an English patch, but not even the Famicom game has one yet, and I don't see that this game has one even started at this point. Usio to Tora might be a bit further down the list of unlocalized games of Super Famicom worth checking out, but it's still pretty decent for what it is. Alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
Toy Story was a massively ambitious movie released in 1995 as the first entirely computer-animated feature film, so it would make sense that the video game tie-in would be ambitious as well, and not just with the graphics and sound, but also all the different gameplay modes that come into play as you play through what's essentially the story of the movie. What's going to strike you first, though, is how the game looks, and it's pretty dang impressive that this game does in fact look a lot like the movie, making use of pre-rendered 3D graphics to represent all the different characters. Really, when it comes to representing its source material, there aren't many games that do that better than Toy Story. Okay, so it looks nice and it looks like how it's supposed to and all that, but how does it play? It's kinda complicated to explain. This isn't just your typical run-to-the-right hop-and-bop platform fest. Each level has you complete a task, for instance. In the very first level, you're told that it's Andy's birthday and you gotta set the miniature plastic army guys free from this bucket up here so they can head downstairs to see what other toys he got as presents. The existing toys have gotta scout their competition, just like in the movie. After that, you gotta knock down the baby monitor so the army guys can grab it and carry it downstairs to keep in contact with you. The next level has you knocking obstacles out of the way, set to a time limit so the toys can get back to their places before Andy gets back to his room. It's a pretty neat structure and it's a clever way of following the movie. The problem, however, is that the platforming controls aren't the greatest. Woody's jump is frustratingly limited, and because his sprite is so friggin' huge, it's easy to take damage from absolutely everything around you. The number in the star in the upper left represents how many hits you can take, and when that number hits 0, you're dead. Your only attack is using your pull string as a whip, but even then, you can only temporarily disable enemies so you can move past them. You can use it to swing on hooks and stuff, which is nice, but the enemy placement and design combined with the oversized Woody sprite makes these levels especially frustrating because it's real easy to backtrack if you don't know where the stuff you need to find is right away. Or in the case of the third level here where you race Buzz Lightyear to show that you're just as good of a toy as he is, you got stuff coming from underneath you out of nowhere to do damage. Ugh, come on. The hit detection in certain levels is also pretty bad, like where you have to fight Buzz Lightyear in a one-on-one boss battle. I mean, come on, I'm hitting the guy here. You get 4 lives with 0 continues to start with to get through 17 levels, and I say no continues to start with, but the game allows you to earn them by collecting stars throughout each level. But don't worry, you're not doomed to platforming and boss fights. Once you get to level 5, you use a remote control car to run into Buzz. Later on, you ride Rex to escape Andy's bedroom, you sneak around in a Master Shake costume. Okay, he's actually just trying to follow Andy at some pizza place. And about halfway through the game, you go inside a claw machine to rescue all the aliens that are trapped, and the game switches to a first-person perspective. Yep, that's right, when it comes to Super Nintendo games that feature a first-person perspective, there's Doom, Wolfenstein 3D, Jurassic Park, Super Noah's Ark, and Toy Story? Sure, okay. Hey, it even uses sounds from Doom. While this game has quite a bit going for it, one thing I have a really hard time getting past is how freaking cheap it can be. Like this section here, you're on a moving platform that's straight out of a Sonic game, but you've got all this crap exploding around you. How am I supposed to see or anticipate any of this? You can't even make out what the trajectory is so you can know where to move. It's ridiculous. And the second Buzz Lightyear boss battle is absurd too. You have to somehow avoid both Buzz, who's lost his mind, and this tire bouncing around, and eventually get the tire around Buzz so he stops being insane. It is stupid hard. I should also mention the Genesis version of Toy Story. It's pretty much the exact same game, but with the usual caveats and hindrances, like, yeah, it's got the wider resolution, which in turn makes the Woody sprite a little smaller, which is certainly helpful, but the color palette here obviously isn't going to hold a candle to what the Super Nintendo version offers. Still, the Genesis edition does have an extra racing level, even if it's kind of boring. This version does feel a bit more forgiving, at least. So yeah, Toy Story is feast or famine. There's some great stuff here, but ultimately what this game is, much more than other Super Nintendo games, or Sega Genesis games for that matter, is a product of its time in more ways than one. It does a really admirable job of staying true to its source material, especially the visuals and sound. Those parts of the game have aged really well. But the difficulty here is so frustrating that you can't help but think it was deliberately made this way so you couldn't beat it in one rental. Yep, this is one of those games. Many titles that are structured that way are left behind, because the difficulty doesn't feel organic. Instead, it feels incredibly cheap. And yeah, Toy Story does feel really cheap at times, but I do think this game has enough going for it that it's worth your curiosity. Granted, the extra game modes aren't going to blow you away, especially the super low-res FPS level, but I do like the mission-based structure many of the levels have, and the chase levels and racing levels go a long way toward keeping this game from getting bogged down. So while it's not a classic like some other Disney games, Toy Story still has enough to pique your interest. Alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
One of the more fascinating entries in the Super Nintendo / Super Famicom library is Rockman and Forute, otherwise known as Mega Man and Bass, released in 1998, although it didn't come over to North America until it was ported to Game Boy Advance in 2002. So wait a second, who's this Bass guy? Where'd he come from? Is this game part of the normal Mega Man series? Well, apparently it's considered a quote-unquote second version of Mega Man 8 since it uses a lot of that game's assets, including 3 of the bosses, Astro Man, Tengu Man, and the Green Devil. The story takes place about a year after Mega Man 8 but before Mega Man 9, so it's kinda sorta like Mega Man 8.5. The thing is though, while this game uses the same art style of Mega Man 8, it's got the same viewing perspective of Mega Man 7, so in other words, it's a bit more zoomed in with a little bit less screen real estate. Now, you might recognize Bass. He was introduced in Mega Man 7 along with his trusty wolf Treble. He's Dr. Wily's version of Mega Man, so to speak, only he's, sometimes evil and sometimes not. He's supposed to be Mega Man's ultimate rival, but occasionally they do team up to fight a common enemy, hence this game, where you have to take down a new robot villain named King. You even get a scene where Proto Man shows up to try and stop him, but he gets sliced in half for his trouble. Man, I hate when that happens. You get 3 lives with unlimited continues to get through a series of levels, but the typical Mega Man structure is mixed up a bit here. After completing the opening stage, you gain access to 3 of the 8 total Robot Master levels, Cold Man, Astro Man, and Ground Man, and what becomes unlocked next depends on which of those 3 you defeat. Once you defeat one of the second tier Robot Masters, that opens up what's called a Crystal Gate, where you use Robot Master weapons to unlock the final part of the game. Mega Man and Bass are both playable characters with different skill sets. Mega Man has a charged shot and a slide, and he eventually gains access to some rush abilities that you buy in a shop, and that's about it. Bass, meanwhile, can shoot in every direction except down. He can rapid fire if you hold down the Y button, he can dash jump, and double jump, and he eventually gains access to some treble abilities. Gee, I wonder which character I should pick. Now, here's the funny part about this game. According to Mega Man creator Keiji Inafune, he wanted to make a Mega Man game intended for younger players who didn't have access to 32-bit systems yet, hence why this game was created for Super Famicom, of all things, all the way in 1998. Well, if that's the case, then why the heck is this game so freaking brutally difficult? Seriously, if the goal was to make a game for younger players, then they missed the mark by about 9,000 miles, because holy crap, this game is hard. Just to give you one example of how this game is set up, your boss weapon energy does not automatically refill when you use a continue. What is that? What makes it even harder is that if you make the mistake of playing as Mega Man, he can't double jump, and he doesn't have access to a lot of Rush's abilities until later, which you kinda need to make any sort of progress in this game. But ultimately, let's face it doesn't matter who you pick, this game is so freaking difficult. You gotta hop on balloons without hitting these insta-death spikes, you got crap coming out of the ground, out of the ceiling, you got flying enemies coming in from off-screen at a moment's notice, you got this insanely overpowered fire attack coming at you. What the hell is that? You got enemies that just appear, I guess. I mean, seriously, did they skip some animation frames here or something? Like I said, playing as Bass does definitely help since he can double jump, but the sheer amount of nonsense you gotta deal with, especially all the insta-death spikes. The boss fights aren't much fun either. Dynamo Man freaking heals himself during battle. I mean, come on, that's like a final boss style move. You're just freaking Dynamo Man. Who the hell are you? You shouldn't be able to do that. This is like if you're playing Griffey Baseball and someone like Greg Gagne has a 10 for power. Burner Man in particular apparently went to the Crash Man school for annoying jerks. He's like 10 times faster than you are and a massive pain in the ass to fight. Oh, and let's not forget the fact that you finish the game with 4 massive boss fights filled to the brim with insta-deaths everywhere that you're expected to finish with just 3 lives. I will say I did enjoy using the boss weapons, so at least this game has that going for it. I mean, if nothing else, using playing cards as a weapon makes you feel like Gambit, so that's pretty cool. Now, I think what the developers were hoping would mitigate some of the difficulty here is through this store where you can buy upgrades. You collect bolts for currency so you can get yourself energy tanks, weapon energy tanks, a quick charge shot, a faster dash, even stuff like auto recover, which slowly replenishes your health meter. But what the heck good is that when this game is nothing but insta-deaths? And hey, you can also pick up CDs on the ground that tell you stuff about Mega Man stuff, so yeah, that's, you know, kinda cool, I guess. If you think you'll find any respite playing the localized version of this game, Mega Man and Bass for Game Boy Advance, you are sorely mistaken. Your character sprites are way too huge for the screen, the camera is zoomed way too far inward, and you can't see a frickin' thing. That's a recipe for disaster when you're dealing with nothing but insta-death traps. Here's the thing though, you can perceive this as a negative review, and yeah, it kinda is, but it's only negative when compared to other Mega Man games. Mega Man has practically become its own genre over the years, to the point that it's a fool's errand to compare Mega Man to other action platformers. I mean, for example, Rockman and Forte looks amazing, the sound design is great, the music is, well, it's not as fun as Mega Man 7, but it's still got some great tracks, and the controls and hit detection are all still great and spot on. It's all the stuff that people have come to take for granted when it comes to Mega Man. But the thing is, what separates a great Mega Man game from a blah Mega Man game is all the other stuff. Like Mega Man 3 or 9 or X or X2, those games feature some awesome level design, some fun secrets to uncover, some really fun boss fights and boss weapons, and challenge that comes about organically through clever arrangements, enemies, and bosses. Unfortunately, Rockman and Forute just doesn't have that. Does that make it a bad game? No, it just makes it a really disappointing one by Mega Man standards, but I don't think it's completely irredeemable. I mean, if you approach this one like you would a game like, say, Super Ghouls and Ghosts, where you just die 1,000 times until you memorize all the traps and patterns, and if you're into that sort of thing, then yeah, this game would be worth checking out, but that's not what makes the Mega Man series fun. That's what's disappointing. So is Rockman and Forute better than the average action platformer? Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm playing this over stuff like, you know, RoboCop vs. Terminator, Aero the Acrobat, Spawn, hell, maybe even the Super Star Wars games. But am I playing it over Mega Man X or Mega Man 3? Nope, no chance. I guess I'd slot it alongside Mega Man X3. Yeah, they're disappointments, but they still have plenty of positives that will put them above many other games. Just make sure to adjust your expectations accordingly. Alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
There's a few reasons why I've been doing this channel thing for nearly 8 years, and I haven't yet touched any of the games specifically made for Super Scope. Sure, I've talked about some other titles in the past that are compatible, like Tin Star, T2 the arcade game, and Hunt for Red October, but as far as games that were actually made for the Super Scope, nah, I haven't bothered. The biggest reason is because I don't own a Super Scope, and even if I did, I'd be using it on a 7-inch professional viewing monitor, which is what I play most of my retro stuff on. Plus, I mean, it seems kind of pointless to me to own this giant-ass plastic bazooka that would take up all sorts of space collecting all sorts of dust, and it's only compatible for a whopping 12 games. I'm sure some of you out there are seething with rage and foaming at the mouth and already aggressively pounding at your keyboards about how I'm actually not a proper Super Nintendo fan for not owning a Super Scope. And hey, knock yourselves out, but I did manage to play Battle Clash and a few other games on a 27-inch Sony Trinitron with an actual Super Scope while capturing some footage, so thanks to Andrew Garcia for setting that up for me. Now, of course, I'd heard of Battle Clash. It came out only a few months after the release of the Super Scope, and it got tons of press and publicity. What I didn't know at the time, however, is that this game was developed by Intelligent Systems. That's right, the same Intelligent Systems that went on to make Fire Emblem and Advance Wars. So when you see the bright and colorful presentation here with all sorts of character portraits and expressive faces, it comes across as something familiar, which is a bit unusual considering this game was made early on in the Super Nintendo lifespan in 1992. You just didn't see SNES games that looked this good at that point in time. So, the way this game works is that you play as the gunner in a mech controlled by a dude by the name of Mike Anderson. No, not former Denver running back Mike Anderson, or former Philadelphia Phillies right fielder Mike Anderson, or Simpsons director Mike Anderson, or my friend from tech school Mike Anderson. Oh man, I think there are actually too many notable Mike Andersons for me to reference here. It's Mike Anderson overload. I mean, geez Louise, John Smith is a more distinct name than Mike Anderson. Plus, look at his portrait in the manual. That's not a Mike Anderson, that's way more of a Roland Drakanowitz, if anything. Really, it looks like Torgo got his next role in Double Dragon. He looks like a chainsaw sculpture. Anyway, Mike needs your help mowing down all these mechs, which each control a particular territory on this map here. Finish them all off, and you get a showdown against the ultimate evil bad guy who apparently killed Mike's father. Sure, it's not the greatest story. I mean, there are episodes of Antiques Roadshow with more drama, but the presentation here is really well done. The backgrounds zoom by as your opponent jumps around from side to side, and even better, they show damage the further the battle goes. Once you finish them off, you make them go boom with a nice satisfying explosion. There's 9 different battles you gotta get through, and other than the first battle, which pretty much serves as like a practice mode, you gotta pick out each opponent's weakness. The manual does a great job giving a scouting report of each opponent, like for example, to beat the Scarab, it's easiest to do damage when he opens his front gun port. To beat Lorca, you gotta listen for a certain melody. which signals that they're triggering a powerful spin attack. When you hear it, you start charging your weapon and fire away to prevent it. Of course, this is all much easier said than done because you'll be using the Super Scope to play this one, and therein lies the challenge. Just point and shoot as accurately as you can. Your weapons are a regular old machine gun and a charge shot that charges automatically when you're not holding the fire button, with the former being used to protect yourself from enemy projectiles and the latter being used to dole out some heavy damage to your opponent. I should take a second to mention that no, this game is not compatible with the SNES controller, and it's not compatible with the SNES mouse. You can only use the Super Scope, or you can play this one any way you can and just flip your emulator settings to light gun controls, whatever. So yeah, there's not much else to this game. There are a couple of other game modes. One is a 2-player thing, but it's alternate turn instead of co-op, so you end up fighting the same enemies back to back. There's also a time trial mode where you fight 3 and eventually 4 mechs all at the same time, so that's pretty cool at least. Other than that, the thinking behind making a game like Battle Clash stays firmly back in 1992. The fact that this was only intended for a Super Scope makes this one a hard sell today. There aren't even patches that I can find that allow you to use a controller or a mouse on this one. Battle Clash does have its fair share of charm, the character portraits are great, and the cheesy dialogue is always welcome, and the fact that there are strategies to beat each opponent is really nice, but it's laid out in an extremely simple way. I appreciate that they're there, but this isn't exactly Super Punch-Out. Battle Clash did get a follow-up game called Metal Combat that I'll be taking a look at later, but as far as Battle Clash goes, just be aware of what you're getting. It's fine as a Super Scope game, but it's not compatible with anything else, so buyer beware. Alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
The general rule of thumb back in the 8 and 16-bit era of gaming was, if it's a licensed game and it's not a mega popular license like Ninja Turtles or Batman or something that just lends itself well to a video game format, then chances are that it's gonna suck, especially if it's based off of a TV show. I mean, was the world really clamoring for a game based on home improvement? But then you've got oddball stuff like SeaQuest DSV. For those unfamiliar, SeaQuest ran in primetime on NBC from 93 to 96, and it starred Jonathan Brandis and Roy Scheider, otherwise known as the guy from Jaws. The show was alright, I guess. It had kind of a Star Trek Next Generation vibe, but underwater, and thankfully developers Sculptured Software decided against making this yet another hop and bop platformer, instead dividing the game into a mission structure. But first, you gotta get through the tutorial, which thankfully is reasonably short and does a decent job demonstrating what this game is all about. You gotta navigate your ship to these different areas on the map here that will trigger different objectives. See, your ship acts like a hub that houses all sorts of other vehicles that carry out these missions. There's 4 other vehicles, plus a probe, plus a talking dolphin named Darwin. Alright. There's the Speeder, a weaker ship used for maneuverability. There's the Stinger, your main attack ship that you use for fighting. The Sea Crab is used for excavating and mining so you can salvage stuff and rescue people. You can also do that with the big-ass sea truck here, but it's much slower, but it does pack more of a punch for more dangerous areas. The Probe can be used to repair structures and to activate switches, and Darwin is used to talk about that great 93 Phillies team. You know, guys like John Kruk, Darren Dalton, and Dave Hollins. I swear every guy in that lineup had like half a tin of Skull in their mouths at all times. But yeah, no, you use the Dolphin to activate hard-to-reach switches, but it's always a risk using it because it has no weapon. You start out in an isometric angle, piloting this huge ship around, and you get a message. Press select, you go to the info tab, and it'll say, hey, use the crab to grab this stuff over here. Go back to the menu, go to the bay, and select the crab, and you're transported to a 2D viewpoint where you're collecting stuff while dodging Shamu over here. Complete that, and then go to the next part of the map, get another message. Hey, these pirate dudes are trying to steal some stuff, I guess. So you clear the area of enemies with either the Speeder or the Stinger, then come back with either the Crab or the Sea Truck to haul the stuff back onto the ship. That's pretty much how the structure works here. Missions include everything from disarming explosives, salvaging equipment, rescuing trapped people, making stuff go boom, or sometimes just exploring and finding something. I gotta give the game credit, it's actually kinda interesting and not all that bad for what it is. That being said, some folks out there would be bored to tears by this kind of game, especially by today's standards. But all told, this game is reasonably well put together. It catches the vibe of the show well, you never go too long looking for missions, and the vehicles themselves provide a bit of replay value. The Dolphin in particular is kinda neat, since you pretty much have to do a passive run to get past any obstacle where you need to go. I will say though, the combat isn't anything special, it's pretty bland, and some of the ships don't control all that well, like the speeder and the sea truck, but it's nothing game-breaking or anything like that. If anything, if you play this one, you may find the maneuverability surprisingly flexible in some ships, since you can move in all directions, including up and down. And hey, if you want to say, hey, to heck with the missions, then you can head to mining sites and look for money. That kind of freedom isn't all that common in Super Nintendo games. Now, if you're like me, you'll just want to go all Contra on everything and shoot everything that moves, but sadly, you can't do that. Anything you do damage to that you're not supposed to gets deducted from your budget. Yes, that's right, this game is 1/3 combat, 1/3 exploration, and 1/3 ledger simulation. Accountants everywhere are rejoicing. I can't help but imagine an enraged John Stossel doing a piece on the outrageous government pricing that some of these properties command. I mean, give me a break! But yeah, there's money involved here that's normally reserved for ammo and buying new vehicles, and really, it does make sense. After all, Sequest's whole motif is saving the oceans, not destroying everything in them. Anyway, the ammo and money management aspect doesn't bog things down too much, it's pretty straightforward stuff. If there were any letdowns in Sequest DSV, I'd have to say it's the music. I mean, it's fine, it's just not memorable at all, and it gets super repetitive after a while, but maybe that's just me, since I'm so used to other underwater games having such fantastic music, like Echo the Dolphin and even Waterworld. Hell, I even muted Sequest just so I could put on Dean Evans' Waterworld soundtrack on because it just fit better. I wouldn't blame you if you did the same thing. But yeah, Sequest DSV for Super Nintendo is another game that's perfectly decent for what it is. But what it is not for everyone. I like exploration games like this, and I like the mission structure which keeps the game moving while changing things up once in a while. And there's a password system too, so you don't have to beat the game in one sitting. Like I said though, by today's standards, this game might be boring as heck for some people, but I think the effort behind a licensed game for a TV show should be commended. And hey, if you'd rather play it on Genesis, you can do that too, since the Sega edition is pretty much the same thing. Sequest DSV is unspectacular, but solid, and a decent playthrough. And I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
When it comes to 16-bit fighting games, you can usually look at them on a scale of somewhere between Street Fighter II and how badly a game rips off Street Fighter II. Data East went one further with Fighter's History, which was originally made for the arcades in early 1993 before sending the game to Super Nintendo in the summer of '94. And this one is such a ripoff that Capcom actually sued Data East for copyright infringement. It's pretty funny to read about the case, just to hear stuffy law types discuss special moves and inputs and stuff like that, and plus it led to a few interesting results. One is that Capcom lost the case, with Judge William Orrick of the Northern District of California saying that courts will not extend copyright protection if it leads to an eventual monopoly over an idea, saying that there's over 650 moves in Street Fighter II, many of which just lead to commonplace punches and kicks, and aren't worthy of copyright protection. So what he ended up ruling is that Fighter's History is too generic to be compared directly to Street Fighter II, which nearly made me laugh out loud when I first read about it. Data East had to be happy that they didn't have to pay a settlement or anything, but geez, what a backhanded result that is. But Data East did get the last laugh here, saying that their arcade game Karate Champ predates Street Fighter II by 2 years, despite the fact that the latter game is a great transcendent title, while Karate Champ, kinda isn't. The thing is, though, people that were familiar not just with video games, but with Street Fighter II, the court result ultimately isn't going to matter to them, because, I mean, just look at this.
Does that look and sound a little familiar to anyone? Wait, this guy's name is Matlock? Of all the names you can pick from, you're rolling with an elderly lawyer played by Andy Griffith. Well, at least Grandpa Simpson would be happy with this game. Is he wearing his pants backwards? Maybe that actually is Matlock. As far as the actual game goes, if you've played a 16-bit one-on-one fighting game that rips off Street Fighter 2 to the point that there's a lawsuit, then you've played this game. It's a 6-button setup, weak, medium, and strong punches and kicks, quarter circle forward, quarter circle back, plus a punch or a kick will do some kind of special move depending on the character or whatever. Whether that's the balanced Ryu ripoff, or the faster Chun-Li ripoff, or the slower Zangief ripoff, or friggin' Matlock. At least their Dalsim ripoff isn't as on the nose. He's kind of like a cross between Dalsim and Sagat, throwing in the Muay Thai kind of vibe. Believe it or not, there is one thing about the combat here that's a bit different. Fighter's History has a weak point system, where if you hit a certain part of your opponent often enough, it'll start to flash, and at that point, if you hit that area again, it'll make them dazed, allowing you to hit your strongest attack. Each fighter can only be dazed once per round though, so it's not something you can abuse. But hey, at least it's something that's slightly different. Now, I don't want to be too hard on Fighter's History here, because as an arcade port, it's fine. In fact, it cuts a surprisingly quick pace. This isn't Rise of the Robots type garbage. This is solidly okay, I guess, as far as shameless Street Fighter 2 clones go. There's 9 playable characters, which is nice, plus there's a code, so you can play as the 2 boss characters. Fighter's History got a follow-up that stayed in Japan called Fighter's History Mizoguchi Kikin Ipatsu, and it's, you know, more of the same. The direct sequel went to arcades via Neo Geo called Karnov's Revenge, which was later released as Fighter's History Dynamite for the home system. So yeah, I don't really mean to be that hard on Fighter's History, I just think it's a funny story how a game got sued for being too much like another game, only for that game to win the lawsuit because the court determined the game to be too generic to be compared to something better. The thing is though, Fighter's History does a lot right. The backgrounds are great for one thing, it's great to see moving characters living their lives back there, the music is fine, the controls are consistent, and the game looks good overall. It's just so derivative, and there's no way you're missing anything if you skip this one. It's just a neat story, if nothing else. Alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk?
Every week I get a few comments here and there saying, boy, you must be really scraping the bottom of the barrel at this point. Nope, there's still lots of good stuff to cover, including games like Monstania. This one was made by a combination of the folks behind Harvest Moon, as well as Bits Laboratory in 1996. It never left Japan, but there is an English patch available at romhacking.net, courtesy of the kind and patient folks at Aeon Genesis. As you can see, this game looks pretty dang good, with the sprites and environments looking similar to games like Energy Breaker, and of course Super Mario RPG. And like those games, Monstania is an RPG, kinda, sorta. Well, it falls into a bit of a gray area on the RPG spectrum, as Super Derek calls it. Monstania is actually the name of the island where the game takes place, and you play as Fran, who with the help of his friend Tia, is searching for a fairy. They were thought to be extinct on the island, but the game opens up with Fran seeing what is clearly a fairy-like light, although this one doesn't stop to shout at you to listen! Listen! Hey! Listen! Ugh, sorry about that. But yeah, Fran's obsession with finding a real fairy takes him and Tia across the island where, of course, things are not quite what they seem, and before you know it, you're smack dab right in the middle of a big adventure. Like I always say in videos about games like this, don't go into this one expecting Shakespeare, but one thing that makes Monstania stand out is the colorful, lighthearted nature of the presentation, and the story holds up its end of the bargain as well. Despite appearances, however, this game is almost entirely linear, with only a few points here and there where you can choose where you can go next by selecting a certain answer. Once you've entered a location, you can't leave until you complete all the available objectives there, at which point you're shuffled off to the next location. The objectives you'll run into are usually just kill or be killed, really, but there are some puzzles here and there that you'll have to figure out, but it's nothing too complex. I mean, at one point you're cleaning floors. The structure really boils down to just clear the screen, same as games like Soul Blazer or Illusion of Gaia, and you automatically level up just like in those games as well. Unfortunately though, in the case of Monstania, there's no item
shops, and all the items are predetermined. You learn new abilities at set times. So yeah, like I said, pretty dang linear for a role-playing game. The combat, however, is a bit weird. Battles take place on a grid, as you can see, across varying terrain, with your party consisting of 2 characters, usually Fran and Tia, but there's other folks you run into throughout the story that can join you, albeit temporarily. You can move your party either one character at a time or together as a pair, and you take out enemies with either your default attack or by using a special ability which requires action points. What's weird here is that enemies only move when you do, and they attack right after you attack, so it can be a bit awkward to get used to. Similarly to grid-based games of this nature, you always want to get behind or to the side of enemies if you can to get the most out of your attacks, and there can be as many as 18 enemies in a location that you gotta take out before you can move on. The combat here is really what's going to make or break this game for anyone that tries it. It's a very simplified version of what you might recognize from games like Final Fantasy Tactics, or even something like Treasure Hunter G, but I think the closest comparison is probably something like Azure Dreams for PlayStation. So if you've played that game, you can kind of understand the way this game plays. Monstania does offer all sorts of different weapons and spells, both melee attacks and ranged attacks, so that's cool, but still, your movement corresponding with enemy movement can feel kind of awkward at times. I already mentioned the presentation here, and the graphics are great throughout the entire game. One highlight is the sheer number of unique settings and environments you get to see, and it's clear this game really does have that Squaresoft level of polish when it comes to the visuals, and the music as well, especially the music. The soundtrack here might be the best part of this game, composed by Noriyuki Iwadare, the same guy who did the music for Lunar and Grandia, and nearly every single track here is something that you want to hear again. This is one of those games where I had no problem taking my time because I was enjoying the music so much. Now, the one big flaw of this game is that it is way too short. This is barely a 4-hour playthrough, which is pretty disappointing considering the amount of great stuff they managed to pack into this one. Yeah, this game is fun while it lasts, but when you finish it, it's almost impossible not to feel like that's it? Like, come on, did I miss something? Are there at least alternate paths I can take or something? Nope, this game really is that short. I'm not asking for any kind of 40-hour epic story or anything like that, but this game really felt like it needed more meat on the bone. So yeah, Monstania is well worth checking out. It's a fun story with a lot of polish, the visuals are great, and the soundtrack is fantastic from start to finish. The combat system is a bit unusual, but it's still fun. It's just such a shame that this game is so short. I mean, that's not going to be a reason to not play it, it's just a bit disappointing is all. Still, for what's here, Monstania is a good time, and since this game never got any kind of release or re-release outside of Japan, this is another game you gotta play any way you can. Alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
One question I get a lot is, how the heck do you find these games? Well, in the case of Torneko no Daiboken Fushigi no Dungeon, or Torneko's Big Adventure Mystery Dungeon, this game's music was featured in Part 3 of the Orchestra Game Concert series performed by the Tokyo City Philharmonic Orchestra, and I really liked what I heard, so I figured, hey, let's see if this title has a translation, and lo and behold it does. Created as a team effort by the kind folks at Magic Destiny, who also had a hand in translating Lennis 2, the sequel to Paladin's Quest, and Feta, the Emblem of Justice. So these folks have definitely done some quality work in the past, and have gone on to merge with Stealth Translations to form Dynamic Designs, a name you've heard many times throughout these Super Famicom videos this channel has featured over the years.
You may recognize Torneko. The main character in this game is known as Talon in North America, and he's the merchant from Dragon Quest IV. And sure enough, this game was made in 1993 by Chunsoft, the same group of folks who made the first 5 Dragon Quest games, so they decided not only to give this fellow his own spin-off game, but in the process to create the very first Mystery Dungeon game. For those unfamiliar, the Mystery Dungeon games are roguelike RPGs, or in other words, gameplay that centers around exploring huge randomly laid out dungeons with random enemy placement, with the emphasis on random. So every single playthrough is totally different, obviously giving Mystery Dungeon games, and this game in particular, a lot of replay value. So, how does this work? Longtime viewers may remember a video on this channel about the game Shiren the Wanderer, a game that came along a few years after Torneko's big adventure, and the gameplay between the two is pretty similar. Like I said, it's a top-down action RPG complete with the usual upgrades to your weapons and armor that you can obtain throughout each area of each dungeon. But the thing is, this may look like an easy pick-up-and-play game, but I should warn you, the combat here is a little wonky. The game is pretty upfront about this from the get-go, because when you go talk to the king about exploring the mystery dungeon to find treasures to stock up your store, he says, "Not so fast, my friend," and tells you to complete a trial dungeon where you recover the king's missing jewel. So you get there and you die. And you die again. And you die again. Every time you enter one of the 2 randomized dungeons in this game, you start out at level 1, so you really have to be careful while you learn the combat system. This may look like real-time combat similar to something like Link to the Past or Secret of Mana, but it's turn-based and tile-based, so you go back and forth with each enemy, attacking each other and jockeying for position. If you go full Rambo and just charge in and face enemies head-on, you're gonna have a bad time. You gotta take care to put yourself in a spot where you can succeed and attack enemies from the side or from behind when the opportunity comes up. I gotta say, it's pretty cool, and it's a nice change of pace from the usual hack and slash stuff, but it does take a bit of getting used to. The random nature of this game doesn't stop with just the maps you explore. The spells you find are also random, meaning you have to use them to see what they are. The items are all random. It's pretty nuts. And have I mentioned this game is brutally difficult? Even the initial trial dungeon, which is only 10 floors, is ridiculous. Not only do you have enemies to deal with, but you also have to manage a hunger meter, just like in any other Mystery Dungeon game, and you do that by stuffing your face with bread. Too many carbs, man. Mix in a salad once in a while. You can occasionally find items like a scroll that reveals what spells you have before you use them, as well as a scroll labeled outside that will warp you out of the dungeon so you can go back to your shop and keep the gold you've collected, which, if you do often enough, will eventually let you keep some of the stuff you collect. But again, who the heck knows if or when you can find that particular item. I should mention quickly that there isn't really a final boss in this game. Instead, you complete the game by finding a certain chest that should appear after the 25th floor or so. The style in which this story is told is kinda cool. Since Torneko is from the Dragon Quest series, they show his story as if it were ripped straight from Dragon Quest IV, complete with the 8-bit style and color palette. The music is done by Koichi Sugiyama, the same fellow behind all the Dragon Quest music, and this soundtrack actually got an official CD release from Sony. It's really good and very distinct. The kind of stuff that gets stuck in your head and drives you insane months later because you can't put your finger on where you've heard it before. So yeah, when you boil it down, Torneko's Big Adventure Mystery Dungeon is a pretty simple game. You show up in a randomized map, collect all the stuff you can find and use it accordingly, wipe out any enemies you come across, find the passage to the next floor, and keep going as far as you can. And when you die, and you will die, you lose absolutely everything and have to start over from level 1. It's frickin' brutal. I mean, there are some instances where you just won't find any bread at all, and your hunger meter plummets and your health drops with every step you take, and that's it, you're dead. It's all the luck of the draw. I will say though, there is a funny cheat available in the trial dungeon. You have to die exactly 21 times there, and the king will start to feel bad for your sorry ass and give you a really powerful sword and shield. So if you have trouble getting into this one, at least there's that to look forward to. Otherwise, as brutally unforgiving as this game is, it's pretty good. It's got a lot of personality, the music is great, and the mechanics are solid once you get used to them. If you like randomizers like this, then you should definitely take the time to check this one out. Alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
Another week, another 16-bit one-on-one fighting game, although this one is at least something a little bit different. Yeah, the temptation is to lump every fighting game into one of two categories, one being a novelty fighter like Primal Rage or Clay Fighter, and I would even throw Mortal Kombat in there as well, and the other category is Street Fighter II and all its clones, ranging from stuff like World Heroes and Ninja Turtles Fighting Edition, all the way down to crap like Street Combat and Power Moves. But thankfully, Battle Tycoon Flash Hiders SFX, which was only released in Japan for the Super Famicom, adds a lot of wrinkles to the traditional game format, like an experience system you'd normally see in an RPG, as well as a gambling minigame. This is actually a sequel to a PC Engine CD game simply called Flash Hiders, released in 1993, and it's made by the same development team called Right Stuff. Man, you know this game has got to be hanging tough with a name like that. They took it step by step, and yeah, that's all the New Kids on the Block songs I know, but this is the only game they made for the Super Famicom, and they did not half-ass it. The visuals are great, the sound design is fantastic, and the combat is solid with consistent hit detection and reliable controls. I mean, it's definitely a step above the generic thrown-together crap we got a lot of in the US, so from a pure combat standpoint, this game works well. For game modes, you've got your regular one-on-one fighting versus the computer or a second player, but then you've got what's called advanced mode, and that's where this game stands out big time. Once you select your fighter from 10 playable characters, you're taken to a map where you can select a few different locations. There's the arena, there's a shop where you can buy items and gear, and there's kind of a back area where you fight to earn money and experience. The whole idea here is to build your character up from scratch, upgrading your gear and building up your skill level, and eventually earning your way into the fighting arena. You'll notice that before each fight there's a point allocation system so you can set your character however you'd like, but with more experience comes more points. In addition to that, there's a day-night cycle in effect. The game gives you 9 days to build up your character with enough money and experience so you can fight the final boss in the arena. So yeah, there is a lot going on here, considering this comes across as just a regular old fighting game. You've probably noticed the text here is all in Japanese, and yeah, unfortunately there is no English patch for this game, at least not yet, but it's not that hard to figure out how to make your way around. If you ever run into an issue, there's a fantastic guide on GameFAQs written by Aryuze RV way back in 2001, and it tells you absolutely everything you need to know when it comes to navigating your way through menus and such. It definitely comes in handy when you're looking for which items you want in the shop. And it also comes in handy with the third aspect of the gameplay here, gambling. Yep, that's right, you get to gamble on fighters where the computer fights itself. I really appreciate this because it can be tough to grind your way through to get better equipment, but this can help you skip ahead. The rules are pretty self-explanatory. For example, if the menu reads X02 for the next battle, and you bet 1,000 gold, you win 2,000 if the fighter you chose wins. And yes, you seriously just sit there and watch a simulated fight. Now, if you're like me, you're probably thinking the computer's gonna cheat. It knows who you picked, it's gonna screw you over just to make the game harder. I can only speak from my own experience, but that didn't really seem to be the case. And if anything, I won maybe like 60% of the time, whereas I was expecting to lose a lot. So yeah, if you get sick of grinding with the normal fighting, you can always bet on fights here, win money, and buy better gear that way. Like I said, there's 10 playable fighters, and you got your usual quicker fighters, your all-rounders, your tanks, a woman with a sword. All in all, they're all pretty well balanced, and easy enough to get the hang of. It's the usual controls here. Y and B are weak attacks, while X and A are strong attacks, with the added bonus of using the shoulder buttons to dash left or right. Each fighter has at least 5 or 6 special moves, with one super, and of course the super is like 9 inputs you have to put in the span of 1 second. But most of the other moves are about what you'd expect. It's not quite the typical Street Fighter quarter roll attack button stuff, but each fighter's attacks are easy enough to learn and get the hang of. Just as an aside, what I really like is that in advanced mode, each character has their own gear unique to them. So if you pick Otto, for example, you get everything from iron claws to Gatling arms to laser cannons and stuff, whereas if you pick Kalnarsa, you get a stun rod, a plasma coil. It's really cool. I should point out, if you're wondering what all those extra meters are on the screen, they stand for attack, guard, and speed in that order, the same as your point allocation that I mentioned earlier. If you take damage, your attack meter will go down, but if you're able to back off while holding X and Y at the same time, you'll be able to replenish a little bit at a time. The guard meter decreases the more you block, and if that runs out, you'll be dazed for a while, and the speed meter works the same way as the attack meter, only you have to hold A or B to do a taunt, and that meter will eventually allow you to jump higher and move a bit faster.
So yeah, Battle Tycoon Flash Hiders SFX is a bit of a goofy name, but it is an ambitious game, especially for a fighting game made in 1995 for Super Famicom. This one's been on my radar for a while, but by the time I came around to making this video, I saw Retro Drew had already beaten me to it just last week, so go check out his video as well. This game is definitely worth checking out though, especially if you're into fighting games. There's a lot you can do in this game that I didn't even cover because it would be too long to describe in detail, like using your advanced mode character in versus mode, or fighting against someone else's created character in advanced mode. There's a ton of cool stuff here, just check out the FAQ I listed in the description. And as always, since this game wasn't re-released or remade, this is another game that you've got to play any way you can. Alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
There's a lot of weird Super Famicom games that were never released outside of Japan, but there weren't too many weirder than Yamuyum. Not only is this game thematically strange, featuring original characters like this little mole guy riding a giant duck destroying bizarre-looking enemies, but you didn't see too many rail shooters back in this era. This one was clearly influenced by games like Space Harrier, and most certainly influenced by Panorama Cotton for the Sega Mega Drive, which I took a look at a while back. Yamuyum was developed by Pandora Box in 1995, and they were known for developing two somewhat prominent RPGs before this game, Arabian Nights and Magic Knight Rayearth, both really solid titles. And sure enough, Pandora Box sticks to the RPG format to a certain extent, because not only is Yamuyum a pretty fun rail shooter, but it's chock full of that typical RPG stuff, like going to different villages and talking to people, buying items and upgrades at shops, and racking up tons of gold and experience through combat. That sounds awesome, right? Well, there's two big problems. One is that there is no English translation for this game yet. And there is a lot of story and subsequent dialogue here, plus lots of choices and options that you gotta deal with, so yeah. If you decide to try and play this one, you'll be stumbling around a bit before you figure out what to do and how to do it. The thing is though, the structure in this game is pretty dang confusing, and really, something tells me this would be confusing even if this were in English. You start with 6 different locations to choose from, and each place has at least 3 villagers you can talk to, as well as a shop to buy stuff using the gold you collect from zapping enemies. You usually need to talk to at least one of the villagers, who talks to you for a bit and leaves, presumably to give you a mission of some kind. Anyway, when you get through whatever stage you pick, and each one only lasts a couple minutes, then you go back to the village and you go to the next villager, who presumably says something like, "Hey, do what you just did for that guy, except for me." And so you do. If you don't get through the stage, then that same person you just talked to yells at you and tells you that you have to do it again. The gameplay here is what carries this one, and really what it boils down to is either you like rail shooters like this or you don't. I love rail shooters, everything from Star Fox to Panzer Dragoon, so I dig the gameplay here, but I have to admit the controls here are a bit inexact, I would say. It can be tough to get a feel for how the position your character takes corresponds to where an enemy in the distance is located. It's one of those things that's entirely based on feel, and you gotta play for yourself to see if that feel agrees with you. If it doesn't, oh well, but if it does, you'll have a lot of fun with this one. You do get plenty of help, however, through the aforementioned shops that are in each village, and a fly-through of each stage is meant to farm gold so you can buy stuff in these shops to help you get through the more difficult stages that lay ahead. The problem with this game, though, is that if you game over, you lose everything. All your gold and experience vanish into nothing, so that sucks. Also, there's no other game modes here, really. This is all this game is, just talking to villagers and surviving through these rail shooter sections, picking up random power-ups and health upgrades, so either that's your thing or it isn't. There's one odd piece of trivia about this game that I'm not able to verify myself. It's that this game had a special cartridge made called Yamuyum Gold. It was apparently made as a prize for a competition, akin to the Star Fox and Donkey Kong Country competition cards, but this one was bundled with all sorts of goodies like long-distance phone cards and signed artwork from the original artist. The kicker here is that only one copy of this cartridge was made, or at least that's the rumor, and yeah, I don't have any way to actually verify the existence of this cart, so if you happen to know anything, please post something in the comments. So yeah, I made this video just to let people know about this game and maybe draw some attention to it so that it might get an English translation one day. I tried my best to piece together what was going on, and yeah, I used the Google Translate app with my camera on my phone, but it doesn't work very well with pixelated and jagged looking text like this. Hey, maybe you might have better luck than me. Yamuyum is a really interesting game with a lot of personality and a lot of good ideas, even if it comes across as a bit of a disorganized mess, translation or no. Once again, this game was never released outside of Japan and hasn't been remade or ported anywhere, so this is another one that you've got to play any way you can. Alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
Before I talk about Nickelodeon Guts for Super Nintendo, I have to be upfront with something. Outside of maybe 2 or 3 shows, I really did not like Nickelodeon. Ren and Stimpy was great because it was completely different from anything else on TV. Double Dare was a lot of fun, and I liked the occasional episode of Rocko's Modern Life, but really, Nickelodeon was just not my thing, and that includes Nickelodeon Guts. I just never watched stuff like this. The TV show ran from 1992 to 95, and it was a pretty successful obstacle course show along the same lines as Wild and Crazy Kids, but I saw exactly none of it, and suffice to say, I did not even think of playing the Super Nintendo game when it first came out in November of 1994, and that's probably a good thing, because this game is pretty bad. This one was exclusive for the Super Nintendo and developed by Viacom New Media, who made some pretty good stuff with Phantom 2040, Bugs Bunny Rabbit Rampage, and Rocko's Modern Life Spunky's Dangerous Day. All 3 of those games completely outclass this thing, though. The way Nickelodeon Guts works is that it's broken down into 2 different game modes, Action Sports and Elastic Sports, or at least that's how the manual refers to them. And there's 5 events total to choose from, with an unlockable 6th event, the Aggro Crag, although the 3 action events are exactly the same, and the 3 elastic events are all also pretty much exactly the same. Action Sports is your typical obstacle course stuff, and it's essentially just a platformer where you jump around, dodge stuff, and climb stuff, and try to get to the end and post a good time. Elastic Sports is this. You're tied up by bungee cords and you flail around trying to put a ball in a hoop or something like that. That's all well and good, and it's a decent idea for a game, but good lord, the controls here are freaking terrible. I swear it's like this game was made by people who had never played a video game before. Momentum while running is wonky, jumping is wonky, the hit detection when grabbing onto stuff is wonky. I mean, come on, just grab the mother flippin' pole already. What is wrong with you? Oh, it turns out I don't even need to bother with the pole at all. It's just there for the sake of being there, I guess. So the game at least makes up for its terrible controls by having really bad level design. Just grab the rope, man. Grab it! I'm jumping right into it. What is your problem? The issue here is that if you're too low when you jump, you're guaranteed to miss the next rope, but if you're too high, you'll just bounce off the ceiling and miss anyway. Oh hey, can I just drown myself instead? That seems like a lot more fun. Seriously though, the controls here feel drunk. In fact, this game might make more sense if you played it drunk, but I can think of other things I'd rather do drunk, like play Bubsy. The elastic sports aren't that much fun either, but at least the controls have a little more consistency. They're consistently bad, but at least they have a certain logic to them that you can eventually figure out and get used to. I mean, it's actually possible to make baskets in this minigame, for example. There's a meter here that you have to charge by holding down on the D-pad, let go, and you go careening into the basket, or net, or whatever, and you just kind of fling the ball somewhere near your target by pressing the B button. You can also do trick shots with other buttons. Wouldn't this work better with the side view? The depth perception here is terrible. The big problem, however, is jumping back onto the platform. You're almost always going to stumble, and that's going to cost you time. What's especially telling about this game is that there's no computer AI opponents. If you play this one single player, it's just you. I guess I should mention some of the strengths this game has. I mean, it does look like the show itself. The colors are pretty much spot on. The sprite animation is okay. And there's 8 contestants to choose from that each have different stats, even though they all look exactly the same during gameplay. It's also 2-player versus, so you can make a friend suffer through this if you're feeling like being a bad person, but I recommend against doing that ever.
Do you have it? Do you have it?
Do I have it? No. Why would I want it? Keep your guts away from me. So yeah, unfortunately Nickelodeon Guts is another one of those obstacle course type games where they try and cram in 5 different mini-games into one supposedly cohesive package, and they all end up failing. In other words, it's a lot like the Super Nintendo American Gladiators game, only this one might be worse. Really, there's 2 categories of bad games. There's games that you know are gonna suck just from one glance. Stuff like Captain Novelin or Space Ace or Pit Fighter. But then there's bad games that are just really disappointing. Nickelodeon Guts looks good, it represents the show pretty well, and it's a good idea for a game, but the execution here is half-assed and lazily thrown together with really awful controls that may or may not have been designed by a person who never actually tested the game, which ultimately makes this one nothing but a waste of time. I really just want to buy this cartridge so I can throw it in the trash. Avoid this game. Alright, that's all for now, and I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
I like when games take risks and try something a little outside the box, and it's even better when it's a licensed game like Mission Impossible, of all things. This one was developed by Konami and released in September 1990, which might seem odd since the original TV show aired in the late 60s and early 70s, but this game is actually based on the revival that continued the series for a few seasons starting in 1988, and most importantly, it once again featured Jim Phelps, played by Peter Graves, and you don't need to read his biography to know that he went to the University of Minnesota. Anyway, you start up the game and you're given a message detailing your impossible mission, rescuing Dr. O and his secretary from the evil Sinister 7 terrorist group. To do that, you sashay around a top-down overworld setting, strutting your stuff, taking out bad guys, talking to civilians for clues, and generally just wandering around until you find what you're looking for, even if you don't know you're looking for it. Seriously, I love how these dudes walk. It's like every character can only walk like Zoolander. Yeah, that's not suspicious or anything. As you're gallivanting around town, bad guys will recognize you, shouting "you" with such anger that they'll suddenly move twice as fast, and you gotta take them out. You can't just kill anyone and everyone though. There are civilians wandering around too, and if you take just one out, that character is finished, and you gotta move ahead in the game with just the other 2 characters. And yeah, the 3 headshots at the bottom indicate that there's 3 different characters you can rotate between, each with 3 different health meters, so you pretty much get 3 lives to get through 4 different overworld maps. The different characters is where this game stands out a bit. You just press start and use the D-pad to switch at any time. There's Max Hart, the guy on the left, equipped with bombs that you can plant. Grant Collier is the guy in the middle, and he's got sleeping gas to knock out enemies. And Nicholas Black can disguise himself to avoid enemies. Max is the slowest since he's carrying the most firepower, Grant is the fastest with the most limited attack, and Nicholas is the most balanced of the 3. Although, really, to me, the 3 headshots make your playable characters look more like Brian James, Ricardo Tubbs, and Bono. The structure of this game is like a cross between Metal Gear, G.I. Joe, and an adventure game. Combat always has to be approached with caution, you collect clues from random folks about where to go, all while flipping between 3 different characters with different abilities. To give you an idea of how this game works, the first map has you starting in Moscow, where you wander around visiting various places with one bartender telling you to head to the alley, and another guy saying you need a pass to get through a certain door. But what's kind of interesting is that Konami took the extra step to randomly generate where you get that pass. Sometimes he'll say left, and sometimes he'll say it's up and to the right, and sometimes you don't need that clue at all and you'll just stumble into getting the pass. Sometimes to proceed, you get puzzles like this one to get through this door. You select the number based on the different sounds it makes when you select it. And yeah, you just keep milling about and figuring out what to do and how to do it, piecing together clues from civilians while hoping not to die. Normally on the NES, that sounds like it could be a disaster, but this game keeps things simple enough that it's actually pretty approachable and a decent playthrough. I'm probably overstating the adventure game clue aspect since it's a pretty minor part of the game once you get past the first map, but I still liked it, for an NES game anyway. The 3 different guys you can flip through is also well done in that each of their special weapons are always very useful.
What holds Mission Impossible back, however, is that this game is, kind of impossible. Imagine that. The difficulty here is laughable at times. I already pointed out that enemies speed way up when you're pointed out, but maybe worst of all is this game's weird sense of geometry. The top-down viewpoint leads to some strange angles where you can't hit certain enemies unless you actually get them to move, and the only way to do that is to get into their line of fire, and when you get hit, you take a ton of damage, and it's only about 3 or 4 hits per character, and you're done. Thankfully, there's unlimited continues and a password system that's mercifully only 4 characters long. The action also gets broken up a couple times with a boat race and downhill skiing. Sure, why not? They're both extremely short segments, only lasting about a minute or so, but hey, at least it comes with music that sounds like it came straight out of the original Ninja Turtles NES game. So yeah, if you like somewhat non-linear adventure games on the NES, Mission Impossible is what you're looking for. The difficulty is brutal, especially some of the boss fights, and the enemy types get pretty monotonous and annoying, but I appreciate the approach to make this more of a thinking person's action game. A run and gun this is not. You gotta be careful with everything you do in this game, and it's executed well enough that it makes your patience worth it. Well, except for those enemies that charge at you with shields and shove you into things. Those guys can go straight to hell. But all the usual Konami stylings of the time are here. The graphics look good enough for NES, the music is fantastic, and using your 3 characters and special weapons is pretty fun. Yeah, it's a bit limited and shows its age and the difficulty can get ridiculous, but I'd still recommend Mission Impossible for NES. Alright, I want to thank you for watching and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
Sometimes I wonder, what is useful about doing a video about a game like The Page Master? Why am I doing this? And you definitely might find yourself thinking that if you ever play this game, with other questions occasionally popping up like, what is the meaning of life? And does it have anything to do with really crappy licensed Super Nintendo games? Well, the way I try and rationalize it is that someone might find a game like this for super cheap somewhere, and they might not know what it is. I mean, I'd never even heard of this game, or of the movie it's based on, which is a half-animated, half-live-action movie starring Macaulay Culkin, Christopher Lloyd, and Patrick Stewart, among others. So if I saw this at a place like Gamers Anonymous in Albuquerque, New Mexico for like $5, I might be tempted to check it out. So this video is just a simple statement saying, please don't do that. I can't really speak for the movie since I haven't seen it, but it does have a great premise. It's about a kid who gets swallowed up by a library and gets trapped with all sorts of goofy characters from classic novels like Treasure Island, Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, and Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. You'd think this would be perfect fodder to make into a video game, and you'd be wrong. You get 3 lives and unlimited continues to get through 3 worlds split up into several levels, and there is a password system here. This is your typical side-scrolling platformer, only the controls are way too loose and the camera is way too drifty. Yeah, you can clearly see from 10 seconds of footage that this is one of those games where the camera is just all over the place when you merely tap the D-pad. It gets old very quickly. It doesn't help that the hit detection for just about everything in this game also seems to work whenever it feels like it. You do have a health meter here. It kind of works like Sonic the Hedgehog, where if you pick up rings, or a power-up in this case, you take damage and the power-up flies away, and you get a chance to get it back. If you get hit without a power-up, you lose a life, and if you lose all your lives, you go all the way back to the beginning of the world. Some of the power-ups include shoes that make you jump higher, marbles that you can fling at enemies, and stuff that allows you to climb ceilings, and that brings me to the level design. This is the kind of game where each level has you exploring a bit to find the exit, only the game does a terrible job showing where you can and can't go, and what you can and can't jump on, which is especially problematic in this dark and dreary setting that you start out with. Don't get me wrong, one of the few positives this game has going for it is the visual presentation. The game looks pretty good, but geez, it gets old running into dead ends and jumping into pits when you're just trying to find your way around. There's all sorts of weird and confusing decisions that the developers subject you to in this game, like why not start with the marble projectile? Why is this game so difficult considering it's a game clearly that's made for kids? Why the hell can't I see anything?
Why did they start the game in such a dark location where you're only trying to find your bearings? It's one of those things where I'm probably putting more thought into this than the people who made this game. There is some evidence that the folks behind this game did try at least a little bit. There's branching paths that show up on the world map when you complete a level. That's kinda neat, and like I said earlier, the visuals are well done. If you're able to find your way out of the first world, eventually you'll explore a pirate ship and a fantasy setting, plus there are Mode 7 levels where you ride a book around collecting stuff. What are those, trees? Seriously, man? What, did an Atari 2600 game somehow leak into this world or something? Seriously though, when you're literally running into stuff like that in a game, it's pretty obvious that whoever made this game didn't even bother to finish it. I should mention quickly that this game is also on Sega Genesis and Game Boy, and it's pretty much the same thing, just different varieties of awfulness, I guess. There's also a PC game based on the movie that's a point-and-click adventure game, and it's gotta be better than this. So yeah, I know I'm not the target audience for a game like this. It's a game based on a kid's movie. I mean, someone actually gave this game a 10 out of 10 on GameFAQs. No, really, go look for yourself. Bless that person's heart. But if you ever run into this game somewhere, look the other way. It's pretty awful. Alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk?
The Super Nintendo had quite a few PC ports that probably had no business existing. Look no further than stuff like Ultima 7 The Black Gate, where it's barely even a port since the game had to be redone almost from scratch, and even then the game is just kinda not that great. There's also games like Populous, Draken, Lagoon, SimCity 2000, and that game in particular is amazing and one of my personal favorites, but the Super Nintendo port is just not good, and for all those titles I listed, you're better off playing the PC version. The same could be said of Syndicate, made by Bullfrog for PC and Amiga back in 1993, before it was ported to DOS, Mac, Sega Genesis, Sega CD, 3DO, FM Towns, and Super Nintendo. It was also ported to a computer called the Acorn Archimedes. Just thought I'd throw that in there for any Brits listening. And yes, I said Bullfrog. This is a Peter Molyneux produced game, coming from the same studio that created games like Populous, Theme Park, and Magic Carpet. And right away when you turn this game on, you realize it's a what the hell do I do kind of a game, and the game itself tells you nothing. You really need the manual if you're gonna get into this one, but I'll try and sum up how this game works as best I can. The idea here is that you're the head of a criminal syndicate in a post-apocalyptic world where every government has somehow collapsed and it's up to you to expand your territory, and the game is split up into 50 different missions that have you taking out other factions, rescuing hostages, retrieving items, that sort of thing, and you do all that in this isometric viewpoint, kind of like the Super Nintendo version of Shadowrun. I should mention, however, that this game is not compatible with the Super Nintendo mouse, so you gotta use the D-pad. So you start a new game, and immediately you're taken to a map. Each section you select here gives you a mission briefing when you press the Y button. For example, this one here for Scandinavia says the son of a judge has been kidnapped by free market extremists. Oh god, John Stossel has really gone too far this time. It says to persuade these extremists to do something else, I guess, and to rescue the kid. Press the Y button again and you're taken to this screen, and if you're not already confused, this screen should do the trick. This is where you pick your 4 characters that take on this mission, who all apparently went to the same barber and said that they want to look like a character from Dragon Ball, except for this person who wants cornrows like Carmelo Anthony in 2003, except green. But yeah, at this point, you're going to want to look at the manual to see what the heck is going on, and when it comes to the manual, I've got good news and bad news. The good news is that the manual is 30 pages long and chock full of good stuff. The bad news is that it's like 300 words per page, and many people are going to find that's just too much of an ask for what's ultimately an average at best Super Nintendo game, especially when there's much better versions of this game around. So this is a classic case of a game that was probably good enough to get by at the time, but playing it now might seem kind of silly. Still, I will say, for its time for a port of a PC game on the Super Nintendo, it's not that bad, and it would have been totally adequate to play back when it was first released. Like I said, there's 50 different missions here, with the idea being to pick the appropriate party members for whichever mission, and equipping them with the appropriate gear. So, how do you do that? Well, you can prepare for each mission by using the Tech Research Management option on the main menu. After you complete the most basic missions, like shooting secret agents or escorting someone someplace, you'll earn money, which allows you to level up all your stuff. What's kinda neat is that the game really leans into its cyberpunk motif by allowing you to upgrade body parts. Legs make you faster, torsos give you better armor, you can even give your party drugs to improve their skills. Eat your heart out, Barry Bonds. The basic gameplay has you scuttle around as this group of sprites wandering around in an isometric viewpoint with the ability to either walk around as one dude or as a group by pressing the select button. And that's a key thing that you'll be doing often, since you have to protect certain party members at times because you need to utilize a specific skill that they have or a specific weapon. Plus, I mean, you're investing tons of money that you earn into these agents, and if they die, they're permanently dead. You've got an unlimited number of agents, but you'll lose out on all those skills you've built up for each of those characters. To the game's credit, it does have a couple different game modes, a single-player campaign as well as a versus mode versus the computer or a second player, so that's kinda cool. Ultimately though, the gameplay here is pretty limited, and each mission feels like kinda the same thing over and over. Also, I should mention that the story here gets really bleak and cynical. Hey, 1993 was a different time, man. Still, it's kind of fascinating seeing such a dark and brutal game get released on a Nintendo platform. So yeah, Syndicate is a pretty good game overall, but on Super Nintendo, it's okay at best. It's one of those games where the learning curve is really steep, to the point that if you're going to invest the time into learning it, then you're just better off getting the game on a better platform, as well as checking out the sequel titled Syndicate Wars for PC and PlayStation. The Super Nintendo version does try its little heart out, but the game is slowly paced, barely explains anything, and has the most pathetic looking cutscenes I've ever seen. I mean, what the heck am I even looking at right here? I would have gotten into this game at the time, but playing it right now just isn't worth it. Alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
A couple weeks ago, I looked at a crappy licensed game, The Page Master. Now let's take a look at a better licensed game that was never released outside of Japan, Natsuki Crisis Battle, a one-on-one fighting game based on a manga and later made into an anime. This one was made in April 1995 by Tosei, who also had a hand in making games like Super Tennis, Bazooka Blitzkrieg, and the Dragon Ball Z fighting games. As you might expect, this game follows the typical Street Fighter II style formula with a story mode that has you fighting every other character in sequence, plus a two-player versus mode, a practice mode, and an edit mode I'll get into a bit later. There's quite a bit of story here, but there's no English patch available for this one, and it's not needed to play the game, but you'll have to fill in the blanks yourself, like how this guy creeps in on your main character, and it makes these girls in the background so upset that they can't stop sobbing, so you challenge Mr. Purple Pants here to a fight. After beating the crap out of him, some other girl starts shouting at you about how she actually liked that guy's purple pants or something. Then you celebrate your victories by going to a dance club and fighting a guy in purple shorts. There's 10 fights in total in story mode, although you face the same opponent a couple different times, so there's really only 8 fighters you have to defeat. In story mode, you can only play as one character, but in versus mode, you can choose between any of the 8 fighters available. The Y and B buttons are weak punch and weak kick respectively, with X and A being strong punch and kick. The L and R buttons also attack and dodge depending on which direction you're facing your opponent. One button will quickly move you backward to help you get out of trouble, and the other is just a standard strong attack that will vary based on which character you're using. There's universal moves that work for every character, but there's also 3 or 4 special moves for each character, as well as counterattacks that are unique to each fighter. For example, if you combine that strong attack using the L or R button with a direction on the D-pad, they'll execute something like a roll or a flying chest attack or whatever this is, like what this guy is doing here. The special attacks are laid out in a really simple way. Again, not that different from a game like Street Fighter II, just quarter whirls forward or back on the D-pad along with a strong punch or strong kick.
They even work in the Dragon Punch mechanic, which allows this dude to do a strong fire punch or something, and your main character does something that not so coincidentally looks exactly like a Hadouken fireball. This is all well and good, these moves are all easy to execute early on, but once you run into some tougher fighters later in the game, you really start to feel how this game just doesn't measure up to better fighting games. The inputs are not quite as polished as some of the better 16-bit fighting games of the era, and you might find yourself tearing your hair out trying to get even the simplest moves to work consistently. I mean, I'm not asking for a simple licensed fighting game to be on the same standard as Street Fighter 2, but from a control standpoint, Natsuke Crisis Fighter falls a little short of even titles like Ninja Turtles Tournament Fighters or any of the SNK ports like Fatal Fury or Art of Fighting, or even something like Fighter's History. Thankfully, one thing this game does well is enable you to take a more defensive approach to your fights by providing counter moves unique to each fighter. You can parry or guard against your opponent's special moves if you time your counter just right, and it's usually something as simple as back-forward kick or a half roll on the D-pad plus an attack button. Some are kind of ridiculous to try, like where you have to hold a button down for 5 seconds and just hope you let go of the button at the exact right time, but I appreciate that for such a simple fighting game, it at least gives you a choice of fighting aggressively or defensively, or even a blend of both, so that's cool. Another nice thing this game has going for it is the edit feature, which allows you to edit the names of each character, as well as the effectiveness of each move. This unfortunately takes some trial and error to figure out, since there's not much English here to go by, but you can increase or decrease the thrust and destructive power of each move for each character, so if you want more destructive power out of this dude's purple pants, you can do that. Or are those lilac pants, or orchid, or amethyst? So yeah, it's clear that Natsuki Crisis Battle was made with one clear purpose in mind. It's just a decent fighting game made to represent its source material. I can't really speak to how well the game does that, since I'm not familiar with the manga or the anime, but the game certainly looks nice, and there's a good amount of story here for a fighting game. Unfortunately, this one doesn't feel polished enough to join the ranks of other great licensed fighting games like Gundam Wing Endless Duel. It can be a bit frustrating as you fight stronger opponents later in the game, like where it feels like your controller just isn't working. Still, I appreciate the effort that went into this one, and I still had fun going back and forth between countering my opponent's attacks before launching into a reckless offensive barrage. Once again, this game has never been released anywhere else, so this is another game you gotta play any way you can. Alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
If you're around my age, and I'm 40, then when it comes to retro gaming, you're probably nostalgic for not one, but two different eras. One is for the games you grew up with, obviously, but the other is that golden period in the early to mid-2000s, before prices for picking up those same games weren't completely bonkers yet. I can remember getting stuff like Contra 3 complete in the box for less than $30, or games like Shadowrun or Legend of the Mystical Ninja loose for like 20 bucks each. There were certain games that back then I considered to be off limits though, like Little Samson for NES, which even back then was still somehow way too expensive. It goes for a few thousand these days, loose, so it's become a status symbol more than anything else. But that's another discussion entirely. The conversation that I'm more interested in is, what about the actual game? Is Little Samson any good? Boy, it sure'd be funny if it wasn't, but nah, it's a pretty dang good game. It's got some of the same folks that worked on arcade games like Strider and Ghouls and Ghosts, and while it may not share a lot in common thematically with those titles, it does share the same kind of polish those games have. That's probably the biggest reason this game became so popular. It's got that same glossy, high-quality, AAA level of workmanship. Little Samson was made by people who were not only big fans of games like this, but it was made by people who clearly knew what they were doing, and they took great care in the details, as opposed to a game where a dev team was merely just assigned a project. Sometimes when you get recommended hidden gems, there's usually something missing or something off that you're just willing to overlook. But Little Samson is a fully realized all-around great action platformer, probably a top 20 NES game overall.
What's really interesting, however, is that in a lot of ways, this game is extremely simple. There really isn't a whole lot in Little Samson that brought something new or innovative. In fact, in a lot of ways, it's just rehashing stuff you're probably already very familiar with. If you've played Mario 3 or DuckTales or any number of action platformers, and you switch characters and weapons just like you do in Ninja Turtles and Mega Man, but it's just that this game executes the basics extremely well while providing a ton of variety, and it makes for a game that's not only well worth playing, but well worth revisiting once in a while. The structure is laid out Mega Man style, where to start out with you get 4 different levels to choose from, only each of the 4 has you playing as a different character. The first has you play as Little Samson himself, the most balanced character who shoots a projectile and can climb walls and ceilings. By the way, I should mention quickly, the game's story has nothing to do with the actual story of Samson or the ancient Israelites or anything like that. It's just a weird Taito localization change they made for whatever reason. Anyway, Kikira the Dragon is your hero for the second level, who can fly for 5 seconds at a time while shooting a fire projectile that arcs upward. There's Gam, who looks like a chibi version of The Thing. He's the slowest and strongest with the largest health meter, but a really slow punching attack, but at least he can walk on spikes no problem. And finally, there's KO the Mouse, who has a tiny life bar to the point of one-hit deaths at first, but he's also the quickest, sporting a bomb similar to what Samus drops in her Morph Ball form. The mouse can also climb walls and ceilings and get through small passages that Samson cannot. Once you clear all 4 stages, you have to defeat Kikiri the Dragon in a one-on-one fight for some reason. The game doesn't really explain why, and it's actually a pretty tough boss battle. But once you get past that, the game finally opens up to a series of levels laid out in this overworld, and you've got all 4 characters at your disposal, each with their own health meters, and you can switch between them at any time by pressing start. And the level design here does an excellent job of laying out certain obstacles that only certain characters can get past, whether it's making yourself a smaller target by choosing the mouse for really tough levels like this, or switching to the golem so you can punch downward against ledges to fight these annoying skeleton dudes. At first, it seems like the dragon is by far the most overpowered character. I mean, that's always my first instinct, just fly past everything. But the game puts the kibosh on that by eventually rolling out these really tough Mega Man-style levels with spikes, and enemies with Harold Miner's vertical leap popping up instantly out of nowhere. Or this really tough part here with falling rocks and spikes, where you have to constantly be switching between the mouse and the golem. That's the other thing Little Samson has going for it. This game is a long playthrough, and it's pretty dang tough too. But this game is just so dang fun flipping between characters and using different weapons that it all seems very manageable. There are really tough levels like this one with disappearing platforms, there's your token ice and fire worlds. Seems kinda generic at a glance, but man oh man, the graphics in this one look just awesome. This dragon boss here looks badass. A lot of the backgrounds and settings look fantastic as well. Since I'm here, I should mention the music, and the music is fine, but the levels themselves don't have any tunes. Only the character you're playing has their theme playing. Kind of a bummer since it's easy to get sick of hearing those themes, but it's not like the music is bad or anything. There's a couple other gameplay elements I should mention. You can upgrade your health for each character, as well as stash away an item that replenishes your health meter, kind of like an E-tank, so that's pretty cool. Unfortunately, however, Little Samson uses a password system instead of a battery save, so if you shut off your NES and come back to this game with a password, all your upgrades and items are gone. Another interesting thing about this game is that there is a substantial difference between easy and normal difficulty. Normal puts a cap on how much you can upgrade your health meter, and you've also got more enemies to deal with that pop up all over the screen. There's also permadeath in normal mode. If one of your other 3 characters die, you can't select them again the rest of your playthrough. However, Samson will always trudge ahead even if he dies. One quick aside here, and bear in mind this is mostly conjecture on my part, but there may be an actual reason this game is kinda rare. It was developed by Takeru in October 1992, a tiny company started by former Capcom developers Shinichi Yoshimoto, who directed the aforementioned Strider and Ghouls and Ghosts arcade games, and he was joined by Akira Kitamura, who of course created Mega Man, and Koichi Yatsui, who worked with Yoshimoto on developing Ghouls and Ghosts. Takeru made a couple games in the early 90s, one with the title Nostalgia 1907, a text adventure made for the X68000 computer and Mega Drive CD, as well as a few other computer systems, but it was a flop, and suddenly Takeru needed help.
Turns out that having strong publishing muscle like Capcom on your side really does matter, so for Little Samson, they turned to Taito, and even then, this game just didn't sell very well. So while we don't have any actual hard data or sales figures or anything like that, the circumstantial evidence of a struggling developer selling a game for a console that a lot of people had already left behind, then well, yeah, it makes sense why there wouldn't be very many copies. Again, I really wish I had some hard evidence to go on like sales figures or something, so if anyone has anything, let me know in the comments. So yeah, Little Samson is mostly known for its comically overinflated price tag these days, but it should still be remembered for being a really good frickin' game. Again, there's not much new or innovative here, but there doesn't need to be, because the basics are done so well. It's really fun flipping between characters, especially since there's not usually an exact way to proceed through certain sections of the game. You can get creative with it, and that provides a ton of replay value. And again, the graphics here are just fantastic, some of the very best on the NES, so that helps a lot too. Little Samson has every bit of the same polish as some of the best NES games have, so for that reason, I'm always going to recommend that you play this one any way you can. Alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
This review is courtesy of a request from Nostalgia Factor, otherwise known as the guy who crunches the numbers on the SNESdrunk intro. He's been a supporter of the channel for years and years, so big thanks to him. I always enjoy when a game lives up to its title, and Phantom Fighter is just that. You're fighting phantoms, or more specifically, Qianqis, or Chinese hopping vampires. And you play as a kung fu master that has to clear 8 different towns that are infested with these zombie-like creatures, and yeah, there's about 1 million games that look like this, but this one is a little different. It's actually a licensed game in Japan based on the 1985 movie Mr. Vampire, but when it was localized, it threw away any mentions of that and just became its own thing. Phantom Fighter is essentially a beat-em-up, a very simple one, but it does have its own weird charm going for it. First and foremost, what helps Phantom Fighter stand out is that it's a third-party title that did not skimp on the sprite animation. I mean, I know the enemies are just kinda awkwardly hopping around like it's part of some kind of goofy dance craze or something, but the way your character moves is surprisingly smooth. It is kinda slow. Don't go charging into this game like you're playing Mario, or you're gonna have a bad time. This is one of those games that you gotta play by its own pace, for better or for worse. B punches and A kicks. To jump, you press up on the D-pad, and when you crouch, you can't attack at first. You have to find a scroll that unlocks that ability, but in the meantime, you just crouch to dodge. You get 1 health meter, and Unlimited continues to rid 8 different towns of these bouncing dead weirdos, and there's a password system here, so you can take your time with this one, and you'll want to because this is a really long game for what it is. The idea here is to collect 3 crystal orbs in each town, and to get those you fight phantoms. Lots and lots of phantoms. The name of the game here is very simple pattern recognition. You just sit and watch each phantom's behavior, make sure to distance yourself accordingly, then punch and kick them in the old breadbasket. Phantoms differ in how far they reach out with their arms, the size of their sprite, how high and how long they jump, and note how it's one of those games where you can overlap with the enemy. If their outstretched hands come in contact with you, you take damage. Eventually, you'll be taking on more than 1 phantom at once, or crazy enemies like this guy here, and collecting scrolls which unlock new attacks which do more damage. There's 4 other items you can collect: a mirror that stuns an enemy for a short while, a talisman that freezes multiple enemies, a bell that speeds up the game a bit, and a sword that's pretty much useless since it doesn't do much damage and it breaks very easily. It extends your range a bit, but unfortunately it's not much of a power-up. The way to use items is kinda strange. You have to try and leave the room you're in, and your assistant pokes his head in to prompt a menu screen to open up. The game kinda sorta barely offers some variety by providing some story segments here and there, which ultimately boil down to someone saying, "Hey, there's a bunch of freaky vampire people jumping around my house. How about a little help over here?" And then there's this guy who says the secret to life is to play video games during breakfast, or this guard who won't let you pass until you answer a trivia question, like how many stars are there in the American American flag, and what's the name of George Bush's dog, and who was the third baseman for the 1985 Seattle Mariners? Okay, I made that last one up, but the answer is Jim Presley, in case you happen to be wondering. But anyway, yeah, Phantom Fighter is one of those games that's not quite good enough to be listed as a hidden gem or anything like that. It's a pretty limited game that's probably not really for everyone. But I appreciate that it's a bit of a change of pace, especially for the NES, where there's about 3 dozen action platformers that I get mixed up all the time, and not very many good beat-em-ups to choose from. Phantom Fighter is memorable. It's weird, goofy, and simple, but it's something different that you can zone out to while playing. It's rare to see a leisurely paced beat-em-up like this. I'd recommend checking this one out to see if it's your speed. It's never been remade or re-released, so it's another game that you're going to want to play any way you can. Alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk?
As many of you know, if you've been following this channel for the past while, I got a Super Nintendo in Christmas of 1991, and along with that, we also got Super Mario World and Final Fight to keep us busy. But after that, my brother and I had to venture into the wild world of video game rental. We quickly identified the kind of stuff we liked. For him, it was mostly adventure and RPG-style games like Ys 3 and Final Fantasy IV, and for me, it was mostly action stuff like Contra 3 and Legend of the Mystical Ninja. However, my tastes skewed much younger than my older brother, so I was still drawn to certain games like Bugs Bunny Rabbit Rampage, Mickey's Magical Quest, and Roadrunner's Death Valley Rally, made by ICOM and published by Sunsoft in November of 1992. I remember renting this one and really looking forward to it because it looked so good. The art style and sprite animation was pulled straight from the cartoon, and hey, playing an interactive Looney Tunes cartoon like this was pretty dang novel. This game was even featured on the cover of Nintendo Power, so I was really psyched. Then it came time to play the game, and I'm not kidding when I say this was easily the biggest disappointment of my young gaming career at that point. I'm not saying this game is that bad, it's just a massive disconnect between what I was hoping for and what I was expecting. And what I ended up getting was a game that looks the part and sounds the part but does not play the part. To get the basics out of the way first, you get a health meter with 3 lives and no continues to get through 5 levels, split up into a few stages each with no battery save or password system. The whole idea here is to pass through a series of checkpoints before getting to the exit, all while dodging enemies and traps, and of course Wile E. Coyote, who is chasing you the entire time, on rocket-powered roller skates, in a green Batman costume, in a jacked-up car, in a train, all of course generously provided by the Acme Corporation. However, if you sit down and actually play this one, you'll realize within about 5 seconds what the big problem is. Controlling Roadrunner is like controlling a bus. He's this big, long, awkward sprite that slowly bounces around, taking damage from all over the place, with one of the absolute worst jumps you'll ever see in a game. Now, I don't know about you, but when I play a platformer like this, I don't usually expect to play as a freaking car when I'm supposed to be a famous cartoon character. Seriously, just bouncing around with this terrible jump while dodging traps in a 2D environment like this is just awful. The ideas of what they were going for here, between how Roadrunner controls and how Wile E. Coyote shows up out of nowhere, they just do not work together. It's not just difficult to try and dodge stuff with this huge-ass Roadrunner sprite, it's annoying. In addition to that, this game tries to do the Sonic-style level design, where it's just a matter of leaning into the right path, going fast, and using your speed to destroy anything in your way, but this game doesn't seem to understand that. Instead, the game punishes you for going fast by having random stuff pop up in your way and causing damage. It's like the game can't decide, dude, which is it? Do you want your character to go fast, or do you want to be a hop and bop platformer? Or do you want to be an exploration platformer? I can't tell. This game is proof that you can't do any of those things at the same time. Why would you want to do that? It's just a total failure all around. And that's really too bad because this game gets just about everything else right. The visuals are great, the backgrounds are straight out of the cartoon, the music is perfect, and seeing Wile E. Coyote show up in ridiculous costumes is always good for a laugh.
I grew up loving these cartoons, so I'm practically predisposed to love this game, but good lord, the controls are so bad here, and the game doubles down by coming up with this awful level design that just does not make any sense. 90% of the time, you end up just flailing out of control with this terrible floaty jump, taking damage from stuff appearing on screen out of nowhere, like this construction site level here. You're supposed to run around and look for flags, which unlocks the exit, but Roadrunner's slow motion jump is infuriating. Then you get the coyotes showing up on rocket-powered roller skates, and there's no way to avoid them. Seriously, there's no place to go. What does the game expect you to do? Ugh. So yeah, like I said at the beginning, I really wanted to like this game as a kid, but holy crap, what a disappointment. I think if they shrunk down the Roadrunner sprite, made the jump a little more responsive, and cleaned up the level design a bit, this game could be pretty good, but as it is, there's absolutely no way I can recommend this one. It's easily one of the most frustrating games I can remember playing, and it really should be a much better game than it is. Alright, that's all for now. I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
It seems like there's about a gazillion military sim games on Super Nintendo, you know, where you control a tank or a helicopter and the game tries its hardest to resemble some sort of realism. There was Super Battle Tank, Super Battle Tank 2, Carrier Aces, Super Strike Eagle, Lock On, Turn and Burn, Steel Talons, lots and lots of war stuff. So, I figure it's about time to start sorting through some more of these to see if there's anything here that actually stands out among the pack, starting with Air Cavalry, a game made exclusively for Super Nintendo in June 1995 by Synergistic Software, a dev team that also made Carrier Aces, another flying game which is more strategy-based, as well as Spectre, otherwise known as this weird game, where you drive around in a first-person view shooting shapes at other shapes. The only real thing Spectre has in common with Air Cavalry is that both games are very simple, just aim and shoot. Air Cavalry gives you 1 health meter and 5 continues to get through 3 campaigns that are split up into a few missions each, and there's 3 different mission types. One has you destroying a specific target, oftentimes while using a specific weapon to do so. One has you picking up or dropping off a team of commandos while dodging enemy fire, and one just has you shoot everything that moves, which is always fun. The controls are what you'd expect from a game like this, where the dev team was clearly going for some kind of pseudo-realistic feel, which is another way of saying it's very slow, and it takes a while to get used to. But there's no real game-breaking flaws here or anything like that. You start out with just 1 helicopter, but you eventually earn up to 4 after you complete a few missions, and they each have their own strengths and weaknesses. You start out with the OH-6D Defender, which has a couple machine guns and 12 rockets. And there's also the AH-64A Apache, which has a 30mm chain gun, 8 Hellfire missiles, and 38 rockets. There's the AH-94A Valkyrie, which is used for stealth, but it also has Sidewinder missiles, as well as a ton of Hellfire missiles. And there's the UH-60A Blackhawk, which has similar armament as the others, but can transport up to 12 soldiers. You have a limited amount of weapons, and you flip between them using the B button and use A to shoot, and each helicopter does have its own feel, so to speak, but really not enough to make that much of a difference. The only one that really feels fast and responsive is the Valkyrie, but unfortunately that one's used mostly for sneaking around and not for all-out gunfights. As you can see, the cockpit view is pretty standard for the time. There's your radar, ammo, fuel, armor, all the doohickeys and thingamabobs that you've seen in other games just like this. The number one thing that makes Air Cavalry stand out is that there's 3 different game modes. There's single player, of course, but there's also 2-player versus and 2-player co-op, both of which are a lot of fun. The controls may be kind of sluggish, but they're immediate enough that even if you're not experienced with games like this, there's still a somewhat forgiving pick-up and play aspect here. You don't exactly have to be named John Helicopter to get the hang of this one. Having said that, however, the missions get brutally difficult after a while, with gunfire coming from absolutely everywhere, and your chopper just doesn't feel up to the task of dodging everything coming to kill you. Still, once you get burnt out on the missions, it's fun to play just one-on-one and try and destroy each other instead. What's interesting about that mode is that the screen is cropped so much that there's no radar available for either player, so you just have to hope you stumble into each other, which can end up being pretty entertaining. Oh, and just a word of warning about co-op, you can do damage to each other, so be prepared to do a lot of cursing. So yeah, just a very short, simple review on a short, simple game. You fly a helicopter, you blow stuff up, you get more missions, you get more helicopters, and so on and so forth. But the bread and butter of this game is the multiplayer, both the 2-player versus and 2-player co-op. Those are both a fun time, and I kinda sorta give this one a mild recommendation for this game for that alone. Sure, you'll probably get bored after like 20 minutes or so, but that's better than getting bored and frustrated after playing something like, I don't know, Balls 3D or Bill Laimbeer's Combat Basketball or something. I wouldn't say to go play Air Cavalry any way you can, but if you happen upon it, it's not great, but it's not terrible either, and it can be fun with the second player. Alright, that's all for now. I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
I like to keep things simple, so when you can describe a game as simply flying mech makes stuff go boom, hey, that sounds like it's right up my alley. So here we've got Spriggan Powered, another Super Famicom title that never left Japan, doesn't require an English patch to play, and it's actually the third game in a series, the first game being Seiri Senshi Spriggan for the PC Engine, and the second game Spriggan Mark II for the PC Engine CD. But it appears that this is merely a sequel in name only. The first two games were made by Compile, who have had a hand in some of the very best shoot-'em-ups ever made, including Space Megaforce for Super Nintendo. Spriggan Powered was developed by Micronix, who developed Acrobat Mission, a perfectly okay-ish serviceable vertical shoot-'em-up that came out in 1992, and also had a hand in the Super Nintendo port of Raiden titled Raiden Trad, another perfectly okay-ish game, but certainly nothing spectacular. Spriggan Powered, however, is quite a few steps beyond those, just in the visual and sound department alone. I mean, holy crap, this game looks fantastic. The settings and backgrounds really stand out. Check out the first level alone. The sky and foreground scroll as they normally would, but you've got some Axelay-style scrolling on the earth beneath you. This might be disorienting to some folks, but it works for me. What doesn't work so well is how freaking fast the next level's background zips by. The sense of speed here is exhilarating, and again, from a technical sense, this is pretty cool, but after a while I feel like my eyes just need a break. The third level has a neat sunset effect going on, while the fourth level changes things up entirely where you're underground exploring caves with little visibility. From there we go to outer space, skimming planet surfaces and invading giant enemy ships. Throughout each level, you have this red and white mech that shows up as kind of a mini-boss, sort of like Proto Man in the Mega Man series. Heck, it even kind of looks like Proto Man. But yeah, I really dig the different settings here, and it's the game's biggest strength. It's also worth noting that the sprites here are pre-rendered, which is kind of a novelty for the time, and the music is also really well done, and it fits the game perfectly without sounding overly derivative of any other shoot-'em-up soundtrack. So how does the game play? It's nothing that's going to compare to Compile's best work, like I mentioned earlier, but it's still pretty dang good and a satisfying playthrough. You play as a mech, obviously, and you've got 2 continues with 3 lives each to get through 6 total stages with no saves or passwords, and there's 4 weapons to choose from, and it's the typical shoot-'em-up stuff like a laser, fireball, and a homing weapon. You flip between them by collecting colored orbs, and each can be charged up for a special attack as dictated by the meter above. You also have a shield that you can use to destroy most projectiles headed toward you. Yeah, it only works for a real short period of time, but it helps make this game noob-friendly, so to speak. I know shoot-'em-ups aren't for everyone, and for the most time it's because they're too freaking difficult. I fall into that group sometimes too. But the shield mechanic here is real helpful without making it feel like you're cheesing the game out of its difficulty, since it's tied to the same meter as your special attack, so you have to manage which to use and when. However, there are a few mechanics that are way out of balance with the rest of the game, and you can abuse the hell out of them. The main one is the homing weapon. When you've got this thing charged up, it's so powerful that only a couple shots with it can take out a boss. It's pretty ridiculous, and if you want a challenge here, it's one of those things that you have to disqualify yourself from using, so that kinda sucks. Anyway, yeah, not much else to say about this one. Spriggan Powered is just another game released late in the Super Famicom lifespan in 1996 that never left Japan, and it's a simple but well-made shoot-'em-up where you fly around as a mech and make stuff go boom. Can't argue with that. No, it's not going to touch stuff like Axelay or Space Megaforce or even Makarov's Scrambled Valkyrie, but it's still a perfectly good playthrough. The cartridge is a bit pricey and it was never re-released or ported anywhere, so this is another one you gotta play any way you can. And I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
Alright, imagine you're at a rental store and you see a game, you notice the title Skulljagger Revolt of the Westikins, and you see this cover. Holy crap, hell yeah, I'm renting this. This looks insane. It looks like Sagat from Street Fighter 2 lording over a fight between two comic book heroes. How can you go wrong? Well, this is how you can go wrong. Oof. This is not what I imagined based on the cover and the title. The thing is, though, this game isn't all that bad. Yeah, the art design, sprite work, and the color palette make this look closer to an NES game than a Super Nintendo game, and the controls are definitely a bit floaty, but Skulljagger is still a perfectly okay action platformer. Plus, there's a couple really interesting things here that make this game stand out that I'll get to in a minute. But first, the basics. Skulljagger is a story-driven game where you play as a dude named Storm Jackson, only it's Jackson spelled with an X, so you know he's cool. The game is broken up into 7 chapters that each have 3 sections for a total of 21 levels, with each chapter concluding in a boss fight. You have 5 lives and 1 continue with plenty of opportunities to earn more, but if you use a continue, you start way back at the beginning of the chapter, and that's where the passwords in this game start you out too, just FYI. As you can see, it's pretty typical action platforming stuff here, although like I said, the jump is not the greatest, and it adds to what is a frustratingly slow pace overall. The level design is okay, it at least avoids being repetitive, but there's not a lot of interesting ideas here. It's all very standard stuff. Not bad, just not memorable. Your health is represented in these gemstones you collect. The green ones will give you extra lives and continues if you have enough of them, and the red ones add this sad little projectile to your sword attack. Jeez. If you think that's funny, get a load of this. Storm Jackson's secondary attack is bubblegum. Yes, that's right, you collect fruit throughout each stage. What is this, Adventure Island? There's a total of 4 different fruit-flavored gumballs you can use that each have their own special ability. Just press A to use them. Orange gives you a more powerful projectile that you spit that lasts for either 8 seconds or 35 shots, whatever comes first. Cherry allows you to fly. Just tap the A button till you blow a bubble, and seriously, this is just so hilariously goofy and out of nowhere. And I thought stuff like Young Merlin was weird. But it gets better, and by better I mean weirder. Grape puts you in a giant protective shell, presumably made out of gum, that kills enemies and allows you to jump higher by holding up when you bounce. And the watermelon has the same effect, only you just fly around uncontrollably destroying anything in your path. So yeah, you sit down to play your badass swashbuckling pirate adventure and sail the high seas and fight bad guys and roll around in a giant ball of gum. Yeah, strange stuff going on here. But despite the weirdness, there is one really cool thing Skulljagger has going for it, and that's that the game came with an 80-page manual that doubled as a comic book that told the entire story. Now that is really cool. You'll see when you play the game, the story is only told in text blurbs here and there, but the manual is a whole different story, and I'd love to show it to you here to tell you more about what's happening in the game, but there's no scan of the manual online. Man, someone get on that pronto, because what I've seen of it looks really interesting, and I'm always down for interesting and unique instruction manuals, and this one sounds like it'd be a fun one to flip through. Anyway, yeah, Skulljagger Revolt of the Westikins is all over the place. The cover makes it look like it'd be awesome, then the first impressions of the gameplay make it seem lame, then the bubblegum powers make it seem... I don't even know. It's hard to say whether or not to recommend this one. The graphics miss the mark, the music isn't that great, and the gameplay has nothing to write home about, but it's not like this game is that bad. It's just from a basic gameplay standpoint, there's about a gazillion games out there that are better playthroughs than this one. This is another game where I'd actually recommend the manual over the game itself, because that seems like it'd be a little more interesting. Alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
Chase HQ is a fantastic game developed by Taito for the arcades back in 1988, gaining popularity at the time because it seemed like the natural continuation of games like Outrun, or like Taito's earlier effort, Full Throttle, because the emphasis in Chase HQ isn't just racing, it's utter destruction and chaos. You play as a police officer, Tony Gibson, and you, along with your partner Raymond Brody, chase after criminals and basically just pound their fleeing vehicles into submission. In addition to that, Chase HQ also produced some of the all-time great arcade posters you will ever see. I mean, look at this. Evidently, we've got Ryan Gosling from the movie Drive, only with a beard and aviators, chasing either Billy D. Williams or Lionel Richie, while some guy wearing a Michael Myers mask is involved. And this one is even better. I mean, come on, that is clearly Harrison Ford ripped straight from a Star Wars poster, given a mustache and a huge mop of 70s hair. And the guy on the right, again, has a Billy D. Williams vibe. So, like all arcade hits at the time, Chase HQ received a port to absolutely everything, not only the ZX Spectrum, Commodore 64, Amiga, and Atari ST, but even the Famicom, Master System, TurboGrafx 16, and the frickin' Game Boy. Wow. Naturally, the game received a couple sequels, the first titled Special Criminal Investigation, similar port situation there but without a goofy Game Boy port sadly, and another sequel, Super Chase Criminal Termination. Okay, these titles are starting to sound like they're just picking words out of a hat. This is the one that Taito decided to port to the Super Nintendo, titled Super Chase HQ, not to be confused with Chase HQ on the Sega Genesis, which is based on the first game. But yeah, Super Chase HQ has the same kind of gameplay as the arcade, with B to accelerate, Y to brake, and A to use one of 3 nitros you get each level, with each of the 5 missions here featuring a criminal that you have to catch up to and turn their vehicle into a pile of flaming wreckage. Unlike the other home console ports up until this point, Super Chase HQ plays from a first-person perspective, complete with a rear-view mirror where you can see your character's face change expression, which is a nice touch. You just have to dodge what's in front of you, catch up to the criminal, and yeah, beat up their car with your car, basically, before your car's health meter runs out. Again, the little touches here, like seeing the damage to your own hood, is a really nice touch. They do the best they can trying to spice this game up with the story as well. The game starts out with you chasing this guy. What is that, Andrew Dice Clay? Then you get a helpful assistant named Nancy.
This is Nancy.
Who gives you all the details of the criminal you're chasing. You have a time limit to try and catch up to him, so it's important to use the nitros right away so you have enough time to do as much damage as you can. Otherwise, the game makes you use a continue, the criminal gets away, and you have to chase them down again. But thankfully, their health meter stays the same. You do only get 1 continue per level, however. But yeah, the story continues from mission to mission, including gangs, bribes, kidnappings, all that ridiculous 90s stuff you'd usually see in beat-em-ups. The presentation here is pretty good, the voice samples are pretty impressive, the backgrounds and different settings are well done, and as a whole, this game is as well as you could expect a home console port to be. The problem with that is, well, this is what the arcade game looked like, and you were usually playing it in something that looked like this, and drove with a steering wheel with 2 loud-ass speakers behind you blaring in your ears and the screen like 1 foot from your face. And in 1993, it just was not possible to replicate this kind of experience at home. I think the closest you could probably come was the Sega Genesis ports of the Afterburner games. Those are still a blast to play through. But with Super Chase HQ, I mean, this is one of those games that's all style, because the gameplay here is seriously just ram the other car into submission. You go as fast as you can and dodge whatever gets in your way, you catch up to the guy, and then you just beat up the car. There's no weapons, there's not much strategy, there's no targeting, no aiming, or any of that. There are missions where there might be more than one target, but again, it's just ram your car into them. I will say the third mission at least makes it really tough to dodge stuff since it's a 2-way street, but the basic gameplay stays the same. The difficulty also gets absurd the further you progress. I mean, there's a freaking helicopter in my face shooting at me, and I have no defense against it. What the hell is that? There's one other thing I need to point out, and the music here is pretty good, but when you get close to the criminal, the music gets tuned out and all you hear is a siren. Come on, man, this is where you gotta blast that boss theme. What were they thinking here? I do have to mention very quickly that there is also a Game Boy version of Super Chase HQ, and it just never ceases to amaze me how there's seemingly a Game Boy port of everything. But unfortunately, this one doesn't attempt a first-person perspective or anything like that. It's just a typical combat racing game where you dodge stuff. Kinda cute, but ultimately pretty boring. So yeah, Super Chase HQ is one of the best examples in the Super Nintendo library of a game that's purely a product of its time. This was simply the best home port of an arcade game a perfectly capable developer like Taito was able to put together, and at the time it was released, I'm sure it was passable. Now, it really gets boring and repetitive after like 5 minutes. I really wish this game had some weapons or a little more variety, because the window dressing here, so to speak, is really good. The environments, the voice samples, the little touches here and there are great. It's just tough to recommend this one because the gameplay is so one-dimensional. With the arcade game, when you're sitting there in the cabinet, one-dimensional doesn't matter because you're just getting blasted and overwhelmed with the sheer speed and volume of the game. But unfortunately, you can't say that about the Super Nintendo port. Ultimately, it's a passable port, but passable ain't gonna cut it if you want to play it today. Alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
Jo Aniki, which stands for Super Big Brother, is a series of bizarre games that rarely left Japan, usually staying within the horizontal shooter genre, incorporating the same wacky, non-sequitur humor and bright, colorful settings that are similar to what you might see in a Parodius game. Unlike that series, however, Jo Aniki did venture away from shoot-em-ups, eventually getting into RPGs, one-on-one fighting games, and beat-em-ups like this one here for Super Famicom titled Gourmet Sentai Barayaro. And yep, you guessed it, in this game you walk to the right and mash buttons and pound all sorts of enemies into submission. There's 3 different characters you can play as, and they're all done up in that classic Jo Aniki style, meaning there's lots of flesh showing, and a gratuitous amount of flexing and posing. There's even a button dedicated to it. You press the A button, and your character sits there and poses. I have no idea if this even does anything, you just sort of stand there, and yeah. Okay, so you might think that's this game's hook, that's how it's trying to stand out, right? All these wacky sprites and colors and bizarre enemy design and all that, but no, that's not all. In Gourmet Sentai Barayaro, you get 1 life and no continues. There's no weapons, there's no health replenishments. In fact, your health doesn't even come back to 100% to start each level. Wait, what? That can't be right, that sounds ridiculous. Ah, but there's a method to this game's madness. You'll notice that when you defeat an enemy, they'll drop something that resembles food, and you'll see everything from tomatoes, garlic, onions, roasts, all sorts of stuff. But you don't use them to replenish health, at least not yet. At the end of each level, all the food you collected is listed for you. You pick 2 ingredients to create a meal, and that's how you get your health back, hence the gourmet in the title. The thing is though, each character has their own tastes. Some combos will work really well for one character and not so well for another. This sounds like a cool idea in theory. I mean, hey, it's a typical beat 'em up with cooking elements added. That's one way to spice up an old formula, The problem with this idea, however, is that it's pure trial and error. I have no idea what this game considers to be a good combination of ingredients, or which character likes what. There's not even anything on GameFAQs. There is an English patch available for this game, but again, I'm just guessing at what works. However, I was lucky enough to talk to longtime viewer LHC Greg, who owns this game complete in the box. They put a scan of the manual online, and a member of the SNESdrunk Discord, Wired Crackpot, was able to translate a bit, so I've put some of his notes in the description that will hopefully be helpful to some of you out there. Also, I should mention, unlike in a game like River City Ransom, where this sort of thing would give you other kinds of stat boosts, there's no stats here other than health. So that's all you boost with this cooking thing here. I should mention though, they did manage to incorporate all the cooking stuff into the game's story. Evidently, you're trying to survive a post-apocalyptic world, and some evil organization named Bath is hoarding the world's protein for themselves, and a resistant group has built 3 powerful robots to go out and collect as much as they can, named Bonjour, Mademoiselle, and Très Bien. Yes, to really hammer home the cooking motif, your characters are given random French words and phrases. Okay. The actual gameplay here is as simple as most other beat-em-ups. It's just Y to punch, B to jump, and hold the R button to execute an explosive attack that will set your enemy, or possibly yourself, on fire. There's also a way to stick your enemy's head into the ground and do a special move from there. This game is 2-player co-op, but even if you're playing this game single player, there is one item you can obtain that gives you a partner to help out. It's almost like the dev team realized that this game would be freaking impossible for one player to complete on one health bar, so they gave you an automated partner to try and help you out. Anyway, yeah, Gourmet Sentai Barayaro really swings for the fences with its intensely strange art style and the cooking mechanic, which is admittedly pretty cool, but the moveset here is just too plain, and the cooking stuff just isn't fleshed out enough. It's a cool idea, but there's just not enough meat on the bone there. And hey, if you like what you see, Pico Interactive actually published an officially licensed US cartridge earlier this year, complete with the English translation, titled Gourmet Warriors, so go check it out that way if you can. This game definitely isn't bad, but the difficulty and the unforgiving structure may make it a stay away for some people. Still, it's got some funny ideas and some funny visuals. I mean, you can see for yourself how weird some of these enemies are. So if you want to check this one out just for a quick laugh, then you won't be disappointed in that regard. Alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
I did not have an NES when I was a kid, but I went to school with a bunch of other kids who did. One friend in particular named Tim also had a subscription to Nintendo Power. He generously brought each issue to school with him, and I'd always flip through and get green with envy at all the games I never got to play. In the early years of this channel, I tried to remedy that by going over stuff that I missed completely, like Metal Storm, Power Blade, Return of the Ninja, G.I. Joe, Low G-Man, mostly side-scrolling platformers like that, just because I remembered them looking like really cool games in Nintendo Power. Well, here we have Kabuki Quantum Fighter, another side-scrolling action platformer, and it's developed by Human Entertainment, who later went on to make some oddball games like SOS and Clock Tower for the Super Nintendo, so this is sure to be a weird one. There's a bit of confusion about the title, however. The box says Kabuki Quantum Fighter, the title screen says Kabuki Quantum Fighter, but Nintendo Power just calls it Quantum Fighter, and this commercial, well...
Awesome. Big. Graphical.
This new game is excellent. Better than hanging out with your buds, chilling with the girls.
Better than a mall. Pizza.
Better than having a party at your house when your parents are gone.
Mom's a cool rat.
Bodacious.
Is that 90s enough for ya? It turns out, in Japan, this game is known as Jigoku Gokurakumaru, and it was made as a tie-in to the Japanese film Zippang, which evidently has a kabuki dancer as its main protagonist. Most references to that movie were removed when the game was released elsewhere, but I guess there was no way to remove any of the kabuki stuff since it's the main character sprite, so they just rolled with it and didn't make any mention of it in the commercial or in Nintendo Power. As you can see, this is a pretty standard action platformer, run to the right, kill stuff, dodge stuff, but your main attack is your hair. That's right, you helicopter headbang enemies to death. What is he, George Corpse Grinder Fisher? Its range is somewhat short, but it's still effective. I think it's better than, say, the punching attack in Shatterhand. The frustrating thing here, though, is that you can't use it when crouching. You're reduced to this weak jab you have to do, so that kinda sucks. You do pick up alternate weapons at the end of each level, and you can switch to them using the select button, and it's the usual range of stuff like missiles and bombs. I'd rather use the headbanging attack, though. You get 3 lives and 3 continues to get through 6 levels. When you die, you start at the last checkpoint, and when you use a continue, you start at the beginning of the level. No passwords here. Each level takes place inside a computer, and that brings me to the story. In the year 2056, a computer virus has infected the Earth's nuclear defense system, and Colonel Scott O'Connor is chosen to upload his brain and consciousness into the network so he can fight it somehow. Kinda like the hacking in Shadowrun, I guess? It's an experimental procedure that's never been done before, so I guess one of the side effects is dressing as a kabuki dancer. Also, there's no way this dude is 25 years old. He's like half that age, come on. Anyway, like all action platformers, you can give your character all sorts of cool abilities and whatever else, but the game is only going to be as good as the level design, and in Kabuki Quantum Fighter, it's just okay. I guess the word to use is conventional. It's very much what you'd expect from a game like this. That's not necessarily a bad thing, it's just very derivative. Friday Night Arcade pointed out the similarities in the design between this game and Ninja Gaiden 2, and after seeing that, it's pretty hard to ignore. Also similar to Ninja Gaiden 2 is the difficulty. This game features some of the most annoying difficulty you'll ever see. There's speed imbalances, there's blind jumps, there's the stuff in the background that tricks you. Really? I can't jump on this, but this stuff hurts me? That's ridiculous. There's a lot of stuff like that throughout this game, and it's not a deal breaker, but it is frustrating. But I'm willing to bet that if you're into games like this, then you're prepared to deal with all that stuff anyway. And I mean, you've got a life bar here, so at least there's no one-hit death nonsense. I also have to mention the boss fights, which are just strange. They're pretty much just one-on-one fights in a confined space, but the enemy AI here is just all over the place. The boss bounces around in every direction with no real pattern, which is frustrating when you're trying to use a close-range melee attack. So yeah, in a lot of ways, Kabuki Quantum Fighter represents your traditional NES action platformer experience. It does just enough to elevate it above describing it as generic, but it's not quite good enough to earn a place in that upper echelon of games like Castlevania or Bionic Commando or Mega Man. Still, there's definitely an audience for games like this, so if you liked stuff like Shatterhand, Return of the Ninja, and that kind of stuff, and you're not looking for anything staggeringly original, then you'll enjoy Kabuki Quantum Fighter. And I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
Since we're nearing Halloween, let's take a look at the Super Nintendo edition of Bram Stoker's Dracula, which is based on the Francis Ford Coppola film of the same name, which in turn, of course, is based on the original Bram Stoker novel. And yep, that's right, this is the infamous Fred Fucks game that launched a running gag for the angry video game nerd. And surprise, surprise, he gave this game a rather scathing review back in 2009. And well, yeah, this game really isn't particularly good. This game was everywhere for a short period of time, getting releases on Game Boy, NES, Sega Master System, Sega CD, DOS, and Amiga, but interestingly, each game is pretty different. For instance, the Sega CD version uses digitized backgrounds and incorporates full motion video from the movie. The DOS version, meanwhile, has a first-person perspective and is totally different than any of the other Dracula games. The Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis versions, however, are just side-scrolling platformers, and they're pretty much the same game, more or less. You play as Jonathan Harker, otherwise known as the Keanu Reeves character in the movie, with Van Helsing showing up here and there to help you out occasionally. You get 5 lives and 2 continues to get through 6 levels that each have a varying number of stages, with no saves or passwords. You have a health meter that's represented by these potion jars on the lower right, and B jumps, A attacks with your sword, and Y utilizes a special weapon you can pick up in each level, like a rifle, dynamite, or wooden stakes. The way the structure works here is that you've got this huge level laid out in front of you, and you simply follow the arrow at the top of the screen. If the level takes place indoors, the arrow leads you to Van Helsing, who tells you, or, well, he thinks loudly, I guess, that there's an extra weapon that you can find somewhere. You can either set off and find it, or just go to the exit. Thankfully, in the first level here, the upgraded sword is just right over here, so you're not stuck with this pathetic knife attack for very long. I mean, geez, it's like they made Lagoon a side-scroller. Just be aware the weapon may be optional, but the exit to the level won't appear unless you find and talk to Van Helsing first. But if the level takes place outdoors, you just keep walking to the right and kill stuff. And yeah, as you can see, it's pretty standard action platforming stuff here, nothing all that unique, but there's nice little touches here and there. Like, hey, check out this drunk guy who can't even be bothered to get up and he's still tossing drinks at you. That's pretty funny. Or how about this part here with people screaming in the background? Now that is cool. The thing is though, there's so much this game gets wrong. The hit detection is shoddy at best, mostly because the sword attack is so flimsy, and don't expect any help from the other weapons you pick up because they all frickin' suck. I mean, look at this. I'm getting James Bond Jr. flashbacks. That's a rifle? Why are the bullets bouncing off the walls? What is he, Gemini Man? Also, the boss fights are laughable. It's like each one had about 30 seconds of thought put into the design. Okay, so he raises the whip and then he puts it down. That's it. And then this one just shoots a pathetic laser beam and then puts up a weak-looking barrier for a few seconds. Yeah, that's real creative. Despite all that though, I will say Bram Stoker's Dracula at least does a good job representing the whole Dracula motif. You'll see Lucy Westenra, Count Dracula's 3 brides, R.M. Renfield, and Dracula himself appears in multiple forms, so that's cool. Also, the visuals are good enough, and the music here really fits the game well. Plus, I mean, you're fighting skeletons in the fog in an old castle. Sometimes that's really all you need, right? So yeah, Bram Stoker's Dracula for Super Nintendo, and for Sega Genesis for that matter, aren't exactly worth going out of your way to play or anything, and there's much better choices out there, like the obvious stuff like Super Castlevania 4, Super Ghouls and Ghosts, and Zombies Ate My Neighbors, and there's even lesser known stuff like Nosferatu and Clock Tower that's preferable to this one as well. But if you're looking for yet another game that fits that same Halloween motif that has a good creepy soundtrack, and you're looking for something better than that Frankenstein game I looked at last week, then this game will do in a pinch. Alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
Time to dive into another Super Famicom game that never left Japan. This time it's Melfond Stories, developed by Sting. No, not that Sting. Or that Sting. They've had a hand in some other interesting games like Flying Hero, a solid vertical shoot-'em-up, as well as the Jetsons' Invasion of the Planet Pirates, a surprisingly well-made and inventive licensed game. Melfond Stories, meanwhile, is a beat-em-up, and the gameplay takes place on a strict 2D plane, kind of like Ninja Warriors, with one hook here being that there's 4 playable characters to choose from, each with their own weapon, and the game is 2-player co-op, with the second player being able to join in at any time by pressing start. Right away you'll see there's a bit of story here, but since this is just a regular old beat-em-up for the most part, you don't need to understand Japanese to play through this one. There's no English patch for this one yet, and sure, there's some story you'll miss out on, but it's pretty much just save the kingdom from this evil dude. You can play as either L, the well-rounded fighter who fights with a sword, Corse, who's a knight that has a powerful attack using a trident, but is the slowest and has the shortest range of the 4. There's Lemon, the fastest of the 4 with the widest range but the weakest attack, and Nora, who attacks with a whip. She's kind of like L, but a little bit faster, but in turn takes a bit more damage. You get 3 lives here, but bear in mind the game refers to them as continues. There's no actual continues here, just the 3 lives. That's really not that big of a deal, however, since when you die, you respawn right there, and you have the option of switching characters at that time. Plus, you can add more lives through the point system, and your life bar is pretty substantial as well. Tapping the Y button attacks, but you can hold Y to block, and hit up and Y at the same time to hit enemies on either side of you. It can be a bit tricky since all 3 of those things are tied to one button, and that kinda sucks. So it's one of those things where you just gotta get the hang of it. You can also obtain 3 different magic spells, wind, lightning, and fire. Just press the X button to use those, and there's also a handy sliding move if you press B while holding down. What's cool here is that the game has varying paths you can take. When you finish a level, you can pick either the easy or hard path, and that adds a ton of replay value here since there's no one path that covers every level in this game. There's 9 total levels, but you'll only see 5 per playthrough. Pretty dang short, unfortunately, but I do appreciate the variety. In addition, the final stage in the castle will be different depending on what path you take, since you can either go in through the front door or through the back door. One strange thing about this game is the music. I don't know if it's just me or what, but it almost sounds like it's off-key somehow. Here, listen for yourself. Anyway, yeah, the best comparison for this one that I can come up with is like if you crossed King of Dragons and Popful Mail. It reminds me of King of Dragons and all the different characters and their varying abilities, and I get a big-time Popful Mail vibe from the combat itself, as well as the character design and each character's movements and range of motion. All the different settings here are really well done too, especially these Mode 7 scrolling backgrounds that really look nice. But yeah, all the typical settings you'd expect in a game like this are here, everything from caves to open fields to a church to a forest to a castle, and the enemy design is inventive as well, at least from a visual standpoint. So yeah, those are all huge factors when it comes to playing through a game like Melfond Stories, because let's face it, the gameplay here can be a bit repetitive. It's just block, attack, use magic, rinse and repeat. You're not exactly implementing a huge amount of strategy and forethought here. And yeah, this game is a pretty short playthrough as well, but the settings, music, and art direction here are all so well done, and the different characters and paths give this one a little bit of variety and replay value, and it all adds up to making this one well worth playing today. And I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
Dungeon Explorer is one of the better titles for the TurboGrafx 16. It's a gauntlet-style multiplayer RPG where you run around and hack and slash at everything that moves. It received a sequel for the same platform, Dungeon Explorer 2, and the series kinda continued from there on the Super Famicom with a game weirdly titled Crystal Beans from Dungeon Explorer. This is one of those games where it's half port, half remake. It does take a lot of the graphics and dungeon design from Dungeon Explorer 2, but other than that, this game is its own thing in many aspects. Real quick, I should mention right away, Crystal Beans from Dungeon Explorer was not released outside of Japan, so you'll need an English patch to play through this one, and I've got a link in the description that you can use. The story takes place in the land of Grandal. It's peaceful and happy and all that before a black cloud appears and creates a seemingly endless number of demon portals that spawn monsters which take over the power of the Crystal Bean. The King of Rubens is tasked by a mysterious voice to call forth the Heroes of Light to win back the Crystal Bean, and they function as the 8 different class types you can choose from. And hey, check it out, right away you're asked how many players are playing, and you can choose up to 3 players with the multi-tap, and that is probably the #1 appeal of this game. Multiplayer action RPGs aren't very common, so if that's what you're looking for, then here you go. The only issue here is that this is purely console-style multiplayer, so you have to choose multiplayer from the very beginning of the game. A second player just can't press start and join at any time, unfortunately. The 8 different classes here are listed as Warrior, Bow, Wizard, Priest, Monk, Kage, Witch, and Fighter, and what's cool is that you can see the stats of each right there in the bottom right corner. And the distinctions are pretty obvious here. If you want slightly more agility to dodge more, pick Bow or Kage. Or if you want more efficient magic use, you can pick the Witch or the Wizard. You don't have to be 100% committed to just one character from the beginning. You can switch to someone else after you complete a dungeon. There's also 4 secret characters you can eventually unlock as you play along. The gameplay itself is just as simple as the story. It's very straightforward and almost like a top-down run-and-gun style game like Pocky and Rocky, only with the structure of Gauntlet. You can fire in 8 different directions. B fires a projectile and Y slashes a melee weapon. The best part of the controls here are the L and R buttons, which are automatically assigned to the healing and magic potions you collect. No menus here, just replenish health by pressing L and unleash a clear screen attack by pressing R, provided you've collected enough potions. There's also various power-ups you can pick up to help you out, like a temporary speed boost, temporary invincibility, and a mirror that makes your projectile bounce off of walls. Just be careful when items drop, because if you keep hitting them with your attack, you can actually wipe them out entirely. You can also control how your character levels up. When you defeat a boss, you'll see a crystal that will change colors. You can pick it up when the color matches what stat you want to boost, with the colors corresponding to the stats you see at the character selection screen. Yellow is for agility, that makes your character a bit quicker, blue is for attack strength, gray is for stamina or hit points, and green is for intelligence, and the higher your intelligence, the fewer magic skull things you need for clear screen attacks. And that brings me to one of the game's flaws I have to point out. Sure, it's cool that there's 8 different characters in addition to the 4 that you can find, but there's not enough of a contrast between them. They all control and feel the same way. I get what they were going for, with having the magic-wielding characters having higher intelligence so they don't need to use as many magic potions, but you find so many of them because you fight a gazillion enemies, so it really doesn't matter how many you use for each magic spell. Plus, the spells in this game aren't the greatest to begin with. The dungeon design is also a little bit lacking. You find yourself going in circles occasionally just trying to get to the next area. I feel like sometimes we take games like Soul Blazer for granted. That game had some well-designed dungeons that were player-friendly, allowing you to unlock paths so you could easily go back and save or get to the next area. The dungeons in this game unfortunately just aren't on that level. They're okay, but some of them can definitely be cumbersome. It certainly helps that this game is such a breeze to play through. You can finish this game without much trouble in an afternoon. Going back to Dungeon Explorer 2 real quick, for those of you out there that are familiar with that game, I want to point out that yes, many of the dungeon layouts are the same as that game, but they're in a different order here. Also, as you can obviously see, the character sprites are completely redone to have a more cartoonish look, and there's a lot of new bosses here as well, so if you're familiar with Dungeon Explorer 2, there's enough here to make this game its own thing entirely. So yeah, Crystal Beans from Dungeon Explorer is a pretty simple game. Simple story, simple gameplay, simple mechanics, but in some ways it feels a little too simple. I would have liked to have seen more contrast between the characters' strengths, maybe something a little closer to a game like King of Dragons, but let's face it, the main thing this game has going for it is that it's an action RPG that can support up to 3 players. There's not too many of those out there for the Super Nintendo or Super Famicom. So this might be a little bit of a tedious playthrough for some people, but you might find that it's way more fun with another player or 2. Alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
When the NES Classic was released a few years ago, of course it was a given that the original Castlevania and Castlevania 3... Wait, Castlevania 2? They skipped Castlevania 3, which might be a top 5 NES game ever, for jank-ass Castlevania 2? Well, I think I can actually see where Nintendo might have been coming from with that decision. The Mini was already absolutely loaded with action platformers, from Mario 3 to Kirby's Adventure, which are probably top 5 games themselves, along with Mega Man 2, Ghosts and Goblins, and Super C. Castlevania 2 at least represents something a little different, since it's more of an action-adventure game with some exploration and RPG elements, where you go around talking to people, piecing together clues to try and figure out where to go and how to get there. It's almost like a compliment to Zelda 2 in that way. In fact, Castlevania 2 was released in Japan within a few months of Zelda 2. The main difference, however, is that Zelda 2 has aged a little bit better when it comes to those exploration aspects, whereas Castlevania 2 has, not. Jeez Louise, this game shows its age in the most excruciating ways. Hey, don't get me wrong, the graphics, sound design, and gameplay are all around the same level as the first Castlevania, and those parts of the game have held up really well over time. But the structure they tried to go with, maybe not. This is one of those games where it's almost impossible not to have a strong opinion, but even with all its flaws, is Castlevania 2 Simon's Quest still worth playing today? Well, we might as well start with the story, which picks up right where the first game left off, when, spoiler alert, Simon destroyed Dracula, and pieces of Dracula's body were scattered in different castles in the form of orbs. What, was he made of Lego? Simon also ended up with a deadly curse as a result of the battle, so now he has to track down every orb and shove a wooden stake through it, if he's able to possess them, I guess? But yeah, each of these parts give you an ability when you collect them, like Dracula's rib becomes a shield somehow? Sure, okay. But yeah, the strengths here are in the basics. The soundtrack is freaking great, the graphics are well done, you gotta love how the backgrounds make everything look dreary as hell, even during the day, and it's always really satisfying to kill an enemy, since the game provides some great sound design. Really, when it comes to the action here, you have to learn to pick your spots. There are certain parts where it feels overwhelming with tons of crap flying at you, but the game allows you to just skip it, for better or for worse. Like these spider things? Yeah, no thanks, see ya. There are problems with the platforming in Castlevania 2, but it's nothing game-breaking, just, you know, annoying stuff, like how there's hidden blocks throughout each castle, so your first time playing, you have to inch your way across tossing holy water around. I mean, geez, this is the holiest floor ever. But yeah, it's still easy to forget and fall and then backtrack your way around again. And that's not the only spot you have to backtrack, you also have to back your way out of every castle once you finish it. And while the level design allows this to be a little easier than normal, it's still kind of annoying. I guess that's the way to sum up the flaws in this game, annoying. Like these jumps here, I mean, come on, what is it about Konami games from this era and jumping? It feels like I'm playing the first Ninja Turtles game. Also, there's plenty of typical NES annoyances here too, like when you switch screens and there's an enemy waiting right there to do some unavoidable damage, and of course stuff like water is an insta-kill. Guess this water isn't holy enough or something? This game is still forgiving though, especially compared to the other two NES Castlevania games. You get 3 lives for every continue, but that doesn't really matter since you have unlimited continues and you start exactly where you died every time. It's almost too forgiving really, because once your life bar reaches a certain point, it's like, well, I might as well just die and start over with a full health meter. Sure, you're punished since you lose all your hearts when you die, but after a while it's like, so what? I can just stand here and grind and get all my hearts back anyway. I should point out that in Castlevania 2, hearts are currency instead of ammo, and you use those hearts to buy all sorts of different stuff you need to progress with the game, and you buy that stuff in these different towns you visit. And therein lies the difference between Castlevania 2 and the other two NES games. You go around talking to people asking for advice and buying items you can either equip or use to unlock the next part of your quest. Of course, this being an NES game, this can be pretty dang clunky. There is, of course, the infamous day-night cycle you have to contend with, where whatever you're doing is interrupted by this incredibly obnoxious text box, and it wouldn't be an NES adventure game if there wasn't tons of cryptic stuff here that's not exactly forthcoming. Some things seem pretty clear, like, hey, you walk into an empty room, well, there must be a hidden entrance somewhere. Drop a piece of garlic in a cemetery to get a silver knife? Sure, sounds good. But then there's incredibly goofy stuff like where you have to kneel with the blue crystal in front of this water to access a passageway. That's assuming you can even see the platform there depending on how you're playing this game. And most famous of all, you have to kneel against a wall with the red crystal and have a tornado whisk you away.
night. Man, it must have been really fun to come up with ideas for games like this back in the day. Like, yeah, you get the golden football, jump 3 times, wait till exactly 34 seconds into nighttime, and then Bo Jackson from Tecmo Bowl will do a clear screen attack. Hey, don't laugh, that's the kind of stuff kids would come up with back then. Most of the time though, the problem isn't that stuff is hard to understand, it's that it's just time consuming, and it really makes this playthrough pretty dang boring at times. Like when you don't have enough hearts, you just find a certain spot on the edge of the screen and keep killing an enemy, rinse and repeat. And if you go back into the town at night, you have to sit there like an idiot until it's daytime before people appear again. You're just stuck waiting around a lot in this game. One other thing I wanted to point out, there's hardly any boss fights here either. Where the heck are the bosses? I do want to mention real quickly that you're not necessarily stuck playing the original version of Castlevania 2. There is an improvement patch out there called Redaction, and it speeds up the text, cleans up the translation, and removes all the bogus hints you get from villagers that do nothing but waste your time. And if that's not enough for you, there's other hacks out there that remove the day-night text transition entirely, or even make it look and play like a 16-bit game, like Castlevania 2 Revamped. There's plenty of other stuff out there that can help make this a more palatable playthrough if you go looking for it. So yeah, all this is just to help manage your expectations going into Castlevania 2 Simon's Quest. My own expectations were low. I was expecting to be really annoyed with the day-night stuff, the cryptic BS, and the typical NES hindrances of the time, but really, I ended up enjoying this one more than I thought I would. The music and visual presentation really helped carry this game big time, and like I said, it's always satisfying as hell to kill these enemies. And hey, just like any other adventure game where you have to figure stuff out, it's always fun when stuff clicks in your brain. I will say, if you're looking for an NES adventure game, I think I'd still recommend Zelda 2 and even Phazanadu over Castlevania 2. Are the other 2 NES Castlevania games better? Well, yeah, but they're also completely different games, while this one is a departure from that. And look, I totally get it if the annoyances pointed out in this video are deal breakers for you. I won't blame you if this game is a stay away for some of that stuff. But I hope it's understood at this point that this game is seen by some people as bad for things in popular culture that have nothing to do with the game itself, and that's kinda dumb. I do think this game is worth a chance, and I still think there's a lot to be enjoyed in Castlevania 2. Alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk?
A long while back, I posted a 3-hour video that was nothing but relaxing music you could find in Super Nintendo games, and one game I managed to stumble upon while making that was Waterworld for Super Nintendo. I didn't even know this game existed, and it's just as well since it was never released in the US. Only our friends in Europe got this game, but man oh man, when I first heard this music, I knew what I had to put to lead off the video. And that's just the friggin' map screen! And check out the music for the menu! That is one intense menu. I feel like the fate of the world depends on if I pick a new game or enter a password. Dean Evans composed the soundtrack here, which he actually uploaded himself to his own YouTube channel, and I highly recommend listening to the whole thing. There's a link in the description, and holy crap, seriously, every song is really good. So that led me to wonder, okay, the soundtrack is clearly great, but what about the game itself? Unfortunately, not so much. This is the rare Super Nintendo game that has exactly one great quality, and the rest of it can just be flat out ignored. Waterworld was developed and published by Ocean. Well, I mean, of course it was. Who else was gonna do it? Fire, Earth, Wind? Captain Planet himself? Yeah, no. If you need a crappy, thrown-together movie-licensed game, you call Ocean, especially after their stellar work with Dennis the Menace, Lethal Weapon, and the Addams Family, Pugsley's Scavenger Hunt. The story here is that Kevin Costner was really feeling himself after the success of Dances with Wolves, JFK, and The Bodyguard, so hey, let's start doing flat-out star vehicle films, and I got off track there. The story of the game has you playing as the Mariner. No, not that Mariner, the Kevin Costner character, and you're completing various vague tasks like collecting stuff, rescuing civilians, and making stuff go boom, and fighting the bad guys who are called the Smokers, and are led by the hilariously evil Deacon, played by Dennis Hopper.
The game starts and you're drifting around in a boat, and none of the face buttons do anything except Y, which shoots a fairly pathetic looking projectile. Okay, I shoot at these things, but I appear to be boxed into this particular area. What the hell do I actually do? Apparently, you just have to destroy an arbitrary number of enemies before the game finally says, okay, fine, follow the arrow over here, and it takes you to the next part of the game, which is just, it's so slow, and your character is stuck in this ridiculous horizontal pose, so you're just this big-ass slow target. And again, what the hell do I do here? I guess you just go and collect as much stuff as you can down here before you run out of oxygen. That's the red bar up top. But wait a second, doesn't he have gills in the movie? Isn't that like a major plot point? Sheesh. Well, maybe this isn't the Kevin Costner character at all, since this guy looks more like Dolph Ziggler. Anyway, if you die down here, it doesn't really matter because apparently this is just a bonus stage, I guess? Because no matter what happens here, you move on to the next boring asteroids boat section, where you're rescuing people and shooting more bad guys as they try and ramp their way into this floating town here. If you squint, you can see Fonzie jumping over a shark. Again, after an arbitrary number of people are rescued and enemies are destroyed, you can go into the main area where it switches to a side-scroller. And seriously, who is this guy? Brian Bosworth? Barry Windham? Because it sure as hell isn't Kevin Costner. The number in the upper left is the same as the number of the bad guys that got into the floating city in the boat section, so you gotta wander around and get rid of them. The problem with this is that it's incredibly boring. You got the same section repeating over and over as you continue on to the right. You climb ladders if you can grab them in the first place. You pick up weapons along the way, and it's just very mediocre. I mean, it's fine. It's not aggressively bad or anything. It's just boring as hell. Thank God for the music. All told, there's 8 total levels split up into 2 sections each, held together with a password system. Ultimately, it's just the same stuff over and over, and God, look at this guy, what's wrong with him? But yeah, eventually there's this store here where you can buy special weapons for the water sections, so at least there's that. Of course, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the infamous Waterworld Virtual Boy game, which has been widely panned as one of the worst games ever. And you got some crappy pre-rendered sprites playing a glorified version of asteroids on a black ocean with a black sky. Hey, what's wrong with that? Oh, everything? Oh, okay. But yeah, I guess at least the Super Nintendo Waterworld game isn't that bad, it's just really boring. A Sega Genesis port of this game was planned, in fact it was finished, but the movie bombed so badly that it ended up getting cancelled. And honestly, that's too bad because I would have liked to have heard how the music would have sounded on Sega. So yeah, in the past I've recommended a game's manual over the game itself, with Double Dragon 5 The Shadow Falls, and with Waterworld I'm gonna recommend the music over the game. Skip the game entirely, but go check out Dean Evans' soundtrack, it's fantastic. Alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
Alright, it's 1993, you convince your parents to drag you to Blockbuster or Hollywood Video or Video Update or whatever, and all you're looking for is a Super Nintendo game to tide you over for a while. Of course, Mega Man X is checked out, Contra 3 is gone, you're sick of all the other classics because you've rented them over and over, so you're left with this game. Come on, anyone familiar with Super Nintendo stuff has seen this cover before. In fact, I'm willing to bet a number of you clicked on this video thinking to yourself, oh yeah, hey, it's that game. So, what is this game? Well, it's a very basic, average, run-of-the-mill, one-on-one fighting game made by Jaleco, and when I say average, I don't mean bad. This game is perfectly okay, with the sprites in particular standing out as exceptional, especially since they're reminiscent of characters in other Jaleco games that were around at the time, stuff like Rival Turf and Brawl Brothers, otherwise known as the Rushing Beat series in Japan. And speaking of Japanese titles, this one in particular has a pretty funny one. It was originally released as Dead Dance. Huh, so does that make her Lisa Gerrard and this guy Brendan Perry? Oh wait, that's Dead Can Dance, my mistake. But yeah, let's take a cool title like Dead Dance and turn it into Tough Enough, complete with the super cool spelling and everything. Another funny thing about this game is all the goofy names they gave the characters. There's 11 different fighters here, and I mean, come on, these aren't names, these are sound effects from the 1966 Batman TV show. Volts, Dolph, K's, Beans. The thing is though, this game kind of has an annoying structure. You only have 4 playable characters to play through the game's 3 game modes. There's a versus second player, versus the CPU, and story mode. Thankfully, there's codes that can unlock the other 7 characters and make them playable to make this game slightly more interesting, but rest assured, there's just not a whole lot here to be interested in. If you've played most 16-bit fighting games, then you've played this one. Up is jump, back is block, Y and B are normal punch and kick respectively, while X and A are the stronger, slower attacks. Each character has at least 3 special moves, and they're all executed Street Fighter style. And I mean, I'm gonna be blunt here, this is as blatant a Street Fighter ripoff as you're gonna find, even more so than the World Heroes games. Let's see, we've got the Ryu and Ken characters who fight the same, with Sayo and Zazai, even down to the fact that the Hadouken Fireball is executed the same way. There's also a Dragon Punch, but hey, give the game credit, this game makes you press back and then down and forward before a punch button. It doesn't end there either, there's also Katono, who has a projectile that's done the same way as Guile's Sonic Boom. You've got a guy that does E Honda's 100-hand slap. I mean, it's pretty dang ridiculous. The thing is though, is that the gameplay is totally fine. Everything is responsive, the fighting is well paced, the backgrounds look nice, the music is good, and hey, some of the boss characters are actually kinda interesting, like this dude who rides up a rocket before his fight, and he tries to take you out with a bazooka, and the later bosses are pretty tough, like this K's guy here. You really gotta be defensive here because he's aggressive as hell with his long ass arms. Does that remind you of anyone? The front cover mentions each character having 20 different moves, including quote-unquote exotic technique, which are upgradable to 4 levels? Well, there's 2 guides and move lists on GameFAQs, and they don't mention anything like that, and I wasn't able to figure out anything on my own either, but I also haven't seen a scan of the manual, so maybe there's something in there, but then again, I wouldn't be surprised if they're seriously counting each punch and kick as a move, so that's 4 right there. If you know anything about this so-called exotic technique, let me know in the comments. There are a couple other things that stand out here. One is a replay feature so you can play back the end of your fight in slow motion, and the other is the time limit. The time goes by surprisingly fast for each fight. I don't remember getting this many time limit wins in any other fighting game, so at least this game has that going for it, I guess? There's also a password system where the screen says, "Here lies the loser." I like a game that mocks players for using shortcuts, that's always funny. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure what else to say about this one. Tough Enough is a pretty shameless Street Fighter ripoff, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's bad. It's a perfectly functional game, it looks nice, the music is cool, and it's definitely a big step above crap like Rise of the Robots. This game is one of those cases where the publisher needed a silly cover and a silly name to stand out among the hordes of one-on-one fighting games, kinda like how Phalanx used this old guy to stand out from all the other shoot-em-ups. So yeah, Tough Enough isn't bad, but you're definitely not missing anything if you skip this one. Alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
I've been at this channel project thing for over 7 years now, and somehow there's still some weird stuff that I haven't fully covered yet, like stone protectors. Yeah, I've talked about this one briefly in the past, but this is another one of those early to mid-90s animated TV series inspired from the success of stuff like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and it only lasted 13 episodes, yet it somehow managed to have a line of action figures and a Super Nintendo game. There was even a Sega Genesis game that was finished, but ultimately cancelled by the publisher since the show was a flop. To sum up, Stone Protectors was meant to build out the seamy and decadent underworld of troll dolls, since in the early 90s they managed to get popular again for some reason. So, the trolls live in a kingdom made out of crystals, and it gets attacked by this dude named Zoc. So in a desperate attempt to keep the great crystals safe, Empress Opal, who's just a regular human woman and not of the troll race, I guess, splits the crystals into 6 pieces. Zoc manages to get 1, but the other 5 go to, you guessed it, a rock band made up of 5 troll dudes, but these aren't just any troll dudes. They're totally righteous and tubular, radical, gnarly, yeah, whatever, you get the idea.
And just as you might expect, Stone Protectors is a beat-em-up in the same vein as stuff like Pirates of Dark Water or Mighty Morphin Power Rangers or The Tick or Jim Lee's Wildcats, you get the idea. It's not a fast-paced, spectacular feast for the eyes with a killer soundtrack like Turtles in Time, for instance, but it isn't pure drudgery like The Tick. It's right in the middle, if not a little ahead of stuff like Wildcats, but a little behind Pirates of Dark Water, for instance. Of course, you can play as any one of the 5 band members, with each having the usual common beat-em-up strengths and weaknesses, like the faster guy who has weaker attacks and the slower guy with stronger attacks. The big thing this game has going for it is that it's 2-player co-op, and that's probably the best way to play through this one today. You get 6 lives to get through 10 levels, and while there's 0 continues here, there's tons of chances to get extra lives through points and just by regular old 1-ups lying around. B jumps, Y is a strong attack, with X and A being quicker attacks, and you can also hold any of these buttons down for a charged attack, and each attack button has a completely different move for each character, so that's pretty cool. At least it shows they didn't completely half-ass this game. There's weapons here too. You press A to pick them up, and they range from stuff like a flamethrower to a whip to, what is this, a hockey stick? Hockey exists in the Troll universe? I guess that figures since these guys look like they're straight out of Mutant League Hockey. What helps set Stone Protectors apart are 2 different sets of bonus moves you can do. There's the usual beat-em-up special moves that cost life to use, but what's neat is that the game actually teaches them to you as you progress. For instance, with this guy, you press back, forward, up, down, then R, and he turns blue, which makes him hard to see, I guess. Okay, so they're not all that great, but there are some good ones here, like this guy who turns into Sparkster from Rocket Knight Adventures for a second. That's pretty cool. There's also what the game calls musical moves, which don't cost anything. Those are much more difficult to implement since they're like a quarter roll, starting with down and back, then pressing L at the exact right time. But if you're able to execute them, they do massive damage. Overall, I'd say they did a really nice job differentiating the 5 characters, giving them different ranges of speed and reach. It's not like King of Dragons level of good or anything, but it's still appreciated. Another thing that makes Stone Protectors stand out is the unique art style. Sure, this game is great looking to a certain extent, especially the settings and backgrounds, but the sprites are just a little on the garish side. It's like they tried to cram in as many colors into one character as they could, like some kind of microwaved Lisa Frank Play-Doh nightmare. But hey, I mean, it's very faithful to the source material. It's just that the source material is kind of ugly. Still, again, you can see there was real effort put into this game. The opening cutscenes are an example of that, since they feature some sharp-looking pixel art, and there's some cool foreground effects you don't usually see, especially in licensed games. And the settings are pretty interesting. Like, what, did I suddenly end up in Aladdin somehow? Oh, and of course, since this is a beat-em-up, there is an elevator stage. The big flaw with this game is that it's so long. 10 levels is just way too much for a game like this, and it really starts to drag, especially once you get to level 8, which is, yes, another elevator level, only this time you're going back up instead of down. How's that for variety? I give the game credit for packing it full of moves your character can do, including ones the game actually tells you about, which gives you an incentive to keep playing, but still, this could have been done in 6 or 7 levels, which would have made the total playthrough time less than an hour instead of over an hour and a half. But yeah, Stone Protectors is surprisingly solid. I mean, it's not going to touch stuff like Final Fight 3 or any other really good Capcom or Konami beat-em-up, but hey, there's 5 different characters, each with a ton of moves, and the game definitely has a interesting look to it. Yeah, I still prefer a few other beat-em-ups to this one, like the aforementioned Pirates of Dark Water or Sonic Blast Man 2, but it's much better than stuff like Legend or The Tick. If nothing else, hey, it's 2-player co-op, so you can enjoy this one with a friend. Alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? Well, Ocean Software sure knows. For one reason or another, they were able to obtain tons of movie and TV licenses to make awful Super Nintendo games based on stuff like RoboCop 3, Dennis the Menace, Cool World, The Untouchables, I could go on. But hey, not everything they made totally sucked. I mean, Jurassic Park may be flawed, but it's a good enough game. Jurassic Park 2, The Chaos Continues, is a decent co-op run and gun. And The Shadow is actually a decent beat-em-up. The only problem with that one is, well, it was based based on the film of the same name starring Alec Baldwin, and that movie was a total flop at the box office, so Ocean outright canceled the game, even though it was mostly, if not completely, finished, at least as far as I can tell. The game even got reviewed in Nintendo Power, where it got a reasonably favorable write-up. The Shadow originates as a series of pulp novels written in the 1930s by Walter B. Gibson, and the movie, to its credit, is pretty faithful to the source material. It's really not that bad of a film. Sure, it's cheesy as heck and the story isn't much, but hey, it's got Ian McKellen, Penelope Ann Miller, Tim Curry, and if nothing else, it's a cool movie to look at. Similar sentiment could be said about the Super Nintendo game. The presentation here is pretty good, the sprite animation is well done, and as far as beat 'em up goes, it includes all the usual bells and whistles, like weapons, special moves, and change of pace game modes where you shoot stuff instead of punch stuff. You get 3 lives and 3 continues to get through 8 levels with no saves or passwords. It's typical beat 'em up stuff here, but with a few extras. It's B to jump, Y to punch, X to throw a weapon, or if you don't have a weapon, it does a nifty leg sweep. Y and B at the same time does a special attack like an uppercut or a jump kick, only unlike Final Fight, you don't lose any health from using it. The A button triggers a special ability, which has its own power meter in the upper right. You can either turn invisible, do a dash attack, or a clear screen attack, and you flip between the 3 with the L and R buttons. The dash attack certainly looks cool, and turning invisible is, neat, I guess. But the clear screen attack can be used 4 times on a full meter, and it's by far the best of the 3 abilities. Reviews of this game at the time always made sure to lump it in with titles like Final Fight and Double Dragon, but this game is much closer to Final Fight. I don't get the Double Dragon comparison at all. That's an entirely different ball of wax. If I were to pick a beat 'em up the Shadow compares closest to, it would be the Pirates of Dark Water. It's got similar pacing and similar sprite sizes, so if you're familiar with that game, you'll feel right at home with the Shadow. One major difference I should point out, however, is that Pirates of Dark Water is 2-player co-op, whereas the Shadow is not. It's single-player only. And that's too bad because holy crap, this game is long, especially for a beat 'em up. The 8 levels feel like an eternity. I mean, the first 2 levels alone took me nearly 30 minutes. That's a lot of punching and kicking and monotony for what's ultimately only an average game, if you want to call it that. It's almost like Ocean Software was so intent on following the movie story, which is usually an admirable feat, but in this case it backfired because this game goes on and on and on. Granted, the settings here are pretty dang nice looking. Even the token elevator stage looks cool as you fight your way up the Empire State Building, and this boss fight looks like something out of Highlander. But the problem here is, this certainly seems like it should be the final boss fight. I mean, this is the final boss right here. You fight the guy twice in 2 different dimensions or something, but there's even more to slog through after this, where you take on a boss gauntlet and then fight the same guy you just beat again. Ugh. For what it's worth though, this game does have plenty of style and presentation. Between each level you get some dialogue sequences that feature some sharp pixel art, and the music throughout the game is pretty dang good. This game, however, is dark, and I don't mean dark conceptually, just dark as in not a whole lot of light. It reminds me of Spawn for Super Nintendo in that way. There's a couple levels where I wonder if there's something wrong with the game or my TV or something. That's not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, this rain level looks cool, this haunted house is well done, and the typical street settings look nice. So, how do you actually play this game? Well, clearly this is one you have to play any way you can, since it never got any kind of official release, and the always helpful website SNEScentral.com has a bunch of information you'll find handy. There's a link in the description, and just scroll all the way to the bottom of the page to find the game itself. So, is it worth the time? You know, the Shadow really isn't that bad. I was expecting much worse considering it came from the makers of the Flintstones and, you know, a bunch of other licensed crap. But this game is actually decent for what it is. I liken it to a single-player version of Pirates of Dark Water, for better or for worse. It's just that, geez Louise, this game drags after a while. Sure, they do have one level here where you're on a motorcycle chasing after bad guys. That's kinda neat for, you know, like 2 or 3 minutes, but then it's back to beating up the same enemies over and over. It's not exactly a crime that the Shadow was never released, but if you like 16-bit beat-em-ups, then you'll find some enjoyment here. Alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
It was a confusing time to be a fledgling gamer back in the late 80s and early 90s. You could be talking to someone and they'd ask you, "Hey man, have you played Willow?" "Oh, you mean that sweet-ass arcade platformer where you hop around zapping stuff left and right, and then you play as Mad Mardigan and slice everything to shreds and it follows the movie and everything?" "Nah man, I mean the other Willow." "Oh, you mean the one made for Commodore 64, Amiga, and all those other computer systems that's nothing but a bunch of mini-games?" "Nah man, the other Willow." "Oh, the NES game. Yeah, even though all three of these games were simply called Willow, they're all totally different. I've talked about the Capcom arcade game in a separate video, so let's tackle the Capcom NES game, which is in fact completely different as you can see. It's a top-down screen-to-screen action RPG complete with a leveling system and equipable swords, armor, magic, and all that good stuff. I know at first glance, the easy comparison right away is to the original Legend of Zelda, and yeah, the combat's a bit similar, and you follow set paths to move across a huge map one screen at a time, but Zelda is a bit more dungeon-heavy with a fair share of puzzles and riddles and all that, and Willow does have a few dungeons, but it's a lot closer to Crystallis, with a lot of combat happening on the world map, complete with an experience and leveling system. You use the B button to attack with your sword, hold down a direction on the D-pad while pressing B and you'll do a jab, otherwise just pressing B by itself will do a big slow swing, which would make sense since Willow is, you know, a little guy, and this sword, it looks pretty huge. But as you level up, his swing speeds up and it becomes a pretty effective attack, so that's a nice touch. You do this with each new sword that you find as well, so there's always an incentive to fight enemies instead of just skipping past them. I will say the slow sword makes the hit detection a little clumsy at first, but it's definitely not game-breaking or anything. The A button uses magic, which is allotted by MP that you can see in the upper left. You can obtain fire, lightning, acorns that turn enemies to stone, and other fun stuff. The way combat works is through random battles that appear as you move to a new screen. Just take out whatever's in your way and move on, but what's convenient here is that if you don't like the hand that you're dealt, you can just nope out of the screen, back out, and come back and roll the dice again, so to speak. I also appreciate the user interface. It's very clean looking and easy to use, and you can easily see how much experience you need to get to the next level just by pressing start. And you can see how easy it is to equip all your swords, shield, and magic and all that, and yeah, as far as that kind of stuff goes, Willow is just the bare essentials. But hey, if the game executes the basics well, then that's totally fine. Better that than overcomplicating things with slow, cumbersome menus like you might find in other 8-bit RPGs. Willow for NES does have its share of drawbacks, however, like when you die, you continue at the last level you reached. I mean, ultimately that's fine, you should pay a price because, you know, you died. But it's one of those things that people might not be used to from older games like this, so I gotta at least point it out. The biggest drawback for me personally is that there's not really any healing items, at least not really. There's nothing you can carry with you or use in between combat. There are some dungeons that have chests that'll give you some HP, but there's maybe one per dungeon. Otherwise, you can only heal and replenish magic in villages, at least until toward the end of the game when you do get a healing spell. I should also mention that this game has a password system instead of a battery save, and it's 18 characters long. Ugh. I should also mention that the story here does not follow the movie. It's just kind of like, hey, here's the characters from Willow doing Willow things in a Willow-ish environment with willowy music and all that. Ultimately, it has to do with turning the messenger from the spirit Earth back into a human being, and I guess Willow has to try and change her back himself. And Willow's also kind of a badass in this game, a sword-slinging sorcerer that's actually competent and stuff. And that's totally fine, but it makes me wonder if Capcom was in the middle of developing this game anyway and just decided to attach Willow to it out of nowhere. Still, they really did a fantastic job working in the characters and making the presentation here look really sharp. Not just with all the different familiar people showing up, but with the settings themselves, showing wind blowing through the grass, a bridge swaying, the earth shaking. I mean, it's clear that a lot of effort went into this game. That's also made clear through the soundtrack, and I've said it for years, one major thing that makes heavy exploration games and long playthroughs more than the sum of their parts is a good soundtrack, and that's one big part of why I kept coming back to this game. I kept getting the music from this game stuck in my head. So yeah, Willow for NES is easily one of the very best licensed games on the system, and it's a pretty dang good action RPG too. Now, it's not going to touch stuff like Crystallis or Phazanadu. Those games have a little more depth to them, plus Willow doesn't really offer that much of a challenge, but still, this game is a surprise to me. It's funny, when you think of licensed stuff that has more than one good game attached to it, you'll usually think of cartoony stuff like Ninja Turtles or science fiction craziness like Terminator 2 or Aliens or X-Men or whatever. I wouldn't have guessed that Willow, of all things, spawn two completely different yet very good games. You really can't go wrong with either game. Alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
That's drunk.
Just when you think you've seen and heard of every mascot platformer of the 16-bit era, here is Zool, Ninja of the Nth Dimension, made by British developer Gremlin Games, and yep, this game looked Western enough for you. As you might expect, it was originally made for Amiga in 1992 before getting ported to all sorts of other computer systems, as well as Genesis, Game Gear, Master System, Game Boy, and Super Nintendo. You play as Zool, no, not that Zool, unfortunately, and he looks like a cross between Bomberman and that weird alien creature that visits Garfield in that one episode of Garfield and Friends. Anyone? No? Alright. You get 8 lives, each with a health meter, and 3 continues to get through 7 worlds divided up into 4 levels each, with the 4th level culminating in a boss fight, and there's no saves or passwords here. What's weird is that this game's default settings are backwards. It's B to shoot and Y to jump, which is just awful. But thankfully you can switch it to how it's supposed to be in the options. There's also the R button to do a flip and L to spin, and that's it. That's all you get. The controls are really loose. It's kind of jarring. In fact, that's the game's biggest flaw, really. It's like it can't decide if it wants to be a regular old hop and bop platformer or a Sonic-style Twitch control kind of a thing. I will say, once you get to know some of the level layouts, it can be kind of fun to just zip around and wall jump and flip off of stuff and bounce around and all that. It's just that the levels are designed to only have a couple sections here and there where you're allowed to do that. Then it's back to the drudgery of dealing with these utterly generic enemies, where they just kind of sit there and get in your way and not really do anything. In fact, you'll probably find yourself flailing out of control more often than not before you have to deal with them. To clear each level, you gotta collect stuff, I guess, until the number in the lower left reaches 0, then the arrow points you to the exit. There's quite a bit of platforming in this game since each level is pretty big, so you're gonna end up doing the jump spin more often than not. Why didn't they just make this the default jump? I don't know, but it's not that hard to just press jump and L at the same time. Still, like I said, the level design is pretty lousy and relies more and more on cheap insta-death spikes to jack up the difficulty the further you progress. Well, at least each of the 7 worlds go beyond the usual themes you're used to seeing in games like this. I mean, yeah, there's a forest and there's a tropical setting, but there's also a candy world, a stereo world, a kid's playroom, an amusement park level, and a tool-themed level. What, does this world last 20 minutes too long? Or does Tim Allen chase you around with projectile grunts? I will say some of these worlds do have some highlights if you're willing to seek them out, and if you're willing to get past how completely and fully Amiga-ish it looks. I mean, geez Louise, this is the first level of the game, and it's just so friggin' garish and ugly. The Zool sprite itself actually looks cool, but the settings, ugh, it's like I'm looking at a Trapper Keeper through a kaleidoscope. It's just a mess. But hey, there are hints here and there that prove that the people that put this game together really gave a crap. One telling sign is the manual, which actually has a comic. Yeah, I love stuff like this. In a perfect world, every video game should come with a comic explaining its lore and backstory, even stuff like Ken Griffey Jr. Presents Major League Baseball. So Zool, and did I mention he's a ninja gremlin? And he's flying a spaceship on a recon mission through the nth dimension and gets sucked into a powerful vortex that makes his ship crash land into a pile of custard. No, really, that's why the game starts out in Candy World. Too bad for Zool he didn't crash into $240 worth of pudding. Oh yeah. The comic goes on to say that the evil Cruel and his henchman Mental Block have overtaken this and all sorts of other places. See, because Zool is not just a ninja gremlin, he's also the protector of creative thought and the defender of positive action. Sure, alright. Anyway, one other major positive this game has is the music, which is friggin' awesome. Whoa, where the heck did that come from? That sounds like something out of Super Off-Road. Anyway, yeah, Zool is another one of those games you'd normally roll your eyes at right when you'd see it, but it's really not that bad. I mean, the only time I really had to roll my eyes was at some of the visuals, and that was just in order to protect my retinas from searing off from all the ridiculous colors. The thing is, though, sometimes these generic mascot platformers, yeah, they aren't all that good, but they also aren't all that bad. No, they're not worth going out of your way to play or anything, but they're just barely decent enough that they're worth a shot to see if it's worth your curiosity. Same thing with stuff like Rocky Rodent or Dino City or Mr. Nuts. That stuff is all in the same category as something like Zool for Super Nintendo. Alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
The Super Nintendo collecting scene is full of oddities, like Three Ninjas Kick Back, for example. The cartridge alone has actually gone down in price the last 4 years according to Game Value Now. It was sold at an average eBay price of about $90 back in early 2017, and it's made its way back down to around $50 or $60 today. Meanwhile, the instruction book for Three Ninjas Kick Back goes for an average of about $150, while the box goes for 3 times that. If you want this game complete in the box for Super Nintendo, be prepared to spend like $600. It's completely insane. But hey, if you just want to play the game, it's actually not that bad considering it's a licensed game based on a kids movie made by Malibu Interactive, who had a hand in crap like Cliffhanger. So yeah, this game is kind of a surprise. I mean, it's an action platformer that's 2-player co-op. That's pretty cool. You get 3 lives and 3 continues to get through 5 levels divided up into 2 or 3 stages each, held together with a password system, and it's B to jump, Y or A to attack, and X to toss a bomb when you pick them up. You can add a projectile to your attack, which is handy. You can crawl, grab onto stuff. Really, the controls and functionality here is pretty solid. You have 3 characters to choose from, Rocky, Colt, and Tum Tum. And according to the aforementioned manual, which I obtained after selling 1.5 of my kidneys, nah, just kidding. The manual is provided by RVG Fanatic. It says that Rocky is the strongest, Colt is the fastest, and Tum Tum is the stealthiest, which I guess is just another way of saying he's a smaller target. Let's murder Liza? Look, I get it if you're not into Liza Minnelli, but she was pretty good on Arrested Development, at least. Each of the 3 characters also have their own weapons and special moves. One has a staff, one has a sword, and the other has a pair of sais. Wow, subtle much? Did they think adding Michelangelo's nunchucks would be too on the nose? Hold up and press Y, and they do a handy move that deflects enemy projectiles, and you're going to be doing that a lot because this game is brutal. This is one of those games where every freaking thing is out to kill you, and there's stuff coming at you from all corners of the screen. You do have a health meter, so you can take a few hits before you die, but this is one of those games where you will die a lot, and you'll keep dying until you learn certain patterns and enemy placements. In other words, it's a pick up and die game. Right away in the first level, you climb this rope, and immediately you have to be cognizant of this statue thing intermittently spitting spikes at you while this old dude in a tree materializes from nothing and throws a spread of ninja stars at you. As you can see, you have a freaking split second to react to all this. What you're supposed to do in this example is spin your weapon above you so you don't get hit by the stars, but you can't do that and jump at the same time, and you can't do it in midair either. So when you first play through this game, you're gonna get hit and you're gonna get mad. The next time you come through here, you'll know to wait on the rope for the statue to spit, then go up, then the enemy shows up, then you do the weapon spin thing, then you jump over the next statue spit, and so on. Do you like stuff like that? Because that's all this game is. That doesn't make this game a stay away though, not by a long shot. There's plenty to like. The graphics and settings are pretty nice, even though the characters all kind of look like Muppets with their enlarged eyes. There's neat little tricks you can take advantage of, like ducking into certain spots of the background to avoid enemies. You can mess with the appliances in this kitchen here, or knock enemies out with Tonka trucks. There's ropes, vines, and branches you can latch onto. The sound design is crisp and the music is okay, although the enemy design leaves a bit to be desired. Like these guys here, just bludgeon them over and over until, what is this guy, doing crunches? Or this guy here, you just gotta whack in the balls like 12 times. This game isn't just run to the right till the end of the level, you also have to find stuff within a time limit, whether it's training dummies you have to destroy or people you have to rescue. There's also levels where you're outrunning a boulder, Indiana Jones style. Wait, is that Buff Bagwell back there? I admit I haven't seen this movie, so I have no idea how closely this game follows things, but I'm just gonna go ahead and think that Buff Bagwell of all people played one of the villains and that Scotty Riggs is hidden somewhere in this game. Three Ninjas Kickback did get ported to the Sega Genesis and Sega CD, with the latter including another game from publisher Sony Interactive, Hook, so that's pretty cool. As far as I can tell, the Genesis edition is pretty much the same game, except with this giant blue bar at the top. So hey, do you like what you see, but you just wish there was a blue bar hanging over everything? Then try the Genesis version. So yeah, Three Ninjas Kickback isn't terrible. In fact, I'd go as far as to say that it's halfway decent. It's a step above stuff like Zool or Rocky Rodent, and you gotta love that it's two-player co-op. But yeah, it's a long ways away from stuff like Joe and Mac or even Cool Spot. It's a bit like Prehistoric Man, I suppose. Only this game is multiplayer, which people are gonna like. I just wish this game didn't get off to such a bad start. I mean, immediately, you have a boulder rolling after you with spikes coming from the ceiling, and there's absolutely no way you're avoiding damage here. Once you get past that slog, though, there's enough here to keep you entertained, especially with a second player. Alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
It seems like over the past 10 or 15 years or so, if you go to a used game store and you wander over to the Super Nintendo cartridges, you're guaranteed to see like 8 or 9 copies of certain games. You got your Super Caesar's Palace, your Faceball 2000, your crappy licensed sports games like Troy Aikman Football, but you also have this game called Metal Combat Falcon's Revenge. This game seems to pop up everywhere, and it's always cheap, so what's the deal? Well, the deal is that this game, for all intents and purposes, is Battle Clash 2. It's made by the same development team, Intelligent Systems, and it's got the same structure, which means the game is one big boss run, and just like Battle Clash, it's only compatible with the Super Scope. It does not work with a controller, well, for the most part anyway, I'll get into that later, and it also does not work with the Super Nintendo mouse. But it would also explain why, when Nintendo published this, they opted against calling it Battle Clash 2 since that game was not that much of a hit, and they opted instead to press the old reset button and try again with a different title. And yeah, that didn't really work out either. The thing is though, is that this game is pretty dang awesome for what it is, and it's easily the best Super Scope game out there. Thanks again to Andrew Garcia for helping me out with the footage here. Metal Combat was released a year after Battle Clash, but the story takes place 3 years later, and Roland Jurkanowicz, I mean Mike Anderson, is back, and the guy that killed his father is also back, and the exact same gameplay is back. But not only that, there's another character you can choose from, and it's Carol Eugene? Really? Of all the names, you pick a name that sounds like my mother's aunt that she's ignored for 30 years. What was your second choice? Dorothy Gladys? Well, anyway, I'll get to that whole situation in a bit. The gameplay is the same thing as you would expect. You point the big plastic bazooka at the screen and you shoot at stuff. One weapon does big time damage at your target, one weapon defends against incoming stuff at your mech, but in Metal Combat there's multiple charge shots here, along with a bunch of other extra power-ups, including a lightning bomb and a plasma bomb, among other things. You have at least 10 different bosses you have to defeat this time, with each having a different weakness that you need to find, same as the last game. Only this time the graphics are way better than they have any right to be. Seriously, did the folks at Intelligent Systems realize they were making a Super Scope game that wouldn't go anywhere? I mean, it looks like you're fighting the bosses straight out of Final Fantasy VI. The visuals here are absolute top notch. Just based on this alone, this game is way better than you would think it would be, and it's worth checking out based on that alone. The details in the enemy design allow you to target weaknesses that much more closely, which is a massive improvement on its predecessor Battle Clash. Plus, I mean, just look how freaking cool this thing looks. You'd think this thing was a final boss in Final Fantasy Shadow Legends vs SNK with Knuckles Mobile Edition or something like that, but it's this game of all things. It looks amazing.
visuals aren't the only reason this game stands out from its predecessor. Metal Combat also has a couple more game modes. There's a training mode here, plus time trials, and a combat mode, which is 2-player versus, which utilizes the controller for the second player. Alright, finally, something without the god-dang super scope. But there's more. If you enter BABY, real clever, on the controller, when the title screen just says Metal Combat, you can unlock another mech to use called Tornado, controlled by Carol Eugene. It's a bit weaker, but it charges its secondary weapon more frequently, so at least it offers a different approach to the other mech. So yeah, this is a big time improvement over Battle Clash, and why wouldn't it be? It's a sequel, even if the title didn't say so much, but Metal Combat Falcon's Revenge is the absolute best game of its kind. It's the best Super Scope game out of a whopping 12 games compatible with the Super Scope. Congratulations. I guess that's kind of like being the sharpest knife in the crayon box. But yeah, to tell you how much effort Intelligent Systems put into this game, they even offered 2 different endings, one good and one bad, depending on if you managed to kill a certain character at the end. I like that, and hey, if you have a Super Scope, you'll like this game. Alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
SNESdrunk.
Is there a more hyped game out there than Chrono Trigger? Since coming out in 1995, this game has now received almost 20 years of rave reviews. So if you've never played Chrono Trigger, I can understand why you'd be skeptical. After 2 decades of hype, can Chrono Trigger live up to the insane expectations? I can answer that. Yes, it can.
Oh. Alright, that's that. What? You want an actual explanation? Oh, fine.
Okay, the underlying brilliance in Chrono Trigger is in how it gains momentum the more you play it. It's so easy to get sucked into this game because the story is told so well. Basically, Chrono goes to a fair to check out his friend Luca's new invention. On the way, he literally runs into a princess without knowing who she is yet. She ends up getting caught on the wrong end of a failed Luca experiment and sent back in time 400 years. Whoops. Chrono, of course, volunteers to go get her, triggering a domino effect that sets the whole story in motion. And that's just the very basic start. I won't get too into detail. But the story just keeps building and building to the point that you want to keep playing just to see what happens next. And not once is there a moment as a player that you say, well, now what do I do? It's always intuitive. And just as an aside, if you've never played this game before, just wait until you get to the Zeal Kingdom in 12,000 BC. The music, the atmosphere, and the presentation are just incredible. You just want to hang out there forever. Anyway, eventually the game splits off into several different side quests, but it remains very straightforward in telling you what to accomplish. Balance is the key word here. Balance between linear and open-ended storytelling. That's the best way to describe why this game is great. Everything is balanced so well. The enemies are never too easy or never too tough, and there's no need to level grind at any point. As you level up and gain experience and learn spells, the enemies match your strength, so it's good balanced difficulty. Not that this game is hard at all, but it's not exactly easy either. The boss fights in particular are perfectly done. Each one feels like an event, and not like Final Fantasy VI, where more often than not, it just seemed to say, well, here's another boss for you, out of nowhere. Magus, Black Tyranno, and Lavos in particular are really built up as big deals. For example, I really like how you have to take out Magus's underlings like Slash, Flea, and Ozzy before you face him. Instead of accumulating just strength and experience points like most RPGs, Chrono Trigger rewards you with combo attacks with your teammates. Some of these are flat out awesome and powerful as hell, like Ice Sword 2, Falcon Hit, Delta Force, and Arc Impulse, or what I refer to as the Finish Flag attack. While some are just laugh-out-loud funny, like the Poyozo dance, which is this spastic, nonsensical spell involving a stuffed animal, or Frog Flare, which is a giant exploding frog. It looks like something out of Monty Python.
Accumulating these tacks is really fun, and it keeps the momentum of the game going. It also contains one of the most ingenious inventions in gaming, the New Game Plus option. So after you finish the game, you can go back in time as often as you'd like with the same stats, gear, and weapons, and try beating the game from a different point in the timeline. There are 11 different endings you can achieve, and most of them are well worth it, especially the one with the messages from the development crew. So that gives it replay value out the ass. The characters themselves are a strange dynamic group, and they're all distinctly different. Some are cliched and some not, at least not yet. But there's the silent hero, the runaway princess, the nerdy tech geek, the robot, the cave woman, the talking frog, and in a neat twist, you can play as one of the main villains for a good chunk of the game. Each character has at least a couple laugh-out-loud moments, even the ultra-serious Magus. You got whacked because you're weak. I love that. One particular aspect I don't think can be overstated is the main villain, Lavos. Rarely in a game, especially in an RPG, does a boss actually come across as invincible. Lavos is like the Terminator. It barely says anything, you can't reason with it, it can't be stopped, and it won't be stopped until you are dead and everything is destroyed. And by the way, it lives in the center of the earth, draining its life for all it's worth. The final battle music is absolutely perfect, and it gives me chills to this day. And I've finished this game like 30 times. Chrono Trigger was released very late in the Super Nintendo's run, so that allowed programmers to maximize everything the Super Nintendo hardware was capable of. And I'll be damned if it didn't succeed doing that. This is about as technically advanced in terms of overall length, visuals, and sound as any Super Nintendo game gets. So yeah, Chrono Trigger is definitely the total package. It's got a great sense of humor, it's never boring, you truly never know what's going to happen next. There's a crazy amount of depth in both the story, the characters, and with the items and the gear. There's tons of replay value with all the endings, and especially in the DS version with all the bonus content. The music is top-notch with memorable themes created for each major character and for certain events in the game. All those factors add up to one thing, and that's that Chrono Trigger is the best game the Super Nintendo has ever produced. And yes, it does live up to the hype.
And you use it as currency to buy stuff at shops you come across. That was poorly phrased. You instead start from the same shop where you bought the insurance with your lives and healths. With your lives and healths. I think anyone watching this video is familiar with the usual suspects when it comes to the companies that were able to consistently crank out The second stage has you try and climb a dog who has a key that... Climb a dog? Yeah, it's totally ripping off Altered Beast, but this game is way better. But the story is freaking crazy, featuring... What are you guys barking at? It's the mailman, you big dummy.
I know, right? The whole video. Hey, everybody!